A long time ago, my 8th grade teacher wrote a quote from someone on the board. It went, "Regret for wasted time is more wasted time." Back then, those were just words, an anecdote meant to promote thought in a bunch of juvenile children. Of course, none of us thought too deeply about the words, and I doubt my teacher had either. I don't even remember his name, but he had been, 30 back then. What insights could someone essentially just starting their life possibly have on time and its importance or lack thereof? My thoughts grew ever more jaded as I gazed up at the thatched roof above me, unable to move my body correctly or so much as turn my head. I'd spent the last week like this, and it was becoming more apparent that I was going stir-crazy. It didn't help that my emotions were constantly flip-flopping on me. Like now I was just sad that I couldn't move, but now I was feeling thankful to be alive. After all, things could be worse. I could still be dead. It felt like just a moment ago, I was alive and hanging out with my best friend Stanley. He was my only friend really, but that didn't diminish the importance I placed on our friendship. After we left high school, he was the only person I tried to stay in contact with. My parents called me antisocial when I was in school, but I was just your average-looking kid who didn't know his place in the world. I preferred games and TV over people, and growing up as an only child didn't help much either. I talked to people, but they were just school acquaintances, nothing more. I had been content to move through life, acknowledging people and interacting with them, but not making any real friends. However, when senior year rolled around, that all changed when I met Stanley. We knew of each other back then, but it wasn't like we'd ever talked at length before. We probably only spoke a few words to each other, which made it much weirder when he approached me about joining the science club. I was school smart, where I could read, listen to people talk, memorize terms, take a test, and pass it, but by no means was I a genius or overachiever. Besides, knowing science and loving science were two totally different things. So I politely turned Stanley down after listening to his sales pitch. I had thought that would be the end of it and he would be on his way, but even after I refused him, Stanley started asking me what appeared to be harmless questions. What do you do after school? Who do you hang with? Do you have a job? Any sports? Again, I may be book smart, but I wasn't people smart, so it wasn't until Stanley asked his last question that I finally realized what he was doing. By my admission, I had no reason to turn down his offer. By the end of lunch that fateful day, I was signed up for the science club and told there would be a meeting after school, and that was where my only true friendship in life started. I attended that first meeting as I had promised. Afterward, I tried to quit multiple times, but Stanley wouldn't have it and constantly ensured I attended the meetings. He was the science club's president and wouldn't take no for an answer. To this day, I don't know what he saw in me, but I'm glad he didn't let me quit, and science club hadn't been all that bad. We did little experiments occasionally, but it was mostly a place for budding scientists to talk with like-minded people. There were groups inside the club for every scientific field, such as astronomy, botany, chemistry, and everything else under the sun and beyond. Stanley's thing was rocks or geology, if I was being more accurate. His uncle lived in California on a piece of land that was a prominent gold mine in the 1850s. Stanley told me it only took one trip to his uncle's place as a kid to make him fall in love with everything rock-related. His uncle was also a blacksmith, like the old-timey kind that worked with a forge and made specialty items for people. I still vividly remember the cool sword Stanley owned, a real-life sword his uncle crafted for him. Needless to say, Stanley's summers were much cooler than mine, where I spent the whole time playing Skyrim. While I was inside being a hermit, Stanley was learning about metals from his uncle when he wasn't out panning for gold. Unlike Stanley, I had no scientific interests, so I figured I'd spend the time hanging with him since he practically strong-armed me into joining the best decision of my life. We parted after graduating high school. He went off to college, but we kept in touch, and I would even chill with him on campus when I could. Unable to move and left to my thoughts, I almost started tearing up thinking about my friend. The best moments of my life were spent hanging out with Stanley, and nothing, even how I died, would change that. It felt like yesterday I turned 23. It was springtime then, and Stanley had plans to go to his uncle's place like he usually did during spring break. Only this time, he offered for me to join him. I was between jobs then and had nothing better to do for my birthday, so I hopped on the chance to blow off some steam with my best friend. It was fun meeting his uncle. We spent days panning for gold in a small stream. I watched Stanley turn an old railroad spike into a knife, and we got to chill under the stars every night. It was on the 5th day that it happened. We were down an old mine shaft, looking for quartz seams that might still have traces of gold left. Almost all of the gold had long since been mined away, but according to Stanley and his uncle, there were still a few spots it could be found in small quantities. After 7 hours of swinging a pickaxe, our bags were full of quartz. Of course, we would have gotten less than an ounce of gold overall, but we didn't care about the money we were mining for the experience anyways. Suddenly, I started to feel a sense of vertigo, and when I looked at Stanley, he was also tripping over his feet. Then the ground started to shake for real, and we both paled. It was an earthquake, and we were still deep in the mine. We dropped our gear and ran for the exit. Bits of stone and dust fell from overhead, impacting our mining helmets, and you could hear the old wooden beams creaking under the shifting earth. The shaking made running difficult, but we were motivated enough to overcome it. My heart beat a mile a minute as we sprinted toward the exit, but just as we saw the light up ahead, the shaking stopped. The earthquake was over as quickly as it began, but just because the shaking had stopped didn't mean we did. We were still coursing with adrenaline, and we needed a breath of fresh air after such a scare. Plus, neither of us wanted to remain underground after such a thing. An overwhelming sense of relief came over me as we stepped outside. I remember thinking fresh air never tasted so good. I was about to high-five Stanley when I heard the sound of splintering wood right behind us. I don't remember what made me do it, but I shoved Stanley with everything I had. The last thing I saw as the side of the mountain fell on me was my friend rolling to safety. I spent what felt like an eternity being crushed until the pressure suddenly vanished and I could breathe again. Then, retching a wad of bile from my throat, I took the largest breath I ever remember and let out a triumphant scream. My senses felt muted, and before I knew what was happening, I could vaguely feel myself being quickly wiped down with a rough, wet towel and wrapped in an itchy blanket. I felt like Play-Doh being molded by giant hands and couldn't even struggle if I tried. My muscle control was everywhere, and I could only flail inside the covering. People were talking around me, but everything sounded muffled and wrong. I couldn't understand anything anybody was saying. I tried to ask what was wrong with me, and if my friend was okay, only to produce another wailing screech. I had no idea what was happening, so when floating text appeared in front of my face, I froze in confusion. Initializing complete. At the time, I had no idea what the hell I was looking at. I realized that I had died and been reborn only later, but thinking about that had to wait. As a baby, I had almost no strength, and when I felt tired, it was almost impossible to keep my eyes open. A new world awaited me, but for now, I would sleep and dream of what would come next, because hell if I knew, anything was better than staring at a roof all day. It's official, I'm going crazy, and not because I died and was reborn. No, I was going crazy because I've been lying here for 2 months and was incredibly bored with nothing to do but stare up. Okay, breathe. I try to get a hold of emotions before I accidentally start crying. Again, I wish I could say I haven't cried that much, but it has been a long couple of months. It's becoming more manageable as the days pass, as I slowly adjust to my new life, but I still don't have adequate control over my emotions. My first 2 days in this world were the worst. I was in a panicked state the whole time, and the next 3 weren't much better. I spent days thinking I was surrounded by giants speaking another language or contemplating if I had just gone completely insane. Maybe I wasn't as bright as I thought, but in my defense, it wasn't like what I was going through was common. Either way, I slowly realized I was a baby and could do nothing about it. It also became rather apparent that being a baby was anything but fun. I could do nothing alone and ask no one any of the numerous questions that haunted my every thought. First, I had yet to learn what civilization was like in this world compared to Earth. Judging by the open windows with no glass, wooden walls, and the thatched roof combined with the wool blanket and plain clothes the people are wearing, I'm in the Dark Ages or this world's equivalent. Then again, I had yet to meet that many people, and the ones I have are up at dawn and in bed soon after sunset, leaving me little time to interact with them. The only light source I've seen is candles, which are rarely used. As a result, it gets so dark at night I can barely see my hand in front of my face. With technology being almost non-existent, there were no modern-day necessities that I was used to. No light, no running water, no diapers, well, at least not like what we had back on Earth. I had to deal with old scratchy towels wrapped around my bottom. Talking about it hurts my soul, but having a baby's body meant I had no bowel control. As a result, I'm constantly leaking unmentionables, and if that's not bad enough, I can hardly move. I can't even tilt my fat head up to better view my surroundings, so as previously stated, I'm stuck staring at the ceiling. I have no way to tell my new family what I want, let alone need, other than whining. Having an adult mind meant I don't like to marinate in my mess, and even if it hurts my pride, I scream my head off till I'm changed, and God help them if they don't come quickly. I shouldn't say that my new mom didn't deserve my misplaced anger. To her, I was an average baby, so I couldn't fault her for how she treated me. Besides, she appears to be on the younger side, like 25-ish. I try not to let it bother me, but having a mother so close to my previous age is weird. I can only guess her height because of how small I am, but I'd think she's around 5'8" with a dark, slightly reddish hair color. Her eyes are brown with a slender face and build, and she sports a slight tan. She's relatively thin and doesn't have much muscle, but I don't let her size fool me anymore. Even though her arms are small and toned, I once watched her pick up a large bucket of water while juggling me in her other arm, and based on her expression at the time, neither of us was heavy to her. That was the first time I'd seen physical proof of what stats could allow a person to do, but without knowing her exact strength value, I had no idea if she was the average or an outlier. Still, my mother was quite beautiful in a rustic way, though there was one part of her anatomy I was embarrassingly familiar with. It probably goes without saying, but I'm fed multiple times daily. I was a virgin before I died, and the only breasts I've seen were on the internet, till now. The first 2 days I didn't know what was going on, but after that, let's say even if I'm starving and crying uncontrollably and she goes to feed me, I try to be a gentleman about it and close my eyes to not look at her C-grade assets. But sadly, closing my eyes didn't help with the embarrassment I felt, and I could always feel myself blushing during and after my feedings. Because I was a relatively quiet baby, I was mostly left alone in this incredibly sparse room with little furniture. Mother keeps me in a crib-like structure, swaddled heavily beside a twin-sized bed. The only other furniture in the room is some box shelving my brother uses to store his few possessions. So even if I could move my head, it wasn't like I had much to look at. Speaking of, I have an older brother now. Technically, this was his room. He's 4 or 5, super energetic like all kids his age are, and has a curious mind. I've woken from more than a few naps to find his short, dirty blonde hair and bright green eyes staring at me while I sleep. I've cried a few times waking up like that give a baby a heart attack, why don't you? He has a pudgy face and a slightly darker tan than mother, meaning he probably spends more time outside than she does. The only other person I've met besides those two is who I assume is my father. If mother is 5'8", he's probably 6, tall or even taller than that, and was the epitome of manliness with his dark tan and arm muscles bigger than my body. The man obviously works hard because I only see him closer to sundown and never in the mornings. And if mom can easily lift a large bucket of water with her stats, father might be able to smash a mountain with his. Appearance-wise, he has the same hair and eyes as brother, though his hair is more sun-bleached rather than dirty blonde. He also sports a trimmed beard and mustache, giving him a fierce look. I'm not sure if he's not good with babies or if it's just me because anytime he holds me, he's overly gentle and panics if I start to cry or look upset. At this point, I only really know my family's physical features. They didn't exactly have long conversations in front of me, and it wasn't easy guessing what they might be talking about. I don't even know any of their names yet. While my family and surroundings were still a mystery, I haven't learned nothing while in this new world. The most exciting thing about this world I've learned so far is the presence of magic. That one concept has helped me fight off my boredom the most. Mana was everywhere, I was sure of it. It was hard not to notice the slight tingling sensation running throughout my body. Then there was the air. Not only did it taste cleaner than on Earth, but there was a weird sensation I felt every time I took a breath. It thankfully wasn't painful, only odd. It was also nice being able to open my status page and confirm magic's existence, level 3. Just thinking about it pulls the numbers out of my head and displays them in front of me like a projection. It took me longer than I like to admit to figure out the weird mental sensation required to summon my status page. It took me over a week to do so, though I wasn't exactly mentally stable that first week. It's a wonder I managed to summon it when I did. Playing with it daily, I've confirmed that the numbers representing my status have slowly increased as I get older. Since birth, I've gained a point in endurance and strength, and a further 2 in clarity and senses. I was even awarded experience points for learning sense mana. After 12 days of trying to feel the weird tingling sensation in the air in my body, I got the first sense mana level. The sensation of ambient magic was easy for me to grasp because I was still mentally used to living on Earth, which had no mana, so focusing on the difference helped a lot. I got 100 XP for the first level and another 200 XP for the second 3 days ago. And with nothing else to do and all this free time on my hands, I made some math observations about my status page as the numbers increased. I was interested to see how the values affected different things. First, vitality is multiplied by 10 to give me my health. The same thing with my mana pool and magic. Stamina appears to be an average of vitality, endurance, and strength, which makes sense considering stamina in my previous life was affected by most of one's physical aspects. Hopefully, my physical stats will continue to rise as my body moves and grows older. At least that's what I was praying for. I wanted as many free stat points as I could get my tiny baby hands on. Regarding what I got for leveling up, I was given 10 stat points for each level up, and though it was only conjecture at this point, the experience requirement goes up by 25 after each level. I wanted to run some tests with the extra status points I got from leveling, but each time I tried to use them, I infuriatingly got a lockout message: status page locked for 148 lunar cycles. After cursing the system in my head for a bit, I calmed down. The time lock must be the system's way of keeping children from accidentally misusing their status points. It initially said I was locked out for 150 cycles, which dropped to 149 after I turned a month old. It again dropped to 148 when I hit 2 months. It sucks that I couldn't raise my strength to the point that I could use the bathroom on my own, but I suppose it removes the temptation of using my points immediately. Just as well, I don't want to be a super baby. I can only imagine the things that could happen in a magical world where one stands out too much. The best thing I can do right now is continue to kick and flail my arms to build my muscles and increase my status points. The quicker I gain those, the sooner I can move and stop staring at this accursed ceiling. Sadly, just as I got motivated, I started feeling tired again. Guess it's time for another nap. I can't wait till I don't have to take 12 of those a day. Star date unknown. Life on this uncharted world is fascinating. In the past 6 months I've lived here, many things have become clear. The planet appears to be populated by giant beasts standing on 2 legs, much like mine. They swarm to smaller animals that shriek in the night and clean up the mess they find, albeit reluctantly. Boredom remains an issue, as I've barely regained any of my prior strength, so keeping myself mentally stimulated remains my #1 priority. Attempts to communicate with the local inhabitants have proven fruitless. However, I will continue to try and build a dialogue with them to gain their trust. The smallest of them has been stalking me more lately, and I've grown used to his constant staring. I've noticed he prefers to watch me as I perform my workout routine in my slightly enlarged sleeping quarters, and I must keep an eye on him as he does, for he has a habit of trying to pick me up at the most inopportune times. When he isn't grabbing me, I spend most of my time devising and utilizing various stretches and poses. My favorite I called Sleeping Baby, but I've also come up with many others. I've also mastered rolling onto my side and recently accomplished sitting up independently without any of the giant's help. My ability to move was still nothing like it was before I crash-landed here and was removed from my pod, but every day I grow stronger. If I'm right, I might be able to start crawling soon if I continue to push myself to the point of exhaustion. I've tried using the walls of my prison to try standing again, but I fear my legs have atrophied after lying for so long. I flail my legs as much as possible to regain muscle, but it will be some time before I can stand using a crutch, much less without one. The giants have noticed my activity, but don't appear to see any harm in it. If anything, they take great joy in cheering me on. Due to my increased activity, as of late, the female giant has become much more attentive. She doesn't leave me alone for long, meaning I've had much more time to interact with her. Due to her increasing familiarity, I've learned I have a certain control over her and the others' actions. Of course, screaming is still the best way to get them to do what I want, but I've discovered that smiling and giggling can also produce fascinating results. If I want to distract them, all I have to do is smile, and the giants essentially turn into great big piles of mush. However, doing so does come with a few drawbacks, mainly in the form of being smothered in their arms for hours on end. Though I'll reluctantly admit, I've slowly grown to like the feeling of being held. The female still feeds me in a most undignified manner, but I've slowly become accustomed to that too. No matter how embarrassing it is, her feeding me is the only thing fueling my workout routine. I've grown considerably, both in size and in other aspects. In fact, computer status page. Level 3. Damn, I coughed to clear my throat. Seeing my progress made me momentarily drop character. Oh well. Seeing my progress tangibly was another thing I was slowly getting used to, but it was no less a vital part of my recovery and a continued supply of mental stimulation. Since arriving here, I've gained 3 skills. The first was Sense Mana, which has grown as I continue to better feel the unique energy surrounding me. The second skill I gained in this world was aptly named Acting, and it played a vital role in helping me fit in among the giants. Thirdly, I unlocked Meditation. It only made sense that I would get such a skill after being alone for much of my day. And though it didn't have any immediate benefits like sensing energy or helping me blend in, it did help me pass the time and slightly boosted Sense Mana when I used the two together. That proves skills could be synergetic and that I wasn't limited to using one at a time, a crucial thing to know. And as my skills leveled, I noticed the benefits of doing so. For example, as Sense Mana went from level 1 to 6, I've been able to sense a greater degree of mana around me. It was like a bubble surrounded me, and as I leveled the skill, it grew slightly bigger, and the contents inside became clearer. Unlike Sense Mana, as Acting leveled, it didn't give me a quantitative boost. Instead, as it leveled, I was better able to commit to a persona, and it even sometimes warned me that I was acting out of character. Of course, it didn't happen all the time, but I assumed the sensations would increase the higher its level rose. Meditation was the least interesting of the 3 in that it just helped me focus when I was sitting still. Nothing remarkable, but again, very helpful to my current lifestyle. I was proud of my skills and how much they've leveled, especially seeing how their growth increased my overall level. I didn't know if level 10 was high for a baby, but I was guessing it was. The more a skill increased in level, the more experience I got, but not all skills were equal. As my 3 skills leveled, I tracked how much experience I received in return, leaving me to classify my skills into 2 categories. Again, I had no one to ask about anything and had no idea how strong my skills were compared to others, so I categorized my skills as I saw fit. Because I got my skills relatively easily, I categorized them as basic and novice. Whenever a basic skill leveled, I got 50 experience times whatever the skill level was. So basic skills: LV 150 XP, LV 2 100 XP, LV 3 150 XP, LV 4 200 XP. As for sense mana, which was my only novice skill despite being the first one I unlocked, I got 100 experience times each level. Meaning leveling went like this: novice skills: LV 1 100 XP, LV 2 200 XP, LV 3 300 XP, LV 4 400 XP. The increasing amount of experience points pushed my overall level to where it is. However, though I was getting increasing amounts of experience points, each level required more and more to advance. Level 1 only required 100 exp. Level 2 took 125, 3 needed 156, and it only continued to balloon to where level 10 needed 737. I could only imagine what higher levels would require. Further study would be needed. Speaking of which, I needed to focus on the giant's language. Skills were all well and good, but I could only guess at most stuff without anyone to talk to. I was never good at other languages, so if I didn't start doing the work now, I was afraid I'd never understand those taking care of me. It may take time away from my workout routine, but I needed to spend more time around the giants. I should first at least try and glean their names if I can. Then if I complain enough, I can keep the female from putting me down. Hopefully, that will let me observe them closer. I'll put my plan into action tomorrow as it's getting late and I'm feeling another wave of tiredness threatening to take me. Though before I pass out, I note we've moved on to the rainy season of my current biome. It started a month ago when I heard the rain first start pelting the thatched roof above me, and it has picked up significantly since then. The temperature is also dropping steadily if my predictions are correct. Snow should fall in less than a month. Unnamed captain signing out. Update pending. It has been 10 days since my last report. My previous plan has seen marginal success. I was initially afraid the female giant would be mad because I refused to be put down, but if anything, she looked happy at my increased affection. Now that I was being carried everywhere, I've become much more spatially aware of the giant's domicile and its layout. Their house was one big rectangle with only 2 bedrooms. One was where the little giant and I slept, while the other was the main bedroom. I called it the main bedroom, but it was only slightly bigger than the other room. Across from the bedrooms was a hall storage area absolutely packed to the ceiling with dried wood. Other than that, the rest of the house was one big open room. There were counters for cooking next to a large stone fireplace. Close by sat 2 barrels used to store drinking water. And in the middle of the room was the table where the giants ate dinner together. Other than that, the only significant furniture besides some small storage was in the corner across from the fireplace. That's where the female giant did her sewing and passed most of her time, usually with me sitting on her lap. That was where I currently was, sitting in her lap, watching her expertly patch a pair of pants. It was interesting to see how the giants lived without modern-day amenities. One would think the house would be dirty, but it was kept surprisingly clean. The giants even changed their footwear whenever they went outside to not track in mud. The floor was made of cut stone, and the walls consisted of thick wood planks. There were few windows, but they were all well placed to allow enough sun to illuminate the area. There was no glass in the windows instead. Each opening had a thick shutter that could be propped open and locked at night. The kitchen had no sink as there wasn't any running water, meaning the female giant had to be highly efficient with the water they did have. There were shelves holding clay jars containing simple spices, and hanging underneath were a handful of pots and pans, mostly pots. Of the dinners I've participated in, I've seen the giant family eat almost nothing but soup and stews. Everything was cooked in the fireplace, where a wrought iron spit was set up. The door to the house was massive and could swing either inward or outward. I had hoped I would be taken outside at some point, but the female giant seemed reluctant to do so with the rain and falling temperatures. Oh well, I was busy learning the giant's language anyway, and had little time to dream of the outside world. The larger female is addressed as mom or mama by the little monster, but also responds to Sylvia when addressed by the large male I rarely see. He in return happily responds to being called dad or father by the little one while addressed as honey by his partner, but seems to be called Darius when he angers her. Richard is the name of my stalker who continues to scrutinize my every move. I could be placed on the floor, and he'd be right there beside me. Resting in Mother's, I mean Sylvia's lap, and you guessed it, it didn't take long for him to scamper over and poke me until I smiled or, more often, whined at him. It was nice to finally have some names to go along with the faces I knew, but annoying I still needed to decode my own name. The 3 like to use what I assume are pet names or baby speak when talking about me, so it was frustratingly difficult to learn what they called me. In fact, the only other name I've deciphered them saying was Aaliyah, and I had yet to learn who she was, maybe a grandparent I still needed to meet. Before I can think about the name further, Sylvia puts down the pants she's finished sewing and flips me around in her lap so I can face her. The way she stares down at me with so much love in her eyes hits me hard in the chest, and I drop my silly inner Starship Captain monologue. I can admit I've started to grow attached to this new family of mine. Of course, I could still remember my previous family and would always love them deep down, but when someone shows you this much affection and caring, I'd like to see anyone resist those feelings. As I stare, smiling into her face, I see her enunciate the name Aaliyah as she smiles back at me. Wait a minute, am I Aaliyah? Is that my name? I notice the smile fading from Mother's face. She's starting to look panicked. I don't feel good. I think I'm going to throw up. I start to breathe erratically. Tears spill from my eyes as I slip into oblivion, mourning the loss of my manhood. Sylvia's point of view, I'm curious if all mothers worry about their parenting as often as I do. The other wives and grannies in the village warned me that no two children were alike, but I didn't think the difference between my first and second would be like night and day. I already had experience helping raise my younger brothers and sister when I had Richard, and each one of them was different than the last, so I was under the impression I could handle anything. I was partially correct. Raising Richard with Darius had been a cakewalk, at least when I compared raising him to Aaliyah. Looking outside, I saw the sun setting over the horizon. My wonderful woodsman husband should be home soon. He was always hungry when he got home, and dinner wasn't completed yet. I still needed to set the table, but I couldn't stop stirring the pot. I hadn't burnt a meal in 6 years and wasn't going to now. Richard, is Aaliyah asleep yet? I ask over my shoulder. Turning around, I glance at the crib we moved next to our kitchen table, where I see Richard staring at his little sister while she sleeps. It's so sweet how much he helps me keep an eye on her. It helps free up my time to make supper and keep our house in shape, even if he makes her cry sometimes. Come here and help me set the table. She's not going anywhere, I direct him. Okay, he scurries over to where we keep the bowls, all while trying to keep an eye on his sister stealthily. Raising a hand to my mouth, I hold back a chuckle. I really had the most precious little boy. Make sure to clean your hands first, I remind him as he reaches for the utensils to set the table. Richard freezes and gives me a sheepish grin. He then moves over to where the wet rag hangs over our countertops. Just as Richard starts wiping his hands clean, we both hear the familiar creaking of our front door swinging open. I turn to check if the noise is loud enough to wake little Aaliyah, but she doesn't even twitch at the noise. Richard used to wake up and whine every time Darius would come home, and I'd have to settle him down again before we could eat. But not Aaliyah. It still worries me how soundly she sleeps. I'd think she were dead if her little chest weren't slowly moving up and down. I stride over to my husband as he sets down another large stack of wet wood next to the entrance of the front door. He's been cutting all day for the rest of the village, but he always remembers to bring extra home for us. I lean into his sweaty shirt and kiss him deeply, letting him know how much I've missed him. Glad to see you too, honey. Let me remove my boots quickly, and I'll help you grab the stew. He's so kind, it's no wonder Richard takes after him. Even after working all day for the village's sake, he starts thinking of ways to help around the house as soon as he walks through that door. Of course, I shoot down his offer with a glare that reminds him that there's only one thing I want him to do. With the look of a kicked puppy, he grabs the bucket of water I keep ready for him and shuffles off to our room to wipe himself down. Seeing my giant of a man act so cute when I scold him always brings a smile to my face. But no matter how cute he looks, I can't let him be around the baby smelling like he needs a change instead of her. Plus, I was still worried he might accidentally get her sick. She was still less than a year old after all. Richard was old enough that it didn't matter, so up until I had Aaliyah, I was letting Darius eat before cleaning himself off. I sort of missed the smell of my man mixed with the forest to me. It always smelled of the perfect mix of man and beast. Oh well, I'll wait until Aaliyah's too then. Maybe I might slack on the restrictions a little. I lay a flat stone on top of our table and carry the pot of horned hare stew and place it on top of the stone. Then, filling Darius' bowl first, I dish out dinner. It doesn't take him long to clean himself, and soon he's taking a seat with us, where the three of us then hold hands as he leads us in the daily prayer. At the end of the short prayer, I can't help but glance at quiet Aaliyah. It's only been 3 days since she burst into an uncontrollable fit. She cried so hard she passed out. I've had nightmares of how pale she looked that day, every night since. Since that scary day, she's randomly burst into tears multiple times throughout the last few days and only stops when I hold her tight and rock her to sleep. I know that's typical baby behavior, but considering how quiet of a baby she's always been, I can't help but worry. Don't worry, honey, Aaliyah will be fine. Remember how Richard would cry exactly like that. So you don't need to worry so much. Darius reaches over and places one of his calloused hands on my own. It amazes me how much he can read my mind. It is normal baby behavior, but she's never been like this before. She would only cry for food or when she needed a change. These random fits are starting to worry me. Darius gave me the sweetest smile he could and reminded me what I already knew. Anastasia already came and checked her out that day, sweetie. However, if you're still concerned, I can try and convince her to come to check her out again tomorrow. No, we can't do that. I used my skills to negotiate the price down the last time she came, and sadly they need to be higher for me to use them successfully again so soon. She charges too much, especially for her low-leveled skills, just because she's the only person in the village who can use magic. I never thought when I ran away with my husband to this village in the middle of nowhere, I would have a chance to use the merchant training my parents forced on me so much. I almost wished I had taken it more seriously. Almost. I'll make sure I keep an extra eye on her over the next few days if anything looks a little wrong. I'll take her over to Anastasia's immediately, I tell him. I wonder if my parents are still mad their oldest daughter ran away with a lumberjack. You would think they would have more sympathy. Both of them were childhood friends who happened to be business partners, and they got to marry for love rather than money. You would think they would be more supportive. But it doesn't matter now. I chose love and never looked back. I can help too, Mom. I won't let her out of my sight. Richard's bold claims distract me from the negative thoughts of my old family and remind me to focus on the ones I have in front of me. I know you will, sweetie. Mommy can always count on her little man. I ruffle his dirty blonde hair. Leave it to my 5-year-old son to know what to say to soothe my troubled heart. Heh heh, hearing my husband chuckling across the table has me break the smile towards my son and raise a questioning eyebrow at him instead. What? Just marveling at my beautiful family. He tries to deflect, but I just continue giving him the look. You know you look much more beautiful when you smile. He tries again as a bead of sweat forms on his forehead. Seeing you relax makes me happy. He forces out through a strained smile. You're right, dear, I should relax more. I pretend to let him off the hook, but watching him relax makes what I'm about to do much more fun. Does he think I will let him off that easy with only a few compliments? Time to land the killing blow to remind him who really runs this family. I think I should take the rest of the night off. You can handle the dishes, right? Seeing his scrunched up face helps, but it isn't the expression I was after. Better hit him lower. I think I'll go to bed early tonight that way. I'm feeling fresh tomorrow, making Aaliyah's first outfit. What about our thing tonight? Darius avoids the confused look of our son. He remembers to stay vague in front of Richard, but can't hide his panicked look now. That's the look I was after. Knowing I could bring a man of his level and stature to his knees with a few words was enough to send shivers up my spine. I'm sorry for laughing, and don't worry, I'll do the dishes tonight. He informs me in a panicked voice, pleading I forgive him with his eyes. I grin at the display. Women always hold the true power in a relationship. For the next few minutes, Darius kept his eyes on his bowl and continued eating with a sad face that was so cute. I wasn't actually angry with him, and he would be a fool if he thought we weren't going to fool around later. Poor Richard doesn't know why his father looks so beaten down, so when he smiles and offers his father help, it hits Darius that much harder. Don't worry, Dad. I always help Mom with the dishes. I'll help you figure it out. The look of defeat Darius has is priceless, and I can't help but start laughing. My smiling makes Darius smile, and I'm reminded of how lucky I am for my family. WWF. Just as we're laughing and about to finish dinner, Aaliyah wakes up and informs me that she is hungry. She hadn't eaten in a few hours, so I knew when she woke up she would be starving. As I pick her up from her crib, I pat her bottom to make sure she isn't wet. She isn't, so I slide my chair away from the table and move over to my sewing corner to feed her. When I again take my seat and throw a small towel over her, Aaliyah stops whining as she waits for me to lift my shirt. She's so smart for her age. Richard would cry until the moment he latched on. While I enjoy the bonding time with our daughter, Darius starts cleaning the kitchen with the help of Richard. For a brief moment, everything feels right with the world. I don't want to ruin the moment, but my thoughts can't help but turn to Aaliyah in my arms. She was slowly getting better after her mysterious tantrum, but I couldn't help but worry about her. She was doing so well before it, too. For the longest time, she seemed like she didn't want to be held, so when she started whining until I picked her up, I was relieved. Not like that, Dad, I hear Richard tell Darius. My husband was playing the fool, allowing Richard the chance to show off how much he knew. Out the nearby window, I could see the sun had almost entirely set. It was almost time for Darius to close the house up and for us to head to bed. Unfortunately, the sun was falling faster the closer we got to winter. It would snow soon, and I needed to make Aaliyah proper garments before then. She'll be crawling soon with how much she moves, and I can't let her on the cold floor as she is. Instead of helping me around the house this winter, I'll need to ask Richard to watch Aaliyah once she can move independently. The boys finish the kitchen, and Darius moves to prep the fireplace so it will burn for a few hours longer before dying out for the night. In our room again, Darius gestures to Aaliyah's crib. I nod so he easily picks it up and moves to place it in our room. I feel Aaliyah stop suckling, so I adjust my clothing and stand up. Her eyes are closed again. She always does that after a feeding, so I'm unsure if she's still tired or if she'll be up the next couple of hours. After moving the crib, Darius returns to the living room and starts shuttering all the windows, ensuring each is properly sealed tight. While he's doing that, I lead Richard down the short hall to his room. When we get to the door, he turns around and hugs me. Is she not sleeping with me again? He asks with big round eyes. Not tonight, I tell him. Maybe in a few days, when we're sure nothing is wrong with her. Okay, Richard buries his head into my clothing. Bending down, I return his hug. You'll see her tomorrow, I tell him. Now go to sleep. I gently nudge him toward his open door. I blow him a kiss and wish him good night as I shut his door to give him the privacy to change into his night clothes. Ready for bed? Darius asks behind me. Turning around, I see him waiting in our doorway for me. Moving next to him, I lean in and snag a quick kiss from Darius before entering our room and placing Aaliyah in her crib. I then slip into my nightwear and climb into bed next to my husband, facing toward the wall. He snuggles behind me and starts to comb my hair with his hand. I wonder if he knows how much I love it when he does that. I flip around to look him in the eyes, knowing even if I can't see his face in this light, Darius would know I'm looking at him. Am I a good mother? I softly ask. The best, he leans in and answers right next to my ear. We kiss deeply, and I feel his strong hands move to shift up my nightgown. We're about to have fun when Aaliyah lets out an annoyed cry. Darius ignores our daughter's growing wails, so I reach down and pinch his hands with all my strength. He gives a quick yelp and retracts his bare paw from my butt. His physical stats are higher than mine, so I know it didn't hurt that much. Oh, come on. I hear him groan as I move from underneath our covers and pick Aaliyah up. She immediately stops making noise once she's in my arms, so I move her to our bed where she lies between Darius and me. We'll try again tomorrow, I whisper in the dark. All right, Darius lets out a long sigh. I think I hear Aaliyah giggling at her father for a brief second, but I chalk it up to coincidence. Leaning over Aaliyah, I give Darius one last condolence kiss. Then I kiss my daughter on the forehead. Darius kisses her after I do before the three of us huddle together. All my fears and worries fade away as I fall asleep with two of the most important people in my life. It's been a whole year since I was reborn, but notice how I say year instead of 12 months. That was because time on this planet was measured differently than back on Earth. Not only were the months a few days longer, but a year was considered 15 months instead of 12. I knew it had been exactly a year today because it was my birthday. After all, everyone stayed home and was fussing over me more than usual. That and the lockout screen that pops up every time I try to distribute stat points ticked down to 135 cycles this morning. Plus, the parents acted a similar way 5 months ago for my brother, where dad didn't go off to work outside and mom made a bigger meal than usual. I still needed to learn to count in their language, so I wasn't sure how old he turned, but I was sure it was brother's birthday because he had received a present. He got a wooden sword from father, which he loves to swing everywhere. Similarly, I also received a gift today, but it wasn't much of a surprise because I'd watched mother fuss over it the last couple of months. But while Richard got a cool sword for his birthday, I got a dress. It wasn't frilly or flamboyant by any means, but it was undoubtedly a dress, one that mother forced me into and ensured I kept on for the entire day. No matter how much I struggled and whined, I couldn't escape the breezy garment. Thank God my birthday was at the beginning of fall, so I wouldn't be forced to wear it for long. We got all types of weather where we live, though it was mostly sunny. Summer took up a third of the year, taking up 5 whole months. Fall, which was where we were now, lasted only 2 months, with the second month being mostly rainy. After that, the temperature dropped rapidly as the seasons shifted to winter. It snowed on and off again for 4 months straight during my first winter here, and the last 4 months were spring, where the sun melts all the snow. It was difficult to track the weather, as I could only do it by sneaking glances out the window, but it's become easier the bigger I get. And as I previously stated, it was currently the beginning of fall. It wasn't exactly cold yet, but I still spent most of my time sitting on the ground in front of the fire. I briefly considered shuffling out of the dress I was forced to wear and throwing it into the flames, but I knew that would break mother's heart. She worked really hard on the plain white cotton gown, and reluctantly it was more comfortable to wear than the other clothes she's made for me, albeit more drafty. I still felt like a fool in the dress, but it wasn't like rebelling against my gender would change anything. At least I wasn't overly panicking about it anymore. It still caused me to lose sleep, but that couldn't be helped. The simple fact was I spent 23 years as a male in my past life, so spending 15 months as a baby girl didn't automatically change how I saw the world. I was still me, just with some different plumbing. At least that's what I was repeatedly telling myself. I had nothing against women, but I never considered what it would be like to be one. If I were back on Earth, therapy would be an option, but that wasn't exactly an option here. Instead, I had to deal with the mental ramifications of swapping genders by myself, as I couldn't formulate the words to tell my new parents, let alone explain why I wasn't comfortable in a dress. I've slowly come around to the idea that I was female now, but that didn't just make everything easier for me. It was a good thing I was reborn as a baby, because if I had been transported to a new world as a woman outright, without any time to come to grips with what happened to me, I might have gone completely insane. I might actually be insane now, as insane people don't often realize they're insane. Shaking my head, I try to clear those dark thoughts from my mind. All you up, Aaliyah. My brother Richard frowns, mistaking my head shake as me complaining about his outstretched hands. He looks so sad I start to feel bad, so I stretch out my little chubby toddler arms and say, up childishly. Richard's sad look instantly disappears as he reaches out and gently grasps my smaller hands with his bigger ones. Then, ever so carefully, he helps me to my feet and helps me balance in place. As I wobble, for the first time, I consider the possibility that my previous life memories were doing me more harm than good. For example, if I didn't remember being a male, I wouldn't have this gender identity crisis. I wouldn't have to pretend to be a baby around my loving family, and I'm pretty sure a normal baby would be walking by themselves at this point. I had the leg muscles to do it, but balancing in this new form was so different from my past life I kept overcompensating. Behind me, I hear the parents clap like me. Standing was the greatest achievement they've ever seen. It was even more embarrassing, considering I wasn't even standing on my own yet. Goo, I slur the word go, which was code for let me go. Having done this 1,000 times now, Richard understands my command and slowly retracts his arms, so he's no longer supporting me in any way. However, he keeps his hands near in case I trip or fall over, as an excellent big brother would. Tentatively, I turn around and step away from Richard and the fireplace. Then another, followed by a few rapid steps as I leaned too far forward and almost tripped. Luckily, I find my center of gravity before toppling over. Go Aaliyah, Dad cheers. You honey, I catch half of what Mom is trying to say, but I know it's inspirational. It was nice that I was finally becoming able to understand everyone. I knew a few dozen words and even used a few of them regularly to communicate what I wanted. Crap, I lost my concentration. Flailing my arms, I try to stop myself from falling over. Brother moves to catch me, but he's not swift enough, and I fall backward onto my bottom. My instincts tell me to cry, but I refuse to tear up over nothing. You okay? Brother sits down next to me on his knees with a concerned look. Acting reminds me to look sad, which isn't hard due to my frustration. Brother tries to cheer me up, but I ignore him and instead pull up my status page, hoping to see at least some improvement. Level 16. Nothing new since I checked it yesterday, but it wasn't like I earned a skill every other day. Overall though, if I look at my status page and compare it to what it was a year ago, heck, even 8 months ago, there was a drastic change. Biggest of all, since mana passed level 10. Until that happened, I wasn't sure if skills were capped out at that point or not. My current theory was that skills didn't have a level cap, but I had no way to verify that. After all, my 3 skills have leveled up a lot, but not that much. As a toddler, I still didn't have any responsibilities yet. And while Mother or Richard was almost always around me, I could still pretend to fall asleep to meditate and practice my various skills. That's how I unlocked Expel Mana. When Sense Mana passed level 10, I could better feel the mana inside my body, and once I could reasonably feel it, I naturally tried to control it. If I wanted to cast magic in the future, I would obviously need to practice controlling my mana. Originally, I tried to control it as a whole, but when that didn't work out, I started focusing on the mana in my hands because that was where my mana network was closest to my skin, in my fingers specifically. And while I was focusing on the mana in my fingers, I could get it to seep through my skin, which was how I unlocked Expel Mana. Of course, the mana dissipated as soon as it left my body, but I was confident I was on to something and would be able to throw fireballs in a few years' time. So far, Expel Mana doesn't do anything other than let me dump my mana pool rapidly, but that could be useful by itself. Since I unlocked the skill a week ago, I've been using it to deplete my mana pool every night, hoping it increases it overall. Other than video game logic, I had no evidence that that would happen, but it was something at least. Try again, dismissing my status page, I face Brother, who's holding out his hands again, expectingly. Not one to give up, I take his offered hands, but I don't tell him to let go this time. Instead, I point at Mom, sitting in her sewing chair, watching us with a smile. Mom, I purposely stretch out the word cutely. Brother understands me, and this time, holding my hand so I can balance better, he walks me over to her. Then when I'm only a few steps away from her, I let go of Brother's hand and take the last few steps by myself. I'm so proud of myself when I reach Mother's legs, I don't even need to fake smile up at her. So cute, Mother's smile is brighter than the sun. And God help me, I giggle in joy from how much love I feel towards this woman. Up, I wave my hands, saying I want to be picked up. Mom bends down, effortlessly sweeps me off my feet, brings me up, and begins kissing me all over my face, causing me to laugh even harder. While struggling to breathe from laughing so hard, I feel a familiar sensation in the back of my head. A week ago, I felt the same sensation when I successfully unlocked Expel Mana. Did I get another skill for what? I conjure my status page again and gasp at what I see. Level 16 Skills, Sense Mana LV11, Acting LV9, Meditation LV10, Expel Mana LV1, Charm LV1. Wow, I got 100 experience for unlocking that skill, just like I did with Sense Mana, putting it in the second category of skills I've discovered. And for added bonus, Acting leveled as well. I didn't get as much experience as I did when I unlocked Expel Mana. That skill seemed to be a cut above he rest and awarded me 150 experience, which is surprising because it's the skill I've found the least uses for. I've only had my new skill for a few seconds and have a feeling I know what it does and how useful it could be, but it's hard to keep my eyes open. My stamina was now below 10, meaning it took everything I had from falling asleep in mother's arms. Whenever stamina or mana fall below 20, it's like all the energy is sucked out of you. The result is the same between the two, but it's easier to endure low stamina than it is mana. Another big difference is their recharge rate. I'll take a nap in a moment and regain most of my stamina by the time I wake up. In comparison, I emptied my mana pool to 20 last night and it still hasn't fully recovered. However, sleeping does help if only a bit. Speaking of which, I can no longer keep my eyes open, and while in mother's arms, I drift off into blissful sleep. Was my bed moving? Opening my eyes, I awake in father's big strong arms as he's carrying me over to the kitchen table. I was confused because I specifically remember falling asleep in my mother's arms, not my father's. Looking around, I quickly see why I changed hands. Mother was standing in front of the fireplace, preparing dinner. Richard was also in the kitchen, setting the table, which left only one other person to hold me. Man, I must have been out if I didn't notice Dad was holding me. That wasn't me complaining about him holding me or anything. Over the last few months, he's grown more confident handling me. It's just Dad's arms are super muscly and about as comfortable as laying on cement. I didn't know how long he held me, but it was probably a while if Mom was almost done with dinner. Even if I'm not the most comfortable at the moment, I still smile up at Father. He could have placed me in my crib if he wanted to, but he chose to hold me instead. Behind his bushy blonde beard, Dad smiles down at me as he puts me in my high chair he made specifically for me. I'm strapped in with a piece of leather across my lap, but Dad doesn't take any chances and sits beside me until Mother tells him she's done. Dad then gets up and moves the hot pot full of porridge to the center of the table for Mom while she moves next to me. Dad recites this world's version of a prayer. I hear it every night, but he recites it so quickly that picking out individual words is hard. Dinner time flies by quickly as Richard happily chats with our parents while Mother shares her porridge with me. She mashes all the vegetables before spoon-feeding me and even gives me small chunks of mystery meat. I was teething all the time, which sucked, but at least I wasn't being breastfed anymore. While eating, I note how my new family might not live an extraordinary lifestyle, but everyone is obviously happy, including me. At the end of the day, no matter how I feel about being a girl or my worries about the future, I only need to look at Richard's and our parents' smiling faces to feel better about the second life I was given. Our night continues like any other two people clean the kitchen while the third watches over me. Of course, the family takes turns in who gets to watch me, and tonight it's Richard who has the pleasure of sitting back and watching the parents clean while trying to keep me entertained. It didn't take long for the parents to have the kitchen spotless, but it was almost dark outside by that point, meaning it was time for bed. For my first birthday in another world, today was pretty nice. Plus, it was rare not to hear the parents having fun through the walls. You would think at the rate they were going, they'd have a dozen children by now, but surprisingly it was just brother and me. Either way, I relax and clear my mind. Activating meditation, I try to better feel both the mana around me as well as the mana inside me. I spend what I think is an hour in that state without feeling any of my skills leveling up. Oh well, it was a marathon, not a sprint, and I'd already unlocked a new skill today. I'm about to call it a night and discharge the mana I've regained until now when I hear what sounds like drums in the distance. Why would someone be playing the drums this late at night? I don't have long to ponder that thought when another drum starts playing closer to our house. Now I was starting to worry. The noise wasn't enough to wake Richard, so I did the only thing I could, I cry. Richard groans in the dark, but he's soon up, and if the shuffling I hear in the nearby parents' room is any indication, they are too. He shouts something as he runs, which has Mom looking like she'd seen a ghost. Then, after ordering Richard to do something, Mom rushes after Dad. Richard places me up against the wall farthest from the door and window. Outside our room, I hear the telltale sound of our front door being flung open before being shut and locked. Mom rushes back into our room and closes the door behind her. Then, with Richard, she and he push his bed against the door like a makeshift barricade. Mother then directs Richard to sit down next to me. He pulls me into his lap and protectingly wraps his arms around me. Meanwhile, Mother is standing in the middle of the room, looking between the barricaded door and the shutter, sealing the window in the room closed. My anxiety spikes as Mom carefully unsheaths the dagger she's carrying. All manner of horrible thoughts fill my head. The way she was acting, we were under attack, but by what? Bandits? Monster? This world had magic, so I couldn't rule anything out. For 30 agonizing minutes, Richard and I stay huddled together, watching our mother, until the three of us flinch hearing Dad calling Mom's name from outside the house. Mother visibly relaxes hearing Dad's voice, and with help from Richard, they move his bed away from the door and Mom runs out of our room. Richard picks me up and runs after Mom. The two of us find her crying while hugging Dad in the middle of our living room. He was sweating and covered in green paint. Only as we got closer to them did I realize it wasn't paint. Instead, Father was covered in green blood. The stuff was dripping from his axe and pooling on the stone floor. Mom soon realizes this and rushes to grab a bucket of water and a rag. Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep that night. There was nothing like being chased. As you try to outpace your pursuer, the adrenaline you get, the swerving in and out of buildings, all of it made me feel alive. I glance over my shoulder, hoping to get a glance at the person trying to chase me down, only to see poor Richard doubled over, panting up a storm. Skidding to a stop, I turn around and blow a raspberry at my defeated brother. You'll never catch me. Like any good sister, I have to taunt my older brother any chance I get. While hopping around and taunting my brother, I think about how it's been 70 months since I was reborn, making me a little over 4.5 years old at this point. I sounded young when I put it that way, but that made me almost the equivalent of a 6-year-old back on Earth. So yeah, I was still the equivalent of a child, just not that young. Sometimes I still get confused by the longer years, but it's getting easier on me as time passes. Trick was throwing out my preconceived notions of age related to Earth. Take brother, for example, tomorrow. He turned 10 and was gaining access to his status points. You would think 10 was too young to gain access to a supernatural system that made a person stronger and faster overnight. And you still might think that, but it made more sense when you thought of Richard as a preteen, almost a teenager. Tomorrow, you'll never beat me again, little rabbit. Richard wheezes, causing my face to scrunch up. I hated that nickname, and brother knew that. I stare daggers at him, as Mom does to Dad when she wants him to apologize, but that only makes Richard's smile grow. I could only stand there and pout, missing the days when Richard was a kind, attentive big brother. Off to the side, 3 passing female villages giggle at the display, and to my frustration, they all are on Richard's side. Don't worry, you'll catch the little rabbit tomorrow, one says. That's right, another agrees with the first. Keep trying and you'll get her. The third smiles at Richard, causing him to blush. I was red, too, partially because of the annoying nickname, but equally because of how much it spread among Spotted Creek Village. It wasn't even that good of a nickname. I mean, sure, I ran around the village every chance I got ever since I learned to walk, but who wouldn't after how long I suffered crawling around on my hands and knees? My obvious annoyance only made the 3 ladies giggle more. However, they did have a point about brother catching me. Once he gained full access to his status page, chances were I wouldn't be able to outrun him any longer, even if I kept my running skill higher than his. Looking up at the red moon slowly becoming more visible as the sun starts dipping in the sky, I resign myself to the fact I'll soon no longer be faster than my brother. And while a clear sky didn't solve all my problems, it always relaxed me to stare upwards. Unlike on Earth, there was little pollution in this world, meaning as long as there weren't any clouds in the sky, you could see the 7 moons orbiting the planet quite early before the sun even went down. It was the first month of the year, and they'd recently turned a beautiful red color, so they stood out amongst the pale blue sky. To everybody else, it was normal to see the moons slowly shift colors throughout the year, but to me, it was still magical and wonderful to see. They started red at the beginning of the year, and after 5 months, they slowly shifted over a few days to a bright blue. And then after 5 more months, they changed to green and then back to red when the new year rolls over. I've asked my parents and a few villagers why they did that, but no one seemed to have a solid answer. One of the older people in the village told me it was because of the gods' shifting emotions throughout the year, but I suspected that wasn't the case. As someone who died and was reborn without ever meeting a so-called god, I didn't put much stock in their existence. The change in the moons likely had to do with mana, but that was my best guess. Got you. I feel 2 hands grab my shoulders while looking up at the sky. That doesn't count, I angrily snap at Richard, who took advantage of my distracted state. Does too, he sticks his tongue out at me, making a goofy face, and I struggle not to laugh. I didn't think he would actually catch me, especially today, as he spent most of our playtime looking back at our house. He obviously wanted to go home, but it was my job to keep him distracted while Mom and Dad prepared for tonight. Usually, we celebrated our birthdays the day of, but because Richard was turning 10 tomorrow, the parents needed to sit him down and explain the nuances of his status page before he got access to it. They didn't tell me all that, but that was clearly what they were prepping for. Mom just asked me to have fun with Richard, hinting that I should try to keep him away from the house by saying I was in charge, even though she said it jokingly. So this year, Richard was getting 2 special meals, one tonight celebrating the unlocking of his status page and another tomorrow for his birthday. I couldn't wait for dinner tonight. Dad left early this morning with a group of the village's hunters to track down some big game for dinner tonight. He arrived back a few hours ago with the hunting party, helping carry a wolf the size of a bear. It was so cool to see. My mouth was practically watering, thinking about the type of steaks a person could get from a beast that big. And as long as Mother didn't turn the meat into another stew, I'll be happy with whatever she cooks. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy always to have a hot meal with my family, but as soup and stew were easy and filling to make, it made up most of our dinners. It was only on special occasions like today and tomorrow that Mom branched out and made something different. What do you think Mom will make tonight? I ask Brother as he lets go of my shoulders. I don't know, Brother rubs at the non-existent stubble on his chin. Maybe we'll have a roast. You saw all the meat Dad brought back from his hunting trip. I hope we get some fresh salad, I wish fondly. You're weird, Brother lightly shoves me playfully. I didn't even care about the light insult. I was tired of mushed vegetables. So even if it weren't childlike, I'd devour a green salad with a smile on my face. I was soon to start getting my grown-up teeth in, and what good were big girl teeth if I wasn't chowing down on a delicious steak or other foods that didn't just fall apart in the mouth. While thinking about food, I again see Richard look back at our front door, which was still closed. Smoke was billowing up from the chimney, meaning dinner was going, but we had yet to be called back. Starring won't help, I lightly tease in a childlike manner. Of course, the older I got, the less I needed to pretend to be a silly child, but I still needed to act my age. I've cultivated the image of being an intelligent child, but that didn't mean I could do whatever I wanted without raising suspicion. At least I've become primarily independent over the years. Of course, I was still always under somebody's supervision, but at least I could eat, change, and go to the outhouse by myself. I've grown a lot since those first few days I'd spent as a crying baby, both physically and mentally. I was 4 tall now and in relatively great shape. My red hair was tied up in a ponytail, and I was slowly developing a tan like the rest of my family. Mentally, though, I was almost a completely different person. Over the last 4 years, I've come a long way in coming to terms with my new life as a girl. Of course, I still had moments when I wished I was still a boy, like during potty training, but those were becoming few and far between. I've grown comfortable in this body. The daily running and stretching helped with that, but it no longer felt like I was in the wrong body. I was Aaliyah, and I was okay with that. I've made peace with my situation. I still missed my previous parents and Stanley, but I didn't let the grief of their loss ruin my chance at a happy life as Aaliyah. Speaking of which, I see our front door swing open out of the corner of my eye. Before Richard can react to the sound our door makes, I lightly shove him to throw off his balance, but not hard enough to knock him over. Then, while he stumbles, I book it toward our house and our smiling mother in the doorway. Without looking back, I shout to slow again, Brother. Knowing this was probably the last time I could outrun him for the foreseeable future. Hey, I heard him shout behind me, but I was already in full sprint mode, and there was no way he could catch up to me. When I reach our open front door, I jump into Mother's arms. Must you antagonize your brother? She chuckles as she easily lifts me up. Yep, I cheekily grin. While still in Mother's arms, I carefully kick off my outdoor shoes to not track unwanted dirt into our abode. Mother smiles in approval before carrying me deeper into our house. Richard was hot on our heels and would be here any second, but before he arrived, I finally noticed Dad standing next to the kitchen table, which was covered in food. He holds up 3 fingers and slowly starts to lower them. Mom laughed at the gesture, and luckily I realized what he was doing before he lowered his last finger. When Dad reaches 0, Richard appears in the doorway, and all 3 of us shout at once, happy awakening. Everything is a whirlwind of activity after that. We all sit at the table, and Dad recites the dinner prayer. That was another thing I asked my parents about, but I was told to wait until I was older, so I didn't know who these gods we were praying to are or why we did so in the first place. I just went with everything because it made the parents happy. After the prayer, I looked at all the food on the table while Richard got the first pick of what he wanted. The first thing I noticed were steaks from the beast Dad helped hunt. They were cooked beautifully, and I couldn't wait until Mom helped me fill my plate. The next thing I noticed was the fluffy bread rolls, which I recognized as Granny Jeller's handiwork. She lived a few houses down from us and was the village's best baker. She made everything from a sizable wheat-like plant called wizen, which was grown in the village's fields and could grow up to 10 feet tall. Also on the table was this world's version of corn on the cob. The husks were green like regular corn, but the cob was slightly red and leaked a red juice when cooked, which made it look like it was bleeding, hence the name blood maize. It was weird that it was the opposite of the wizen in that blood maize was a relatively short plant, only topping out at 5 feet instead of growing as tall as Earth's variant. Then there was the stemmed palm. They were potato-like fruit that grew on trees and resembled apples in appearance but was in fact a starch. Inside they had a seed like a weird avocado, but I'd long since grown used to their unique taste. Lastly, I was happy to see a bowl of salad. It was a bunch of different leafy greens mixed together, with fresh berries on top, without any dressing, but that was fine with me. Soon everyone has a plate of food before them and the light banter begins. Did you finally catch the rabbit, sweetie? Mom starts by asking Richard if he was able to catch me, but halfway through she changes targets and looks at me, knowing I don't like my nickname. I actually did near the end, Richard happily proclaims before joining Mom and smirking at me. I know I'm playing into their hands by answering, but my pride is on the line. Just because I wasn't paying attention, I retort furiously. I look to Dad for some backup, but he gangs up on me too. Let your brother have his moment today, Aaliyah. Starting tomorrow, he'll probably catch you easily, depending on how he distributes his points. Dad then starts telling us about his morning hunting trip. So there I was, crouched in the bushes, following the beast's trail, when suddenly the Farkas leaps from the brush behind me. In a single moment, I turn and swing my axe using all my skills at once, slicing its head clean off. Father mimics swinging his axe for added effect. Defiantly a good story, but I can tell by Mom's smile that maybe 15 of that is true. Sure, Dad is incredibly strong, and I'm sure he could kill a Farkas with a single swing of his axe, but he had little hunting experience. That's why he had to ask the hunters for help. He might have killed the beast, but he certainly didn't find it. Though if Richard's open mouth was any indication, he was hanging on every word and didn't even think to ask about the other men he knew were with Dad during the hunt. The rest of dinner was spent much the same way, Dad talking about hunting and working in the forest, Mom asking if we needed anything sewn, and Richard was excited about tomorrow. It was nice, but dinner didn't last forever and there were more important things to discuss, so everyone helped clean the kitchen, including me. Of course, I was only allowed to help clear the table, but at least I helped with something, and once everything was washed and put away, we all gathered back at the table. The parents told me I didn't need to sit here and hear all this yet, but there was no way I would miss an explanation regarding status pages. I expected Mom to lead the discussion, but surprisingly, it's Dad who starts with a severe expression demanding he is listened to. Richard, I need you to focus on what your mother and I are going to tell you, and take this very seriously. How you distribute your stats will determine your future in life. Depending on which stats you focus on will determine what future careers you have access to. Mother speaks up next. Honey, you need to think carefully about how you distribute your stat points. For example, if you want a physical job like your father, you must focus on vitality, endurance, and strength. However, if you want to be more of a craftsman, you should instead focus on dexterity, senses, and mind. But don't forget always to place a few points in other areas as well, especially vitality. Dad cuts in quickly. I was about to explain that next, Darius. Mother snaps at Dad for being interrupted, causing Dad to give her an apologetic look in return. But Mom ignores Dad to his dismay and continues explaining to Richard. You see, sweetie, you're still growing, and now is the best time to distribute your stats. Depending on how you distribute your points, you will likely grow taller, more muscular, and even age slower. This is because every person puts a part of their points into vitality, not only to survive when something goes wrong, but to slow their aging without sacrificing too much in other areas. I know they are focusing on brother right now, but I have a question. What about the other two? I ask, my question reminds the parents I'm still here. They both look at me and then back at brother and explain mana and clarity. Those two stats are not for everyone. You need to have a talent for magic before you waste points on them. Richard looks at Mom with a confused face, obviously wanting her to explain further. Mana-related skills, even the lowest ones, are much harder to get. People have tried to unlock these skills by pouring the majority of their points into mana and clarity, but all of them quickly find out it's a waste if they don't have any natural talent for it, Mother tells us. How do you know if you can use magic? I couldn't help but ask another question. Mom and Dad smile sadly at me and tell us it takes years of practice and a mentor before focusing on Richard, as he's gaining access to his status page tomorrow, not me. If you're interested in seeing if you have any magical talent, your father and I can talk to Anastasia tomorrow, as she's the only person who can, and try to get her to test your aptitude, Mom offers brother. Anastasia was our village's only healer as such. She had a high position in the village and had an attitude that matched. If she was the only person in the village who could use magic, chances were brother was out of luck, as she'd charge Mom and Dad a fortune to teach him if he had the aptitude. He must realize this too, because brother looks crestfallen and nods in understanding. Mother moves to give him a light hug and continues with the lecture. You also need to remember your states page is very personal. It represents who you are as a person and should only be shared with those you love and trust. Your father and I will tell you ours to show you how we distributed our points, so never tell anyone outside our house about any of this. I'll go first. She burnt all our meals when we moved out to the village. Dad laughs with a reminiscent look on his face. Mother blushes but otherwise ignores father's comment. She then explains to brother how you can get experience points from crafting and how some people choose to go that route rather than hunting. The only catch was you only got experience for what you personally did, so you couldn't just buy a bunch of unfinished work, finish it, and get easy experience that way. Whatever you put into your craft, the more you receive back. Mom's example was if a farmer throws some seeds on the ground and comes back a few months later to harvest, he'll get some experience for whatever grows, but it will be nothing compared to the farmer who cares for his field all season long. All right, now it's my turn. Dad excitingly starts telling us how his status page looked. I can't help but be impressed with Dad's physical stats. He loves the attention and starts flexing for us. Aren't I awesome? I'm 6 levels higher than the average villager, he states proudly. My eyes nearly pop out of my skull, not because of Dad, but because of me. The average villager was level 35. I was getting close to that myself. Mom rolls her eyes, but as I'm sitting right next to her, I can see her steal more than a causal glance at Dad's muscles. Mom lets Dad show off for a minute before she coughs into her hand, signaling him to stop. She then points out a significant difference between her and his status pages. As you heard, your father never invested any points in mana or clarity as I did. My parents had me take classes from a local mage in hopes I could unlock magic, but I only ended up wasting my status points. Another thing I hope you noticed, Richard, is that even though I have more skills than your father, his are higher level, work better with each other, and are much stronger for it. Unlike me, your dad didn't switch professions halfway through his life and is better off because of it. Mom stops talking to give Dad a chance to say his piece. That's right, you should play some of your points tonight, as you were technically born in a few hours, but I wouldn't distribute all your points at once, he cautions. The sooner you distribute your points, the better, but you shouldn't rush your decision. I recommend going around the village tomorrow and asking people about their various jobs. You don't need to decide on your carer right away, but you can narrow it down so you know where you should best distribute your points. If you offer to help for free, I'm sure more than one person will let you help them, so you can get an idea of what it's like doing their job. Just don't give them exact numbers. On the same note, Dad adds, you can come work with me for a day to see what I do, just like my old man did with me. He grins proudly at Richard. Don't let your father bully you into taking his path. Mom's stern words are like a bucket of cold water dumped on Dad. You'll regret it if you find something you love later and have already distributed most of your stats. Why, Sylvia? Dad asks Mom with a look of betrayal. Stop exaggerating. Mom waves off Dad's defeated expression. You know what you were doing. Don't tell me otherwise. You can take Richard to work with you after he's helped around the village and has experienced more by himself. Mom and Dad go back and forth a bit after that, but they never raise their voices or belittle the other's opinions. While all that's going on, I can tell Richard is looking at his status page because it looks like he's staring at something in front of him that only he can see. He had a rare look of concentration that I wasn't used to seeing on his childish face. That was good. It meant he was taking Mom and Dad's warnings seriously, as he should. While everyone is distracted, I pull up my own status page. Okay, after hearing about the parents' status pages, it was abundantly clear mine was exceptional for my age, and I had another 80 months to grow even stronger before distributing my status points. Part of me didn't want to wait any longer, but another part thought of my parents. When I turned 10, did I tell them about my abnormal level or keep it a secret? I can say one thing for certain. Richard wouldn't be the only one staying up late thinking about his status page. Why did I have to suck at art in both my lifetimes? I frown up at the ceiling. I had successfully convinced Mom to buy me some paint from the merchant who visits our village every month to spruce up my room, only to waste it all essentially. Was it so wrong of me to want to bring some color to my drab and dreary room? I didn't think so. Sighing and cocking my head to the side, I stare at the Rorschach spots dotting my ceiling. They were supposed to be soothing clouds, but now I question my sanity every time I looked up at them. When Brother stopped by shortly after I painted them, he had laughed at me for destroying his old room and very sarcastically suggested I take up art as a hobby. I had kicked him out of my room for the offense, but I had to admit he had a point. If I had more paint, I would cover the splotches, but I had already wasted too much money on them in the first place, so I just had to deal with it. And despite him laughing at me, a part of me missed Richard living with us. Of course, only a tiny part. I loved having my own room, both as a growing girl and because it allowed me to meditate and practice my magic skills in peace. And it wasn't like Richard wasn't still eating dinner with us every night. He just had his own place to return to afterward. His house was mostly empty, but as a carpenter, he was slowly changing that. A lot has changed since he accessed his status page 5 odd years ago. It took Richard a year and a half to find his calling, but he's achieved a lot since he did. Initially, Richard had trouble deciding what he wanted to do, but one day he saw Salis, our village's architect, fixing someone's wall and offered assistance. The rest was history. It was a good thing for the village that Richard decided to become Salis' apprentice. He wasn't old, but Salis was getting up there in age, and many had suggested he start looking for someone to take over his mantle. Especially with all the random goblin attacks we've been having lately, it was simply too hard for Salis to fix everything himself. It was actually back when the goblin activity first started to pick up that Richard ran into Salis and offered his help, so you might even call it destiny that the two of them met. Much to Dad's disappointment, Brother loved being a carpenter and learning from Salis, and Salis genuinely enjoyed having Richard as his apprentice. It was common for people with apprentices to saddle them with all the undesirable work, but not Salis. According to Brother, he takes his time showing him everything. And that's how a year and a half ago, Brother did the unthinkable and told us he would build his own house with his own 2 hands. And 6 months ago, he finished it. Salas had helped brother in his free time, but that just went to show how much they appreciated one another. Brother had found his passion, and soon I would need to. My status page would unlock early tomorrow morning, and I'd finally be allowed to distribute the hundreds of status points I've earned for working hard over the last 10 years. Tonight, Mother was making a celebratory feast, which was good because it was technically Richard's turn to cook. Since he moved out, Mom demanded that he starts practicing his cooking skill, so now we all had to suffer through his meals twice a week. Mother planned to get Richard to cook passable meals by the end of this year, but now that it was my birthday, half the year was gone, and Richard was still torturing us with his cooking. I actually miss the casual soups and stews Mom prefers to make. Unfortunately, my brother is still under the impression there's no such thing as too much seasoning, so everything he cooks comes out under an inch of pepper. And the sad thing was, I wasn't even exaggerating that much. Thank the imaginary gods that Mother wasn't making him cook my celebratory dinner. He was in the kitchen helping, but that should be fine. Normally, I'd be happy to have him over with us, but he's been quite loud the last few hours. That's why I came here for some peace and quiet. Why are you not scolding her about proper stat distribution as you did with me? Case in point, I hear Richard grumble in the kitchen, the house's thin walls doing nothing to stop it from reaching me. If staying in here isn't going to help, I might as well go be in the thick of it. Getting out of bed and exiting my room, I make it to the kitchen in time to hear Mother's response. Honey, you never asked us any questions about your status page, always running around shouting how strong you were going to be. We worried you'd dump everything into your strength stat if we didn't sit you down and spell it out for you. Mother looks at Richard with pitying eyes. Aaliyah has been asking us questions about stats and skills for years. She even asked me to teach her the mathematics and writing skills to take notes. As Mom further laid into him, I met Richard's gaze and cockily grinned at him. Richard's cheeks brighten under Mother's scrutiny, and I have the urge to brag about my level but catch myself at the last minute. I still had yet to decide if I wanted to tell my family about my level, mainly because status page. It was crazy to think that I was only a few levels off from Mother's level. Of course, she probably leveled a few times in the last 5 years, but even then I was still incredibly close for someone turning 10. I didn't need to see other kids' status pages to know I was incredibly over-leveled for my age. It would have been nice to know for acting purposes. Sadly, Richard had always remained tight-lipped about his status page, only ever alluding to how amazing he was. But considering the parents told us the average villager was level 35, and I was past that already, it would be quite a shock if my level was revealed to people. All of my original skills have seen decent growth, but since Mana gave me the most experience and was by far my most valuable skill, I thought it would eventually hit some roadblock as I leveled it, and I especially worried when it hit level 40, but my fears never came true. Since Mana hit level 41 not long ago, and was, in my opinion, super overpowered, using it I could see the different hues of mana around me. Since Mana also allowed me to gauge my internal mana supply and others vaguely, but in doing so I had to be extremely careful. My skill had a 27-foot radius, meaning I could quite easily see what went on in the parents' bedroom. And I'll just say my parents really love each other, and nothing is worse than seeing a Picasso painting of Mana depicting what they do at night. It takes much more than meditating to get that picture out of my head. Yuck. While Mom and Richard are cooking, I sit at the table with Dad. He starts talking about how proud he is of me and how work is going. I try to listen as long as possible, but when Dad starts going over every tree he decided to chop down today, my mind naturally wanders back to my status page. While Sense Mana gave me a lot of experience points, it's been slow to level as of late, and it's actually been mathematics and writing that has been providing me the most experience as of late. Learning to read in a village as small as this was hard, as there were few books on hand, and the ones that were usually boring, like crop yield reports. Still, Mother did an excellent job teaching with what she had, but by comparison, mathematics was much easier to level. Once Mom taught me the symbols used for numbers in this world, it was literal child's play to do the math as I had a high school degree in my past life. At first, I thought I wouldn't gain anything from the skill once I leveled it up, but it had the surprising effect of helping me remember the math equations I was forced to memorize in school. Those equations, in turn, helped me level my skill further. It almost made me wish I had taken more than up to geometry in school. Each skill was a success in its own right, but some got more attention than others. For example, the levels in wood carving were from Dad teaching me, but I wasn't focusing on it. The same could be said for drawing. While I would love to level it up and finally advance from drawing stick figures, it wasn't my number one priority. They just weren't as crucial as my growing number of mana skills. Along with sense mana, meditation, and expel mana, I now had mana manipulation to keep me busy. The only problem was that I'd had the skill for over a year and could only get it to level 2. I had only unlocked it by slowing down the mana flow inside my body. I've tried slowing it down further, but that has seen little progress, while speeding it up didn't work at all. But I didn't want to focus on the negative during my big day, so I cleared those thoughts before they could bring down my mood. I would eventually figure it out, and one day I'd be able to cast fireballs like I've always wanted to. After making that promise to myself, it is only a short time before Dad gets up to help the rest of the family bring the food to the table. We all recite the dinner prayer together, and I get served first, as it's my big day. The rest of the night goes as usual in our house. Richard and I trade a few good-natured barbs until Mom tells us to stop. Dad talks more about the surrounding forest and how the village's hunters are trying to combat the pesky goblin's typical family talk. Mother and Father take a minute to discuss how I need to be careful about distributing my points tomorrow, despite telling Richard earlier they wouldn't, but I don't mind. I've been thinking about tomorrow for 10 years, and any advice they offer me, I'll take it. The three of us eventually have to say goodbye to Richard, but he doesn't leave without giving me a spine-cracking hug and whispering, "Good luck tomorrow," in my ear. After that, I move on autopilot. I change into my nightgown, brush my teeth, and yell goodnight through the walls, subtly hinting to the parents that I would appreciate a quiet night for a change. Tomorrow couldn't come any sooner. I hear the creaking noise of our front door opening. Grabbing my blanket, I pull it tighter around me and curl into a ball, wishing the sun would go back down. Unfortunately, I had not slept as well as I had planned. My parents were quiet, which was nice, and I even dumped most of my mana pool, thinking it would help me sleep, but nope. I was too excited for my own good, only managing to swing a few hours of rest before the sun started to leak in through the shuttered window. Rolling over, I face the door to my bedroom and wait. It isn't long after I hear the front door close shut that there's a knock on my bedroom door. Mom doesn't wait for me to respond before opening it, as she usually has to come in to wake me up. "This is a surprise," she says, seeing me already awake. "Now that you're an adult, do I still need to wake you up in the morning?" She jokingly smiles at me. "Please do," I groan. Couldn't sleep. Mom hits the nail on the head first try. I was too excited, I tiredly tell her. Gliding over to my bed, Mom leans down and kisses my forehead. "Don't worry, you'll feel more awake once you distribute your status points, because they will energize me or because I'll be flopping all over the place." I give Mom a dubious look. Both. Mother lightheartedly chuckles. What I was referring to is that once I start distributing my stats, I'll temporarily be unable to control my body. Usually a person levels up and distributes their points immediately, and doing so has little effect on the body, even if you put all 10 in a single category. However, when a child turns 10, they gain access to multiple levels worth of status points, and distributing them can have some funny consequences. When brother distributed his points all those years ago, he flopped around on the ground like a fish for hours before he regained control of his body. "Mom, can I please distribute my points inside?" I activate charm and plead with my eyes, not wanting to be embarrassed in front of whoever walks by during the day. "Sorry, but it's too dangerous for you to be indoors. We can't have you breaking everything inside just because you don't want to be embarrassed." Mom wickedly smiles at me. "Now go outside and start. The longer you put it off, the longer you must stay outside." Mom gives me one last kiss on the forehead before leaving, but this one feels more aggressive than the first. After she's gone, I finally throw back my covers and slowly crawl out of bed. Of course, I procrastinate by taking longer to get ready, but even then I'm out of my bedroom in 30 minutes with my red hair brushed out and tied up in a ponytail. I've tried styling it several ways, but I prefer it like this, as I can keep it long without it getting in my eyes as I run. As for my clothes, I chose my worst pair of pants and an old shirt, as they are likely to get dirty. I could wear one of the only 2 dresses I have to get back at Mom for not letting me stay inside, but she'll probably make me wash it myself if I get that dirty. Even though I'm annoyed at Mother, I still hug her goodbye when I snag a piece of jerky from the kitchen, and she in turn wishes me luck. Swapping out my house slippers for my outdoor shoes, I leave the house and stretch under the morning sun. Of course, it was fall, so it was a little chilly out, but at least it wasn't raining yet, and as long as I stayed in the sun, the cold air wouldn't bother me. I already knew the spot I was going to use. A dozen feet from our front door was a decent-sized boulder. During the summer months, I loved to sit atop it and let the breeze wash over me. I was lucky to be born when Dad told me children born during winter must go to the village's stables when they first distribute their status points. I wasn't sure if he was joking, and I didn't want to find out. Crawling atop the boulder, I let my legs dangle comfortably as I meditate for a minute before distributing my points. Contrary to what Mom said, there was no rush, and it was better to have a clear head. After taking a few calming breaths, I feel my shoulders relax, and only then do I pull up my status page and distribute my points as planned. As a gamer in my past life, I knew spreading my points out like this wasn't the most productive use of them, but I had a good reason for doing so. Mainly because no matter what this world was like, it wasn't a game, and min-maxing myself could lead to a whole host of problems. But that doesn't mean I'm going to distribute all my points evenly. In fact, depending on what future path I decide to take, I'll probably never put points in some of these categories again. Having 50 in each stat just meant I had a solid foundation for whatever I chose later. Besides, I still had a lot of points left that I was planning on holding off distributing until I found a job I liked. And when I do, holy shit, I close my eyes as I start trembling. I need to grip my teeth to keep myself from moaning. I felt absolutely amazing. My whole body feels like it's on fire, but in a good way. Slowly opening my eyes, I'm greeted by a new world. The colors were brighter, the air tasted fresher, and I could hear the wind against the houses better. It was like all my senses went from 1 to 10 instantaneously. My heart was pounding in excitement. I wanted to see this new world and experience all it had. I go to push myself off the boulder, but I immediately hate myself for getting caught up in my emotions. Because as soon as I push off the rock, I'm flailing my arms as I rocket myself 6 feet forward. I land on the ground face first. Groaning, I wonder if I accidentally broke something, only to realize I barely felt any pain from the fall. It must be the endurance I raised. Okay, time to get up, I tell myself, but my limbs refuse to listen to me. Every movement I make is exaggerated. When I try to get my hands underneath me to push myself up, I end up hitting myself in the sides. Just then, I hear some giggling not that far away from me. Without moving my head, I search my surroundings with my eyes and see a group of village ladies laughing at me. Tough, isn't it? A familiar voice says from my blind spot. My whole body jerks as I try to face my brother, and it takes me a while to overcome my spasms. And when I do, I find Richard perched on my favorite boulder, looking down on me. Remember back when it was me on the ground and you spent the whole day teasing me while I couldn't move? Richard reminds me with a grin. I had no response, well, more like I couldn't respond. Trying to say something snappy in return only causes a weird screech to come out of my mouth. You sound like an injured rabbit. Richard almost doubles over in laughter. Now he's starting to piss me off, fueled by anger and red with embarrassment. I force my body into a crouched position. And while he's still laughing at me, I launch myself like a rocket at him. Brother's eyes turn the size of dinner plates as I turn myself into a human missile. I wanted to catch him off guard, but Richard reacts surprisingly well. He actually braces himself on top of the rock and catches me mid-flight. Despite myself, I can't help but congratulate him. Nice catch. While in his arms, Richard looks down at me with a severe look. Aaliyah, you need to be more careful. Even if you feel invincible right now, you can still get hurt, he lectures me. In hindsight, I might have overacted, but at least he wasn't laughing at me anymore. Hopping down from the boulder, Richard gently sits me back down on the ground. Take it slow, feel your toes, your feet, then your legs. Once you think you have a handle on those, try to move them, but as little as possible. Get used to how much you need to hold back, he advises me. Following his words, I slowly flex my toes in my shoes, then my leg muscles. Good, keep that up, and you'll be up and running again in no time. I wish I could stay and watch you struggle a bit longer, but I'm supposed to meet Salas across the village for work. Brother then reaches out and pats me on the head like a dog. I want to knock his hand away, but I'm afraid I might use too much strength and hurt him. So I let him torment me until he's satisfied as payment for making fun of him when he had to go through this. Brother doesn't stay long, and soon he leaves for work, and I'm left by myself again. The giggling ladies were also gone, and I couldn't see anyone else, so I was able to suffer in solitude. Unable to move properly, I do the only thing I can and meditate again. While trying to get used to my body, I noticed how much it's changed over the years. I was a young woman, now I was 5'3" and growing taller daily. Without proper mirrors, I've only ever seen my reflection in Dad's polished axe, so inspecting my face is hard. I know I was slowly losing the chubby cheeks I had as a baby, but I was okay with that. I wasn't a model by any standards, but I was happy with my appearance. I especially liked the green eyes that I inherited from my father. My chest has started to grow, giving me mixed feelings. I know a lot of confidence can come with size, but I'm hoping they end up the same size as mother, not too big, not too small. I'm still growing and curious to see how my stats affect my body over the next few years. After focusing on my body for so long, I can slowly move my limbs. To get up, I imitate a sloth. You would think learning to walk for the third time would be easy. One slow step after another, I slowly became more accustomed to my enhanced body. I had to thank Richard later. Without his advice, I would still be lying face down in the dirt right now. I was forced to pause initially, but as I walked around the outskirts of the village, I regained control of my legs. After my first lap around the village, I feel comfortable trying jogging. Jogging slowly morphs into running, and soon I'm back at normal speed. But I wasn't stopping there. With every step I take, I push a little harder. As a result, I was going faster, and it was much easier to maintain my speed without feeling winded. While making my fourth lap around the village, still not feeling tired, I'm comfortable enough to turn my attention partially toward the village. I was so caught up in my runner's high that I missed the people shouting and waving at me. They were over 40 feet away from me, and the wind rushing past me was muffling their voices, but I knew what they were shouting. Little rabbit, little rabbit, little rabbit. I sigh in resignation. Over 5 years later, I still can't escape that nickname. As I pass by our house again, I decide to stop. Slowing down almost sees me tripping, but I catch myself before I fall. I had tested my physical stats enough, it was time to see what boosting the others did. Once again, climbing up onto my favorite rock, I activate meditation. The skill was getting a lot of use today, and I barely had to focus to sense a noticeable difference in my mana network. My overall mana had increased by almost 40, and with the boost to senses, mind, and clarity, it was much easier to track its movements throughout my body. It would take a lot of experimentation to see what new bonuses my stats afforded me. Good thing I loved doing just that. Look out, world, because there was a new superpowered Aaliyah to deal with. Let me sleep in, I groan, pulling my blanket over my head. Oh no, you don't. Mom's annoyed voice pierces my fabric shield. Through sense mana, I watch the outline of my mother, reach down and grab my blanket. I could try stopping her, but it would mean the destruction of my blanket. It's time you get up. Mother forcefully rips the covering off me. On reflex, I curl up, bracing myself for the cold air of fall to wash over me, but it never comes. My room is chilly, but for some reason, it's not to the point that I can't bear it. Why aren't I cold? For a moment, I'm confused, but I quickly realize what's going on. It was my endurance. It was no longer a measly 17, but a robust 50. Only 2 days ago, I gained access to my status page and distributed most of my status points, and I was still getting used to the perks that came with that. My endurance had almost tripled, so it stands I'd be more resistant to the cold. Too bad it didn't help me resist Mother's frosty glare. Mom stood over me, her arms crossed in front of her chest, glowering down at me. You should have been out of the house hours ago, she scolds. What will people think if you sleep in all the time? Who would want an apprentice like that? A vampire, I sassily whisper. A what? Mother leans in, eyes narrowing menacingly. She didn't hear what I said, but somehow knew I was talking back to her. Honestly, Aaliyah, she shakes her head disappointingly. You're 10 now, you'll be an adult in a few years. I can't keep coming in here every morning to ensure you're awake, but you're so good at it. I pout and use charm to make a cute face. Mom smiles lovingly at me, and for a brief second I think my skill worked, only to have Mother flick me in the forehead. That won't work, she shakes her hand as if it's injured. I see you put some of your points into endurance, she notes with a sour face. Sorry, I apologize, and it's sincere. I would have tried to dodge if I knew Mother would hurt her finger flicking me. It's fine, Mother blows on her hurt digit. It's up to you how you distribute your points. I just hope you didn't distribute them all simultaneously, as we warned you not to. Don't worry, Mom, I didn't, I reassure her. I still had 86 points saved up. That's almost 9 levels worth of status points plenty left to distribute once I find an apprenticeship. Speaking of which, why did I have to go looking so soon? Can I get at least a week off to get used to my new stats? Can I have one more day to relax, get used to my stats? I hurriedly correct myself. But judging by the look Mom gives me, she isn't buying what I'm selling. Come on, I bet hardly anyone in the village even knows I turned 10 2 days ago, I whine. That actually gets a chuckle out of Mom. Sweetie, most of the village saw you running for 3 hours straight the other day. The whole village knows our little rabbit unlocked her status page. Must you use that silly nickname? I frown. After all, you say I'm an adult now. I said you're almost an adult. Mother takes great joy in correcting me. And if you want me to treat you like an adult, act like it and get up on your own. She pats my leg, urging me up. Damn, Mom's good. She easily flipped my words back on me. Why do you want me to get a job so bad? I ask Mom as I swing my legs over the side of my bed. Mother sighs like she does when she thinks I'm asking her the wrong question. I don't want you to find a job, I want you to find something you're interested in. Not a job somebody picked out for you like my parents tried to do with me, but something that makes you happy. Your father was lucky because he loved doing what his dad did, and I'm thrilled Richard found something to be passionate about as well. Of course I want the same for you, but unless you want to become a seamstress like me, you must go out and experience the world. I wouldn't call Spotted Creek Village the world, I deadpan, earning another small chuckle from Mother. She reaches up and brushes my hair out of my face. Start with our village first. Then if you can't find something that interests you here, we'll discuss other options. Is that okay with you? I suppose that's fair. I stand up and shake out my limbs. Though I'm still going to do my morning workout routine. That's fine, as long as you talk to at least 3 people by the end of the day. Mom holds up 3 fingers. I'll ask around and find out if you don't, she threatens. Deal, I hold out my hand as if we're making a business agreement, but Mom just pulls me into a hug. Our embrace doesn't last long, and soon Mom excuses herself from my room so I can get ready. I do my routine that has me brushing out my hair and tying it up. Then I brush my teeth with a medieval toothbrush made of a wooden handle and thick hair for bristles. There's no toothpaste, but I make up for it by brushing longer and twice a day. I've heard of few adults who have ever had teeth problems, meaning stats must help fill in the gap left behind by toothpaste. I quickly wipe my body down using a rag and the small pail of water I keep in my room. If there's one thing I absolutely hate about this world, it is its lack of plumbing, specifically. I rarely get to take a bath, so I'm stuck wiping myself down multiple times a day. After cleaning myself, I throw on one of my pairs of trousers. Then I bind my budding chest with the garment Mother made for me and throw on a comfortable shirt. Lastly, I grab my raincoat. It could start raining any day now, and even with my new tolerance for the cold, I didn't want to risk getting caught up in the rain. Leaving my room, I say goodbye to Mom, sitting in her chair sewing, and walk out the front door. I don't go too far from our house before I start stretching. My routine consists of a lot of simple stretching techniques I remember from PE class back on Earth, but I've added a few new exercises to my list since yesterday. Leaning over and placing my hands on the ground, I kick off with my feet, so I'm standing on my hands. I couldn't do this before distributing my status points, but now I could act like an anime protagonist with my increased physical stats. Counting off, I do 5 sets of 10 upside-down push-ups before hopping back onto my feet. Next, I do a standing backflip just because I can. After that, I fool around for a few more minutes, enjoying my supercharged abilities, but all good things must end. I still need to do my laps and talk to people in the village. So I quit clowning around and got to running. Running was my favorite pastime. It was invigorating, gave me time to think, and with it having its own skill related to it, I know if I'm improving. Like now, while doing laps around the village, I think of who I want to visit first. Roughly 70 of the village worked in the fields, so it was a given I would need to visit them, but there were still quite a few people who had other jobs. And though it was probably useless, I knew the first person I needed to visit. Finishing my morning laps, I stop in front of Anastasia's house, our village's clinic. As far as I know, she's the only other person in the village with any magical skills, and there were some questions I was hoping she could answer. I've been waiting for the right time to talk to her about magic. If I visited her any other time, it would raise questions, but practically every child went to meet with her once they unlocked their status page, so I was in the clear. Standing in front of her house, I notice how nice it is. It's easily 3 times the size of ours, and to my knowledge, Anastasia lives alone. Unlike every other house, Anastasia's had brick walls and slate roofing instead of thatch like the rest of us. It just went to show how much the village valued her. I've heard Mom complain about Anastasia and how arrogant she is for her skill level multiple times over the years, especially the few times Dad injured himself working and had to see her. But a weak healer was still a healer. Most villages our size only had a few emergency tonics, but our village is much safer with Anastasia here. Mom said she could only cure relatively minor injuries, but that didn't matter to me so long as she could tell me about magic. Her personality mattered even less to me. I had to work retail in my past life, so I knew how to deal with unreasonable people. I'll just have to turn up my charm. Smirking, I opened the door to Anastasia's house, as it was the village's clinic and always open during the day in case of an emergency. Much like our house, I walk into a large room, only this one isn't a kitchen and is lined with chairs. There were 2 doors leading to the rest of Anastasia's house. One had a sign that said private on it, which probably led to the part of the building she lived in, while the other door had a sign that said in use. That must be the room she sees patients in. Since the sign said in use, she must be seeing somebody now, so I sit and wait. Luckily for me, I don't have to wait long before the door is opened, and one of the elderly members of the village, who I didn't know the name of, walks through the door. It was nothing. Anastasia waves off the old man before holding her hand out. My payment. Of course, the old man fishes 3 bronze coins out of his pocket and places them in Anastasia's outstretched hand. As soon as the coins are in her hand, Anastasia loses all interest in her patient and turns her attention to me. Are you sick? She looks me up and down with a scowl, leaving the old man to exit alone. Confronted with blatant hostility, I put on my best customer service smile and lie my ass off. Sorry for taking up your time, I'm not injured. I recently turned 10 and came to talk to Big Sister about magic, as you're the best only mage in the village. I keep charm activated while I butter Anastasia up with a starry-eyed look as if I were meeting my hero. Slowly, Anastasia's look of disdain starts to slip, and she smirks at me. Only the most talented, like myself, can use magic. In fact, only 1 in 500 has the potential to sense mana. Do you think you are one of them? If she raises her nose any higher, it will pierce her roof. But of course, I don't say that. Instead, I nod and continue to lay on useless platitudes. Wow, no wonder you're the most important person in the village. My parents even told me you saved my life as a baby. I'm blessed with great talent, but no matter how blessed I am, I can't teach you if you have no skill in sensing mana, she warns me. That's okay, I just want to be able to throw fireballs at goblins, I tell her in an overly childish voice. Anastasia scoffs, children and their fire spells. There's more to magic than simple destruction spells. Great, I got her talking. Now let's see if I can extract any hints from her. Okay, like what? How do people cast magic? I suppose I can give a respectful child like yourself some information for free, if only every child that comes to bug me is the same in the future. Listen carefully. She gestures for me to sit still in my seat, which was hard because I was practically shaking with excitement. There are multiple ways a person who can sense mana can use magic, but the most common you are no doubt familiar with is chanting, using an incantation. Words hold power, and reciting an incantation correctly with the right pitch can bend mana to your whim. Next, Anastasia smiles at me and holds up her hands, where I see she's wearing a fancy pair of leather gloves. A person can channel their mana into a magic item made with runic magic. The effects they produce are always the same but usually cost less mana than reciting a similar spell and are much easier to use, like my gloves that convert my mana into healing energy. Anastasia sounds proud of herself, but it takes much of my willpower not to frown. By her admission, she isn't even casting any magic, she's just the battery. Hell, I could probably do that. No wonder Mom says she charges too much for what she does. Sister, can I see your magic gloves? I innocently smile, but it doesn't work. Are you crazy? She pulls her hands back as if I was going to try tearing them off her hands. Did you think I would hand over something so valuable to a complete amateur? I'm so sorry. I quickly apologize and hang my head, but mostly I do it to avoid Anastasia seeing my annoyed expression. I mean, come on, lady, what would I do with them? Throw them in a fire, run off with them. We live in the same small village. I suppose you didn't know what you were asking, she says after hearing my fake apology. Damn, I was losing her. I could tell she was moments away from asking me to leave. If that were the case, I might as well try to ask her at least one more question. So you need a spell or an item to cast magic. What about conjuring stuff from your mind? Is that possible? Thankfully, my question turned Anastasia's focus away from her gloves, but her answer wasn't what I wanted to hear. You're talking about casting spells with nothing but mana manipulation. It is possible, but the techniques have been lost to time. Some talented mages can do simple things with it, but the skill is primarily used to boost the casting of the other two forms of magic and empower skill-based magic effects. Okay, so no help there. Anastasia once again grins at me. You're quite studious, aren't you? If you find you can sense mana, come back and I'll teach you. Really, I'm honestly surprised by her offer. Yes, though getting a pair of gloves like mine will cost you 5 large silver coins. And I charge 5 large bronze coins a day for lessons. I'm rendered speechless by how shameless Anastasia is. Even if the gloves were that expensive, charging 5 large bronze coins daily for lessons was highway robbery. When Mom taught me math, she explained how money worked. Everything was denoted through coins, starting with iron, and went as follows: 10 iron coins equal 1 large iron coin, 10 large iron coins equal 1 bronze coin, 10 bronze coins equal 1 large bronze coin, 10 large bronze coins equal 1 silver coin. And it kept going for silver and gold. A few iron coins could get you a loaf of bread and were primarily what villagers used to buy essential goods. A single bronze coin could get you a lot, so asking for 50 of them a day to teach me how to use magic items was absurd. It's clear she never had any real intention of teaching me, and now that I know the extent of her skills, I no longer particularly want to learn from her, but I suppose I should at least ask what she could teach me. So if I can sense mana and get my parents to pay you, what will I learn? It isn't easy to blatantly act like a child. I know my family can't afford her prices, and she knows I can't, but I need to act like I'm ignorant of both to continue the conversation. If you become my student, she puts a lot of emphasis on the if, then I can guarantee you will acquire 4 skills, she says proudly. Really? I acted excited but felt I already knew which skills she was talking about. Which 4 skills? The first you'll need to unlock on your own, but I can help you level it up quickly. The skill is called Sense Mana, and every mage needs it to control mana. I've gotten mine to level 37, so I can help anyone talented enough to at least get it to level 20, she openly brags, and I have to bite my tongue to keep myself from laughing. I had already gotten Sense Mana to level 42, were my other skills already higher than hers. Wow, I pretend to be impressed. I don't like to brag. Anastasia brings her hand up to her chest and poses as if she were a noble, confirming the opposite of what she said. But I can also guarantee each student would learn Expel Mana, meditation, and chanting, she proclaims. I already had 3 of those 4 skills, and based on the name, it was easy to guess what chanting did. Cool, does that mean you can chant spells too? I gently prod, hoping for any piece of information. I know a few. Anastasia proudly grins down at me, but they're secret spells, and I'll only teach them to my apprentices. Even if she knew some spells, part of me wanted to call her out on her ridiculous pricing, but I would be stupid to antagonize the only person in the village who knew even a semblance of healing magic. So I grit my teeth and stand up. With a forced smile, I bow and thank Anastasia for her time, even though she didn't deserve it. I told her I'd talk to my parents about the money and try to sense mana, but anyone could see she wasn't expecting me to return. Well, that sucked. I grumble once I'm sure the door to the clinic is fully closed behind me. Getting some information about magic was nice, but Anastasia completely ruined it for me with her greed. I'll acknowledge she had the information I needed, but I would need to explain why my skills were already so high even if I somehow got the money. I still hadn't even told my parents about my magic talent, let alone somebody else. Being able to use magic was a big deal in this world. If I could already sense mana better than a woman in her 30s like Anastasia, I could only imagine what forces I would bring down on myself and my family if that information got out. The only thing I could do was continue practicing by myself. Maybe when I was a bit older, I could fake discovering mana and talk to Anastasia again and work out a deal, but for now I wasn't going to ask her to teach me. Due to my disappointing first meeting, I take my time walking to my next destination. Moving north through the village, I eventually come upon the fields at the back of the village. There were roughly 15 acres of tilled land. I knew little about farming, but I'm guessing they recently planted whatever crop they hoped to harvest in the springtime. I was curious what that is, though. We had almost a month of rain ahead of us, followed by 4 months of snow. Can anything survive that much punishment? Look out for the crops, Marcus. A rabbit appeared. A voice says behind me, "Don't worry, Ezekiel, she doesn't look hungry." A second person replies to the first. I wonder if I can gain skills from murdering a couple of farmers. I darkly think as I turn around with yet another forced smile. I would skip talking to the two if Mother hadn't threatened that she'd ask around if I did so. Afternoon, Marcus. Hello, Ezekiel. I greet the two men. I didn't know the names of many of the villagers, but I knew these two. Both were the highest-leveled farmers in the village and were in charge of overseeing the fields. They loved heckling me while I ran and were two of the first to start calling me Little Rabbit. They never said anything overtly mean, but they were quite rude whenever we interacted. Finally making your rounds now that you turned 10, Marcus smirkingly asks me. I'm surprised she even came to see us. Ezekiel nudges his partner. Just looking, I flatly tell the two. What did you guys plant? I turned to look at the fields as I didn't want to look at the two men. Hear that, Marcus? Finally, someone in their family has some appreciation for what we do, Ezekiel preens. What the hell does he mean by that? Just curious about the crops, I assure you. I try not to roll my eyes. We're planting wurtle, Marcus finally answers my question. That makes sense. Wurtle are the long green carrots Mother always puts in our stews. They grow underground, but I wasn't aware they could survive under the snow. Yep, we planted them yesterday, Ezekiel adds. He meant they supervised the planting. I understood the importance of having somebody in charge, especially when I was sure some skills benefited a group. However, that didn't give Marcus and Ezekiel the right to look down on everybody else. And what was that about my family? Want to learn a few skills? Marcus chortles. You can pick up some fast levels if you come work under us, unlike your mother or brother. Yeah, and we won't even chase you out of the fields as we do the other rabbits, Ezekiel jokes, and both men barrel over in laughter. What do you have against my family? Finally, I can no longer hide my feelings and snap at the laughing duo. What, do we have something against her family? Marcus exaggeratedly asks Ezekiel. No, who can have a problem with the perfect couple? Ezekiel spits venomously. What has my family ever done to you two? I ball my hands into a fist angrily. The two men look at each other and scoff in unison. Marcus then turns to me with a sneer. Your entire family thinks it's too good for farming, he wildly proclaims. That's right, Ezekiel mirrors Marcus. When your mother and father moved here, who did you think offered them jobs? It was one thing for your father to turn us down, being a woodsman and all, but your mom was a spoiled merchant's daughter and couldn't do anything. She should have begged us to teach her the ropes, but instead she took up tailoring because she was too good for us. Your brother did the same thing, Marcus adds. We took the time to explain how important we are to the village, and what does he do? He ditches us halfway through the season for another apprenticeship. Ezekiel finishes for Marcus. I'll consider it. I turn around and walk away before I break and strike the cackling duo with my fists. You'll be back, I hear Ezekiel shout after me. And when you do, we'll let you shovel the manure, he cackles. Screw those guys, I fume. Why was everyone I met today a greedy charlatan or a couple of annoying ass farmers? Even if I can't convince a single other person to let me be their apprentice, I'll never work under Marcus or Ezekiel. But where did I go next? I don't think Mom will count Dumb and Dumber as two people, so I still need to hit up at least one other person today. But after my last two stops, I don't think I could take another lousy encounter. It was only my first day looking for an apprenticeship, and I was already over it. Without any other ideas, I aimlessly wander around the village. I considered reaching out to Granny Jeller, but I wasn't that interested in baking either. What do I do? Hey, Aaliyah, brother's voice pulls me out of my thoughts. I don't know what drew me to this part of the village, but I was next to the stables at the moment, and brother was here with his mentor Salas. Richard called out to me from an exposed beam on the village's only barn. It was the only place the village had to store its livestock during winter, and it looked like Richard and Salas were in the middle of patching it up. Hey, I lazily waved back. Usually I'd be happier to see brother, but I couldn't muster the energy. Brother gives me a concerned look, but he was in the middle of swapping out some planks and couldn't get down until he finished. He'd get angry at me if I left without telling him what was wrong, so I wait nearby for him to finish what he was doing. In the meantime, I watch the various domesticated animals in their pens. The biggest animals were the bival. They were shorter, stockier, bison-like creatures with coats of black fur. They were the village's beasts of burden. The farmers used them to plow the fields and push the carts, and on rare occasions, they were led around the village to tamper the ground. Most considered them the all-around most helpful animal to have. Although they did have one drawback, bivals were notoriously slow. They could pull a full cart all day and still not get that far. Running around the feet of the bivol were tiny velociraptors called kips, not the kind portrayed in movies, mind you, but the ones actually discovered by paleontologists. Key difference is that they weren't the size of people, with the biggest being turkey-sized. They were scavengers in the wild, had feathers like chickens, and lay decently sized eggs. It took them longer than chickens back on Earth, but they produced a decent amount of eggs to the point it was worth raising them. The pens were built primarily to house the bivol and kips, but a third animal was present. There were two horse-like creatures with horns. It would have been funny if they were called unicorn. Instead, they were called gelans, and their horns were a mix between ram's horns and a deer's. Both were the village headman's property and weren't used for labor. Rough day, Richard asks me after walking over to me. You can say that, I sigh. Hello, Mr. Salas, I greet brother's mentor who walks up and joins us. I don't suppose you're looking for another apprentice, I jokingly ask. Sorry, but I have my hands full with your brother. Salas politely turns me down. Well, I tried. If my mom asks you, can you tell her I talked to you? I half-heartedly smile at Salas. That bad, huh? Brother gives me a sympathetic smile. Yeah, it hasn't been fun, I tell him. But with Salas that makes 3 people I visited, so I think I'll call it early and go back home. Maybe I'll help Mom with dinner. What happened? Brother urges me to tell him, but I shake my head. I'll tell you at dinner, see you when you stop by. To Brother's displeasure, I don't answer any of his questions before walking off. The rest of my day has me feeling like I'm underwater, and I don't start feeling better again until dinner time with the family. What has you down, sweetie? Dad asks, concerned seeing me play with my soup. She had a bad day, Richard answers for me. That explains why she was so quiet while helping me with dinner, Mom frowns. You came home earlier than I thought you would. What happened? The problem with a loving family is that they won't let you brood in silence. I know none of them will leave me alone until I tell them, so I take my time and explain my run-in with Anastasia, Marcus, and Ezekiel to the 3 of them. I really hate that lady. Where does she get off saying her time is that valuable? Everyone knows she spends most of her day doing nothing. Mom lightly slams her hands against the table. I had no idea Marcus and Ezekiel thought that way about us, Dad growls in annoyance. If either of them ever touches you or speaks to you like that again, let me know and I'll bury them in the woods. And you don't have to, Mother reaches over and pats my arm. I'm sorry you had such a bad day, but you can't let this stop you. I know I'm just moping, I admit. I don't want to go back out tomorrow. It's then Dad gets a huge smile on his face. If that's the case, why don't you go out with me tomorrow? I can show you the forest. You've never been outside the village after all. That actually sounds like a great idea, I smile. I've always been curious about the wider world and spending time with Dad sounds fun. Although, am I going to have to get up early? I hesitantly ask. Before the sun even rises, Dad confirms my suspicions. Fine, I groan, but you're going to have to make sure I'm up, I point at him. Dad laughs, but I'm being serious. The rest of the night is much better than my day, and I end up in bed with a smile on my face. Even though I couldn't stay up late practicing my mana skills, because I had to get up early, spending time with my dad was worth it. I don't dump my mana as I want it full for tomorrow, but I do pull up my status page before I go to sleep. Level 37 experience, 7,999, 43,318. The bonus stat points helped me so much I even gained an unexpected level. Darius' point of view, Sylvia and I lie silently next to one another, neither of us being able to fall asleep. We were both waiting for the other to bring up what happened during dinner, but there was only silence between us. Leaning over, I wrap my arm around my wife and pull her in close. I feel her warm breath against my bare chest, and for a brief second, everything is right with the world. But my warm embrace doesn't stop her from staring silently at the wall separating Aaliyah's and our rooms. I couldn't stop thinking about Aaliyah's defeated look during the first half of dinner. Richard took a little while to find his passion in architecture, but he never experienced what Aaliyah went through, or at least he never mentioned it before, and he seemed just as shocked as we were during her explanation. Aaliyah has always been a bright child, and I figured everyone in the village would have been fighting over her, wishing she'd be their apprentice. But instead, she faced nothing but rejection today. Marcus and Ezekiel didn't necessarily reject her per se, but I'd sooner sacrifice my arms than suggest she work for them. After Aaliyah told us what they said, I wanted nothing more than to march over to their houses, kick down their doors, and beat the crap out of them for saying such things about my family. The 2 should count themselves lucky my daughter is a better person than them and convince me otherwise. Typically, Sylvia is the voice of reason in our house, but she was just as mad as I was. She was ready to charge out herself, only she had a third target in mind, and I knew my wife. She may have smiled through the second half of dinner, but there was no way she wasn't still angry. Case in point. I can't believe those farm pigs and that 2-bit healer talked to our daughter like that. Sylvia growls quietly into my chest. Should we say something to the village headman? I whisper in the dark. Sylvia silently thinks over my suggestion, but eventually I feel her shake her head no. Even if we say something, Marcus, Ezekiel, and Anastasia are 3 of the most influential people in the village. The headman won't do anything to anger them, especially Anastasia. my wife angrily growls, her voice rising with every word. "Shhh," I whisper, reminding her our daughter was trying to sleep on the other side of the wall. Aaliyah has not so subtly hinted multiple times that she can hear us quite clearly when we get loud. And while I would enjoy nothing more than to succumb to my lust for my beautiful wife, we both knew that wasn't happening tonight. "So you think it will just make things worse?" I summarize my wife's stance, sighing at the end. "Most likely," Sylvia confirms darkly. "Then what do we do?" I ask my beautifully intelligent wife. Chuckling, I kiss Sylvia's forehead again. I just thought she could use a break from the village. Really, that's all. I'm sure if I could see Sylvia's face right now, she'd be staring into my eyes, giving me an accusing look. Okay, maybe I might still be hoping that one of our children will want to follow in my footsteps, I sheepishly admit. "I thought so." Sylvia giggles in a way that leaves me hot and bothered. "Maybe we could have a little fun tonight." I sensually stroke Sylvia's back like I know she loves. "You're hopeless," I hear her huff in the dark. "That isn't a refusal," I point out to her. Sylvia shifts in my arms until she's right next to my ear. "Then let me be clearer," she whispers seductively. I grin like a teenage boy when I'm suddenly reminded that I should never let my guard down around my wife. A swift tap to my inner thigh right next to my groin has me sweating. "Not tonight, Darius," she tells me firmly. That could have been bad. That's one of the few areas where Sylvia's measly 25 strength could have actually hurt me. Message received. I pull my hands back before I lose them. "Besides, you should get some sleep," Sylvia warns me. "You think I can't handle a day with our daughter?" Ask challengingly. Sylvia laughs like I'm naive. "What? Ask me in the morning after you try waking her up." Sylvia leans in and kisses me deeply before rolling onto her side, facing away from me. I can only smile to myself in the dark. Gods, I love this woman. Some men like a subservient spouse, but what's the point of living with someone who doesn't challenge you, someone who doesn't make you want to better yourself? Sylvia's never been afraid to assert herself. I never want that to change. I sleep better at night knowing she's lying next to me. Whatever challenges our family will face, I know we'll face them together. "You ready to go?" I ask over my shoulder as I open the kitchen window for the day. The sun wasn't high enough to shine over the trees, but the day started long ago. "New," I hear Aaliyah groan behind me, followed shortly by a snicker from Sylvia. "You have pack your axe." I turn around and look my daughter up and down. Aaliyah was in the outfit she usually runs in, balancing my spare axe on one shoulder and a small bag on the other. She looked ready to fall asleep on her feet. "Yes, Dad." Aaliyah rolls her eyes at me, eerily reminding me of her mother for a second. Sylvia was standing off to the side, enjoying watching the two of us go back and forth. I always thought Sylvia was exaggerating all those times she talked to me about how hard it was to get Aaliyah out of bed in the morning. But after today, I'll never doubt her again. Aaliyah could sleep through almost anything, and it wasn't until I flipped her onto the floor that she finally got up, and even then, she did so reluctantly. Of course, I would have never tried such a thing before she unlocked her status page. It was the same as why I waited until now to take her outside the village. However, I could safely do both now that she had distributed her first points. I didn't even need to ask her if she distributed her points into her physical stats, seeing how she could run for hours without stopping. "Say goodbye to your mom," I instruct Aaliyah. Aaliyah again rolls her eyes, but that doesn't stop her from hopping into Sylvia's waiting arms and giving her a big hug. "Be good, young lady," Sylvia tells Aaliyah, giving her a quick peck on the cheek, "and make sure you listen to everything he says." "I will," Aaliyah responds in the lazy way kids do, but she straightens up when Sylvia glares at her. "Still want to take her with you?" My wife snickers while beckoning me to her with her arms wide open. "I'm reconsidering it," I joke as I lean in and hug my beautiful wife. "Keep her safe," Sylvia whispers in my ear so Aaliyah can't hear her. "Will do," I mumble back, reassuring my wife. Leaning down, I capture Sylvia's lips with my own and we kiss passionately. "You will get a room, you two," Aaliyah fakes, throwing up. She was standing next to the front door, ready to leave. "We would, but then I wouldn't get any work done." I smirk at Aaliyah, making her frown in disgust. As we're leaving the house, I cast one last glance back at Sylvia. She waves goodbye to me, and I blow her a kiss as the door closes behind us. The last thing I see is her mouthing the words, "Good luck," to me. Turning to my daughter, I see she's doing her weird leg stretches. "So which way are we going?" Aaliyah excitedly asked me as she did the unique stretching poses she had created randomly one day when she was young. It was good that she was energetic. A part of me was worried she wouldn't like spending the day with me. I wasn't an expert on young girls, but I doubt they'd generally want to spend the day in the woods with their father. "We're going north, past the fields," I point out to her. With my daughter at my side, I stroll through the village with a massive smile on my face. More than one villager greets us as we pass by, and we wave back in return. "Are there more people out than usual?" Aaliyah asks after the fourth group of villagers says hi to us. "Maybe you'd see more people if you got up on time," I poke fun at her. "Pass," Aaliyah yawns. Our village isn't very big, and it only takes a few minutes for us to walk from our house to the fields at the back of the village. There were already a considerable amount of people working, but there wasn't any sign of Marcus or Ezekiel. It's a good thing, too, because I don't know what I would do if I ran into the dew right now. After we walk past the fields, I pause at the forest's edge. Okay, I turn and make eye contact with Aaliyah. Then, squaring my shoulders, I project an air of confidence to ensure she listens carefully. We're about to enter the forest. I'm going to need you to stay close to me and listen to everything I say. I thought Aaliyah might not take me seriously, so it's good to see her nod along with a clear-headed look. There are a few dangers we must watch for, I continue. We may run into a group of goblins or solitary farkas, but the real danger lies with the karhu. They're getting ready for winter and can be territorial, so if we hear any deep growling, we will back up slowly. But don't run. Remember, prey animals run away, I stress. I understand. My warning didn't diminish her excitement in the slightest. In fact, she looked more enthusiastic than ever. Son, the forest can be dangerous, but only if you don't respect it. If you pay attention and remember what I teach you, you'll have nothing to worry about. And should the worst happen, I'll be here to protect you. It was my turn to pass on my knowledge, and like my father before me, I wouldn't let anything happen to my child. Side by side, I lead my daughter into the forest. I start slow to let her get used to the uneven terrain, but she keeps up with me surprisingly well. She runs every day, but there is a difference between running along the outskirts of the village and walking through the rugged forest. As we walk, I wonder what level she is. Aaliyah always liked to be cryptic when her mother or I asked her about her status page, but my coin was on her being reasonably high level for her age. Aaliyah was an extremely hard-working young girl. She might even be level 25 already. She obviously put more than a few points into her physical skills, but the question was how many. I needed to know how much I could push her without worrying about injuring her. I want to ask her outright, but knowing Aaliyah, I won't get a straight answer. So I can only do this the hard way. I'll slowly increase my pace until she complains, and in the meantime, I can teach her about the forest. As we walk, I point out the various trees that grow around our village. Some make excellent firewood, while others must be avoided because they release toxic fumes when burned. I showed Aaliyah which trees we use to make our houses and which make the best furniture. It was common for people to confuse the two, and while they overlap, each has its specific uses. I talk for what feels like an hour. Every so often, I glance at my daughter to see if she's still listening to me, and every time I confirm that she is, my smile can't help but grow. But just because she was listening to me talk didn't necessarily mean Aaliyah was paying attention. Pausing for a second, I pat a nearby tree. So which type of wood do you think this is? The lumpy black bark was a dead giveaway as to which type of tree it was, and if Aaliyah was paying attention, she should easily know what it was. It's the wood we burn, right? Aaliyah didn't sound 100% confident in her answer, but she needn't worry because she got it right. Excellent, I praise her. This wood burns slowly and gives off enough heat to warm a house. The majority of my job is finding ready specimens to cut down, especially now with us moving into winter. Then are you going to chop this one down? Aaliyah asks me. Chuckling, I shake my head. Not this one, it's not ready yet, I tell her. Aaliyah looks at the tree confusingly. It looks like any other tree to me. She scrutinizes every branch but doesn't know what to look for yet. To the untrained eye, it is. I smile and pat the tree. But you see, the trunk is only 1.5 feet thick. A fully grown tree will have a trunk diameter of at least 2 feet, and 6 inches matter. She doesn't look convinced. You'd be surprised, I joke, but Aaliyah doesn't laugh. What do you know about mana? My question visibly takes aback Aaliyah, but she quickly gathers herself and answers me. Mom told me a few things about it. Mana is supposedly everywhere, isn't it? I nod. Even if few are talented enough to sense it, it's well known mana is everywhere in our world. From the air we breathe to the tiniest rock deep underground, everything has mana in it. Animals, people, and even plants are no exception to that. And how does mana affect the tree? To no surprise, Aaliyah quickly understands what I'm alluding to. As trees and other plants grow, they accumulate mana. It strengthens them and enhances their properties, I explain. If I cut down this tree now, it could still be used for firewood, but it wouldn't burn as well as if I had left it for another year. Do you understand? I ask if she has any questions. Does every tree have special effects? Aaliyah looks around at every tree like they're magical. Good question, I praise her curiosity. These are all basic trees. I wave my hand at the plants around us. I wouldn't call their natural properties special effects, though they aren't magical. Mana is just a requirement, like sunshine or rain. Of course, I could chop down everything in sight, but that would be a waste. It's better to wait for a tree to mature and get the best use out of it before harvesting it. But there are magical plants. Aaliyah's eyes sparkle. There are, I grin, happy to see my little girl taking an interest in my work. Would you like to hear some stories my father told me? Would I? Aaliyah happily jumps in place with boundless amounts of energy. I'm more than happy to share my knowledge, so as we walk, I tell Aaliyah about all the magical trees my father told me about when I was a kid. Of course, most were just old wives' tales passed down from one logger to another, but some were true. And though they weren't common around these parts, there were a handful of magical trees around our village. Unbeknownst to her, I was leading Aaliyah to one such tree today. The village's blacksmith preferred a special kind of wood, and though he was a recluse choosing to live outside the village proper, he was essential and was allowed to make such demands. Personally, I didn't care about his oddities. The man sharpened my axes regularly and always prioritized my orders over others when our family needed something, so what if he wasn't human? The point was that I couldn't wait to show Aaliyah the tree we were after, but I shouldn't rush things. She was doing surprisingly well keeping up with me, but the tree we were after wasn't exactly close. We'd already been walking for 2 hours, and at this pace, we still had another to go. Maybe we should stop for a break. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot a wild berry bush, the perfect reason to stop. You hungry? I pause and ask Aaliyah. Mom packed me some jerky, but should we be eating it now? She asks, moving to reach for her bag. There's no need for that, I tell her before she can pull out and open the pack of jerky Sylvia wrapped for us. I point at a nearby berry bush. Why eat dried meat when the forest has something better? Are they safe to eat? Aaliyah asks me. I wouldn't be asking if they weren't. I smirk smugly at my daughter. What, did she think I only knew about trees? Walking over to the bush, I pluck a handful of the bright red berries and casually toss them into my mouth. Aaliyah follows my example and positively beams at the sweat treat. This was how my daughter was supposed to be, with a bright smile on her face, not discouraged by those assholes back in the village. I hope she wasn't still thinking about them. They didn't deserve her anyway. Aaliyah deserved to know that, but how did I convey that without sounding biased because I'm her parent? How do I tell her she shouldn't let others dictate her life? If Sylvia had been here, I'm sure she would have known what to say. She'd probably talk about her childhood or how we met. Wait, why couldn't I do that? Hey, Aaliyah, has your mother ever told you how the two of us met? I ask her, flicking another berry into my mouth. No, Aaliyah pauses, eating the seemingly random question catching her off guard. When I was 17, I tell her. I worked outside the city of Ororast. Ororast is a large trade city nestled between the port city of Tilius and the country's capital. It was said to be the place for young people to find work and hone their skills. By then, I had already set off from the village I grew up in, searching for something new. What a fool I was back then, I shake my head, remembering those days fondly. Point is, I left everything I knew behind to experience what it was like to live in a city for the first time in my life. I knew there wasn't as much work for a woodsman around a major city, but I figured with my levels and knowledge, I could make it as long as I worked hard enough. I didn't know what I was searching for, but you could say I found my treasure. I smile at Aaliyah. She was finished eating and was enthralled by my story. I spent months earning just enough money to live comfortably in the city. Every day, I wondered if I should pack up and go home. Then, during one awful day, I was so caught up in my thoughts that I lost my way in the city. All the tall buildings looked the same, and merchants wouldn't give you the time of day unless you bought something from them. After hours of walking back and forth, I gave up and sat in an alleyway, totally defeated. It was then a red-haired angel took pity on a village boy out of his depth. Do you need some help? Your sweat mother asked me. I'm a big person, any ordinary woman would have avoided me, but she saw me having trouble and stopped and offered her help without a thought. Your mother took time out of her day to lead me back to the part of the city I was staying in. She thought it was funny such a big man like myself could get lost like a child, but her teasing never felt malicious. Needless to say, I fell for her instantly. Every day, no matter how long I'd been working, I found time to meet your mother in her family's shop. Naturally, I came up with the stupidest reasons to talk with her. I couldn't help but chuckle. She never said as much, but looking back, I'm sure your mom realized I liked her sadly. Her parents had also noticed. Your mother's parents started interrupting our conversations and would purposely assign her extra work so she couldn't hang out with me. Eventually, they outright banned me from entering their store, but that wasn't enough to make me give up. Your mother and I used every chance we could get to meet up with one another, but it was taking our growing relationship. Finally, after a whole year of courting your mother, I decided enough was enough. I strike a heroic pose for Aaliyah. I rushed into Sylvia's parents' place of business and demanded her hand in marriage. What happened next? Aaliyah eagerly asks me, enthralled by the story. What else? I smirk. Your grandparents threw me out and threatened to kill me if I didn't leave their daughter alone. That's not very romantic, Aaliyah deadpans. The story's not over yet, I tell her, leading her closer to the tree we were after. That night, your mom met me at the tavern where we liked to drink and meet up. You see, we had discussed my proposal earlier. If her parents had given up and agreed for me to marry her, we would have stayed in the city. But since they hadn't, we went with our backup plan. No, Aaliyah says dumbfoundingly. Aaliyah turns her head away from me so I can't see the tears forming in the corner of her eyes. Before she can react, I reach over and pull her into a hug. Embarrassed, she tries to squirm out of it, but it will be a while before she's strong enough to get away from me. Eventually, Aaliyah gave up resisting and let me shower her with love. As we near our destination, I don't say anything further, choosing to let her think over what I said. But when we do reach our destination, Aaliyah can't help but exclaim, "What is that?" She stares open-mouthed at the tree in front of us. That is called a blacksmith's tree, I answer. The tree stood out amongst its surroundings, so much so you'd be blind not to see it. Blacksmith's trees stood relatively short, at only about 20 feet tall. Like most trees, they had brown bark, but instead of dull brown, the bark of blacksmith's trees had a silver sheen and caught the light. It's beautiful, Aaliyah exclaims. It sure is. I step forward and draw my axe. I've been watching this tree for a while now. It's recently matured, good timing too. A tree this size will produce enough fuel for Dell Raisin for the next 5 months. Activating my skills, I swing my axe with all my strength. Blacksmith's trees weren't your average plant, they were a tier above regular non-magic variants and were vastly sturdier. Still, my axe was strong enough to punch through the strong bark. It takes me 20 minutes, but eventually, all I need to do is swing my axe one more time and the tree will fall. Watch out, Aaliyah. Technically, the tree wouldn't fall anywhere near her, but as a beginner, Aaliyah should treat every tree like it might land on her. I wait for my daughter to take a few steps back before swinging my axe and severing the last bit of wood, keeping the tree up. I hop back as the tree starts to groan and topple over. Timber, Aaliyah shouts. Why was she yelling? We're the only ones around. I give Aaliyah a questioning look and she starts blushing. Sorry, she says meekly. You didn't do anything wrong, I tell her. I'm just confused as to why you shouted. I thought that's what you're supposed to do when you chop down a tree. Aaliyah's blush deepens, her face turning a crimson red. I suppose if more of us were around maybe, I chuckle good-naturedly. Now that it's down, do you want to come over and help me process it? I wave her over. We want the pieces to be about this long, I say, raising my hands, indicating that she should cut the branches into 2-foot sections. Aaliyah nods in understanding. Good. First, help me remove all the leaves and twigs. Our client doesn't need those, I instruct her. Client, are you selling these to the traveling merchant? Aaliyah asks me as she gets to work. No, our blacksmith asked for them, I tell her. Aaliyah gives me a confused stare. Our village has a blacksmith. How could I have missed that? I laugh at that while I swing my axe and cut through a thick branch with a single swing. Well, Dell technically lives outside the village, I inform her. He stays in a little clearing west of the village, and he needs this type of wood to do his job. Aaliyah motions to the downed tree. Need might be stretching it. It's excellent for blacksmithing, hence the name, but it's not the only fuel you could use. The logs we use in the fireplace are enough for most metals, but wood from a blacksmith's tree lasts longer, burns hotter, and gives off better heat distribution. Or so I heard, I explain. It's funny, I note. The wood is almost fireproof until it catches, but once it burns, it really burns. If you used it in our fireplace, there's a real possibility that it would melt the stone. But he doesn't necessarily need this wood, Aaliyah clarifies. Sounds like he's just being difficult, she huffs on my behalf. Now none of that, I tell her. Dell is the one who made me my custom axes, or did you think the axe you're using is normal? Aaliyah stops swinging and examines the axe I lent her, though there isn't much to see. Trust me, it's an excellent axe. Dell also sharpens them every couple of months for me, and whenever I need anything made, he helps me out. Do you remember when you moved into your dining table chair? Vaguely, Aaliyah replies. Well, Dell is the one who made the nails and brackets I used to make it. If you see something metal in the village, chances are good Dell made it. If he's so important, why doesn't he live in the village? Aaliyah asks skeptically. He doesn't like dealing with people. I'm one of the few who ever talk to him. Why? Aaliyah presses me for a more concrete answer. How do I answer that? Sighing, I decided to be honest and just tell her. If Aaliyah has any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Dell Raisin avoids people because he isn't human, he's what we call a stone kin. What? Aaliyah was more shocked than I expected her to be. I can see she's about to launch a barrage of questions at me, so I tell her what I know before she can ask. Stone kin are known for many things, such as their height and dark skin, but most of all they're known for their crafting abilities. Are you talking about dwarves? Aaliyah shouts excitedly. Don't call them that, I warn her with a deep frown. Dwarf is a derogatory term, and Dell won't hesitate to hit you if you call him that to his face, even if you just turned 10. We're going to see him. Aaliyah is almost jumping up and down at this point. Why is she so excited to see him? Of course. Didn't I already tell you who the wood is for, or were you not listening? I was listening, Aaliyah pouts, and a hint of a blush returns to her cheeks. My little girl is so cute when she's embarrassed I can't help but poke fun at her more. If you say so, I reply sarcastically. Aaliyah growls and swings her axe down with more force than necessary. As a father, I want to laugh and leave her to stew, but as a teacher, I can't let Aaliyah continue as she is. Honey, stop, I order in a soft yet commanding voice. Don't swing it like that. Take a firm stance. Bring the axe directly up over your head. Now place one hand on the bottom of the axe and the other near the top. When you swing, bring your other hand down and let the sharp blade do its job. Don't swing it wildly. I take my time instructing Aaliyah on proper axe technique. It's imperative not only to help her work more efficiently, but also to keep her safe. Of course, my little girl is a genius, and it doesn't take long to start swinging her axe correctly. I swear, a tear comes to my eye when her axe beautifully arcs through the air and lands right where she intended it to. In my head, I can picture the two of us working together, side by side, father and daughter. Leah works on the thinner branches, as the thicker ones are too strong for her to cut through without skills, while I handle the tree trunk and its thicker branches. It doesn't take us long to cut the tree to size, and after all the wood is ready, I show Aaliyah how we will carry it. Using some simple leather straps, I show my daughter how to bind the wood together so it's easier to carry. I'm still going to have to carry most of it, but Aaliyah was willing to help however she could. So now we're going to meet the stone kin, she happily asks. Maybe I should have given her more to carry. She was handling 200 pounds easily and didn't look strained at all. How many points did she put into strength? That's right, I tell her. Outwardly, I'm smiling, but on the inside, I'm trying to estimate Aaliyah's strength value. If I had to guess, her strength would be around 60, but that's way more than she would need if she wanted a typical crafting job. Maybe Aaliyah was always planning on working with me. That couldn't be it, could it? Are you going to lead the way? I joke as Aaliyah looks like she wants to leave me behind. Dell isn't going anywhere, trust me. I just really want to meet a stone kin. She smiles the way she does when she wants something from Sylvia or myself. A part of me feels like I should be concerned that my daughter is so excited to meet a man, but I'm sure her excitement will fade when she finally meets Dell Raisin. He isn't exactly easy to get along with. No, once she meets him, her curiosity will be sated, and I can get her to focus on learning more about what I do. I have nothing to worry about. Dwarfs were real, I meant stone kin. Shoot, that sounded bad. Even in my head, I was going to need to change how I referred to them fast. Regardless, I could hardly believe I'd been reborn in a fantasy world and forgot to ask if other races than humans existed. I wanted to kick myself for my stupidity, but that would have to wait until after Father introduced me to the man in question. Now, if only we could get there sooner. Glancing behind me, I watched Dad walk at a pace that made me want to tear my hair out. I wanted to yell at him to hurry it up and put some pep in his step, only to be reminded of the humongous backpack of wood he was carrying and why we were heading toward the stone kin's house at all. We weren't on a field trip, this was my father's job, and he had to be hauling at least 800 pounds of firewood on his back, maybe more. It's just he made it look so easy that I forgot why we were out here in the first place. Dad wasn't moving faster because he was conserving his stamina, and judging by the goofy smile he was giving me, he thought I was silly for not following his example, but was too nice to say anything about it. That or he was waiting for me to collapse from exhaustion and make fun of me for doing so. Yeah, that sounded like something he would do. And now that I stopped for a moment and actually watched him, he wasn't actually moving that slowly, he just looked like he was. I hadn't noticed it because I was always looking forward while rushing ahead, but for every 3 steps I took, Father only had to take one to cover the same distance, and it made me feel even sillier for trying to rush him. Finally calmed down, Dad playfully smirked at me as he easily caught up to me. This isn't a race, he reminded me. If it were, I would have won. I hang my head and grumble childishly in an attempt to hide my embarrassment, suddenly much more aware of the weight I was carrying. I wasn't carrying nearly as much as my father, but that didn't mean what I was doing wasn't impressive by Earth's standards. If I had to guess, my backpack had to weigh over 100 pounds easily, and I could barely feel it other than a slight tugging sensation when I moved. I was 10, carrying more than a modern soldier in head-to-toe gear like it was nothing. I couldn't have been able to do this a few days ago before I distributed my points. Back then, I already felt like a star athlete due to my skills now. I almost didn't even feel human. It feels good getting out of the village, stretching out the limbs. I'm happy you decided to come out with me. It was physically impossible for my father's smile to get any bigger. Me too, Dad. I lovingly grinned back at him while reaching over to hold his hand, and I swear, I don't think I've ever seen anyone happier in either of my lives. Everything seems to fall away as we walk together hand in hand. I don't think about my father's stone kin friend or the people who were rude to me yesterday back in the village. I just enjoyed my time with my father, making small talk while we walked. So what will you do with the rest of the wood we didn't bring? I ask, referring to the neatly stacked pile we left at the base of the tree he cut down. Oh, nothing much, my father shrugs his massive shoulders without jostling his cargo. I'll make another trip tomorrow, possibly 2 if necessary. Either way, I should be done before dinner time, he confidently tells me. Because you'll be faster without me, I pretend to pout as if offended. Without missing a beat, my father smiles at me playfully. Exactly who knew our little rabbit was so slow? Ugh, I groan loudly and roll my eyes. You know how much I hate that nickname. Why, it's cute, though you're not as small as you used to be. He teases me some more. After that, Father takes a moment to collect himself before giving me a more honest answer. In all seriousness, we're actually making really good time. I thought because this was your first time in the forest, you'd have a harder time with it. I was wrong. He smiles proudly before informing me that I was a natural. Makes sense, I smile along while enjoying the view. Even though it was fall, most of the trees in the forest stayed green long into the season. The sun was still having difficulty piercing the canopy, making it feel later than it was. We'd been walking for what felt like a few hours now, and I was afraid to admit that I'd lost track of time. Also, where the heck were we? Hey, Dad. Yes, out of curiosity, where are we? I mean, how far from the village are we, and will we make it home on time? I know you said that we were moving faster than you thought we would, but will that be enough? While camping could be fun in certain situations, I preferred the comfort of my bed over roughing it in the woods. Plus, I'm sure Mom would be pissed at both of us if we missed dinner. Thankfully, Dad didn't look worried. He just continued to smile as if everything were going to plan. You don't need to worry, he reassured me. If we continue following this path, we'll make it to Dell's in a few hours. That gives us plenty of time to unload and make it home before the sun goes down. Path? What path? All I see are trees and plants littering the forest floor. And how could you possibly know that? I give him a skeptical look. You aren't just making this all up to sound cool, are you? Let me guess, it's a skill. I wish my father boisterously laughs as if I told him a funny joke. Sadly, your old man was never that lucky. Some woodsman skills let people naturally sense directions or familiar landmarks, but I never unlocked one myself. No, I never had any talent for skills like that. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Then how do you know your way so well? I ask him, genuinely curious. Mainly hard work and a lot of skill, the old-fashioned kind, he tells me proudly. There are signs everywhere if you know where to look. For example, our village is in that direction. My father points confidently a little ways to our left. Dell's house is next to it. That way, he gestures in the direction we are heading. Then you have north, south, east, and west. For a good minute, I stared at my father in amazement. As a former city kid who didn't know the difference between east and west before reincarnating, what my father did just now was tantamount to performing magic. I was hooked immediately. Can you teach me? I blurt out without thinking, causing my father to pause mid-step. For a second, neither of us says anything to the other. We just stare at one another with mixed emotions. Finally, the moment is broken when I watch my dad wipe at his eyes emotionally. I would be happy to. He finally tells me when he lowers his sleeve, his voice cracking as he does so. I'll do my best to teach you everything I know, but first, we should get moving. We're wasting daylight after all, and neither of us wants to piss off your mom, he chuckles, but I can hear a slight twinge of fear in his voice. Agreed, we should hurry. Now, there's no need for that, Dad says, stopping me from running ahead with a firm hand on my shoulder. First lesson, when in the forest, it's best to ration your stamina as much as possible. Everything might seem peaceful at first glance, but you never know what you might encounter around the next tree. Match my pace the best you can, and if you need to, we can stop for a break whenever. I nod my head while doing my best not to blush. My habit of running everywhere was backfiring on me, but Dad was right. Slow and steady wins the race, at least in this situation. Come on, Dad waves for me to follow him with a massive grin on his face. Let's keep chatting while we walk. Okay, about what? I follow his lead, while my father hums thoughtfully and scratches his stubble. Considering we're talking about passing down knowledge, when are you going to let your mother teach you about housewarming skills? From what I hear, they're pretty useful. He leans in leadingly. Did Mom ask you to say that? I deadpan. What? Of course not. I would never. He reels back nervously, refusing to look me in the eye. It's just that they're good skills to have. Dad does his best to deflect, but we both know better than that. I'd rather get stuck in the woods, I joke. Careful what you ask for. My dad smiles back at me. Now, about your mother, perhaps you could. Maybe running off into the woods alone wasn't a bad idea after all. Please, gods, if you're out there, send a distraction. Anything will do. I take it all back. I don't need a distraction. I swear I'll listen to my dad and take Mom up on her offer, but my please don't do anything to change the situation we found ourselves in. I should have known better than to jinx us, and the massive monster in front of us was the universe's way of getting even with me. I was, of course, referring to the staggering 12-foot-tall furry monstrosity standing a couple of dozen feet in front of us. The beast looked like something out of a horror movie, as if a mad scientist purposely fused together two fully grown brown bears in an amalgamation of teeth and claws. The bear-tore creature's spine visibly perturbed out of its back like spikes, while its beady black eyes zeroed in on us with laser focus. We had just crested a small hill, and there it was in all its monstrous glory. The beast in front of us made bears back on Earth look like Winnie the Pooh by comparison, and judging by the way it was drooling in our direction, he was hungry for something other than honey. Just looking at the beast made me weak in the knees, with my instincts screaming at me to run as fast as I could and not look back. Why is a Karhu this close to the village? I could hear my father curse under his breath as the bear monster took a tentative step toward us. I could see its massive muscles tensing under its thick cloak of fur. I knew practically nothing about the animal licking its monstrous teeth in front of us, and even I could tell it was moments away from charging at us. Follow my lead and back away slowly. My dad gently pulls me backward with him before I can process what he whispered to me. If it weren't for him, I would have crumbled to the ground in fright then, and there if he wasn't supporting me with his big, strong arms. The last thing I wanted to do was cause problems for my father in this situation, but my legs seemed to refuse to work by themselves. Under the supporting weight of my father's titanic grip, we managed to take a few hesitant steps back. Unfortunately, we only managed to increase the distance between us and the Karhu by a few feet before it started huffing loudly and clawing at the ground with its four hind legs like a bull ready to charge. Damn, I don't need to strain my ears to hear the panic in my father's voice as he was no longer bothering to remain quiet. Aaliyah, sweetie, I need you to listen to me carefully. I want you to drop everything and run as fast as you can. We're maybe 30 minutes from the village, but I know you can get there faster than that without me slowing you down. I didn't like the tone of my father's voice. He was telling me to run, but to my ears, it sounded like he was saying goodbye. Tell the hunters a car who is close to the village, he instructs me calmly, and with that he steps in front of me, shielding me from the bear monster's hungry gaze. But what about you? I ask dumbly, already knowing the answer. I'll hold it off until the hunters arrive, he proclaims proudly, sending a shiver down my spine. I knew immediately that he was lying. What he was saying was he was going to sacrifice himself so that I could escape. No, you can't, I try to say, but my words are drowned out by the loudest roar I've ever heard. The Karhu's cry shakes me to my bones, and I can't help but bring my hands up to my ears to try and get them to stop ringing. That had to be a skill. Then all hell breaks loose. One swift, practiced motion, Dad flings his log backpack to the side and draws his axe with both hands. I don't even have time to process what's happening before the Karhu sprints up the slight incline towards us like a fury, murderous, runaway car. How was something that big able to move that fast? I try to follow Father's instructions, I really do, but I can't even shake off my pack before the beast is towering over Father with its massive frame, swinging its dagger-like claws at his head. My ears were still ringing, but I could clearly hear Dad screaming at me to run over the high-pitched whine in my ears as he blocked the Karhu's swipe with his axe. The Karhu seemingly takes my dad's screaming as a challenge and roars back in his face even louder than the first time and much closer. I wanted to say so many things to my father in that moment. I wanted to tell him how much I loved him and thank him for being such a good father figure to me and Richard. I wanted to say it should be me sacrificing myself after all. This was my second life. I wanted to say so much to him, but I was already running. With tears streaming down my face and ruptured eardrums, I sprinted toward the village, my body moving on its own. Instead of telling my father I loved him, I left him behind to die alone. It was impossible to describe how realizing that fact broke something in me, but I didn't stop running. I couldn't. I cursed myself for being weak, for not having the courage to stand by my father's side when he needed me the most. I don't know when, but I started to shout for help at some point, pleading to any deity to save my father at any cost. I couldn't hear myself due to the damage to my ears, but I kept shouting even as my voice grew hoarse. Faster, faster, faster. I had to get close enough to the village so somebody could hear me. I needed to tell somebody to save my dad. But the world isn't a kind place. While in my manic state, I missed the figure jumping out of the nearby bushes to tackle me, sending us tumbling across the forest floor. What was? I groaned as I struggled to get up once I finally stopped rolling. A few feet away from me, a similar-sized figure does the same thing, but unlike me, it isn't human. Large, round, red eyes, disproportionate to its face, stared back at me with a viciousness I wasn't accustomed to. I had never seen a goblin before, only heard them described to me by my parents, but it wasn't a stretch to match the description in my head to the grayish-green, pointed-eared creature in front of me. Its skin saged like old, wrinkly leather as it bared its sharp, pointed teeth at me with a disturbing grimace. I barely had time to process the fact that the goblin was naked, with his grotesque bits dangling for all to see before he lunged at me with what I assumed was a war cry. The goblin leaped on me like a demonic monkey, scratching and clawing at me with its yellowed fingernails. Instinctively, I raise my arms to protect my face, but that doesn't stop the sharp, discolored nails from digging into my flesh. My eyes dart around for a weapon, but it quickly sets in that I messed up big time. In my haste to run away from the Karhu, I not only threw away the wood I was carrying, but also the axe father lent me a mistake that could very well cost me my life. I could feel my arms bleeding and my shirt soaking up the blood as I tried to wrestle the goblin off me. That's when I felt something hard poking against my leg. Was this little shit getting aroused by attacking me? Hell no. A strength I never knew I had begun bubbling up from deep within me. I had no idea if goblin stereotypes were the same here as back on Earth, but I wasn't about to let myself find out. With a strength born out of desperation, I bucked my hips like a bronco and at the same time dropped all pretense of protecting my face to shove the savage goblin off me. To my immense relief, my desperate struggle worked, and the goblin was launched into the air, flailing its arms desperately. I could have used the chance to run away like I did with the Karhu, but I didn't, not this time. I was done running. This little green shit thought it could kill me. I could feel my mana churning violently along with my emotions. I was seeing red, literally. In the brief moment it took me to throw the goblin off myself, it landed a lucky slash across my forehead, which was now dipping copious amounts of blood into my eyes, but none of that mattered. With a ferocity backed by 2 lifetimes, I flipped the script on the unsuspecting goblin. Now it was my turn to be the attacker. With my 50 strength, I threw myself against the goblin before it could regain its balance, and now that I was the one on top, I went for the throat. I wrapped my 10-year-old hands around the goblin's spindly neck and began squeezing with all my strength. Of course, the goblin didn't lie there and let me strangle it without putting up a fight. It tried to throw me off as I did to him, but I refused to let go, no matter how hard it scratched and shoved me. When that didn't work, the desperate creature clawed at my chest in an attempt to stop me from squeezing the life out of it, only it wasn't enough. I didn't let go, but I could feel the goblin slowly overpowering me. Its stats were a mystery, but it had more stamina than I did, meaning I was fighting a losing battle. In my fevered state, ears ringing, my mind desperately searched for a solution. There weren't any rocks or sticks big enough nearby to bludgeon him with, so finding an impromptu weapon was out. The next thing that came to mind was my skills, but at first glance, nothing could immediately help me. All my best skills were mana-based, but none had anything to do with physically damaging anything. The only thing I could do reliably was release my mana in a concentrated burst, but would that be enough? It had to be. With no other options in sight, I gather as much mana into my tiny hands as possible. Once it is all concentrated there, I start expelling it from my hands, which are still wrapped tightly around the struggling goblin's neck. At first, nothing happens. The mana just slipped between my fingers and dispersed into the air, but I didn't let that stop me. Using mana manipulation, I do my best to hold onto control of my mana as it escaped my grasp and force it into the skin of the goblin under me. And finally, I get a reaction. It felt like I was shoving my mana against a barrier of some kind, but it was slowly giving way as the goblin's skin under my fingers became hot, and he started screaming, though I couldn't hear it through the ringing in my ears. Slowly, the veins under the goblin's leathery skin started to turn blue as I channeled more of my mana into the struggling monstrosity. The goblin's face was writhing with fear, but I didn't hesitate to continue. I continued to force-feed the goblin my mana until I felt lightheaded before channeling more for good measure. Eventually, the goblin under me stops struggling and goes limp in my hands, but I keep squeezing long after that, even though I don't have any more mana to spare. After who knows how long, it finally registers to me that he was dead. Even so, I still hesitate to remove my hands from the corpse's throat, half expecting it to be some goblin trick. It wasn't. Once I finally let go, it became obvious the goblin wasn't getting back up. Half its neck was burnt away, with the rest turning a deep shade of blue and flaking away like wood chips in the wind. The affected area was spreading quickly, and with it, the goblin disintegrated faster. I won. I could hardly believe it. Sadly, the sense of accomplishment never came because I still had a job to do. I still needed to make it to the village with word of the Karhu so they could send somebody to rescue Dad. That was the only thing that mattered. So why wouldn't my body move? Move, damn it. I shout in my head, but the words refused to leave my lips. Even my tongue was too tired to form syllables. No matter how hard I struggled, my body refused to listen to me as the edges of my vision grew blurry and dark. The last thing I remember before everything faded away is falling head first into a pile of goblin ashes, knowing I failed. For what feels like an eternity, I'm trapped, teetering on the edge of an abyss. On one side was light warmth, on the other, there was endless darkness, death. The light was calling to me, but the sinister voice from the darkness was louder, telling me I didn't deserve it. The voice loved pointing out how I let my father down, how I was his only chance at survival, and that I threw that all away to kill a single goblin. Pathetic. Worse of all, I couldn't argue with it. How was I supposed to face my mother or Richard after this? They would say that they forgive me, but I would know the truth. It would be so much easier to fall into the abyss, but in the end, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Despite all the pain that would come along with waking up, I wanted to see them again, even if they hated me. So I stepped back from the edge. Someday I will be back here, but not today, not like this. I let the light wash over me, and suddenly I was awake, and what was there to greet me when I did but a very startled healer standing over me? Gods, I hate it when they do that. Our village healer Anastasia grumbled above me with glowing gloves, infusing me with healing magic. It took me a second to realize I was no longer in the forest but back in the village, and when I did, I immediately tried to sit up. "Stop moving, you stupid child," Anastasia hissed at me while pushing me back down with one of her gloved hands. "The more you move, the longer this will take, and I'm not made of mana." I wanted to push back, but a single hand was all it took to keep me in place. Just trying to sit up had drained what little energy I had. I felt empty, weak, just like I had before I passed out. At least now I could hear again and hopefully talk. How long was I try to ask, but apparently even that counted as trying to move in Anastasia's book. I said, "Don't move, that includes your jaw muscles." She hisses with the worst bedside manner I've ever seen. "But I have to ask," I try again, defiantly, only to be cut off again by her. "I can't deal with this," Anastasia loudly complained before looking over her shoulder and yelling, "Sylvia, wake up and tell your daughter to follow my orders." "Mom," I couldn't help but call out in a panic. She was here. The way Anastasia stood over me blocked my view from most of the room, but I could hear someone jumping up from a chair in a hurry behind her. "Aaliyah, thank the gods. I'm here, baby." "I'm here," my mother wailed as she ran to my bedside. She immediately started brushing my hair reassuringly with her hand as tears formed in her eyes. "I'm so happy you're safe." She smiled down at me in a way that broke my heart and made me start crying too. But I failed. I sniffled and twitched to Anastasia's dismay. "I left Dad to die," I whined. Mom looked like she wanted to say something heartfelt, but Anastasia beat her to the punch. "Your father isn't dead, brat," she shouted over me. "He's fast asleep in the other room, very much alive." Really, I could hardly believe my ears, like doing so would lead to more disappointment later. Anastasia rolled her eyes at me but answered nonetheless. "Yes, I should know, I examined him just a few hours ago. But he the Karhu," I stammer. Thankfully, a group of nearby hunters were returning for the day and heard the Karhu's roar. Mom expertly pieces together my murmurings and answers a few of my many questions. "They also heard you shouting for help but figured because you were heading straight for the village, it was better to stay and help your father. If they weren't nearby, Mom left the rest unsaid. A miracle, that's what it was, plain and simple. I know I should be happy, but I can only feel disappointment in myself. Everything worked out this time, but what about the next? How bad was it?" I ask after a moment of silence, causing Anastasia to groan and throw her hands into the air in defeat. "Sure, nobody listened to the healer," she ranted, but Mom and I ignored her. "Just doing my job," Anastasia grumbled loudly, looking slightly embarrassed at being praised. "I usually deal with skinned knees and common fractures. I rarely get to set broken bones, and we're incredibly thankful to you." Mom bowed her head deeply. She may not have been Anastasia's #1 fan after the other day, but she was grateful we both were. "It's just my job," she repeats in a much softer tone than last time, looking away. "And I told you to stop talking." "Doesn't matter," I tell her firmly. "You saved him, so I owe you one." My proclamation made my mother smile, but Anastasia just rolled her eyes. "And what could you possibly do for me?" she huffed. "I don't know, but I'll think of something," I tell her proudly, and I meant every word. She might not think saving Dad was a big deal, but it was everything to me. "How about you recover enough to stand on your own first before you go making promises you can't keep?" Anastasia spat, but there wasn't any real heat behind it. "She has a point," Mother added. "You've been out for 2 days. That long?" My eyes widened in surprise. "You pushed yourself too hard," Anastasia tells me simply. "After the Karhu incident," Mom continued emotionally, "people noticed you weren't yet back in the village. You scared a lot of us." Mom had to wipe her eyes with her sleeve before continuing. "The hunters tracked you from where they fought the Karhu. At first you were running straight towards the village, but you slowly veered away from it and ended up running parallel to it." She tried to make it sound like a joke, but she couldn't hide the worry from her face. "Where did they find me?" I asked, not really sure if I wanted the answer. "You were 10 minutes outside the village." Mother brought her hands up to her chest worryingly. "They said you didn't so much as twitch when they found you and that you were covered in your own blood. They thought you were dead until one of the hunters noticed you were still breathing." "What happened?" "I thought I was running toward help," I admit, mentally kicking myself for missing the village as I did. I wasn't paying attention, and a goblin tackled me to the ground. "Oh, Aaliyah," Mom bent over and kissed my forehead. "What happened to the goblin?" Anastasia wasn't as easily distracted. "Now I have a very important decision to make. I could use this chance to tell people about my mana skills or lie." I chose to lie. I know I'm weak, but after everything that happened, I didn't want to add on the pressure of telling everybody about my skills and the myriad of questions that would come with it. And judging by how it sounded, the goblin's body fully disintegrated before anyone found me. I managed to fend it off before collapsing. I couldn't hang my head in shame while lying down, so I closed my eyes, doing my best to look sad, hoping acting was coming in clutch. "Oh, honey," my mom was convinced immediately, but she wasn't the one I was worried about. Thankfully, it seemed my luck was turning around, at least partially. "Sounds like both you and your father got lucky today." Anastasia half congratulated, half berated me. Must have been a pretty weak goblin if it ran away from a child. "Anastasia," my mom shouts in outrage. "What, it's true?" Anastasia didn't care about my mother glaring at her. She just shrugged and continued to heal me as if she hadn't said anything. "We'll have to tell the headman," she added as if an afterthought. "The Karhu was bad enough, but if goblins are skulking this close to the village, we might have a problem." Mom didn't look like she wanted to, but she nodded in agreement. "They're growing more bold every year." "Good, then you can do that while I take a nap." Anastasia dropped her arms suddenly before turning around and began walking away. "And where are you going?" my mom asked incredulously. "I see where your daughter gets her listening from." Anastasia sighed, rubbing her face tiredly. "I said I'm going to sleep," she repeated grumpily. "Your husband is out of critical condition, your daughter is awake, and I'm running low on mana. I won't be useful to anyone if I don't rest and recharge my mana reserves. Not unless you want me to pass out too." "That can happen," I asked, trying not to seem like I was fishing for information. "Worse," Anastasia crossed her arms. "If a person expends all their mana, there's a chance they can die. Passing out is nothing by comparison. Also, I'll have trouble absorbing mana for a time if I do, making recovery even slower." "That sounds bad." I tried to sound like a dumb kid, but inside I was trembling. "I always knew you got tired when you used too much of your mana, but I didn't know you could die from it." "Yikes. Anyway, there isn't much more I can do," Anastasia tells us. "What both your daughter and your husband need now is rest. Depending on how she feels, she can leave tomorrow," she says, pointing at me. "Your husband will need a few more days, but a big guy like him with his physical stats, he should be able to walk out of here in a few days. So go on and report about the goblin to the village headman." Anastasia waved my mother away. For a second, Mom looked like she wanted to throttle the healer, but then her eyes turned to me, and her murderous expression slackened. Are you sure? Why does everyone feel the need to second-guess me? Anastasia complained to herself before turning to my mom. They'll be fine, she assured her. Let your daughter rest and you can visit again around dinner time. Bring her some soup with soft vegetables and no meat, she instructed. Mother nodded, but she didn't immediately leave. I'll be back soon, she leaned down and whispered to me before giving me another kiss on the head. I love you. Love you too, I whispered back as she pulled away. Anastasia didn't stick around for our teary goodbyes. So after one last wave from Mother, I was left alone in my recovery room with my thoughts. I almost died 3 times today between the Karhu, goblin, and overusing my mana. I dwelled on that thought for a long time before I distracted myself by pulling up my status page. Wow, I guess nearly dying 3 times was good for something. After all, I cynically think to myself. Ignoring the fact that I had 2 new skills, Sense Mana, Expel Mana, and Running, all leveled together 2 of them multiple times. If this were any other time, I'd be jumping for joy, but I could only sigh at my status page. All these skills and status points, and I nearly died to a single goblin. What a joke. I had no idea what grade my 2 new skills fell into, but whatever they weren't worth nearly dying over or losing my father. I needed to do better to be better. The next time my father needed me, I wasn't going to run, I was going to fight. To do that, I was going to need to do some training, but first I had to heal. My health wasn't as bad as I thought, but my stamina and magic were practically at 0 compared to how many days I had to recover, but I guess it's better than dying. I should use this opportunity when no one is around to check my mana network. Closing my eyes, I activate meditation and feel out what little mana I still had, and boy, was it bad. My mana network was a mess, to put it lightly. My mana was flowing chaotically at not even 1/4 of its usual capacity. It was naturally straightening itself out and returning to how it was, but it would take time until it returned to its usual flow. That meant no practicing with my mana skills, damn. I was going to have to fill that time with something else productive. But that could wait until tomorrow. Anastasia might have terrible bedside manners, but she was right about me needing to sleep. I would need to heal first, but it was back to the grind once I did. I also never met Dad's stone kin friend, which was a shame. I would have to remind him that once he was better. I never liked leaving a job unfinished, and I wasn't about to start now. But first, rest. Ignore the pain. Focus inward. It's morning, 3 days after I woke up in Anastasia's clinic. My body is healed, but my mana flow remains separated. Over the last 2 days, with Mom insisting I stay in bed, I've been completely focusing on sense mana and meditation. When anyone would come into my room and ask me what I was doing, I would respond with meditation. They of course laughed at the notion. Is becoming a mage really that hard? Everyone shoots down the idea without consideration. Dinner. With Mother's shout, I roll out of bed. I change out of the clothes I've been wearing all day and brush my hair. The comb looks pretty ugly, but I carved it myself, so I'm proud of it. After getting most of the tangles out of my hair, I tie it up just how I like it. Walking towards the table, a strong smell of beef stew floats around our house. The smell isn't beef though, it's karhu. The mutant bear tastes like beef from my past life, only way more flavorful. We only got the leftover cuts from the karhu because Dad claimed the pelt and used it to pay for our treatment. The meat may be the leftovers of the karhu, but it tastes the same as prime beef even with Richard preparing it. It still tastes amazing. Dad said it's because karhu are semi-magical beasts. Apparently, the more mana a beast has in its body, the more delicious it is. Mom told us she once had a fillet of an aquatic magic beast when she was little. The fish was the size of a goat and was the best tasting thing she ever had to this day. Makes me want to try something like that. Too bad the best cuts were sold to the village headman. Sitting down at the table, all 4 of us offer our prayers. Glancing over at Dad, I can't believe how quickly he healed. I know he received more care than me while I slept, but he looks the same, almost the same. When he changed his shirt for dinner, I saw the new scar across his chest. Anastasia can only use basic healing with her gloves, and Mom says that just increases the body's natural healing properties. You need stronger magic to remove a scar like that. What's wrong, Aaliyah? He noticed me looking at him. I stared down at my food. The last few days we've barely talked. I can't stop thinking about how he almost died because of me. If I don't apologize now, I never will. I'm sorry for getting you hurt. Almost whispering my apology, the family stops eating. You didn't get. Let her finish, Darius. Mother stops Dad, nodding at me to continue. Because I didn't run away like you said, you got hurt. I didn't listen and you almost died. If I wasn't there, you would have been able to avoid the karhu. I'm so sorry, Dad. Every night I repeat these words in my head. No matter how much I meditate, I can't clear them from my mind. After finally saying it, my heart feels lighter. With tears in my eyes, I look at Dad's face. So many emotions are crossing his face, he doesn't know what to say. Now tell her how you feel, Darius. Mother's words push Father to continue. Getting up from the table, Father walks next to me, and before I can say another word, he scoops me out of my chair. Holding me close, he starts telling me how proud he is of me. You did just fine, sweetie. I would have run into that Karhu with or without you. It was bad luck we got so close without noticing it. Seeing a Karhu for the first time and having it attack, anyone would freeze like that. I was so worried you were going to be stuck on that hill with me, and the thought of you getting hurt terrified me more than the Karhu. Even after you left, knowing you were nearby gave me the strength to fight the hardest I've ever fought before. Listening to Dad's words replaced my tears of sadness with tears of joy. Knowing he doesn't hate me for my failure let me truly relax in his arms for the first time in days. Good, now that that's over, both of you sit down and eat before it gets cold. Looking over, I see Mother and Richard are both almost finished eating, watching us like a soap opera. Separating, Dad walks back to his chair. I feel so much better, and looking at Father I can tell he's the same. Mother still has this look, like everything went according to her plan. My face reddens realizing how easily she played me and Dad. Now that you're feeling better, what do you want to do, Forest Rabbit? Richard changed my nickname. Better than Little, I guess. Wait, that reminds me. Did you already deliver the wood to the stone kin? I ask a little too quickly. You still want to meet Dell that much? Father looks surprised I even remembered about the dwarf. I can't explain to him that I just want to meet Dell because he's a dwarf like a classic fantasy movie. Quickly thinking, I answer maybe I can get an apprenticeship from him. Forging stuff sounds fun. Father has a complicated look on his face. I don't think he'll take you as an apprentice. Dell tolerates other people but never likes company. Please. 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 I give him the look that says I can go all night. Please. Okay, you win, but you're still not well enough to go back to the forest. I need to make 2 more trips tomorrow, so I'll grab half of the wood and come back home for you. You'll have till I get back with the last stack to convince Dell to take you on as an apprentice. Poor Dad, he thinks this is a negotiation. I purposely don't answer and start to clean the table. I mean it by the end of the day. I look back at the table, smiling at Father, throwing in a little charm skill. Sure, Daddy. The wind brings a slight chill in the air. We're entering fall, the moon's changed to blue, so the rain should start soon. I was finally allowed to start running again. It feels good again after 7 days despite the weather. Focusing inside myself, I'd say my mana has recovered to the 350 mark. As my mana fills up again, the gap's close, and my mana stream is only broken in a handful of places now. It's still too painful to try and release any mana, but mana manipulation doesn't hurt as much anymore. It will probably take another 2 or 3 days for it to completely repair itself. The best thing I learned with the Karhu experience didn't involve skills but my mana limit. I would always feel tired when I went below 20, but now I know what happens when you reach 0. Actually, I passed out before I could check my mana pool. Maybe I just got close to 0. Either way, the lower I drain my mana, the longer I'll pass out for. 20 should continue to be my soft limit, and 10 if my life is in danger. If Anastasia wasn't healing me, I could have been knocked out for who knows how long, not to mention the 8 days my mana pool takes to recover. Hey, I'm glad Dad isn't back yet. If he makes a round trip too quick, I won't have any time at Dell's house. That said, waiting sucks. Maybe I should run a few more laps to kill time. I used to be so lazy in my past life. Look at me now. Hands at my side, feeling proud of myself, I stare in the direction of the blacksmith. It's been so long since I thought about blacksmithing. I wonder if Stanley is doing well. He'd be in his 30s now. I wonder if he has a new family like I do. Ready to go. I stumble over my legs, trying to jump forward and look behind me at the same time. Dad standing there, smiling, carrying another 800 pounds of silver firewood. God's Dad, you almost made me fall over. Complaining doesn't do anything for me. Pay attention more, even if you're in the village. You can't space out like that. Ready to go? Not caring for a response, he starts walking again towards the village blacksmith. Dwarves, here I come. The trip through the village and small stretch of forest was both short and too long. At the forge stands a bulky man only slightly shorter than me, maybe 5'1". Surprisingly, he has no beard or any hair, no eyebrows, no arm hair, he's even bald. His skin is the same color as coal, with muscles larger than Dad's on a smaller frame. His face is sharp, with a strong chin and small nose. His ears are triangle-shaped but pointed downwards. He stops for a moment and looks up at us. His purple eyes carry a strength that reminds me of the Karhu. He only spares us a quick glance and continues to hammer the pan. Bang, bang, bang. Well, fantasy broken. He's not that short, doesn't have a beard, and he's not even making a sword. Father walks past me and drops his wood next to one of the sheds scattered around. Bang, bang. A few good hits and a red glowing pan is formed. Inching closer, I see he's not wearing any gloves. He's holding the hot metal with his bare hands. He turns around and shoves the pan into a bucket of water. The water hisses with steam billowing out. Pulling the pan out the water, he inspects it with only a quick once over. Shrugging his shoulders, he tosses the pan on the ground a few feet away and turns to Father. Ta last off it. Took you long enough. That the last of it took you long enough. Salty dwarf, nice. I got another load left for you. I'll be back with the last of it in a few hours. Dad doesn't seem to care about his words. You've been helping him? Dell asks me with a look of dissatisfaction. Before I can answer, Dad cuts in. That's Aaliyah, my daughter. I told you yesterday why I was late. She helped me with the wood before the Karhu attacked. She's still not completely healed, so I'm leaving her here with you while I grab the last of the wood. Wah, I's no sitter. Shez, go Halmi, what, I'm no babysitter. She should go home. She's been wanting to meet you for days. Just watch her for a few hours, put her to work if you want. With that, Dad disappears from the clearing, leaving Dell and me staring at the forest. Turning to the stone kin, I decide to bow my head and introduce myself. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Aaliyah. I try to use my charm as much as possible. Del Raisin, sheet Endher. Del Raisin, sit over there. He nods his head to a stone bench furthest from him. Is this dwarf drunk? He's really hard to understand. If I wasn't used to deciphering what people are saying to me, I'd have no idea what's going on. He appears to understand everyone else fine though. They say dwarfs like straightforwardness. Let's try that. Instead of walking to the bench, I move right in front of him. Master Dell Raisin, teach me to be a blacksmith. We stare at each other for a second. He looks dazed. What, no way. He yells at me. We continue to stare at each other. So you can speak like a normal person. Why in Taro's Forge would you want to be my apprentice? Dell stands scowling at me. Are you not going to say anything? He looks even angrier. It's just your change of accent is throwing me off. Looking at the stone kin, I can't imagine why he would talk so funny to people. Why does it matter how I talk? The pressure coming off of him is almost visible. He's just scowling at me and I feel like I need to run. What level is he? Do I back down or continue? Continue. Well, why wouldn't you always talk like this? How do people even talk to you? They don't, that's the point, you daft girl. Ooh, you're just shy with people. I try to keep a straight face. I learned from Mom, the more you antagonize someone, the more mistakes they make. Considering how angry he looks, I think I'm almost there. I'm not shy. I don't like idiots like yourself bothering me. That's a little mean, but gives me something to work with. So no one knows your accent is a lie. I wonder what people would think of that. I make sure to leave it ambiguous for his imagination. You're threatening me, girl. He takes a step forward. It's Aaliyah, and I would never dream of threatening my master. My passive answer astounds him. I take a step forward and look him in the eyes, trying to add a little charm, but it does nothing to his outward scowl. At least I tried. Teach me how to be a blacksmith. I say again with the firmest tone I can manage. I can't teach you magic, girl. What's he talking about? His expression turns so solemn so quickly, I don't know what to say. What does magic have to do with blacksmithing? My question seems to surprise him greatly. You just want to learn some blacksmithing. Why come to me? You're the only blacksmith in town. Why else would I come to you? Dad said you're really good, even made his custom axe. No response from him. Fine. Looking around, I notice all the wood father dropped off next to one of the sheds. Might as well do something while I'm waiting. Walking over to the wood pile, Dell finally breaks from his silence. What are you doing? He asks, still clearly shocked. Putting the wood away sounds like apprenticeship stuff, right? I turn around giving him a smile and start stacking the wood inside the shed. The silver logs appear to sparkle at the sun. A fire from these logs must be beautiful. Dad said they could melt stone. How hot was that again? Stanley would give me so many fun facts about rocks. It's hard to remember them all. Lava straight from the ground is about 1200 C, and if I remember correctly, steel takes up to 1500 C to melt. These logs can be used to melt steel. Is it wrong that I want to burn them right now? After I finish stacking the logs, I look over at Dell. He's just sitting on a bench sipping something from a crude metal canteen. He doesn't say anything as I walk up to him. What else do you need done? I stand over him, trying to show my confidence. Taking a big swig from his canteen, he looks around, scrutinizing everything. His eyes finally stop, with a smile crossing his face. What now? If you need something to do so badly, clean out the forge. It's been a while since I really cleaned it, and you are my apprentice, right? That's how you want to play this. Sure, I reply, making sure my smile covers my whole face. He looks disappointed at my reaction, but he would feel much more worried if he knew how tenacious I could be. Walking over to his forge, I can admire it up close. The square forge is roughly 5 feet across and 5 feet wide, being 3 feet tall. The walls are made from a black stone that I can't remember Stanley ever talking about. The whole thing is covered in ash and soot, with warm coals left over from Dell finishing the pan earlier. Looking around, I see his tools thrown around haphazardly, covering an anvil and workbench. Brush check, shovel check, container they're grabbing a bucket of water. I toss it over the remaining coals, container check. First, I shovel the coals into the bucket. There's a pile of ashes close to the forest, so I dump them over there. It takes 7 trips to remove all the debris. Below the coals is a metal mesh grate. The air comes up through the grate, pumped with the bellows beside the forge. I don't know what the brush is made from, but the hairs on it are incredibly bristly. Dell wasn't lying about rarely cleaning out his forge. Even with the strong brush, I can barely scrape any of the grime from the walls. I don't know how long I can keep this up. If you want to quit, you can. Dell taunts from his bench, like I would give him the satisfaction of seeing me quit. Ready to go home, sweetie. I look up from my work to see Dad dropping the last load of wood next to the same shed as last time. I still need some time to finish cleaning the forge, Dad. Looking down, I can see I still have 30 to go. I've been scrubbing for hours and I can barely feel my hands. I must look a sight. Ash covers my body head to toe. I think I can even taste it. TH snuff, fine jab. That's enough, fine job. Gods, Dell is back to sounding like a drunkard. See, honey, you're not even his apprentice. I thought you would help him straighten up a little, not this. Dad waves his hands at the forge. Dell is just smiling off to the side, probably thinking he won. It's okay, Dad. Master Dell Raisin said he'd teach me. I start work tomorrow. Dell stops laughing. He and Dad both stare at me, dumbfounded at the joy on my sooty face. Dad turns wide-eyed to Dell. That true, Dell. She working with you now? Before he can answer, I interject. Master is happy to have someone to talk to that understands him so clearly. Father looks at me, then back at Dell, waiting for his answer. Dell looks at me judgingly, so I sneer back at him. With a look of defeat, he answers Father. Yeah, workin' morrow. Yes, she's working tomorrow. They both share a look at each other, conveying how difficult their futures will be. I told you I could get his apprenticeship. Both men stop and stare at me. This should be fun. Running out the door to our home, I sprint off towards the woods. I'm running with all I have because I overslept like usual. Mother wasn't happy with my job choice and didn't wake me up like she usually does. This might mean, God's forbid, I have to get up by myself. After I had changed, I hugged Mother and ran away before she could continue to try and talk me out of my apprenticeship. Father and Mother spent most of dinner last night giving me reasons why I shouldn't work for the Grinchy Dell Raisin. Mother was practically mad about how filthy I was when I came back home with Father last night. 573, 574, 575, 576 we were 576 seconds. It takes almost 10 minutes to run to Dell's. Breaking into his clearing, I thought he would be waiting for me with an angry face. Looking around, I don't see anybody. The forge is still empty since I cleaned it yesterday, and all the tools look like they haven't been moved since I saw them either. Where'd the dwarf go? Walking around, looking for clues, I close in on his little hut. Pushing on the door, it swings in and I gasp at the filth I see before me. The one-room hut has to be only 50 square feet, but is packed with crates of rocks, unfinished metal objects, and junk laying everywhere. The fireplace is dirtier than his forge. Old pots are stacked around his fireplace ready to fall like dominoes, the ants are trying to carry one of the smaller pots away. Amongst the filth lies a sleeping stone kin. He's bundled under a pile of hides on top of a stone bed. Clutched in his hand is his canteen I saw yesterday. Slipping the canteen out of his grasp, I open the cap. One whiff of the liquid and I barrel over coughing. I wasn't a drinker in my old life, but that stuff smells like gasoline. Out of all the dwarven stereotypes he failed at, he has to be a drinker. Walking over, I try to call his name. Dell Raisin, he didn't even flinch. I go to poke his cheeks and it feels like I poked a rock. This guy has to have at least double the endurance of Dad. If he's not going to get up, perhaps I should just go home. No, Mom wouldn't let me live that down. Looking around at the filth, I might as well clean like yesterday. I will probably level my cleaning skill a lot in this pigsty. I need some room to start, so I pull everything I can out of his hut. I make sure to separate everything as I go. Armor, weapons, pottery, dishes, chunks of metal, each type of item gets its own spot. 20 minutes later, his hut is empty besides his bed, and 3 metal containers each holding loose stone. One container appears to have a red stone in it, most likely iron, while the other is a green stone, so maybe copper. The last container is the smallest and has black stones like the ones his forge is made from. The black stone looks rough but feels smooth to the touch. I try to pick up a small chunk of stone, only to find it weighs more than lead. Buried amongst his things, I found an old broom and a few rags. The first thing that needs to be cleaned is his fireplace. I grab the supplies I used yesterday to clean the forge and start to work on the fireplace. After I have the soot out, I tie a rag around the broom and try to sweep the chimney. Phew, done. Now that it's as good as I can get it, I just have to scrub the bottom and rinse it out. Should only take me a few more minutes. What the dragon shit happened to my house? Oh, Dell finally woke up. He flails around, trying to get out of his covers. When he finally gets out, I notice he slept in his clothes from yesterday. I stop scrubbing the fireplace and turn around waiting for him to notice me. When he finally sees me in his fireplace, his confusion only doubles. What are you doing here? Cleaning, obviously. And I thought I slept in too long. The sun's been up almost 3 hours. He must have a habit of stating the obvious. I don't care what time it is. What did you do with my stuff? He demands, looking around. Outside, sorted into piles. You have a lot of junk, you know that. Rolling my eyes, I get back to scrubbing the fireplace I need to finish so I can move on to the cobwebs and sweep the floor. Why are you cleaning my house? No longer looking concerned about his junk, he looks furious at me again. It's an apprentice's job to clean for the master, and your house was a toxic pit. I tried to wake you to ask what I could do, but you never woke up. I tell him, leaving the hut to grab a fresh bucket of water from his well. Walking back in with fresh water, Dell is still standing beside his bed. After a quick glance, I decide not to bother with him and continue cleaning. Where's my food? He finally says something as I finish up the fireplace. The rotten food or the jerky? I ask. The jerky. He yells again, not happy with my joke. tuning around, stay out here, you're only going to get in my way as I clean. Mouth open, some of his chewed jerky falls out and whines to me. It's my house. Luckily, he doesn't follow and leaves me to dust and sweep. I'm finally almost finished. His house is swept, wiped down, and most of his junk is organized in crates back inside. The only thing left is washing all his kitchen utensils, covered in grime and insects. Dell's been complaining to himself the whole time, sitting drinking what I assume can only be lighter fluid. The middle of cleaning, I couldn't help but ask him if he plans on doing anything. Don't you have anything to forge or something? I say out loud, I don't just make random things, that's a waste of materials. You want me to make you something, hee. His sarcastic remark finally worries me. What if he refuses to teach me anything? I stop scrubbing a pot and seriously look at him. You are going to teach me, right? I don't mind doing chores for you, but I'm serious about being a blacksmith. Dad told me you're the best blacksmith in hundreds of miles. I want to learn from the best. I'm not the best. Dell takes a long swig from his canteen. The reason I don't want an apprentice is because I'm not qualified. Not qualified? What do you mean? How can he not be qualified to take on an apprentice? You see, girl, stone kin are born naturally talented with magic. We live longer and focus on our crafting skills the most. Despite our lower birth rates compared to humans, our cities grow twice as fast because of our magi tech. A fledgling picks a path and sticks with it till he's a master, then passes that knowledge on to the next of kin. Almost all of our knowledge incorporates magic in some small way. Dell stops to take another drink. He shakes his canteen and it sounds almost empty. I was born stripped. Stripped is used to describe a stone kin born with no mana abilities. The chances of being born with no mana abilities is 1/100,000 for stone kin. No matter how hard I tried, I could never use the true knowledge from my elders. Like most crippled kin, I left my only home after my 70th birthday. Finishing his drink, he throws the canteen on the ground. We stone kin are known around the world as the best magic crafters, so no matter where I went, people hounded me for magic items. Each request only reminded me of my failure. I secluded myself in this village to finally have peace. I started to talk funny so people would stop asking me to teach them magic. That's why I don't want you as an apprentice. I could never teach you properly. You should find someone else to learn from. Wow, that's heavy. He reminds me of how I felt after the Karhu attack. He needs someone to tell him it's okay. That's sad and all, but you're the only blacksmith around and I really had my heart set on metalworking. You can melt metal, right? I stare at him till he answers, yeah. You know how to shape it, right? Yeah. Then you sound like a blacksmith to me. He looks genuinely stunned. Now that I have his attention, I can continue. I saw how beautiful Dad's axe is. He swings it thousands of times a day and it never seems to chip. You made that without magic. That's what I want to be able to do too. You still have all the knowledge of your kin, right? That's what I need, the most knowledge in a teacher. Standing up, I slowly walk in front of Dell Raisin. Please teach me how to be a blacksmith. I try to convey my will with my eyes. A fire starts to burn in Dell's eyes. It evaporates the sea of pity he was stuck in. Taking a step back, I watch my master rise from the bench. I, Dell Raisin, will teach you all I can about blacksmithing if you'll take me as your master. With no hesitation, I agree. I, Aaliyah, thank Master Dell Raisin for accepting me as an apprentice. I promise not to let you down. With those words, Dell looks the most invigorated I've ever seen someone before. All right, let me grab some metal and I'll show you how to fire the forge. Dell starts running towards his house. Wait, I scream after him. Stopping suddenly, Dell turns around looking confused. I'm happy for his enthusiasm, but there is something we need to finish first. We still need to finish cleaning Master Dell. I remind him about the rest of his work area that needs to be cleaned. You sure? I rub my eyes at his response. This might be harder than I thought. Why do I have to be the adult in this relationship? I know I'm old mentally, but Dell left his city when he was 70. I shouldn't have to remind Grandpa to clean his room. Gods, I'm already turning into my mother. So tired, we spent the rest of the day cleaning everything. Now I'm covered again in all things foul. Walking home to a verbal slap down doesn't make me feel any better either. It's too cold to wash off before I get home and Mother should already be making dinner. A sneak or invisibility skill would be handy right about now. Maybe she's distracted teaching Richard to cook. If I can make it to the hallway, I'll only have to explain why I snuck in. Is sneaking around better than being filthy? Reaching our front door, I bend down and unfasten my shoes. My feet will get cold, but sneaking barefoot is quieter. Just have to open the door slowly. CC cracky. Gods damn that door. Maybe that's why Dad never fixes it. The door has a built-in alarm system. Looking in, Richard and Mother are staring at me while I'm in the doorway. Richard is trying not to laugh, while Mother looks like she could be a dragon in disguise. I wonder how far she can spit flames. I thought a goblin was trying to sneak in. Turns out it's just my filthy daughter. Did you have fun at work? Her eyes are demanding a tribute, but I don't have any gold on me, or does she want blood? Sorry, Mom, I didn't want to disturb your cooking lessons with Brother, so I thought I'd try to be more quiet today. She's not buying it. Smile and charm, smile and charm. Go wash yourself now. It's worst when she's quiet. My feet are too dirty to put on my slippers. Walking on the cold stone, I move to the bucket of water Mom keeps for Dad. There are two now. Looking over my shoulder, Mom's still stone-faced. I grab one of the buckets and head to my room, but right before I enter my room, Mother's voice sends a shiver down my spine. I knew you'd be dirty again. Closing the door behind me, I'm reminded how scary Mother can be. Taking off my clothes, I start wiping my body down with the cold wash rag. Pausing for just a minute, I look down at my naked body. I don't feel any desire when looking down. It's just me. When I think about it, I've fully transitioned into my new life. My previous memories have helped shape who I am, but I'm Aaliyah now, and that's just fine. With the philosophical outlook on myself over, I finish cleaning myself. Man, that water is dirty. No wonder Mom was pissed. Carrying the dirty water back to the front door, only Richard turns to smile at me. Mother doesn't even turn around from stirring the stew. Make sure you throw it far enough away from the door, Aaliyah. Her timing always amazes me. I was just about to toss it outside and be done with it. Yes, Mother, I responded with a content voice. Maybe all mothers are psychic. Throwing on my shoes, I round our house to dispose of the disgusting water. I need to find a better way to clean myself. My new job is probably going to be messy. CC cracky. After entering our house again and closing the door softly behind me, I can finally put my slippers on. CC cracky. Stumbling on one leg, I hit the stone floor, landing on my rear end. This brings back memories. Looking up, I see Father closing the door again behind him. You okay, sweetie? I didn't mean to scare you. You didn't scare me, Dad. I'm still getting used to my dexterity. His snicker proves my story wasn't working. With my slippers on, I go to help set the table for dinner. Everyone in our house moves with a certainty to it. Dad changes, I set the table. Brother and Mother bring the food, we pray, and we eat. Even if our schedule is the same, it's the most important part of our day. The whole family can relax and talk about how our days went. Usually we get exaggerated stories from Dad, Mom complaining how dirty our clothes are, or Brother talking about something he learned from Salis. Richard was in the spotlight since he started his job a few years ago, but now I'm the one with the new profession, making it my job to entertain the family and listen to what they have to say about my work. What is that man having you do all day? I know yours isn't the cleanest job, but do you have to come home filthier than your father? Are you sure you want to be a blacksmith, sweetie? There's plenty of other jobs around, or you could come to work with me again. He probably hired you to be a maid. Whenever Salis takes us to get nails from Dell, the whole place is always messy. A rabbit maid, no, a bunny maid. Richard, if you call me that again, I'll burn your house down while you're sleeping. I make sure he recognizes how serious I am. I will not be called a bunny maid, and for the rest of you, I know what I'm doing. We came to an agreement today, and Master Dell seems really excited to teach me. He originally didn't want to teach me, but I refused to leave. I know how messy Master Dell is. To pass the time, I started cleaning and we got talking. Dell isn't a bad guy, he's just awkward around people. We talked and I convinced him how serious I am about blacksmithing. In fact, he got so excited he wanted to start teaching me today. However, I couldn't work in such a dirty environment, so it was my idea to clean everything. Everyone is gawking at me. Brother looks surprised, Father appears sad for some reason, while Mother actually looks a little proud. I'm sorry I came home so messy again, Mom, depending on what he teaches me. I don't think I'll be coming home this dirty again. It's not that I'm worried about how dirty you get, honey. Like your brother said, he could be just looking for a maid. If he has you ruin your stat distribution, you can get stuck working for him, unable to find another job. Why are you so worried about Master Dell, Mom? It's weird that he's out here, okay? Growing up in a merchant household, I've heard many things about stone kin. They may produce some of the finest goods around, but they never, and I mean never, live outside their cities. Mother's words silence the table. That man could have been banished for any number of reasons. I worry about something happening to you. All three of them are looking at me now. How do I convince them Dell is an alright person? You're right, Mom. Mom looks at me in disbelief. If you try to argue with someone who already made up their mind, you'll always lose. I don't know who Dell Raisin is, but I do know he is an accomplished blacksmith, though. I don't need to distribute my points right after starting my apprenticeship. I'll keep an eye on him, and if something funny happens, I'll tell you guys immediately. Okay, I smile, thanking my supportive family. With those last words from Dad and my acceptance of a nosy family, we finished dinner in peace. Richard leaves after helping us clean our small kitchen, while the rest of us go off to bed. I can't remember when I last felt this physically tired. Cleaning Master Dell's place, even with boosted stats, was incredibly taxing. Even the muffled sounds from my parents' room can't keep me awake tonight, thank the gods. The cave is shaking again. I don't want to die. My eyes open with Mother shaking the life out of me. Maybe I don't have to worry about you working for Dell. He'll fire you if you keep showing up late. He's probably, I stopped my retort. Probably not the best idea to tell Mom that Dell is probably not even up yet either. Focusing inward, I check my mana. Yes, my mana flow is finally repaired. Slowly speeding it up, I don't feel any pain anymore. I can finally train my mana skills again tonight. Getting dressed, I wonder what Dell has planned for today. If he acts like yesterday, I'll probably have to steer him in the right direction. With my hand on my bedroom door, I remember there is something else I need to do. Status page, LV 38 experience, 14,308, 48,950. I gained a few skill levels while on sick leave. Sense mana went up by 2 and meditation 3 times. Those skills went up the most because of mom forcing me to stay in bed all day. The 2 days of cleaning Dell's place gave me 5 levels in my cleaning skill, while drawing and wood carving went up by 2 in my spare time. Hopefully I can get some cool blacksmithing skills and maybe Dell can answer some of my mana questions. He can't use magic, but he probably knows a lot more than Anastasia. Walking through the house and giving mom a goodbye kiss, I step outside. I can tell it's colder, but it isn't affecting me as much as last year. My stats. That's why people still go out into the snow and rain. With higher stats, temperature isn't a problem. Last night the floor was probably freezing, but it only felt a little cold to me. I could practice outside more if I raise endurance higher. No, if I waste my points for that, it will be a while before I can get them back. Looking at the clouded sky, I think I'll do my exercises and run a few laps. Let's see if I can finish before Dell gets up by himself. I could work up a morning training schedule if he always gets up late. Stretching and running 10 laps around the village, with a cool-down walk to Dell's house only took me an hour. Looking around the clearing, I don't see Master Dell. His door is unlocked, so I let myself in. A dirty pot of stew is left sitting next to his fireplace. After all the work I put into cleaning yesterday, he can't even clean a single pot. Taking the dish outside, I scrub it clean. Now that I have a clean pot, I have an easy way to wake Master up. Taking the pot over to his well, I fill it with water. Master's physical skills keep him from feeling me trying to wake him up physically. I wonder if that applies to waterboarding as well. Walking over to his sleeping form, a devilish smile crosses my face. I place one of his work rags over his exposed face. Ever so slowly, I start pouring the pot of water over him. Ka, ka, ka. The bundle of hides rolls onto the floor with a coughing dwarf still wrapped up. After he frees himself, he quickly finds me. Before he can yell, I cut him off. Good thing I cleaned your floor yesterday. You would have fallen onto some scrap metal if I didn't. Was that water magic? I thought I was drowning. He looks a little frightened. You scared of water? Is that why you smell like you haven't washed in days? I taunt him while he's still on the ground. Yes, water scares me. Stonekin aren't known for their swimming. The scariest thing possible in a mine is falling in water. You never know how deep it is or if it's acidic. Miners drown every year. It's considered one of the worst ways to go. Now I feel like an asshole. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I just wanted to wake you up. I'm not strong enough to physically wake you. It takes a minute, but Dell calms down and thinks about my problem. Oh yes, you see that barrel with the nozzle. That's my blacksmith's brew. Fill up my canteen and wave it under my nose. That should wake me up. Your favorite drink works as smelling salts. All right, lass, now that you woke me up so early, let's get to work. I put my hand in front of him so he can't walk outside yet. First, the whole village has been up for hours. Second, wash your dishes before you go to bed. I hand Dell the clean pot I've been carrying. And third, wash yourself. You smell like good cheese. Slamming the door behind me, I take a seat on one of his stone benches. He'll need to scrub for at least an hour to remove the smell of depression. Happy now, Dell yells from his doorway. He finally changed his clothes. I'll have to train him to wash himself regularly. Yes, did your cleaning skill go up after washing? I gained 5 levels after helping you clean your house the last 2 days. Ha ha, good to know my apprentice has a sense of humor. Without smiling, I look at him. I wasn't joking. Dell looks away and coughs, trying to clear the air. Speaking of skills, if you're going to be my apprentice, I have a few questions I need to ask. Do you have any smithing skills? Does axe skills count? It does actually. Axe skills affects your use of a pickaxe. What's your skill level and overall level? How do I answer this? I don't mind giving him some of my information, but how will he react to my level? He's not pressuring me. Let's see how I compare to other people. It's 2 and 38. If you don't want to tell me it's okay, I understand. You don't need to lie though. So he doesn't believe me. Let's wipe that grin away. I'm serious. I reached level 38. Dell's face freezes. That's impossible. You turned 10 less than a moon ago. How did you level so quickly? That's really personal information. I understand we're master and apprentice, but I have some secrets to keep. All you need to know is that I'm a hard worker. Any more questions? I won't ask you your full status build, but for now, I need to know your vitality, strength, and dexterity. I need to know your vitality in case you get hurt, while strength and dexterity affect proper metalworking. 150 and 50. Hearing my values, he breathes a sigh of relief. At least your stats aren't ridiculous as well. That's a good place to start off learning to smith. You should save your points till you reach the age of 15. When your body stops growing, that's when your points become the most important. I'll try to teach you the foundations of blacksmithing till then. Do you have any questions for me now? Only 2. What level are you, and what am I learning first? Now Master Dell looks unsure whether or not to respond. I just gave him a lot of my personal information. If he can't do the same, I might have to find a new master. I'm level 87. He didn't take as long as I did to decide. Gods, I thought father was ridiculously strong. This guy's a monster. How do you get a level like that? Stop giving me that look. You may think my level is high, but that's only because normal humans don't have time to level like stone kin do. This year I'll be 238 years old. Stone kin usually reach level 100 by the time they reach 140 years of age. By stone kin standards I'm quite underleveled. Over level 100, how strong does that make someone? I feel superhuman at level 38. What's possible with a level 3 times that or more? Looking at Master Dell, he's just sitting there waiting for me to compose myself. Taking a few breaths, I set a new goal in my heart. I'll rise my level to the highest any human has ever gone. Crafting in games gives loads of experience. I need to learn everything I can from Master Dell. Standing up, I shout to the gods, I'm ready. Realizing how silly I must look, I turn to Dell. He's just sitting there with his hand on his chin. I didn't know people actually did that. What's wrong? Did I do something? No. I was thinking about your second question. This is the first time I'm teaching somebody else. If we were in a stone kin city, you would start off identifying metals. That won't work here because I have a limited selection of metals. I only have what I can mine myself. I had to learn about mining metal the hard way after I left my home. Unlike our cities, we don't have magic tools to mine and smelt large amounts of minerals. So I was thinking about taking you mining for your first lesson. When he mentions mining, the feeling of being crushed to death comes to mind. There's a mine around here. Is it safe? I can't help but tremble a little. Walking up to me, Master Dell puts his hand on my shoulder. The strength from his hand envelopes me like a hug. If I didn't already know Master can't use magic, I would have thought he cast a calming spell on me. Worried about cave-ins, I sometimes forget humans fear things like that. I can promise you the mine is very safe, and even if a collapse happens, I could dig us out in a minute. That's right, Master's strength must be over 300. He could probably pick up a boulder like an apple. Take some deep breaths and calm yourself. Stand here while I grab some gear. Disappearing into his house for only a few minutes, he comes out with 2 pickaxes, 2 weird-looking hard hats, and a clear stone. Here, take the light hat and a pickaxe. I'll show you how to use them when we get to the mine. Following behind Master as he walks around his hut and over to a giant handcart made of metal. It has to be 5 feet wide and 10 feet long with a metal wheel in the front. Dell simply gets behind the giant metal wheelbarrow and starts pushing it towards an open path leading deeper into the forest. Remembering what Dad taught me, I survey the woods around me, not that Dell cares. He walks forward, never taking his eyes off the path. I bet he could punch a karhu to death if he needed to. 20 minutes later, we come to a small quarry. The forest has been pushed back, with rocks piled around the perimeter. The dirt path leads straight down to the bottom of the quarry, where a stone archway stands leading to a deep abyss. Is this my first dungeon crawl? I don't want to post something so small, so I'll address a few issues I've been noticing people comment about. First is the time in my new world. The year is composed of 15 months instead of the normal 12. I figured if I had a new planet to work with, it shouldn't be the same size as Earth. So when Aaliyah reaches 10, that's 12 years 6 months in Earth time. So when I stated in the last chapter, she would be learning the basics till she reaches 15, that means she would be 18 years and 9 months old back on Earth. With the timing set aside, the next issue I want to clarify is aging. Humans age the same up until they reach their 10th birthday. When they distribute stats, the parents recommend they put a few points into vitality so they live longer. After a person's body matures, their vitality goes to reducing the signs of aging. So after someone reaches the age of 15, it becomes hard to tell how old someone really is. Some people think I should change the story so Aaliyah was a woman in her previous life, so I can drop the gender bender tag. As I stated on the home page, this is the first thing I've ever written for other people. I really enjoy a female MC and wanted to challenge myself writing from that perspective. I don't know if I've managed it as well as I could have. I truly feel the background of Aaliyah has shaped who she is now. I hope people have noticed how I've slowly shifted her perspective to that of a female. I posted that last line in the previous chapter to show that she's comfortable with herself and will tackle the future from the perspective of a woman. Of course, being a man, I expect to fail at portraying a woman's perception of the world. If anyone feels that I've messed up writing something, please continue to comment. I check comments multiple times a day and read everything you guys are posting. Please help me become a better writer. One last thing, some people have been asking me where they can donate. I know many people are suffering from COVID-19, whether through sickness or time off of work. Everything I post will be free for quite a while. If you want to donate, I have a Patreon account here. User, you equal 10,824,361. Please only donate if you have the means. Stay safe, everyone. Dungeon crawl, what's that? With sparkling eyes staring into the abyss, I can't help but channel the joy every kid feels when playing their first game. A maze of corridors and passageways teeming with traps, monsters, and treasure. Kid, I don't know what cave you've ever been in, but this is just a mine. But aren't there monsters? Of course. Finally, I thought a part of me was about to die. All caves have bugs and animals you have to look out for. That's not what I mean, Dell. I'm talking about a place of adventure where people challenge themselves or hunt for treasure, places like that. Well, I guess a bandit lair fits those criteria, or maybe an old ruin somewhere. Heck if I know, a cave is just a cave, so no dungeons. I hang my head in defeat. Even with the game elements, this world isn't a game. People live simple lives, and as Dell put it, a cave is just a cave. Looking left, Dell doesn't seem to care about my dead childhood while he's preparing for our mining trip. If you're finished daydreaming, come over here. We need to cover a lot of things before we head in. Walking over, I immediately start paying attention. It's rare to see Dell so focused and serious. He deserves the same from me. First, let me show you the gear. Your pickaxe is self-explanatory, but I'll show you the proper form when we reach our mining spot. This is a light hat. Taking off his hat, he starts pointing out its functions. Usually a stone kin knows a simple light spell, so when I left my city I learned about these light hats from human miners. They're semi-magical items. Pulling one of the small black rocks that he kept in his house out of a pocket, Master Dell holds the stone up for me to see. This is magicite, also known as magic coal. Magicite can be found in the ground around even the smallest of mana veins. The clearer the stone, the more mana is contained within. There's a small mana vein at the bottom of the mine that I'll show you later. You take the magicite and place it in this compartment on top of the helmet. Dell clicks a little latch, and the square box on top of the hard hat opens up. Inside are a bunch of orangish lines crisscrossing around. You could fill the box up with magicite if you wanted to, but a stone of this size is enough for the rest of our day. Closing the box and latching it again, a small yellow flame sprouts out of the little metal nub on the front of the box. After I stare at the light hat a while longer, Master Dell takes the rock out and hands it to me. Don't put it in yet. Wait till we are about to enter the mine. Reaching into another one of his pockets, he pulls out the clear stone I saw earlier. This is a wind stone, one of the few things I took with me from my old home. Magic stones, not to be confused with magic gems, are rocks that take on an aspect of nature when exposed to certain types of mana for long periods of time. Wind stones are a miner's best friend. The stone clouds over the dirtier the air becomes. When there is too much dust in the air or any harmful gases, the stone becomes muddled with different colored streaks. Wow, Stanley had a little machine for the same purpose, and I know they used to use birds back in the day, but it's nice finally seeing something so magical used to solve a problem. Now that the equipment is covered, let us move on to the dangers inside a mine. Always watch where the ground is. The main tunnel through the mine is cleared for my cart, but all the side tunnels are uneven, and if you're not careful, falling is almost guaranteed. I haven't hit any pockets of water yet, but all water underground should be considered dangerous. Some metals can turn a pool of water into acid, and you never know how deep the water really is. I already told you about the air and gases. If the wind stone starts changing color, we back off and move to the previous shaft. If any rock comes loose, I want you to remain still while I dig us out. The last thing we need to watch out for is the wildlife. Rarely a karhu or farkas gets caught down in the mine, and sometimes I've found packs of goblins nesting in here for the winter moons. We also have to look out for shadow bats, venomous snakes, and large purple spiders. The most common vermin we need to look out for are gem snails. They secrete a mucus that acts as an acid. They use the mucus to melt stone and eat it. Gem snails aren't aggressive, but you want to find any that have a shell bigger than 3 inches. Their shells are as hard as stone, but if you can smash it, they die rather quickly. The shell fragments can be processed to improve certain metals, so always keep an eye out for the bigger ones, so nothing too dangerous. Ready to do some mining? What does this stupid grandpa mean, nothing too dangerous? He just named like a million things to watch out for. Stanley told me he knew what he was doing, so I never questioned his uncle about the gold mine. If I heard even half of this from Stanley earlier, I never would have gone into the old mine. Well, there was gold, and Stanley definitely wouldn't let me back out. At least I have a super dwarf with me this time. Pulling my light hat off and placing the magicite inside, I make sure the flame flickers on before I put it back on. I watch Dell do the same, before he starts pushing the cart into the dark tunnel. Following closely behind Master Dell, the fear in my stomach settles, and the excitement for my next adventure squashes my fear completely. Silently, we creep through the cavern, listening to the screech of metal rubbing up against itself. The cart sounds so loud now that we're in an enclosed space. The small yellow lights from our helmets illuminate only 10 feet in front of us. The air is humid and slowly climbs in temperature as we go down the dark tunnel. Dell must be able to see farther than me, because he steers the cart perfectly through the winding tunnels. Every few feet, we come across some wooden rafters held together by metal plates. Passing by one, I try touching the wood. The red wood feels solid to the point my nails don't even leave a mark. I notice the light around me become brighter, so I turn to see Dell watching me. See, nothing to worry about. I had your dad chop down and bring me the hardest wood he could find and fashion them into the supports. I won't have to replace any beams for 200 years. You're right, Master, it does make me feel better. I didn't ask because I thought we weren't supposed to talk. Why wouldn't we be able to talk? I thought you were just amazed at the mine. You were concentrating so hard on the path, so I thought you needed it quiet. What? No, I thought you wanted it quiet. So both of us were being too considerate for the other. Well, if we have time to kill, I should ask some questions. How long till we reach our mining spot? How deep is this mine anyways? Depending on how long we have to reach our destination, I have a lot to ask. The deepest part is half a mile below the surface. The main shaft stops right on top of the magicite and mana vein. I've dug out nearly 9 miles of tunnels leading to different beds of ores. Salas takes the good slabs of stone I bring up and uses them as building materials. Let's see if I can get some magic answers from him next. What is a mana vein, Master Dell? Mana veins are the natural flow of dense magic in the world. It's unknown how exactly they form, but they mostly appear in undisturbed patches of nature. Earth mana veins are the easiest to come by. If you dig enough, you'll find a small one like I did. I'll show you what they look like when we reach the deepest part of the mine. Mana veins don't have to be in the ground either. The sky is full of mana veins that we can't see. I learned from my elders that there are rare mana veins that can form as well. You can get rare fire mana veins around volcanoes or opposite. Water mana veins can form in the sea or within waterways. These areas produce the rarest of mana-touched materials, which all craftsmen look for. All mana veins are unique, coming in all shapes and sizes. Mana veins can be hard to measure, but are classified as small, medium, and large. As a mana vein grows in size, the mana inside the vein grows more powerful, making larger veins incredibly rare. 90 of mana veins are small, with 9.99 being in the medium category, and finally only 0.01 of mana veins can be considered the large variant. The large mana veins contain so much magic that if non-mages or low-leveled creatures get near them, they die instantly. Kingdoms have been built on the riches of a single larger class mana vein or have been destroyed for one. I should try meditating by the mana vein when we reach it. I wonder what the surrounding mana looks like next to such a rich source of magic. Master Dell, how does someone die from too much mana? If Master Dell can answer that, I won't have to try any animal testing. Different creatures handle mana differently. Some are born in mana-rich environments and naturally can handle it, but others, after absorbing multiple times their mana pool, simply poof, poof, ya poof. The mana burns them from the inside out if their bodies can't take it. A person with a weak body can only stand maybe 7 times their own mana pool. People usually feel it long before it gets that bad though, and just leave the area. I pumped 250 mana straight into each of those little goblins over a few seconds. No wonder they disintegrated. Mana doesn't even need to be channeled into a spell if you have enough. You could just melt someone with it. Walking past our first side tunnels, moving deeper, another important question that I wasn't sure I should ask my parents pops into my head. Master Dell, why do skills give different amounts of experience? Also, how many tiers of skills are there? Your parents never taught you this. No matter, what is the most amount of experience you've ever gotten for a new skill? 150, I reply. Well, I have 3 of them, but let's not say that yet. No wonder your level is so high. You already have a tier 3 skill at your age. That's impressive. Skills are rated between 1 and 5, I mean 6, but no one admits to having a tier 6 skill. Tier 1 to 3 are considered normal skills. Your average villager will have 2 or 3 third-tier skills if they work hard enough. It's the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers that define how gifted someone really is. 4th tier starts at 250 XP, then 5th at 500 XP, and 6th is rumored to give 1,000 XP for the first level. Your average villager never gets a tier 4 skill, and even among the longer-lived races, tier 4 skills are hard to obtain. People with 5th tier skills are the best of the best. They're celebrated anywhere they go and usually hold the most power. The higher the grade the skill is, the more concentrated its benefits are. For example, Axe Skills is a tier 1 skill, while Axe Arts is tier 2. Then you might get a tier 3 skill like Double Chop, Perfect Cut, Quick Swing, and skills like that. When you get to tier 4 skills, they start to be personalized to an individual. So I'm already at the same level as your average villager, with 3 tier 3 skills. Master Dell, you said people with high tier skills are always sought after. Are you one of those people? I wish. There are plenty of more accomplished human blacksmiths in the capital of Akavile. Remember, I'm a magic-less stone kin. There are plenty of humans who know how to craft with magic. We stone kin are just known as the best. You said the capital city of Akavile. My parents always call it the kingdom. What's our kingdom's name? We are in a part of the kingdom of Olbert, ruled by the Zali's royal family. Olbert Zalis claimed this land 700 years ago during the warring period of Masura. What's Masura? Masura is the name of the continent we live on. Your parents haven't taught you any of this. I was more interested in easy skills I could learn and stuff like that. I know how to read, write, and do math if it makes you feel better. Master Dell stops at the largest branch tunnel we've passed so far. Down there is the biggest iron bed I've uncovered so far. We'll be mining down there later. And no, I'm not impressed. All stone-kin children are required to have those skills. It is you humans that like to limit each other's knowledge. Continuing deeper down the tunnel for another quarter-mile, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It feels like the air is becoming heavier. You feel that, lass? Dell looks over his shoulder to me. The flame on his light hat is a little bigger than when we started. Here I can feel it. It's like I have warm cobwebs clinging to my body. That's the magic in the air you're feeling. As we reach the bottom of the tunnel, we come to an open oval room. I can tell Dell has been mining here for a while. The room is easily 2,500 square feet, with a ceiling almost 20 ft in places. The walls have spots of magicite sticking out of the exposed rock. By now, the webs have turned into ropes around me. The magic is dense enough that little flecks of brown light are oozing from the rock and float about before falling and melding into the ground. I don't want to keep you down here for too long for your first time. I want you to watch me and try to get used to the feeling of this much ambient magic. Master Dell turns the cart around so he can push it back up the tunnel later. Once the cart is positioned, he takes his stance facing one of the walls. Boom! With one swing of his pickaxe, he sends a small explosion into the rock. The rocks surrounding the area where he struck fracture and tumble to the ground. In one swing, he ripped out hundreds of pounds of rock. Did you see my stance? Master turns to see if I'm paying attention. I start coughing because my mouth was wide open after his swing, so I got some dirt in it. Nodding my head rapidly, Dell returns to his work with a smile on his face. We won't be here long, so while Master Dell is mining, I sink into some quick meditation. Feeling my mana stream, I notice minute brown strands slowly mixing with my mana stream. Turning away from an inward perspective, I check my surroundings. I almost startle myself awake. I'm in a sea of brown. Instead of the many colors I normally see around my house, I can only see different shades of brown flowing through the air. The mana is so thick I can't even see the mana in the walls around me. Deactivating my meditation skill, I walk across the room and stand next to a wall. Let's see what a mana vein looks like. Focusing on my meditation again, with one hand on the wall, I try to feel the mana vein. Bam. I fell on my backside. I can't breathe, and I'm sweating more than I should be in this hot cave. You okay? Dell appeared over me. He bends over and easily lifts me up. Yeah, just tripped over a loose rock. Okay, be careful. I'm loading up what I need now and then we'll go mine some iron. Watching him sort the rocks, I wipe the sweat from my face. Looking back at the wall, I discard any idea of trying that again. The force I felt in the wall was massive. The only thing I could compare it to is if a person tried to watch a nuclear explosion without glasses and they were holding the bomb. Trying to get a hold of myself, I walk over to the cart. Dell is loading chunks of pure magicite into the cart. It looks like the waste material fell off completely. After the cart is loaded, we make our way back up the mine shaft. Once the mana starts to weaken, I feel good enough to ask Dell about the magicite. Is that a skill you use to mine the magicite so perfectly? Pushing the cart like it weighs nothing, Dell answers. No, magicite is just like that. After you break through the stone around it, it separates naturally. The stone around magicite requires at least a strength of 100 to chip away at it, but once you break it, gathering it is easy. We arrive back at the iron tunnel Dell told me about earlier. Looking down the tunnel, I see a smaller wheelbarrow waiting on the side of the tunnel entrance that I missed the first time. Grab the wheel locks out of the little wheelbarrow. Looking inside the little wheelbarrow, there are two metal triangles. Picking them up, they must each weigh around 20 pounds. Even with my strength, it's hard to pin them under the large cart's front wheel. Good job. Now throw your pickaxe in the little wheelbarrow and push it down the shaft. Don't look at me like that. You need to work on your muscles and practice pushing the cart when it is empty. Reluctantly, I push the smaller metal cart down the rocky path. It's only the size of a regular wheelbarrow from Earth, but it's made from thick metal and without a rubber wheel in front. Pushing it while empty is still a chore. Trying to distract myself, I ask Doll something that has been bugging me. Where's all the bugs, Dell? You might want to improve your senses. We've passed loads of bugs and animals coming down. Most of them stay away from people, so unless you look for them in the dark, they're really hard to see. What about the gem snails I'm supposed to be looking for? Ha 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 ha. Laughing, Dell walks up to me while I'm trying to get the cart unstuck from a rocky divot. I told you they look like rocks, so look at the rocks. Reaching past my head, he grabs a small pebble from the wall. Holding the pebble up to my eye, I watch as a snail pops out of the bottom. The gem snail is black and dripping yellow mucus underneath it. After holding it for a minute, Dell places the small snail back against the rock. Instead of moving off, it retracts back into its shell and blends so well into the wall that after I blink, I can't find it again. I wonder if I could keep one as a pet. Can their acid eat through glass? Maybe I can get Dell to teach me how to work with glass. With Dell's help, I manage to get the cart moving again. After a few twists and turns, we reach another dead end. Looking around, this room is shaped like a triangle. The walls are made from a black stone that absorbed the light of our helmets, making the cavern even harder to see. We're finally here. See this black stone? That's what we're here for. Master Dell, I thought iron ore was red in color. It is usually. This is called lover's iron ore. This ore naturally draws other metals to it like an expert lover, hee hee. When it's melted down, it produces some of the richest iron you can get. Bending over, Dell picks up a small chunk of ore from the ground and tosses it to me. Examining the rock closely reminds me that I've seen this before in Stanley's collection. This is what was it? Magnetite, that's what it was. It was one of the most common iron ores back on Earth. Holding the chunk of metal over the cart, it jumps out of my hand and slams into the cart's railing. It shouldn't be that magnetic. Master Dell, why is it sticking so much? I told you it loves other metals. The more mana in the ore, the stronger it reacts. Don't worry about it right now. Come take a few swings at the wall. I watched his swing earlier and I already know how to swing a pickaxe from my past life. Lining up next to Fisher already in the wall, I place one leg behind me, keep my back straight, and let my arms guide my swing so that gravity can do its thing. I missed by a lot. This time, do it again, but this time, actually try. I was trying, you monster dwarf. Let me show you again. Dell takes his stance and brings his pickaxe down right where I was previously aiming. Bang. Another explosion of dust, and this time the section cleared is 3 times larger than the hole he created in the magicite. Do it like that, okay. Looking at his smiling face really pisses me off. How am I supposed to copy your swing when you move too fast? Just keep trying and remember with feeling. You are so getting waterboarded again tomorrow. Maybe I won't waterboard him. Right now, I'm sitting on the back of the large cart. I can't move right now. I'm too tired. I spent hours listening to Dell criticize my swing, posture, stamina, you name it. Then we had to load the ore into the small wheelbarrow and take it to the large one, swinging the pickaxe up and down, hauling stone side to side, side to side. I can barely hold onto the side of the cart. Master Dell, the nicest, sweetest, most generous man ever, told me to ride on the cart for the trip back. Even now, Master Dell is pulling the whole cart up the mine shaft. And I thought Dad was strong. Hauling thousands of pounds of stone makes Dell a true monster. That's what happens when you invest so heavily in physical skills. I want to be that strong one day. Opening my eyes, I feel groggy. Did I fall asleep on the wheelbarrow? Why am I staring at the ground? Why am I staring at the ground and at a dwarf's ass? Looking over my shoulder, I realize Dell is carrying me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Before I can say anything, I hear the familiar crack of a door. Now the ground has turned to a stone floor and a familiar door shuts in front of me. Ori lates, El asipout demai. Sorry she's late, she fell asleep on our way out of the mine. Before I can proclaim my innocence, I feel weightless. In one motion, Dell flings me over his head and catches me in a princess carry. Looking around my house, I see Mother and Father looking dumbfounded at me. Richard is on the floor laughing and looks like he is going to die soon. Trying to hide behind my hands, I know my whole face is red right now. Richard is laughing even harder. Kriek. Before the door closes again, I hear Master Dell say good night before leaving me alone with my family. I take back my take back from earlier. The village will hear tomorrow about how a dwarf drowned in his sleep. Back in Master Dell's house, I stride over to his sleeping form, sleeping like a big baby, a level 87 baby. How much experience would I get for killing a level 87 blacksmith? Last night, after I told my parents why I fell asleep, they joined brother in laughing at me. I couldn't even shield myself from their ridicule. I was still too tired to do anything. Even eating was tough. When I finished with dinner, I crawled into my bed and passed out. The first night in over a week since my mana stabilized and I couldn't even practice for a minute. Why did he have to carry me home? He could have woken me up like I did to him earlier that morning. He could have shaken me, poured water on me, or just left me till I woke up by myself. No, he had to carry me back home. After he carted me out of the mine. After teaching me all day. Yeah, he did do a lot for me yesterday. I'll postpone my vengeance for later. Turning away from my sleeping master, I walk out of the hut and take a big breath of fresh air. The first rain came last night and it always seems to wake the forest up. The animals know winter is coming and are scrambling to find food. Villagers will start preparing for winter's first snow. Crafters move their operations inside, leaving those with high physical stats to run the village. Sitting on one of the stone benches, I'm not sure what to do. I woke up earlier than usual and wanted to save my stamina for work today, so I didn't do my physical exercises this morning. The plan was to wake Dell up in the most excruciating way possible, but now I realize how much I overreacted. Dell will probably sleep for at least 2 more hours. I need something to pass the time. Feeling the tranquility of the clearing comes to me. I should practice my mana skills now. I haven't had a chance to use inject mana since I acquired it. I need something to shove my mana into, so I should grab some different objects and see what happens. Standing up, I start walking around the clearing, looking for different materials. First, I grab some sticks from different types of trees, along with their leaves. I pluck a weed from the ground, roots and all. Walking over to the shed holding the blacksmith's tree branches, I grab the smallest log on top. This wouldn't be a good experiment if I only used plants. Sitting next to Dell's hut is the cart of ore we gathered yesterday. I grab a small sample of lover's iron and a pebble of magicite. With plenty of items to test, I sit back down, preparing myself to disintegrate some stuff. A quick scan of the materials, and I decide which order I'll start with. I'll see how the mundane materials fare against mana first, then if I have enough mana, I'll try the ores and silver log. Relax, breath in, breath out. I need to be able to see how the materials react to my mana, so I can't fully submerge myself with meditation. Mana manipulation is still too hard for me to use without meditation, so I can only use expel mana and inject mana with a quarter of the control I'm used to. Grabbing one of the branches at my feet, I point it away from me like a wand. I don't want to Harry Potter this and blow something up by accident. Slowly, I try to push my mana into the stick. Nothing happened. Inject mana feels like it's trying to work, but has nothing to push. Maybe I can only inject mana that I've already expelled from my body. Pointing the stick away from me again, I try using both skills together in my right hand. Ow, a small shock shot up my arm, causing me to drop my stick. When I tried using the skills together in one hand, the mana became uncontrollable when it shifted from my body to the inject mana skill. This didn't happen with the goblins, but that was an adrenaline-fueled situation, and I did it with one skill, not two. Third time is the charm. Holding the stick still in my right hand, I plan to use inject mana with my right hand and fuel it with expel mana from my left hand. Bracing myself, I start using inject mana on the stick. Bringing my left hand on top of my right, I release mana through my palm. Immediately, I feel both skills working. Staring at the branch, I slowly continue using my skills. The stick looks like it has life being injected into it. Originally, it was a dry twig on the ground. Now its color is returning and the part I'm gripping feels softer. I have about 8 points of mana in the stick, almost 9. Suddenly, the sensation of inject mana hits a barrier. I think the stick is rejecting my mana. Ignoring the feeling, I try to force more mana past the barrier. 13, 14, 15 at 15 mana, the barrier crumbles. The stick disintegrates quickly in my hand, unlike the goblins who slowly peeled apart. After trying 3 more normal sticks, I can make some conclusions. Injecting my mana can partially revitalize a dead plant. The last stick I set aside without breaking the barrier. With my mana sense, I can observe the revitalized twig. The mana I injected slowly evaporates, leaving the twig the same as when I found it on the ground. Once all of my mana has left the twig, I decide to try filling it again. The second time filling it only takes 6 mana instead of 13. The barrier is also much more fragile. I didn't want to destroy this twig, but the barrier breaks without me trying, so the last of my normal sticks are gone. Picking up a fresh leaf, I try the same tests. Weird, it's opposite from the sticks. When injecting mana into something, still technically alive, the barrier tries to stop any mana before it can enter. Once the barrier broke in the leaf, it only took 1 point of mana for the leaf to disintegrate. Let's try a small plant. Reaching down, I pick up the small weed. Channeling my mana, I hit the same type of barrier as the leaf. This barrier is much more resilient to my mana. It takes nearly 20 mana to finally bypass the barrier. Unlike everything so far, the weed's barrier doesn't shatter completely. The barrier continues to fight my mana as I pour it in. To my surprise, the weed starts to grow. The roots extend a little and even 2 new leaves start to bud on the top. At 4 points of mana, the weed starts turning blue, and with the 5th point, the weed starts to disintegrate slowly like the goblins. Fauna and flora are able to fight against foreign mana as long as they are alive. Let's see how inanimate objects fare against mana. With the iron ore in my hand, I check how much mana I've used so far. Focusing in, I can tell I've used about 110. The iron ore has more mana already inside than the twigs, so I'm not sure how much I'll spend on this chunk. Forcing my own mana into the ore, it feels like cramming your clothes into your girlfriend's already filled closet. You can see the different clothes, but they never mix properly. Suddenly, the ore chunk shatters into smaller pieces. The black ore cracked into 13 smaller chunks, but each chunk is much darker than before. Looking around the chunks, brown sand and dust are scattered around the broken pieces. Reaching down again, I pick up one of the new iron ore samples. Trying to channel my mana back into the ore reveals all my previous mana is gone. Only the mana that was originally in the ore is left, and it is much more concentrated. I'll have to find different ores to test my hypothesis, but it looks like my mana caused the waste material to disintegrate, leaving only pure iron. If I practice this skill enough, I might be able to mine with this skill alone. I could just inject my mana into an ore bed and pick out only the pure chunks left behind. All of that experimenting on the iron ore cost me 130 mana. I only have 160 left before I reach my 20 limit. Looking at my palm, the pebble of magicite sends a shiver down my back. Remembering the feeling from the mana vein yesterday almost keeps me from continuing. Let's start slowly. Gods damn it, my hand won't stop shaking. The little pebble is missing. I think it flew somewhere to the left of me. There's a little burn mark where the pebble was resting on my hand. When I tried injecting my mana into the magicite, the mana in the pebble backfired and ignited my own mana, causing a small explosion in my hand. Other than the damage where the magicite was sitting on my hand, the rest appears okay. Conclusion, don't fuck with pure mana. I'm almost scared to try the last item now. Father said blacksmith's trees absorb more mana, making them burn better, and this is a tier 6 tree. Dell said they're incredibly hard to light, so I should be fine. Holding the small log like I did the twigs, I start injecting my mana. The concentration of starting mana is at least 12 times stronger than that of the branches I randomly grabbed from the ground. With my previous failure, I try to inject my mana as slowly as possible. Nothing's happening. 50, 75, 100, 110, 120, 130. This little log is sucking up all my mana. 140, 150, and 160, that's it. I can't use any more mana right now. The silver shine of the bark is brighter, and the wood looks like it was just cut, but that's it. When I use sense mana, I notice that the mana that was already in the wood is forced around the surface of the log. The natural mana is wrapping around my mana, holding it inside like a cocoon. Maybe this log can contain my mana till tomorrow, so I can try mixing my full mana pool with what I've already injected into the log. I need to stash this log somewhere so Dell doesn't accidentally burn it. Rising from the bench, I brush off some small flakes of ash. Maybe I can hide it behind some rocks. Looking around the clearing, Master Dell is standing in his doorway, watching me with a blank expression. Why is he up already? How long has he been watching me? I don't know what to say. Why is he standing there, staring at me? Say something. Good morning, Master Dell. I didn't have to wake you up this morning. That's the best I could come up with. He's not even blinking. This is bad. I drop my smile, as serious as I've ever been. I ask my real question. How long have you been up? We stare at each other for another minute. Without moving a muscle, Master Dell finally starts to talk. I woke up 30 minutes ago after you yelled. So after the magicite then, you picked today to wake up like a normal person. I'm trying to break some of the tension, but Master isn't having it. I didn't need to drink as much last night. Mining with you last night, I didn't feel as down as I usually do. How do I respond to that? Looking at my feet, I can't look Master in the eyes right now. They're so empty. My hands hurt. I want to unclench them, but I can't. Are you out of mana? Why are you asking me that, Dell? Are you afraid to ask what you really want to? No, I still have 20 left. I've always frozen in situations like this, hoping to fade into the background. That's what you say. Screw this. One of us has to be the adult. If you're going to stand there all day, I'm going home. Let me know when you're going to talk again. Turning around, I start to walk back home. I try to keep my pace steady. Every part of me wants to run home and cry. Why does this hurt so much? ISH. Death. I stop mid-stride. The pressure behind me, I can't move. I want to turn around and look at Dell, but I can't. This pressure is the worst I've ever felt, more than being crushed to death. Death was quick. This feels like my soul is being grabbed from my chest. The world is quiet. Every creature has stopped moving. Without realizing when Dell is in front of me, my senses couldn't pick up his movements. He simply appeared 2 feet ahead of me. His blank stare is gone, replaced with rage. You think you can walk away? Meeting Dell's eyes draws the last strength from my body. I collapse to my knees, unable to look at Dell anymore. You think you can mock me, pretending like you understand me, trying to get me to lower my guard, wanting to steal Stone Kin's secrets. What secrets? I never wanted him to teach me magic. I just wanted someone to show me how to be a blacksmith. You deserve this, you and your whole family. I want to try and argue with him, but I can't. If I could just, everything's going black. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. My head is killing me. My clouded ceiling has the last rays of sunlight illuminating my room. Was I unconscious the whole day? Bang, bang, bang. Standing up, I feel a little woozy. My head finally stops pounding. Looking over myself, I can't see anything wrong with me. But how did I get home? Stumbling out of my room, I see a pot of stew with a single bowl next to it. Walking over to the table, I notice Father sitting in a chair off to the side. Richard and Mother are applying first aid to Father, who looks like he got his ass kicked. Half of his face is bruised, his arms and legs are covered in small cuts, and his exposed chest has 3 black handprints. How do you get a bruise like that? It's like only the skin that was touched was injured, leaving the surroundings okay. What happened? My low voice echoes across our house. Thank the gods you're okay. Mother comes rushing over to hug me. The last thing I remember was Dell about to kill me. Now in Mother's embrace, I cry like I've never cried before. Between sobs, I managed to ask again what happened. The whole village felt the pressure from Dell's clearing. Your father was the first to arrive. He saw you on the ground with Dell standing over you, so he attacked. Looking at Dad, my eyes widen. You fought Master Dell. Coughing loudly, Dad tries to talk without wheezing. It wasn't a fight, I just wanted to get you away from him. He moved so fast I could barely defend myself. Luckily, I held out till some of the other villagers came, and he stopped rampaging. The bastard threw me through a tree. And don't call that man Master again. I was so worried, sweetie. Your father brought you home unconscious, half dead himself. What happened? What caused him to go crazy? I did this to myself. I've been lying not just to Dell but to my family for years. Are they going to freak out the same way? I lied to Dell. I lower my head in shame. Sweetie, that doesn't justify what he did. Hugging me tighter, Mom, only makes me feel worse. I lied to him like I've been lying to you guys. What? Shrugging away from Mom, I look at my family. I can't see straight with all my tears. Master Dell told me some very personal things, reasons why he's out here, and I never told him what I could do. He caught me practicing, and I don't know. He freaked out, thought I was a spy or something. I don't know. Mother and father are too stunned to say anything. Richard pauses treating Dad's wounds and asks the question they can't. What were you practicing? Wiping my eyes, I walk over to our firewood. Grabbing a piece of kindling, I push my mana into it. The three of them stare wide-eyed as the wood regains its color and eventually disintegrates in my hands. Looking up, I finally tell my family. I was practicing magic. The sun has set, and as if by some stereotypical coincidence, it starts to pour outside. I'm sitting at the table explaining my magic skills to my family, slowly finishing my dinner. They even broke out the candles we rarely use, expecting this to take a while. Mom looks skeptical. I don't see how you have been practicing for so long, and none of us have noticed it. You walked in on me a week ago, Mom. Remember when I was recovering from the Karhu attack? I told you I was meditating. I thought you were joking. I mostly meditate before I go to bed. I stay up for a few hours practicing and wake up late because using mana drains someone like stamina. Since when could you use magic, sweetie? Dad finally asked me a question. I was worried he would be like Dell, but he reassured me with his big smile. I won't tell them about my past life, but I need to get most of my secrets out. I love and trust my family the most in this world. I started practicing a little before I turned 2. All 3 of them are stunned. Their faces bring a smile to me for the first time tonight. It's hard to explain, but I've always been able to sense mana. To me, mana is like the air we breathe, and as I got older, I could sense it better and better each year. Richard suddenly had a look on his face. You said you practice every night, even when you were 2. Yep, I would wait for you to start snoring, then practice for a few hours. So nights I thought you were asleep, you were listening to me. Richard turns red, then the parents thought about what he said and turned red as well. While meditating, I try to block everything out. It got a lot easier after you left, though. This is going better than I thought. If you have been practicing this much, what level are you, Aaliyah? Leave it to brother to ruin the mood. No, this is important too. Sharing your stats shows how much you trust someone. I'm level 38, almost 39. Gods, wow, that's the reason I didn't want to show you my stats when I had my awakening. I know it's late, but here is my status page. Level 38 and experience, 37,280 for 48,950. That's not all. With everyone focusing on me, this makes it a little harder. Inject mana is a tier 4 skill. Before anyone can say anything, Mother demands everyone's attention. That information doesn't leave this room. Aaliyah never tells someone about tier 4 skills. It's dangerous for villagers to advertise skills like that. Nobles have been known to collect people with higher tier skills. Did you tell Dell about your skill? No, Mother. He reacted before I could explain myself. Good, you don't need to see him ever again. Dad demands I can see where he stands. Please stop. I know Master Dell overreacted, but after the time I spent with him, I know he's a good person. A good person wouldn't have hurt you like that or tried to kill your father. Mother, I can't tell you secrets that aren't mine, but I can say, if Master Dell wanted to kill Dad, he could have done it with one blow. Everyone looks shaken with that remark. Dad is the first one to recover and looks at me with serious eyes. Sweetie, what are you planning to do? Looking down, the sound of rain helps me to relax and think. I'm going to wait for spring, then I'll get my apprenticeship back. You sure that is a good idea, sis? Waiting to apologize doesn't usually work. Yeah, I'm sure. If I tried to apologize tomorrow or even a week from now, he might do something stupid. He told me he only does work when someone asks for something, and with winter coming fast, he'll probably be inside the next few months anyway. After he calms down, I'll sit and talk to him. Till then, I'll take some time to practice magic. Maybe work with Dad some more. And Mom, you still want to teach me to cook, right? The rest of the night passed with more hugs and a clearer conscience. Clearer, not cleared. I need to start planning what I should say to Master Dell. I really am lucky, laying in bed listening to the softening rain. A second life, a great family, and a master that was excited to teach me. This was my first mistake in this life, but I refuse to believe I can't change it. Raising my hand towards the ceiling, I remember the promise I made to myself. I will become the strongest human I could be. I had the best head start I could ask for, so I can't complain on the first bump in the road. Trying to relax, I know I can plan better with my family tomorrow. Falling asleep, I just hope these nervous stomach cramps go away soon. The snow has almost finished melting. The clear blue mana in the snow is mixing with the assortment of colors in the air, causing the snow's mana to turn darker shades of blue as it melts back into water. Deactivating my sense mana and meditation skills, the world turns solid as I open my eyes. 7 months of training have given all my skills a great boost. I can't help but think about how hard I've worked these last few months. Being open with my family has given me so much more time to openly train all of my skills. Almost every one of my skills have leveled at least once, and most of them multiple times. I leveled twice over the winter. I trained my mana skills so hard my magic and clarity stats went up naturally, just like when I was little. I decided to place another 10 points into vitality, on advice from my parents. Mother said we both have the same vitality now. I've spent the last 7 months helping my mom around the house, going out once a week with Dad, and the rest of the time practicing my mana skills. Mom taught me the sewing and cooking skills before the snow even touched the ground. I thought I was a decent cook back in my old life, but now, deprived of internet access and modern appliances, I have a new respect for Mom's culinary choices. The most important thing Mother taught me about was my monthly visitor. That horrible day 7 months ago turned even worse, with my first period starting the day after. Mother took the time to reassure me nothing was wrong, despite me thinking I had some sort of internal injuries because of Dell. The best thing is, it doesn't happen as much as back on Earth. The higher a woman's vitality, the less her body needs to heal itself. Since me and Mother have the same vitality, she told me she only gets hers once every 2 moons. I almost dumped all my points into vitality right then and there. I made sure to exercise daily, even running laps in the snow. After the Dell incident, no one calls me Little Rabbit anymore. In fact, most people ignore me now. Dell has not said a word to anyone in the village since he beat up Dad. Brother said there are rumors floating around the village, but I have chosen to ignore them. Also, alongside my daily exercises, I made sure to go to work with Dad at least once a week. The forest was beautifully covered in a blanket of snow. Most of the animals were holed up in their dens, so I used my time with Father to practice my axe skills and gather materials to practice inject mana. Despite all those activities, I spent probably 70 of my time meditating and practicing my mana skills. It was funny the first few weeks. Everyone couldn't believe how long I remained motionless. When I reminded them of my years of practice, they could only half smile at my abilities. Richard asked me to try and teach him some magic skills, but no matter what I tried, he couldn't properly feel any mana in or around himself. I even tried using inject mana on him a little bit. Richard's magic stats were low, but because of his high physical stats, his inner barrier was the strongest I've seen. Even emptying most of my mana pool didn't damage his barrier at all. He described it as the same feelings I had downed by the mana vein. He could feel his body fighting off the foreign mana, but was never able to sense his own. I was worried he would resent me because I couldn't teach him. He reassured me after it became apparent he had no magic talent, that he expected this and was just happy I tried to teach him. Maybe if I can raise my skills even higher, I could try again. The problem is I finally hit a barrier with my skills. Sense mana reached level 50 over 2 months ago, and meditation reached 53 weeks ago. The two skills that I've been able to continuously grow haven't improved even a little after they reached level 50. Getting up to stretch, I'm happy I don't have to train blindly anymore. I can just ask Mom about my problems. Walking out of my room, towards Mother sitting and sewing one of Dad's pants, I want to kick myself for my previous paranoia. If I was honest with my family a few years ago, maybe my skills could have been even higher now. I could have asked them for pointers leveling skills in general, even if they can't use magic. Hey Mom, I approach her smiling. Afternoon, sweetie. Finished laying around doing nothing. My smile becomes strained. Mother loves giving me a hard time about meditating most of my day away. She's supportive in her own way, but I think she worries about me practicing magic. Sort of. I'm having some trouble with 2 of my magic skills. I was wondering if you could help me out. I don't know anything about magic, sweetie. You might be able to ask Anastasia if you're having that hard of a time. No, Mother, nothing like that. It's about my skill levels. No matter how hard I try to raise them, they stopped leveling. Oh, what level are they? They both stopped at 50. Mother's frown turns into a smile. You always make me so proud, Aaliyah, to think you reached the first skill challenge at your age. Seeing my confused face, Mother explains skill levels for me. You see, sweetie, the higher the tier of a skill, the harder they are to level. Every 10 levels, skills become generally harder to level, but skills have tests at certain levels that you need to pass to continue leveling. Tier 1 and 2 skills have the first test at level 50, then another at 75, and the master test at 99. Tier 3 and 4 have the first test at level 40, then at 60, 80, and the master test at 99. Lastly, Tier 5 has the first test at 30, then every 10 levels you need to pass another test. What about Tier 6, Mom? Knowledge on Tier 6 skills are all rumors. No one knows how to gain, level, or even classify Tier 6 skills. Okay, but what are these tests? How do I pass them? They're not actual tests, sweetie. They're called tests because you have to test your skill to break through to the next level. You have to use your skills in a new way, or maybe realize a truth about your skill. They're all different. Don't look down on the tests, even if they're only in the first 2 tiers. Many people never pass their tests and simply move on to train another skill. But Mom, I've never felt any real increase in difficulty till I hit level 50. That's because you are truly gifted, Aaliyah. If a skill doesn't feel like it's getting any harder every 10 levels, that means you have a talent in this skill. After you pass the first test, which I know you will depending on how great your talent is, you could continue leveling like you are now until you hit the next test. So I need to use my skills in another way. I think I know how to break through, but it will take some time and luck. Turning around, I start walking back to my room. Knowing is half the battle. I need to not only work on the 2 skills already at level 50, but prepare for charm and expel mana to hit level 40 as well. Where do you think you're going? Turning back towards Mother, she is moving her sewing supplies and rising from her chair. Well, you gave me some great ideas. I thought I would go test them out. I'm happy I was able to help. But you know it's your turn to help me make dinner tonight. Ah, yeah, I forgot. I'm sure you did. Go start the fire while I get the ingredients ready. I start piling the wood into the fireplace as Mother starts prepping our kitchen. Why can't magic be easier? If I could throw a fireball into our fireplace, getting this kindling started wouldn't be so hard. Staring at the embers, I hope I can convince Dell tomorrow. No, I will convince him tomorrow. Positive thoughts. Aaliyah, stoking the fire, I don't hear any cutting from the kitchen. Glancing at Mom, she's staring at me with a worried look on her face. Yes, Mom, what's wrong? Are you going back to that man tomorrow? Replying without looking at Mother is hard. Yes, did you not have fun with your father and me? Propping the tongs against the brick hearth, I calmly look at Mother. Of course, I had fun with Yao, but I want to be a blacksmith. But what about your talent with magic? You could practice at home with us and go to the city to find a great mentor when you turn 15. I enjoy magic, Mom, but a good crafting job is what I need. You told me mages are scarce, and if I went down that path, I would probably end up in the kingdom's army. Any teaching they would give me, they would expect me to repay twofold. The idea of using magic to hurt people, I can't do it. I know you're worrying about Dell, he overreacted, but I also made a big mistake. If he truly doesn't take me back, I'll reconsider my options. Regardless how tomorrow goes, I need to apologize for my mistake. Rest of dinner prep passed silently between the two of us. As the food is almost finished, the door creaks open. Mother, Aaliyah, I'm home. Richard comes strolling in, unaware of the atmosphere between Mother and me. He's carrying a chair. Before the door can close behind him, a lightly tanned hand grabs the door. Mother and I freeze as a girl around the same age as Richard walks through our door. As Richard changes his shoes, I get a good look at her. She has long black hair that shimmers in the sunset, coupled with dark blue eyes and a slender face. Her smile looks forced, like she's nervous to be here. Unlike most villagers, she's not skinny. She's not fat, but she looks like she eats more than the average villager does. Her clothes are tailored, and she has 2 bracelets made of beads on her left arm and a simple necklace with a small polished gem on it. Her shoes look clean, with no stains from work at all. It looks like she brought a basket of bread with her. She looks familiar, but I can't place where I've seen her. Placing the extra chair next to his own, Richard takes the girl's hand and sits her at the table like a gentleman. Placing the bread basket on the table, the girl sits with perfect posture. Before Mom can ask the obvious question, our door opens with Dad carrying a bundle of firewood. Taking off his shoes and looking up, he freezes after noticing the extra person in the room. Perfect timing, Dad. Mother, Father, Aaliyah, I want to introduce Sandra Downs. We've been getting to know one another these last few moons, and she said she wanted to meet my family. With his goofy grin, anyone could tell how much he likes her. For some reason, our parents look even more shocked after hearing her name. Wait, Downs, she has a last name. The only family with a last name in the village is the village headman's family. While Richard is still glowing and the parents are in shock, I walk over to Sandra. Hey. What are you doing with a guy like my brother? Something wrong with you? Sandra starts laughing while brother realizes what I just said. What does that mean, Aaliyah? Obviously, I'm curious how you managed to befriend the headman's daughter. With our parents nodding along with my remark, brother turns a scarlet red. Unable to answer, Sandra answers for him. I met Richard a few moons ago when a part of our ceiling broke because of the snowfall. While he was on his break, he noticed me practicing magic with healer Anastasia. He gave me some hints to better harness my magic, and we've been talking ever since. Richard gave you magic advice. He can't even use magic. What did Richard do? If he sold me out to a pretty face, I know he can't use magic, but he told me he practiced for a while. He gave me several different exercises that helped me gain a few levels. Plus, he's fun to be around. Oh gods, she likes him too. Rest of dinner last night was spent talking about Sandra's family and her practicing to be a mage. I used sense mana when she was distracted with our parents' questions to get a look at her capabilities. Her mana pool was almost twice as big as mine, but seemingly lacked the control I've practiced. Though this morning Dad was waiting with Mom as I tried to leave the house. Dad said he would stay in the area if anything went wrong, and Mother almost smothered me before I could make it out the door. Walking through the small strip of forest, I have to stop and calm myself. My heartbeat keeps speeding up, challenging my resolve. Stepping into the clearing, the memories from last time I was here make it seem like it was just yesterday. The slush from the snow has the ground just as wet as the day I was kicked out. Looking at all the sheds and tools, it's not that everything looks the same. It is the same. The cart from our mining trip is still sitting exactly where we left it. Other than some snow caught inside, the forge is as clean as the day I left. Has Dell not done anything for 7 months? Richard told me Dell was ignoring everybody, including Salis. Poor Salis, he had to buy nails from the traveling merchant. Dell's door looks so much more menacing right now. Pushing on it slowly, I hear pots being pushed around. The room isn't as dirty as when I first cleaned it. All the piles of ores and metal products are still neatly separated. That doesn't mean there isn't a mess. The floor is covered in dirty pots, and the fireplace has a pile of soot next to it. And, oh gods, there's a pile of bones in the corner. Walking over to the pile, I can finally make out 3 Farkas skulls. Is he keeping the bones for crafting, or is this another sign of depression? The hut stinks so bad it's covering the stench of alcohol wafting up from the bundle atop the stone bed. Checking the small keg, he keeps his drink in. It's mostly empty. I can't wake him up with water if I want to try to apologize. I might as well clean as usual. Everyone would be happier waking up to a cleaned room. Sitting on the stone bench facing the house, I wait for the sleeping stone kin to rise. Even while I straightened out his house, he didn't move a muscle. Imagining all of the different ways this could have gone, I didn't expect to be sitting here waiting for Master Dell to wake up. Now that I don't have anything to do, I've started shaking again from the anticipation. This isn't good. I need to be calm before I try talking to Dell. If I'm anxious, I won't be able to calmly defend myself. If I act too weak, he'll toss me away immediately, and if I rush my apology and come off rude, it could be worse. I know what I have to do. Relaxing, I try to enter a meditative state. This time I don't close my eyes. I need to reach the next level in meditation. I think I can pass the test if I can stay aware of my surroundings even while meditating. Next, I try to see the mana around me, not by closing my eyes and feeling it during meditation. I think my eyes are the key to passing both of my tests together, regulating my breathing, relaxing, and focusing all at the same time. Time means nothing right now. Slowly, I start to see threads floating trough the air, wisps of color moving in and out of my vision. I want to look at each individually, but every time I start to focus, they fade away. I can't move, it will break my meditation. If I can keep this up. Everything falls away as the door I've been staring at finally opens. Standing in the doorway is Dell. He looks horrible. He still has no hair on his face or head, however. He looks tired. His face has the kind of tiredness that someone gets when they have nothing to look forward to. As we make eye contact, a little life seeps back into his face. Last time I was overcome by his presence. This time I won't be scared away. Standing up from the bench, I walk in front of Master Dell. I decided earlier that I needed to show my remorse, and sincerely as much as possible. I don't know any of the customs of stone kin or even human etiquette for something like this. Over the last 7 months, I tried to think of the best way I could express my emotions. Even my parents couldn't think of anything off the top of their heads, so I used my previous life memories. There was a great way to apologize in Japanese culture, the doja. With only 2 feet between us, I assume the doja position. I remember from my past life, this position represents acknowledging someone of higher status or showing someone a deep apology and even asking for a favor from the person. All 3 of these reasons are exactly what I'm looking for. With my forehead on the cold ground, I give my apology. I am truly sorry for lying to you, Master Del Raisin. You gave me your trust when you told me your history. I dishonored you, my master, by withholding such important information. If I can have one request, please continue to work with my father. My family was unaware of my talents. I only told them after you terminated my apprenticeship. I can only dream of your forgiveness. I promise never to lie to you again. How long did you practice that speech? Dang, and I just said I wouldn't lie again. I've been practicing every night since our separation. This type of apology may be favored amongst elves and other noble races, but you have to talk to a stone kin while looking them in the eye. Stand up. Climbing to my feet, I meet Dell's eyes. His face looks like it's carved from stone, but I can see the anger bubbling underneath. Taking another breath to calm myself, I brace for any question he might ask. Who does your family serve? What are you talking about? Crap, I dropped my calm face. How was I supposed to expect a question like that? Don't play dumb with me. Your parents move here from nowhere. Your father spends years befriending me, and their child is capable of stealing stone kin secrets. So I'll say it again. Who are you working for? I can't keep the shock from my face. I can't help but feel angry right now. Is he trying to blame my parents or something? First, my parents moved here to escape my mother's family, who were merchants, by the way. Second, my dad is the nicest man ever. Of course, he wanted to befriend an angry stone kin on the outskirts of our village. And last, I never asked you to teach me any secrets, magic or otherwise. But what about all those questions in the cave, asking more and more about magic? I already told you. I take another deep breath. I was really close to yelling. I know yelling never solves an argument. I asked you those questions because you were the only one I trusted. I kept all of my talent hidden from my family. They didn't even know my level, but you did. I've always kept my training secret, so I could only ask questions like that to someone I trusted. Dell's scowl finally slips. This is progress, but I have to air my problems too, or I could never work under him again. I trusted Yuan. You hurt my father. He finally looks like he's understanding me. You hurt my father and you hurt me. You scared my family and you scared the whole village. I came to apologize and I hope I can work with you again someday. But before that can happen, my family deserves an apology from you, especially my father. He always considered you a friend. I said my part and Dell looks like he is thinking things over. Good day, Dell Raisin. Turning away, I head for the village, feeling much better about myself. No matter what happens, my conscience feels a lot better. Stopping right before the edge of the clearing, I turn around one last time. Dell is watching me with thoughtful eyes. If you want to apologize, I suggest you do it in your real voice. Just a thought. With my last remark, I disappear from Dell's sight. Walking home, with the weight lifted off my shoulders, I wonder how Mom will react when I come home. Maybe she'll be so happy that she won't complain about me meditating again. With my lighter heart, I know I can advance further. There's always something to improve on. It's hard to find people to talk to about your interests. If I still had the internet, I could join a chat group, look up videos, or just read articles about anything I found interesting. Finding someone who has the same interests as me in a small village is impossible, or should have been. Sitting across from me, Sandra came over again with Richard. It's Richard's turn to help make dinner, and Mother firmly refused to let Sandra help him. At least with her here, he might finally make a decent meal. With her waiting for Richard, and me waiting at home for Dell's decision, we both needed someone to talk to. So you're waiting for Dell Raisin to take you back as an apprentice? Yes and no. I messed up pretty bad during my training, and he misread the situation, making everything worse. Luckily, after I apologized yesterday, he looked a lot less angry. That's good. Father was worried he might leave the village. He's hard to talk to, but he's an incredible smith. Yeah, I know. A part of me was hoping he would stop by today, but I knew that was wishful thinking. You shouldn't worry too much. If you're half the hard worker Richard has told me about, Dell Raisin will definitely take you back. Just continue to work as hard as you can and you'll succeed. That's what my father always says when I'm having trouble with my training. You talked about that a little last night. You're training to be a mage, right? That's correct. I'm the only other person in the village that can use magic. Father pays Anastasia to teach me as much as she can, so when I go to the city for proper training soon, I'll find a better teacher. Does brother know you're planning on leaving soon? We're discussing it. He knows how passionate I am about magic. I need to leave eventually to find a real teacher, someone who can use real magic, not magic items. You want to cast your own spells, not using gloves for everything, right? Exactly. Did you talk to Anastasia too? I tried after my awakening. She wanted a ridiculous amount of money just to try and teach me how to use some magic gloves. I know what you mean. Father has her teach me because he wants a mage in the family. She's been teaching me since before my awakening, and her lessons have barely changed. If she wasn't so important, I'd tell Dad to stop paying her. I heard she's the daughter of a large caravan company. That's why a traveling merchant regularly comes to our village to check up on her. Why is she out here if she comes from money? Father told me she tried joining the healer branch of the kingdom's army. She was probably supposed to earn a ranking position and help her family gain military shipping contracts. Unfortunately for her, she had only the most basic of magic talent. She was told she could only be placed in the healer's reserve garrison. What's that? The healer's reserve garrison is a fancy name for the healer's maids. They do all the dirty work the healers don't want to do. Knowing she couldn't provide the contact with the military for her family, she quit. For failing her duty to her family, she was cut off financially. With the last of her money, she bought some minor healing gloves and came to our village. How does your dad know all of this? He was contacted by Anastasia's family. Our village gets a merchant to regularly stop by in return for keeping an eye on her. So has she been able to teach you any real magic? No, only theory. That doesn't sound too bad. I'm sorry, Sandra. I'm just a little jealous that you have a teacher. Magic sounds really cool. What have you learned so far? Have you heard about the 3 methods to cast magic? A little. Anastasia went over them really quick, but she didn't sound super enthusiastic about what she told me. Well, casting magic falls into 3 different categories: runic, chanting, or pure manipulation. Runic magic is the channeling of mana into runic symbols to trigger a magic affect. There are 2 main methods to cast runic magic. The first is with magic circles that contain many runes. The more complicated the circle is, the harder it is to channel your mana into it. The larger and more complicated the magic circle, the more mana you need to successfully activate it. The best thing about runic magic is the ability to create the magic circles ahead of time, and then leave them till you have a need to activate them. Because runic magic can be carved into things like metal, runic magic is used to make magic items. Magic items can be created with as little as 4 runes. To make a simple firebox, or hundreds of runes can be carved into a sword, turning it into something capable of slaying a dragon. Unfortunately, like all magic, different runes are kept secret by their owners. How can you own a rune, Sandra? Runic knowledge is passed from master to apprentice, and no mage wants to give up their personal magic knowledge unless it's to someone they trust. Kingdoms have their own runic library, but the Stone Kin are considered to be the masters of runic magic. Supposedly, Stone Kin make thousands of magic items every day. Dad tried to get Dell to teach me some runic magic, but he always refused. Maybe if you're lucky, you can learn some magic from Dell. Yeah, maybe. Hearing how much people think of Stone Kin magic, I can only imagine what Master Dell had to deal with after he left his home. It's nice being able to hear so much about magic, and Sandra said that this is all basic knowledge. What else can I learn? What's the next type of magic? The next type of magic is spoken magic, or commonly called chanting magic. Using your will, you can shape magic with your voice. Wait. You can make fireballs by yelling fireball hard enough. Hee, technically yes. If you had the will of a god, that might work. Spoken magic has to be extremely specific to trigger any real magical effects. Here, watch. Holding out her palm, Sandra starts speaking in an even pace. I summon a candle flame in the center of my palm, 2 inches off of my skin. The flame will burn for 1 minute and flicker out. I guard my hand with mana so the heat doesn't affect me. Ignite. Before my eyes, a tiny flame flickers atop Sandra's outstretched hand. That's all it takes. Sandra doesn't answer me. She's staring at her little flame, concentrating. I can cast magic with this. As I'm about to run outside and try to conjure a fireball, the flame winks out of existence, leaving Sandra winded. As you can see, using magic like that is almost impossible. Confused, I tilt my head. What's impossible? She successfully triggered magic. What's wrong with your spell? Other than being too long, magic like that uses more mana the more complicated you get. And worse, if you chant is not complicated enough, you can't summon anything. Even balancing a small flame like that cost me 380 mana. 380, how is that fair? That would be most of my mana for a single candle flame, lasting only a minute. The reason it costs so much is because our language can't convey the magic we want to cast. Mages who practice spoken magic use the celestial language, but just like runic magic, all celestial spells are kept secret by their owners. The celestial language was recovered hundreds of years ago, and people believe it came from the gods. In the celestial language, that spell I chanted could probably be uttered in less than 7 words. So no matter what you want to learn about magic, you need to acquire the knowledge from someone who's willing to teach you. That's why you want to go to the city, so you can find someone willing to teach you celestial or runic magic. What about the last type of magic? The last type of magic is almost impossible to use, period. Pure manipulation of magic is forcing your mana into a magical effect with just your mana control. The idea came from watching magic beasts. Say, you have a magic beast that covers its body in flames. That magic beast is converting its mana directly into fire. Only the best magicians in the world are able to try something like that, let alone succeed. So the only way for someone to become a decent mage is to find a great teacher. That's right, and magic teachers are extremely picky. That's why my dad still pays Anastasia to come to our house and try to help me improve. If I can prove myself better, I might be able to be an apprentice under a 2-star mage. Stars, what are your basic magic skills? Let's see how I compare to other aspiring mages. The 4 basic skills masters look at are meditation, chanting, sense mana, and expel mana. I'm missing one of those. Doesn't matter, I'll probably get chanting tonight after I try reciting my own spells. What levels are masters looking for? Masters look for someone with a meditation skill over level 30 and the other skills in the high 20s. I can't give you my exact levels, but I'll tell you I'm close to reaching all of the requirements. I probably have 4 or 5 years of practice on her, but my skills are a lot higher. That must be what Mom was saying about me being gifted with my skills. What about other magic skills? Anastasia told me something about mana manipulation when I stopped by after my awakening. Most other magic-related skills are tier 3 and above. Mana manipulation is said to be one of the hardest tier 3 skills to level. Mana manipulation can be as hard to level as a tier 4 or even tier 5 skill, depending on who you ask. That said, it's believed that the higher a person's mana manipulation level is, the easier it is for them to gain tier 4 skills. What are the chances I have magical aptitude? I'm trying not to smile. Mom said it's really rare, but now we have 2 people in the village that can use magic. That's actually false information. Usually 1 out of every 80 people can sense their magic. As long as a person can sense their magic, they could technically be called a mage. Just because someone can use a little bit of magic, that doesn't make them a true mage though. A person isn't qualified to be called a mage unless they have a star. Everybody who doesn't have a star is still considered a normal person. Anastasia is considered one of these people. If she didn't study anatomy with the kingdom's army, she wouldn't be able to even use her gloves properly. Real healers with her amount of magic can easily heal much bigger groups of people or even larger injuries. She does help people though. She saved my dad after the Karhu attack. You're right, she works hard to heal anyone who comes to her door. And despite her repeating lectures, she honestly tries to answer any question I ask her. Do you have any more questions, Aaliyah? I was wondering, how do you cast magic with expel mana? If I'm going to try chanting, I need to know how expel mana works when I'm talking. Expel mana is the basis for most magic skills. When using runic magic, you need to use expel mana into special tools that carve the patterns onto different surfaces. The same applies to spoken magic. You need to expel a small amount of magic through your mouth when chanting, then expel your mana according to your chant. You noticed how I designated where the flame was going to appear. Knowing where the mana needs to be, you have to expel your mana as the spell is forming in its designated place. When you say special tools, what are you talking about? Anastasia only told me a little about magic-enhancing tools. Anything that helps you perform magic stronger, faster, or more easily can be considered one of those tools. Mages can use staves, wands, swords, shields, anything that is made from magic-compatible materials. Materials that complement magic are expensive. Most people can only be lucky to find them. All right, girls, dinner is done. Aaliyah, help your brother set the table. But they just started making dinner. Looking outside, the sun is falling over the horizon. Sandra and I have been talking for hours. As I leave the table to grab the utensils, Sandra looks just as surprised as me. We both lost track of time. It was worth it, though I learned a lot about magic in one sitting. Tonight should be fun. When Sandra and Richard leave, I can try chanting a spell before I go to bed. How am I going to do this? Saying it out loud isn't helping. After Richard and Sandra left, we cleaned the kitchen, and each of us went to our rooms for the night. I got comfortable, but planning my chant out has been difficult. I know it needs to reflect my desires in the shortest, most precise way I can imagine. The problem is the language itself. The reason I had such a hard time learning the local language was due to the extra words they used to convey additional emotion in their words. Saying the same sentence in English is almost 60 shorter. That's it. Sandra said any language could be used. Why am I limiting myself to the longer language? I wouldn't want people to recognize what I was chanting anyway. Anyone listening to my spells would know exactly what was going to happen. Let's try doing this in English. Summoning light in a 1 centimeter diameter ball on the tip of my index finger. It will be 100 lumens and will take 100 mana. Go. It's weird speaking in English again. The mana I expelled during my chant cost me 15 points, and following Sandra's advice, I channeled my mana to my index finger. I can feel the mana gathering into a small ball on the tip of my finger. Suddenly, my room lights up. I almost want to cry. I can finally cast magic spells. I look like a Spielberg alien right now, hee hee. Continuing to channel the spell, I can feel how much mana I'm burning. The light only lasts another 20 seconds before it flickers out of existence. Checking my mana levels, I burned 116 points of mana. Instead of giving a time like Sandra did, I specified how much mana I wanted to spend. Next time I see her, I'll recommend she try it. I wonder how English compares to the celestial language with mana costs. Riding the high of a successful spell, I try once again to break into level 51 with my 2 skills. I've been practicing every chance I get these last 2 days, and I'm positive I'm almost there. Each time I try, my open-eyed meditation becomes a little closer towards real meditation. The wisps of mana are becoming clearer, and I can even move my head slightly without breaking my concentration. Laying comfortably on my bed, I feel like I'm being swallowed by my bed. Trying to enter the mental state, I'm used to the wisps start to appear in my eyes. I can pick out small strands of my mana, the remains of my spell, fusing with the ambient mana around me. I keep trying, but the feeling just won't come. I need to try harder. Wait, this is just like my spell earlier. I'm trying to force the magic when I should be taking a step back. Let's try something different. This time I close my eyes and enter my normal meditation and sense mana skills. Sinking into the deepest meditation I can, I slowly open my eyes. All the flows of mana I'm used to sensing overlap with my room. The joy I feel almost pulls me out of my meditative state. Taking a slow breath, I calm myself. After I sink back into my calm state, I feel everything settle. I did it. I can tell I passed the test. This new sensation was worth it. I can now see how the ambient mana is interacting with my surroundings. I can see mana flowing both around and through items. The mana in everyday materials slightly changes the color of the passing mana. I can still see the mana flow beyond the walls of my house. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to see through objects. I can feel the mental fatigue building behind my eyes. This should be enough for tonight. With the training done, I try and get some sleep. I don't like to empty my mana pool at nights anymore. I need to have mana to practice the next day. As my eyes close, I can't help but start thinking about my breakthroughs tonight, and of course the thought of trying to throw a fireball tomorrow. I really love waking up during springtime. The birds singing almost makes up for my inability to sleep in almost. I can hear Father getting ready in the next room as I sink into my morning meditation. Keeping my eyes open, I have no problems reaching the meditative state from last night. This is the best use of skills I've come across so far. Once you reach the next level in a skill, everything feels more natural. Even though I only achieved the next level once, recreating that same effect is almost second nature now. Now that I don't need to shut myself off from the world while meditating, I can hear the door open and close as Father leaves for work. Aaliyah, come out here, please. Why is Mom calling me so early? She always gives me a few hours in the morning for practice. Donning my usual clothes and brushing my hair, I run my tongue over my teeth. Brushing regularly has been hard. I fastened a toothbrush out of a small strip of wood and attached a small piece of pelt from a farkas. The tail of a farkas is made of extremely bristly hair, and with some thread I can floss properly. I surprised my parents with the idea of dental hygiene, but Dad ended up making one for each of them after seeing mine. Wait, I have magic now. I can't think of a better use for magic than good dental hygiene. Let's think of a good spell really quick. I summon water magic to clean my mouth, removing tartar and plaque. Clean around my teeth gently till 100 mana is spent. Clean. After I finish reciting my new spell, I continue to channel my mana to my mouth. This should be great, I won't have to worry about my teeth anymore. Oh no, once the mana congeals into water, it starts forcing itself around my mouth, I said gently. I can feel the water twisting in and out of my teeth, and every breath I take I inhale water. Collapsing to the ground, the magic finally stops. Taking deep breaths, I cough up slightly yellow saliva. Running my tongue against my teeth again, it feels like I just got out of the most detailed dentist visit ever. Still coughing a little, I wonder if it's worth almost drowning myself. I have to be really careful with what I chant from now on. Straightening my hair again, I leave my room to see what Mom wants. Walking down the short hall, I stop once I see Dell standing by our door. Father is standing in front of Mother protectively, staring with a straight face at Master Dell. Master Dell notices me and asks the question I've been waiting for. Can we talk? Can we talk? Master Dell looks nervous. Gone is the image of the murderous stone kin or the wounded angry man. The man before me is slouched over, scanning the room, looking for anything that can raise his confidence in what's to come. Mother and Father look confused at the man standing in our doorway. The last time Father confronted Dell, he was beaten severely. My always confident mother looks worried about our guest. This is the first time I've seen her so feeble. We can't all stand here all day, waiting for someone to talk. Taking a few steps further into the room, the staring match between Dell and my parents ends. The three of them look to me as I move in front of the table and I pull out one of our chairs. We really should talk. We should all take a seat. Dell, as I gesture to the seat, Dell finally straightens his back and starts walking over to the table. Before he can take his second step, Dell, your shoes. I remind him of his footwear. His newly gained confidence falters as he stares down at his filthy shoes. Mother and Father take the distraction and pull the other three chairs towards the opposite end of the table. Dell sits on our bench by the door and slowly pries off his first boot. Before he can finish removing his first boot, the three of us are sitting and waiting at the table. As Dell starts taking off his second boot, the smell of fertilizer starts wafting around us. The air smells of rotting earth mixed with charcoal. Looking at his boots, I'm reminded of the few times I woke Dell up. Dell would always be dressed, including his shoes, every time I woke him up. Watching Father and Mother both frown at the smell, I think Mom won't mind a change this one time. On second thought, Dell, you can keep those on. With a hint of red crossing his dark features, Dell slips his shoes back on. Sulking, Dell walks over to the chair I pulled out for him. With the four of us sitting, silence once again blankets our house. With the passing of time, Mother's nerviness slowly fades away. Her confident smile creeps back across her face, making me feel a lot better. Being sandwiched between my confident mother and my sturdy father alleviates most of my stress. As the three of us are starting to relax, Dell only looks more worried. Finally, after what seems like an eternity of silence, Dell finally starts to speak. I came to apologize. I'm sorry I attacked you, Darius. I hurt your family and I didn't stop to consider my actions. You have always been nice to me and why are you laughing? I'm trying to apologize here. I can't stop laughing. Dell was talking to his hands so he couldn't see their faces. He still hasn't noticed because he's looking angrily at me. With my head in my hands, I can barely tell him what's wrong. It's the look on their faces. They're too stunned by your accent now. Looking from me to my parents, Dell finally notices their open-mouthed expressions. Mother has interacted with Dell only a few times, so her expression is one of only slightly troubled. Father, on the other hand, has been talking to Dell for years, and this new side has caused the biggest look of disbelief on his face I've ever seen. Coughing into his hand, Dell tries to restart his apology. Yes, I know. I'm sorry about faking my accent all these years. I started talking like that to keep people away from me. I should have told you a while ago, Darius. With his speechcraft explained, Mother and Father harden their expressions. Do you think you can just come and apologize for what you did to Darius and Aaliyah? Just because Aaliyah can use magic, you attack her and almost killed my husband. Shocked at Mother's explosive comments, Dell once again turns to me with a complicated look. Did you not tell them about me? Looking into his eyes, I explained myself. I told them it was because of me lying about my magic abilities. I didn't tell them about your childhood or why you moved here. Those are your secrets to tell, not mine. Dell looks like he's both happy and sad at the same time, while my parents are trying to keep their curiosity from their serious expressions. I felt betrayed by Aaliyah. I was ostracized in Truset, my birthplace, because I was born without any talent with magic. I moved here so I could forget about my troubles and to escape the demands of humans that I could never fulfill. When I caught Aaliyah practicing magic, I lost myself to my anger and self-loathing. I convinced myself that your family had been targeting me since you arrived years ago. The strongest man I've met can't stop shivering. We both share regrets from that day. I'm so sorry, Darius. I attacked you for no reason, and I'm sorry to you too, Aaliyah. I almost did something unspeakable in my blind rage. I hope you can forgive me. We both need to forgive each other. Got to say, though, I didn't think you would take this long to reach out. My little joke stops Dell's trembling and his frown lessens slightly. I came by last night. I heard you talking to your new magic teacher and thought I should come back later. Even if you don't want to be my apprentice anymore, I still felt I needed to apologize to your family. Sandra's not my new teacher. She's my brother's sweetheart. She's leaving for the city soon, and the only people I can tell about my magic skills are my family and you. I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty talented. If someone of even Sandra's dad's status learns about my skills, it could cause a lot of problems for my family. Are you sure you don't want that? I can only teach you blacksmithing. If your talent in magic is as high as you say, you're giving up a great future. Looking at Dell and my parents, I can tell they're both thinking the same thing. I'm doing just fine by myself. I never wanted you to teach me magic, maybe answer a few questions I might have, but I never wanted to make my whole life about magic. Sandra told me about starred mages in the cities. It sounds like they expect total devotion to themselves before they teach you any useful knowledge, and even then, it's the kingdom which holds the real knowledge. I would have to join the kingdom's military if I wanted to pursue a major career in magic. Even without a teacher, I've already managed to cast 2 spells I made myself. They may be small and take up most of my mana, but basic lifestyle magic is mostly what I'm looking for anyway. You managed a spell already. Mom looks shocked. Maybe she was listening to us last night. Yep, all by myself. Grinning broadly, I show Mother my newly scrubbed teeth. I made a spell to clean my teeth better than I ever could with my toothbrush. Before Mother or Father can congratulate me, Dell exclaims angrily, "You shouldn't do that." The tone of his voice causes both Mother and Father to scowl at him again. "Why are you saying that? Aaliyah should be congratulated." Ignoring Mother's furious look, Dell fixes his gaze on me. "Did you hurt yourself?" His question causes both of my parents to look worriedly at me. I lower my face, trying to avoid their gazes. That's what I thought. We Stonekin only use maybe 10 different spoken spells. I may not be able to cast my own magic, but like all younglings, the dangers have been drilled into me. Just because you can make any basic spell you want doesn't mean there's no danger. There is a reason celestial spells are considered the only true form of spoken magic. It's because those words are the only way to precisely cast spells. No matter how well you word your spells, you can never achieve the image in your head. The larger the difference between your chanted words and your mental image, the larger the chance your spell will go wrong. Not only could you seriously hurt yourself by draining too much of your magic, but you should never test a new spell on yourself. The only way to customize magic precisely is to master pure manipulation. You could have killed yourself even with only trying out a basic spell for the first time. I can feel the life drain from my face. I know my spell this morning caused me a lot of discomfort, but I didn't know it could have been a lot worse. Seeing Dell berate and educate me, Mother looks at Dell with a whole new look of understanding. If Aaliyah resumes her apprenticeship with you, will you teach her the dangers of magic as well? If she wants to return to learning blacksmithing with me, of course I would answer any questions I could, be they blacksmithing or otherwise. With Mother nodding to Dell, everyone looks at Father. Dad hasn't said much of anything like usual. His straight face would unnerve anybody. I can't in good conscience return to working with Dell unless both my parents agree. Straightening his shoulders, Dad finally speaks his mind. "I can't forgive you." Dell Father's even voice pierces Dell's heart. Mother and I can feel the pain in Father's words. I could forgive our fight if that was it, but seeing you standing over my daughter with that look in your eye, I could never feel comfortable knowing she's with you again. Dell and I both lower our heads. I thought I was going to have to convince Mother to let me rejoin Dell, not Father. However, my head pops up wide-eyed as I listen to Father continue. "I know how much Aaliyah wants to learn blacksmithing. I don't want to stand in the way of her dreams, but I can't trust you. I'll be dropping her off in the mornings, picking her up before dinner, and checking on her randomly. If you can agree to that, I'll consent to her restarting her apprenticeship. But I'll warn you, if anything happens again, no matter how small, I'll make you regret it. That's understandable. I'm truly sorry for the pain I've caused each of you. I'll ask one last time, Aaliyah, would you like to be my apprentice?" This isn't the happy ending to a Disney film that I was hoping for. I can tell Mother is still wary of Dell, and Father, who is usually the nicest person in the room, openly said he could never reconcile with him. I still think Master Dell deserves another chance. He needs an apprentice as much as I need a teacher, maybe even more than that. I would appreciate my apprenticeship back. I want to learn how to be a successful blacksmith. I'll try my hardest to learn everything you can teach me. Separating from my parents, I walk around our table and stand in front of Dell. "Are you ready to learn how to be a blacksmith?" "Yes, but tomorrow." "What? We still have the rest of the day. Do you need to take care of something?" "No, we do." We need to take care of your clothes and shoes first. Also, maybe burn those hides you use as sheets. Very funny. I guess we could take care of that first. Still not joking with you, Grandpa. I really want to try and make a fire spell, and I'm sure your sheets would make a great target. As we're leaving and the door closes behind us, I sneak one last look inside our house. Mom and Dad still have their worried looks. I was hoping some banter might settle them. I try to erase my frown before Dell. I'm happy I can finally learn about blacksmithing, but I need to make sure I take some time off for my family. Master Dell, every few days I'll need some time off for my family. Is that okay? Of course. With us both in agreement, we walk back silently to Dell's hut for hopefully the last day of cleaning. Tomorrow, the real fun begins. Walking through the forest with Dad, I no longer see any more slush. The soil is still damp, but with the weather heating up, the spring sun should take care of that real quick. Today, I resume my smithing training with Dell. Yesterday, we finished our cleaning, and I made it clear to Dell that he needs to put effort into himself. Depression is a scary thing, and after realizing how much he shut himself inside when things went wrong, I need to make sure that doesn't happen again. Even if he's a high-leveled person, he needs to establish a cleaning schedule for his house and, more importantly, himself. I'll make sure to give him the kick in the pants he needs. All it takes sometimes is for someone to care and listen to your problems. We also talked about my training schedule. We decided on 4 days of work and then a day off. Dell wanted to jump right to teaching me how to make a knife before I reminded him that I still needed to learn how to turn ore into metal. We have a whole cart full of iron ore to work with, so we decide to start with that today. Almost at Dell's house, I wonder if I will have to wake him up again. As I enter the clearing, I'm shocked to see Dell moving equipment around. With tools, ore, and wood scattered about, I can tell he must have woken up before the sun even rose. Turning to Dad, I give him a hug as goodbye and watch him continue into the forest looking back at me till he completely vanishes from view. As I enter the clearing, I shout, "Good morning, Master Dell." There, I see my master drop the wood he has been carrying into a large pile. Looking up at me, I'm greeted with a half smile. It must be still awkward after yesterday. Walking to the pile of wood he's been stacking, I notice the pile is next to the weird metal furnace thing, and while wondering what it's used for, I feel excited. The idea of turning rocks into metal gets me excited to forge my first real dagger. I need an iron ingot and some leather strips. Good morning, Aaliyah. Are you ready to get messy? Yes, I can't wait to forge some metal. Let's hope your excitement doesn't fade by the end of the day. Grab that rock crusher and we can get started. Looking at the different tools thrown about, I can pick out some of the differences between the tongs and hammers. He didn't want a hammer or he would have said so. I think it's this. I grab a 5-foot-long wooden handle that has a metal cylinder at the bottom. Dang, this thing weighs at least 30 pounds. I bring it over to the cart, where Dell is waiting for me. Good, I thought you wouldn't be able to figure out what I meant, but don't forget the base. Running back to the tools, I find the only thing that looks like you could crush rocks in it. The stone bowl is 2 square feet, with a divot in the middle where the rocks are supposed to go. Thinking about the previous tool, it's just a big mortar and pestle. There appear to be handles on the side of this square pestle. Bending my legs, I try and lift the square piece of stone. Hug, huug. This thing has to weigh over 400 pounds. How does he want me to bring this to him? The sound of laughter rings in my ears. Master Dell is standing next to the cart of ore, clearly laughing at me. Still laughing, Dell comes over and picks up the block with the ease of someone picking up a cardboard box. Sorry, couldn't help myself. I had to make most of these tools myself, and I never had to worry about the weight. Setting the block next to the cart, Master Dell grabs a chunk of lover's iron. Okay, listen carefully. Take the ore and place it in the base. Grab the rock crusher and pound it to a paste. The lover's iron sand will stick to the bottom of the crusher. Scrape off the iron dust into bucket. Take out the waste material as you go. Got all that? Yeah, sounds real difficult. I hope my sarcasm cracks his hard skull. Grabbing some ore in the rock crusher, I start pounding away. 5 minutes later, I'm sweating up a storm. Waving this crusher around is hard. 25 minutes later, I can't go on. Looking at the small amounts of iron sand I've gathered hurts my pride. Even with my stats, this is too hard. You lasted longer than I thought. Sit and take a rest. Let me know when you want to try again. Moving out of the way, Dell takes over. He starts by pre-crushing the iron ore in his hands. That's cheating. After he places the smaller chunks in the mortar with only a single hand, he strikes with the pestle in 3 quick motions. Pulling the pestle up, he scrapes the iron sand off with his bare hands and pours it into the bucket. Watching Dell, I can imagine a machine would be only slightly faster. He's not even sweating. It's okay. In a few years, when you reach 15, you can place your points into strength and be able to do the same thing. Why should I wait? I already decided this is what I want to do. Continuing to crush the ore, Dell explains why it's better to wait. You hold off, not because you might decide on another job, but because it's good to have a better understanding of your work. Right now, you might think strength is all you need, but later you'll need dexterity, endurance, senses. You need to have a firm understanding of what exactly a blacksmith needs. Also, humans don't usually talk about it, but the harder you work to make something, the more experience you get. My mom already explained that to me. I bet she did. Do you think someone crafting a good dagger with 100 dexterity will get the same experience as someone doing the same with only 50? When you know what you're doing, speed is important. However, you need to challenge yourself more when you're learning the basics. That's why I want you to wait till you reach 15 before you distribute your points. He makes a great point. I never thought about my status like that. Master, can I tell you my full status page? Pausing his rhythmic crushing, Dell looks seriously at me. You don't need to do that. I want to status page, level 41 in experience, 9,216, 69,380. You passed 2 tests already. Last night I finally broke through. That's the most impressive thing I've heard in a long time. You sure you want to continue down this path? Stop trying to get rid of me and crush those rocks, Master Grandpa. On the next day, while Dad escorts me to Dell's clearing, I can't help but go over everything I learned yesterday. I underestimated how hard it is to smelt metals. Games disillusioned me to the hard work blacksmithing requires. Dell told me it would be dirty, but he didn't tell me it would take more than a day. After hours of us taking turns crushing the ore, our cart of iron turned into only 7 buckets of iron sand. Just because we crushed the rocks didn't mean we completely separated the waste material. Once we had our buckets of sand ready, we put the sand in a ceramic container and lit a fire under it. That was done to remove the moisture from the rock to let us better process it. Once the sand was dried, we moved over to Dell's bloomery. The bloomery is the weird metal furnace thing Dell stacked the wood up against. But before using the bloomery, we had to turn the pile of wood into charcoal. Well, magic charcoal at least. My old world charcoal was made from burning wood and other materials in an airless furnace. I tried asking Dell how the green charcoal was made from just burning some logs out in the open, but his answer was that this type of wood turns into charcoal with heat naturally. The reddish wood looked familiar. I think it was from one of the trees Father showed me during our forest trips. When we lit the wood on fire, it burned for an hour before it started to crumble into green chunks. Once the wood had crumbled to a decent-sized, Dell covered the burning embers with dirt. After sifting through the pile, we had barrels of charcoal ready for the bloomery. Dell explained to me, the bloomery is used to remove the air magic from the ore. I think he meant it's used to strip the oxygen from the ore, turning it into concentrated iron. After igniting a base layer of charcoal in the bloomery, Dell showed me how to layer the iron sand with alternating levels of charcoal. We spent most of the day pumping the bellows supplying the air into the bloomery. Dell spent the whole time explaining to me how to watch the fire to see if it's too hot or too cold. Apparently, you also need to watch to make sure everything is burning evenly. I didn't know that was a thing. After we spent most of the day watching the bloomery, we finally got the chance to open the bottom and collect some blooms. Blooms are chunks of metallic iron left from the burning process. Because of the charcoal, Dell said it's considered a low-grade steel. I remember from my talks with Stanley that charcoal leaves a little carbon while smelting to make steel. Depending on the carbon content, you could get cast iron or many other forms of iron. Dell told me he works with steel mostly and only uses cast iron for pots and pans. We took all day to harvest the blooms we needed, and I walked home with Dad, sore all over. When we reached the clearing, I see Dell already preparing for our second day of smithing. Walking over to his forge, I don't have the energy to greet him today. Glad you decided to come back. I was worried you might have wanted to quit after yesterday. Master Dell doesn't look tired one bit. What are we doing now? Next, we're going to turn these blooms into steel. That makes me wake up a little. I see Master already has a fire going in his forge. He's using the leftover charcoal from yesterday. I'm going to pump the bellows every so often so I can keep the coals hot. I'm going to walk you through exactly how we turn the blooms into proper steel. Great, let's do this, I'm ready. I'm on my ass again, sweating from the heat coming out of the forge. Watching how Dell manipulates the fire, I could almost fall asleep right now. Doing this for so long is really hypnotic. The first thing Dell had me do was crush the blooms we made yesterday into smaller chunks of iron. With the chunks of iron poured into a crucible, a ceramic container that can handle extremely high temperatures, Dell had me gather something I wasn't expecting, fresh leaves. The green leaves he had me gather from a low-hanging tree were placed on top of the crushed iron. Dell explained to me that the leaves actually lower the melting point of the iron. That's the main point of this step. We're melting the iron into a liquid state. The blooms could have been forged into iron products by themselves, but you need to melt them fully to create a strong metal. Next, he had me grab some crushed crystal powder from his hut. He told me it's a cheap waste glass. Pouring the glass into the container, Dell told me how it would melt around the iron first. Then when the iron melts because it's heavier than the glass will float to the top, creating a seal so that the air mana can't ruin the metal. With a few pieces of charcoal placed on top to help deal with any air mana still in the container, he had me seal the crucible and help prepare the fire. With the crucible in place, we needed to heat the forge till the iron could melt properly. I finally got to see how blacksmith logs are used. The logs are supposed to be placed on the coals, and you have to wait for them to catch. but Dell informed me I could drastically shorten the time with my mana. According to Dell, injecting my mana into the wood actually lowers the ignition point. The magical wood only produces the heat we need after it's been dried, and with fresh mana it ignites a lot easier. Because of this, I injected 3 logs with 100 mana each and watched Dell place them in the forge. Like he promised, they ignited quickly into beautiful purple flames. The heat radiating from the logs required me to take a step back. With the first 3 logs ignited, the others didn't take much longer to follow. By now, it has been over 3 hours since we first fired the crucible and Dell promises we're close to finishing. All right, I think it's about finished. Really, now we turn it into bars. No, now we clean up the bloomery and then you go home and come back tomorrow. What? How hot do you think that metal is right now? We have to let it cool overnight. It takes 3 days to turn ore into an ingot. Well, you slowed me down quite a bit. I usually do the bloomery and crucible steps on the same day and finish the metal the next morning. Not what you were expecting, huh? No wonder it was considered 2 jobs back in my old world. Just making ingots is a full-time job, and we still need to forge it into something else later. I've gained a new respect for blacksmiths. Despite my grumbling, learning how to smelt metal has been just as fun as learning magic. Maybe I'll be able to eventually combine them one day. Master, please tell me this is almost over. You know, back in Truset, we had forgers who just specialized in what we're doing now. It's these steps that define what a blacksmith can really create. No matter what you make, it's the metal you forge with that decides the potential of your work. If the metal is bad, the smith needs to work extra hard to create a masterpiece. Only by knowing these steps can you inspect metal properly. You're right, Master. I'm just excited to see what the crucible did. That's okay, but you need to be careful. Even letting the crucible cool overnight, someone with your stats will burn themselves when we remove it. Master Dell moves over to the forge and grabs the crucible with his hands. Standing next to him, I place my hand an inch above the jar. He's right, it feels like there's a fire still inside the crucible. With Master's strong fingers, he peels off the black clay, sealing the lid. With the lid removed, I can see the gleam of the glass on top. In one quick motion, Master punches the inside of the crucible. If you're doing this by yourself, you should use a chisel to break the glass. I can only nod my head as I stare, watching Master Dell pour out the crucible's contents. Pieces of shattered glass tumble out first, followed by a solid chunk of steel. Are we going to forge something with that now? Almost, we treat the steel by heating it up, hammering it into an ingot, and letting it cool slightly. We need to repeat this about 8 times. This helps reduce any structural flaws that can still be hidden in the metal. Couldn't you just fold the metal? Wouldn't that make it better? Humans might need to do that if they can't smelt good quality metal. You only fold metals if you have too many impurities mixed in with the ore. Folding steel once or twice is okay, but why would you need to improve your steel if you smelted it correctly? Sometimes folding metal too much can do more harm than good. Strike the forge and get the coals burning. Grabbing some dried brush, I start a small fire in the forge. As the fire grows, I add the charcoal to the mix. While watching the fire grow, Dell moves his anvil closer to the forge. Once the anvil is set up exactly where he wants it, Dell starts collecting different hammers and tools he has scattered about. The hammers have different sizes of heads, ranging from ones that look like mini pickaxes to something that looks like Thor's hammer. That's good, Aaliyah, but watch how I spread the coals. I want the coals spread even for only part of the forge, while another section needs to be hotter, so I usually place one of my blacksmithing logs. Different techniques require you to change the temperature of the metal. After Master Dell has the fire structured the way he wants it, he places the puck of steel into the forge. Even Master Dell is using some short tongs, so he doesn't need to stick his hand directly in the fire. Stand next to me. I move closer to Dell so I can see directly into the forge. Yeah, right there. You can use these longer tongs, but I want you to control the metal as I tell you. Watch the color, and when I say pull, I want you to grab the chunk and hold it on the anvil. Giving me some tongs and switching spots with me, I'm now directly in front of the forge. I can't help but meekly say, you want me to hold it. Of course, that's how you will learn better control. I want you to pay attention to the color of the metal as it heats up, as I hammer it outside the forge, and when it's cooled to the point it has to be reheated. Watching the metal turn different shades of red and yellow, Master Dell points out all the little details to look for. With over 100 years of experience, I don't think I could find a better teacher anywhere. Pull. With the signal, I grab the metal out of the forge, using the tongs to position it over the anvil. Dell picks up the Thor hammer and his hand seems to start swinging in slow motion. 4 hammers continuously strike the metal one blow after another. The force from his swing travels through the metal and up the tongs, sending a shocking sensation throughout my body. Before he can swing again, the hot metal tumbles to the ground. I can't even grip the tongs anymore. You okay? Dell asks me. My arms won't stop shaking. Don't worry, it will stop soon. Let me get the steel. Grabbing the cooling metal with his bare hands, Dell cleans the dirt off with a wire brush. Once the metal is cleaned properly, Master Dell leaves the cooling steel on the anvil and turns to check on me. Sorry, I shouldn't have used multi-strike without warning you. As Dell places the cooled metal back in the forge, I have to ask, was that one of your skills? Can you teach me that? It's a physical tier 4 skill, so you probably won't be able to learn it till you level more. Are your arms doing better? Flexing my hands, most of the pain is gone. I think I'm good now, but I'm curious, how heavy is your huge hammer? The force I felt was incredible, and I don't think it was just from the multiple strikes. This hammer, it's 50 pounds. Dell takes his place by the anvil again. Amazing. Wait, why is it only 50 pounds when you could easily lift more? Even with incredibly high physical stats, people have a hard time wielding anything more than half their body weight. I can lift and carry extremely heavy objects, but swinging a heavy tool or weapon will drag the user with it, no matter how strong they are. Of course, there's workarounds. I knew some stone kin that would wear weighted shoes so they could wield heavier hammers. Pull, I almost forgot about the metal. Picking my tongs off of the ground, I move the hot steel back over to the anvil. This time, Master only uses plain strikes. Well, plain as in using the same force as a hydraulic press. With each blow from Dell, the metal moves from a circle to a shape more resembling a square. Flip, what does he want me to do? Looking at him, he only chuckles at me. Too late now. Let it cool for a little longer, then put it back in the forge. When I say flip, that means I need you to turn the metal over so I can work on the other side. When it becomes more of a square, I'll say side, so I can hammer it into a rectangle shape. Watch carefully with each of my strikes. When two blacksmiths work together, they should be able to read each other's intentions without talking. He wants me to read his mind. Close your mouth. I don't expect you to know everything after I only showed you once. I just want you to pay attention. In the future, we will be able to tell what the other needs us to do by the strikes of our hammers. By hammers, do you mean the 50-pound one? I don't think I could use that. Don't worry, you'll work your way up to it. I have plenty of hammers for different occasions. This big one I only use when I'm making ingots. My detailing hammers are around 20 pounds, and after some practice, even you could swing them with your stats. Back in. The metal still looks a little hot, but it's no longer red. Carefully, I maneuver it back into the forge, trying to place it exactly where I pulled it out from. So how many more times do we need to do this? Probably another 15 times. I realized how much I need to hold back so I can teach you properly. I should have known. With each new thing I learn, I'm reminded how labor and time-intensive blacksmithing is. 2 hours later, my arms feel like jelly again. After the treating and shaping process, I think I can finally tell fairly accurately when the steel needs to be taken out of the forge. Dell even switched with me once and let me try wielding one of the 20-pound hammers. I missed half my strikes and burned most of my stamina in only a minute of hammering. After all our work, we have a 2-foot rectangle ingot. 1 day of mining, 3 days of smelting, and we got roughly 70 pounds of workable metal for our hard work. Well, my hard work, I don't think Dell is that tired. Stanley told me a large steel mill produces over 1,000 tons of steel a day. That being said, looking at this ingot, I feel really proud of myself. Looks good. Put it back in again. I thought this is how it's supposed to look. It is. Now we need to cut off a portion so we can forge something with it. We don't need the whole ingot to make smaller items. Oh, so we're actually crafting something today. Yep, I was worried you might quit if I don't show you some real forging today. Make sure the metal is a little hotter than usual. Pumping the bellows, I watch as Master Dell grabs a one-sided axe in one hand and his Thor hammer in the other. Waiting till the metal is good and hot, I pulled it out of the forge when I thought it was ready. Good timing. Dell's compliment makes my work over the last couple of days feel worth it. Pay attention, hold it tight. Steeling myself, I hold onto the red ingot as Dell places his axe 5 inches from the end and swings his hammer down. He's still not using any major skills, but he slices the chunk of steel off in only 5 swings. The ingot was roughly 3 inches thick by 3 inches wide. Leave the big piece out and heat up the metal again. Okay, but are you turning it into something now? Almost. I have to separate the metal a few more times. First, I'll make you a dagger, then the rest of the metal I'll save and let you practice with making nails tomorrow. I get a dagger, really. Pay attention to the metal. Yes, you need something to defend yourself with if you're going to be working out here with me. Pull. Dang it, I was paying too much attention to Dell that time. Pulling the smaller chunk out, I place it on the anvil. This time Dell uses that multi-strike again, but before I drop my tongs again, the chunk of steel is cut into 4 parts. 2.5 THS is left as one chunk and the 3 other pieces are evenly sized as well. How did you cut them so evenly, Master Dell? Tier 2 skill measuring. Getting it over 50 lets you measure things accurately with your eyes. I want you to switch spots with me. We only have a few hours left before your father comes, so I'll forge these last few things by myself. Watch carefully. Master Dell takes one of the 3 smaller chunks of steel first. He places it in the hottest part of the forge. Once he knows it's ready, he removes the glowing steel. Master's hands move in a way I can only describe as a conductor beautifully orchestrating a piece of music. With his left hand, he uses the tongs to shift the metal every second. With Master's right hand, he hammers the steel into a thin steel rod. He has such control of his hands he switches hammers without looking. Master Dell only has to reheat the metal once before he's finished shaping it. I hardly blink as he manipulates the other two remaining chunks of metal into identically long steel rods. Neither of us say a word as Dell picks up the final piece of steel. Examining every inch of its surface, an idea seems to pop into his head. With a look of inspiration, Master Dell places the last chunk into the fire. I can't help but mumble a question, breaking the rhythm he's created with the flames hissing throughout the forge. What did you decide on, Master? After I start talking, realization dawns on Master's face. Looking at me, I can tell he forgot I was there. He was completely engrossed with his work, like a true artist. Sorry, I'm used to focusing everything on my work. If you see me like that again, just call out my name to remind me to explain what I'm doing. It's okay, Master Dell, I was marveling at your work too. Don't take this the wrong way, but what you just did was magical. The way the metals moved so precisely as you hammered them, it looked impossible to me. You are amazing, Master Dell. Oh, stop, you haven't seen anything yet. I'll take my time with the dagger, and I'll try to do my best at explaining what's going on with the metal. With his tongs, he places the metal back on the anvil. The first thing you need to do is have a solid shape in your mind. You need to hold the image of the final product so strongly you can overlap your progress with the metal with the image in your mind. Without any skills, Master Dell starts banging away with one of his 20-pound hammers. With the image in your mind set, you have to know your metal. You can always shape metal in any direction if you work hard enough. But truly great tools and blades follow the metal, not working against it. You need to be able to read the grain of your metal, as well as be able to identify the patterns that naturally form during the smelting process. As Master Dell explains his techniques, I watch as the metal methodically turns into a dagger. Knowing how the metal needs to move, and while knowing how it wants to move, only then can you craft with the best of your ability. See this metal I'm drawing out, that's going to be the tang. The tang is used to attach a handle or make one. I was thinking we could make you a handle out of the Farka's bones in my hut. As Master moves onto the blade, my excitement bubbles over. Next we make the blade. This dagger will be slightly curved and will have a cutting edge on both sides. With each strike of Master Dell's hammer, the dagger moves closer to perfection. Watching the perfect shaping of metal, I can't wait to try making something like this myself. When the blade looks completed, Master tosses it back into the forge. Is your mana full right now? Master's question catches me off guard. Not completely, I used some of my mana on one of the logs when we first started the forge. I think I could use another 300 mana if I need to. That should be enough. I've watched how you pour your mana into objects, and I'm going to have you do that to your knife. We stone kin call it mana quenching. Fire mana is the most volatile, but it is also the easiest mana to influence. If you inject your mana into the blade, it will rapidly force the fire mana out, making the blade stronger and making it more responsive to your own mana. Remember to force the fire mana out. Don't try to mix your mana as it will make it even hotter. We had techniques to mana quench back in True Set, but I haven't seen it performed since I left. When I pull the dagger out, pump as much mana as you can into the metal. Waiting for Master to pull the dagger out, I sink into my meditation and sense mana skills. While meditating, I use mana manipulation to speed up my mana flow. Usually I practice by slowly injecting my mana into items, but this time I think the faster I fill the metal, the better. You ready? Yes. Pulling the dagger out of the forge and holding it in front of me, I start pouring my mana out of my hands as fast as I can. The only reason I can do this properly is because I reached the next levels in meditation and sense mana. I wouldn't have been able to use all my mana skills like this a week ago. Master Dell said fire mana is easily pushed aside. So I take a risk, and while expelling my mana through my hands, I grab the hot metal. For a split second, I think I feel my flesh melt, but after a moment, I realize my hand is fine. With both my hands, I inject my mana quicker than I ever have into the steel. 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. I can feel the heat being forced out of the dagger into the surrounding air. I can hear a sizzling sound coming from the metal. Watching the mana inside the dagger, I notice a current my mana is taking through the metal. In only 6 seconds, I empty my mana pool to 15. I was nervous about how much I needed, so I went under my usual 20 safety limit. Luckily, the blade stopped hissing after 4 seconds, and with my mana sense, I can tell all the fire mana was properly forced out. I can't believe that worked. Dell smiles down at me. Bent over, breathing a little deeper than usual, I quickly look up at Dell. What do you mean, I can't believe that worked? Were you not confident I could do it? Well, maybe 70-30. 70 that it would work, I exclaim. No, 70 that it would fail. Don't worry so much, there was only a 10 chance you would really hurt yourself. Staring at each other, the silence only lasts a minute before we both break into laughter. Holding the tang of the dagger in my hand, I marvel at the blade. This is one of the coolest things I've ever done in either of my lives. While being escorted back home by Father, I hold my new dagger up, explaining how awesome it is. After it cooled, Master Dell taught me how to cut up some Farka's bones and pin them to make a handle. Waving my new dagger around, I try and show the handle off to Dad. That's nice, sweetie. It's a beautiful knife. Dad doesn't look excited yet. And Master Dell showed me how to sharpen the blade and polish the handle. You have to take different stones and slowly sharpen the edges. Master Dell had to finish mine, but after I practiced some more, I could sharpen your axe for you. With that, Dad finally smiles down at me. I'm very proud of you, sweetie. I'm happy that man is doing his job. Watching Dad's face go from smiling and congratulating me to one of pure distaste at the mention of my master, I'm reminded how much Father hates Dell now. I was bragging about Dell since Father picked me up. I forgot to think about Dad's feelings in all of my excitement. Moving alongside Dad, I hug him with my left arm and hold my dagger away with my right. I need to have Mom help me make a sheath later. I have a new reason to level my sewing skill. Always, sweetie, love you too. Walking close together, feeling the joy of the day, I look at the beautiful trees and shrubs alongside the path home. Did that bush just shake? With screams filling the surrounding forest, goblins come flooding out of the underbrush. Before I can react, Father swings his axe in a quick horizontal motion. 4 goblins that were running straight at us are cut in half at the waist. Faced with such brutality, the other charging goblins falter. In the distance, I hear the horn the village uses to signal an attack. This must only be some of the goblins if the village is already signaling an attack. The horn further freezes me and the goblins. Father looks calmly around us, like he's mentally mapping the surrounding enemies. Looking around, there's over 20 goblins surrounding us, with 8 behind us, separated with 5 on the right side of the path and 3 on the left side. I think there's almost double covering the path ahead of us. The short creatures are brandishing stone knives and basic spears while snarling, showing us their misshapen yellowed teeth. Aaliyah, stay close to me. Dad has the same serious face he had back during the Karhu attack. I refuse to be a burden again. Dad, I'll distract the ones behind us while you take care of the ones in the front. No, just stay close to me and I can. No time to waste. I take a deep breath and scream, charging the 3 behind us on the left. The 3 goblins look terrified at my reckless charge, and only the closest one reacts to my approach. The naked goblin starts flailing his spear in my direction. With his panicked movements, he overextends his arms trying to skewer me before I can reach him. Moving to the right, I grab the wooden shaft with my left hand. I can feel the goblin trying to pull it back, but I'm bigger than him and probably have higher physical stats. With the spear secured in my left hand, I take another step forward and drive my new dagger into the goblin's left side. I'm close enough to smell the horrible stench of the creature. I can feel my hand being drenched as the goblin's blood gushes from the stab wound. As I start to relax, the goblin looks me in the face and starts screaming like I've never heard before. The sound is echoing in my mind, the screams sound of pain, anger, and a fear of death. They tear at my soul. Please stop screaming. Before I know what I'm doing, I use the curved part of my dagger to slit the goblin's throat. As the dead goblin hits the ground, I can still hear the screaming in my head. I look up at the 2 still shocked goblins. Their faces of fear turns to rage, so they charge me together. I can vaguely hear screams behind me, but I focus on the charging monsters. With my left hand, I swing the back end of the spear, striking the left one across its head. With one dazed, I step in towards the third one who is rushing me with a knife. Getting in close so he can't stab me, I push him towards his dazed friend, with my knuckles still gripping my dagger. As they tumble to the ground together, I twist the spear in my left hand, bringing the spearhead forward. Running towards the grounded enemies, I slam the crude spear tip into the goblin on top. I feel a resistance as I drive the spear through the goblin's flesh and feel the snapping of the spear inside its body, or maybe I drove through some bone. With the spear stuck in the goblin, I throw myself on top of the pile of goblins and stab the bottom goblin with my knife repeatedly. Time seems to slow down as 3 of the creatures tackle me while I'm stabbing recklessly. As I tumble with the new goblin group, I think I stabbed them once or twice, but I can't pay attention anymore. My adrenaline is through the roof. I manage to free my left hand when the grip of one goblin falters. Prying off the goblin holding my right side, I stab its chest a few times before another 3 goblins have me pinned again. The last goblin is readying a spear to stab me as the others hold me down. I won't die again. I continue to thrash, refusing to give him an angle to stab me. The screaming in my head is gone, and the whole world sounds quiet. As he, the goblin standing over me, lines up his thrust. An axe severs the goblin in 2. With a quick blur, 2 of the goblins fly off of me. I can't tell what struck the bodies, I only heard their bones crackle inside them. The 2 goblins fly through the air, one hitting a tree and the other landing on the ground. Neither are moving a muscle. With only one left holding me, I roll on top of the goblin. Its claws are trying to scratch my face, my arms, anything it can get a hold of. I'm surprised I'm still holding my new knife as I keep stabbing the flailing goblin in the chest. It won't stop moving. 7 stabs 8. Its eyes won't stop blinking as its arms continue to reach for me. With a shadow covering me, a hand grabs my right arm. I have to free myself. I won't be caught again. With a quick motion, my body is wrapped by a strong arm. I have to escape. It's okay, Aaliyah, they're all dead. No, it's still moving. It needs to die. It's dead already, sweetie. Calm down, it's okay. I suddenly realize it's Dad holding me. Looking down at the last goblin I was on top of, I can see the body twitching. Dad's right, it's dead. The chest area looks like carved beef. As my adrenaline drops, my body becomes harder to move. I refuse to drop my knife, but Dad releases my arm, letting my clutched fist fall to the side. Still holding me in his arms, Dad turns around towards the village. Two men are running towards us, shouting something I can't seem to understand. The last thing I see before I pass out is all of the bodies Dad hacked apart before he came to my rescue again. The eyes are everywhere. I can't find the trail I was on. All around me, I see the forest closing in. The deeper I run into the woods, the larger everything becomes. Every shrub I pass, I can see more eyes staring at me, following my every movement. How did I get separated from Dad? I can see too many shifting shapes around me to count. I'm being hunted. I continue to weave in and out of the trees, trying to shake my pursuers. I've trained for this. After the Karhu attack, I made sure to practice running through the forest around our village every morning. My footing remains stable as I run through a patch of mud. I can feel the sludge splash across my pants and up my legs. My clothes are ripped everywhere, but that doesn't stop me. As I advance deeper into the forest, the trees cover the sky and an ominous darkness is cast over me. All the shadows elongate around me. Grinding to a stop, hundreds of eyes dot my surroundings. There's nowhere left to run. Searching my surroundings, I can't even find a stick to protect myself. I can't remember where I dropped my dagger. Doesn't matter, I refuse to give up without a fight. I'll take as many as I can with me. Sensing my resolve, the shadows condense into dozens of goblins. Each one has an expressionless face and is thankfully unarmed. Steadying myself, I wait for the inevitable attack. Slowly turning in place, I try to guess which one will charge first. Their empty expressions and silence give nothing away. With no signal between them given, they all rush at me as a silent horde. As the first one reaches me, I grab its face and inject 100 mana directly into its brain. With my increased mana control, the mana is injected quickly and the creature's face starts to melt. It looks like I poured acid on its face. The melting goblin distracts me. One goblin grabs my left hand and another the right. Remembering my first forest expedition, I twirl my arms and grab the two new goblins and inject another 100 mana each. The two goblins start rolling on the ground, cradling their arms, but there are no screams. Turning around, I shove my hand into the face of one of the bigger goblins. He stops rushing me as I pour the last of my mana that I can spare directly into his eyeballs. The eyes pop and the juices run down my arm. I feel amazing. I was able to use all my skills single-handedly, just like the first time I used inject mana. My joy is short-lived. With my mana almost completely exhausted, everything becomes fuzzy. In my moment of weakness, the horde tackles me and brings me down. Countless hands are holding me down as a fat goblin sits on top of my chest. Before I can scream at him to get his naked ass off of me, his hands close around my throat. Every breath hurts as I stare up into the goblin's emotionless face. How dare these filthy creatures do this to me? Mentally pulling up my status page, I dump all my stats into strength, almost quadrupling it to 200. The rage builds inside me as my body radiates a new heat. The puny hands can't hold me anymore. Shaking the goblins off my arms, I reach up and squeeze the throat of the goblin sitting on top of me with all my might. The fat goblin's neck shatters in my hands. That felt amazing. Before the goblins recover, I roll over with my new strength and grab the necks of two more goblins, one in each hand. They're so flimsy now. I continue to grab the goblins around me, ripping off limbs and flesh with every movement of my arms. The horde of goblins never seems to end though. While using two dead goblins as clubs, I mental pull my status up again. 2 more levels gained. I distribute the points, giving me more strength. The fire in my body burns brighter as my murder spree becomes even easier. The forest floor is soaked in blood and covered with the dead and dying goblins that I don't care about finishing off. Why aren't you screaming, goblins? The empty faces around me continue to stare. No matter how many I slaughter, they refuse to make a sound. Time feels meaningless here as they continue to charge me. It's great for me, more experience. Distributing my status points as I level, I smile as my slaughter continues. Ripping a goblin's head off, I twirl around looking for my next prey. The sea of bodies around me is unmoving. There are no more goblins left to kill. Thousands litter the ground. That was fun. With the sound of a stick cracking behind me, I turn looking for my next challenger. Instead of more goblins, mother and father walk out of the forest, stepping on the field of corpses. I'm so happy to see you guys. I survived Dad just like I said I would. No more goblins to worry about. My pride is overflowing. Maybe I'll be called a hero in the village. Isn't this what reincarnated people are supposed to do, become heroes? But mother and father don't respond. They stand there expressionless like the goblins. Walking in front of mother, father draws his beautiful axe. What are you doing, Dad? Without stopping or changing his expression at all, his words freeze me solid. I'm killing a monster. I'm not a monster. I'm your daughter, waving my hands in front of me, trying to proclaim my innocence. I notice my arms and stop. Looking down, every part of me is covered in blood. Now that I see it, I become aware of the liquid dripping from every inch of my body. Staring from my bloodied hands to the bodies surrounding me, I can't help but think of myself as a monster. When Father's shadow covers me, I look back up. His straight face is completely devoid of any love for me. I can't even think of a reason to try and defend myself. The screams of the goblins fill my head, only for me to realize that it's me who is screaming instead. As the axe closes in, everything turns black as I sink into nothingness, with the void screaming at me. Suddenly I'm being embraced. It's okay, sweetie. You're back home. Mother is rocking me like she did when I was little. Looking across the room, I see the bright lights of a sunrise. I'm back home. Yes, you're home. It was a bad dream. You've been asleep since the goblin attack yesterday. Before I can relax in Mother's embrace, I see the field of bodies around me, and the empty look of Father before he killed me flashes before my mind. Trembling, I cry in Mother's arms. Mother sat with me for over an hour before I started to calm down. After asking several times if I'm okay, she left me to rest a while longer. The goblins scraped me up pretty good, and I'm sore all over from overexerting myself. I was lucky Dad saved me before the goblin with the spear could run me through. I can't close my eyes. Not only do I vividly remember my nightmare, but the attack from yesterday constantly plays through my head alongside it. Before Mother left, I asked where Father was. She said he's helping remove the goblin corpses from around the village. Apparently, this was the biggest attack the village has seen in over 20 years. I want Dad to come back and give me one of his encompassing hugs, but he will likely be helping the rest of the day. I know I won't be able to get over my dream till I see his smiling face again. Rolling over in my bed, I see my new dagger placed on top of my clothes chest. Sweeping my legs out of bed, I don't bother putting my slippers on. The floor is slightly chilly despite the spring air. My legs feel stiff as I make my way towards my dagger. Grabbing the weapon carefully, I shuffle back to bed in a lifeless daze. Back in the security of my blanket, I stare at the blade in my hands. There's no blood on it, someone must have washed it off. The blade doesn't have the same shine to it as it did yesterday. I can spot 4 small nicks in the edge, 3 up near the tip of the curved blade and 1 more towards the middle. Did my knife hold up like it should have? I used it a lot yesterday. There it is again, the memories of the goblin attack. With my right hand holding the handle the same as I did yesterday, the sensations return to haunt me. I remember the feeling of plunging my knife into the flesh of those goblins. Feeling something drip down my arm, I panic. Is there still blood on me? Sitting up too rapidly, I feel dizzy. Ignoring the sudden vertigo, I check my arm for blood. It's only sweat. My arm is clean. Mother must have wiped me down while I was passed out. Relief of knowing the blood is no longer on my hands doesn't help. Falling backwards, I lay flat on my bed once again. Looking over to my right hand, I'm still holding my dagger. The feeling of disgust overwhelms me, so I drop it on the floor. The clanging noise as it drops is the last reminder that it's still there, even though it's out of my sight. What did I do yesterday? I threw myself at those goblins. Why would I do that? I've never attacked an animal, let alone something humanoid before. With the first 2 goblins I ever encountered, I was simply trying to get away. But this time I charged at them looking for blood. With how quickly Dad killed all the other goblins, he probably didn't want my help in the first place. I think I knew that on some level. So why did I fight, knowing it was pointless? I didn't want to join the kingdom's army because I told myself I didn't want to hurt people. Was that a lie? Do I want to fight? Staring at my hands, I imagine them covered in blood again, with me surrounded by the thousands of goblin corpses from my dream. Maybe I am a monster, I quietly mumble to myself. Staring up at my crudely drawn clouds, I remember drawing when I was little. Was everything meant to be like this? Knock, knock. The sounds from my door keep me from falling into another abyss. Why would Mother knock on my door? I'm coming in. Are you decent? Master Dell gives me no time to answer as he pushes my door open. Why are you here? Can he not read the mood of the room? You shouldn't leave your work laying on the ground. Didn't you complain about that the first time you saw my house? Bending over, Master Dell picks up my dagger and starts examining it. Can't he leave me alone? I twist my body around so I'm no longer facing him. Grabbing my covers, I try to compress myself into a ball and ignore the annoying stone kin in the room. It's rare for a tool to see such use, straight from the forge. Only a few nicks. I'll show you how to take care of your nicked blades later. What do ag? Before I can ask what Dell means, he rips my blanket off and hoists me one-handed over his shoulder. As he makes his way through our house, it takes me a minute to realize what's happening before I start struggling. Put me down, you stupid dwarf. Ignoring my racial slur, Dell makes his way to our front door. Stopping in the doorway, he turns to my sitting mother. Noticing her myself, she doesn't look surprised about the situation in front of her in the least. I'm taking her to work. Tell Darius he can pick her up as usual. That's all you're going to say while kidnapping me. What's going on? Okay, I'll let him know when he gets back. Study hard, sweetie. Mom, how is she letting this happen? Without giving me a chance to demand an explanation from Mother, we're outside, walking towards Dell's house. Put me down, Dell, I mean it. I'm too tired for this. Can't do that, lass. You'll run, and I don't feel like chasing you right now. Relax and enjoy the ride. Your stamina is incredibly high for someone your age. You'll bounce back quickly. You got plenty of rest, and your mother said you didn't suffer any real injuries. If he thinks I'm going to let him carry me like a sack of pommels again, he's sorely mistaken. As we move through the village, I try to increase my struggling, but nothing works. His arm that's pinning me to his shoulder never moves a centimeter. After a few minutes of my last-ditched struggling, I give up. Dell was right, though. After struggling so much, the soreness I felt vanished the more I moved. I only hope no one saw me like this. Looking around, no one is paying attention to us there. They're moving bodies, paying attention to my surroundings more. I notice the blood all over the ground. Villagers are dragging corpses to the bonfires scattered around the village. Some of the younger villagers are helping by collecting severed goblin limbs that are scattered about. No one is talking. Dell, did anybody get hurt during the attack? I try to whisper my question. I wonder if he can even hear me while I'm in this position. Promuse W&T run. You promise you won't run. Dell asks me over his shoulder. Being so close to other villagers, he reverted back to his jumbled speech. I promise, I can't start running about with the village like this. Pulling me off of his shoulder, Dell gently places me on the ground. He doesn't answer my question till we start entering the path to his house. Whispering in case a villager is close by, Dell answers my earlier question. 2 died yesterday, and 7 others received major injuries. They carted the injured to the city of Dre. Before you ask, that's the closest city to our village, and Anastasia went with them to keep them stable till they reach a proper healer. That bad, huh? So why aren't we helping the rest of the village? Because we have our own mess to clean up. I freeze in the middle of the trail. I'm back at the attack site from yesterday. This is where I keep going. We have to grab the cart first. With a gentle push on my back, Dell keeps me from breaking down and continues on towards his house. Entering Dell's clearing, I'm treated to another war zone. I can't tell how many dead goblins there are because most are smashed into paste. Seemingly unaware of the carnage around him, Dell walks over and starts dragging his cart back towards the way we came. I can only silently follow him till we reach the bodies again. Let's go, we need to clear this up. Unaware of the images floating in my head, Dell prompts me to help him throw the bodies inside his cart. Watching Dell grab chunks of goblins in each of his hands, I turn and face the pile of goblins I killed. Their bodies are still laying exactly like I remember. The blood looks dried, except for the puddle that formed underneath their corpses. I can smell the rot that's already started to eat away at the decomposing flesh. Unlike the bodies inside the village, we're surrounded by forest here, and the bugs have already started to gorge themselves on the feast I created. Large bugs, some that look aggressive, are tearing small chunks of flesh away with every bite. These the ones you killed. Good job. Turning around, Dell is right behind me. Good job. How is this a good job? I mutilated these poor creatures. I savagely tried to tear them apart. I'm worse than any of them. Hanging my head after my outburst, I try to not cry in front of Dell. What did I say about looking a stone kin in the eyes? Stop hanging your head. Looking up again, the normally strong features of Dell's face are replaced with a softer look of concern. I could tell this was your problem the moment I talked to your mother. This isn't your fault. You were only defending yourself and your father, but Dad could have handled it all on his own. I wanted to make the goblins suffer, so I charged them without thinking. I attacked them like an animal, like a monster. I almost died a monster, and I'm sure a monster would be standing here crying over some goblins that tried to kill her. What is he talking about? Goblins are one of the most common monsters in the world. They breed like rats and have been known to attack and eat one another. The fact that you're crying over creatures like these shows how kind you are. You can feel sad for the lives you have to end, but never feel sorry for defending yourself and those you love. Whenever we see our loved ones threatened, it brings out parts of ourselves we never think about. Are you feeling an overwhelming need to go into the woods and kill everything you see? No, I can barely respond. Then you're not a monster. Our world is filled with danger, and though you don't have to go looking for it, you need to face it when it comes for you. Living in a village like this, we have to deal with the dangers of the forest, but even if you moved to a city like Dre, you would still have to face the human monsters of this world. Continue to respect life, but respect your own life the most. Finishing his speech, Dell grabs 2 of the goblins in front of me and throws them in the cart. Thinking over Dell's words, I help him load the rest of the remains in the cart. We walk back to Dell's house. As we enter the clearing, Dell takes his cart over to the large ash pile he keeps towards the edge of the clearing. Start a fire, I'll scoop up the ones left around the forge. Building a small fire is easy, building a bonfire is work. Dell finishes collecting the bodies before I have the fire big enough to burn a single goblin. Working together, we build a pyre that is 10 foot squared. We even topped it with blacksmith logs to burn extra hot. Before we start tossing the bodies in, Master Dell says a quick prayer. We give these bodies back to you, great Tarot. May they become one with the earth again. Bending over, Master Dell grabs a handful of dirt and throws it over the fire. All right, let's get this over with. With Master giving the go-ahead, we start tossing the bodies on top of the fire. Master, who's Tarot? I've heard you say his name a few times before, but I can't remember who that is. Scoffing at my remark, Dell educates me. You humans always praying to the gods but never taking the time to memorize them. Tarot is the god of earth and nature. Tarot is the god all stone kin worship. What about the others? My parents never talked about the specific gods. They said we could bring danger upon us if we show favoritism to any one god. That's only because no god has ever blessed humans with their boon before. That's why humans are a low magical race. We stone kin are taught that in the beginning of life, the god Tarot blessed the stone kin with unparalleled earthen magic. That's why we're the best at crafting. But just because we worship Tarot the most doesn't mean we don't respect the other gods. You have goddess Sepia, master of water and the cold, god Aptes, who rules over fire and heat, god Vitus controls the air and seasons, goddess Ebion is the harbinger of death and space, and finally goddess Aaliyah, the goddess of all life and time. It's said the 6 gods and goddesses came together to create the world as we see it. Have the gods blessed other races? I'm not sure. I didn't spend much time being social after I left Truset. I know I said I'd answer any question, but let's finish this so we can get onto some forging. As we dump the last of the bodies, the smell has become almost unbearable. The air smells of rotten smoked meat. Staring at the pyre, I feel so dirty right now. At least Dell's pep talk did the trick. I'm pretty sure I'll still have nightmares, but I don't hate myself anymore. See you tomorrow, Dell. What are you saying? You're learning to forge nails today. Yeah, that sounds interesting and all, but I feel really dirty right now. I'm going home to wash all the goblin blood off. We can forge nails tomorrow, promise. Dell looks at me with a complicated expression. How about I teach you a celestial spell, as long as you promise to work extra hard afterwards? Turning around, I don't care about the blood covering my clothes and skin anymore. Wait, how are you going to teach me? You can't even use magic yourself. I'll teach you the words and the proper way to recite the spell. Controlling and expelling your mana correctly will depend on your skills. It's a simple spell that all stonekin learn as children. It's a personal cleaning spell. Every stonekin learns it so water isn't wasted on personal hygiene. Pay attention, I'll say it slowly the first time, then again with the proper enunciation. Got that? Here it is a few more times. Knowing the words is only the first step. You need to have at least a picture in your head about what the spell does. This spell creates a mana fog around you that removes dirt and grime from your body and clothes if they're close to you. If you wear thicker clothing, it might not clean it all the way. Once you know the chant and have an image in your head, that leaves the final and hardest part. You need to expel your mana in a way that resonates with the words you're chanting. What do you mean? It's hard for me to explain. I've never been able to use magic, so all I can tell you is what I remember from the people who tried to teach me as a child. The celestial language resonates with mana itself, so you need to expel your mana in different intervals with each part of the chant. You need to match each tone to the next to properly cast the spell. Want me to say it again? No, I think I have the chant itself memorized. Give me a second. Centering myself, I activate my usual skills. Meditation, sense mana, mana manipulation, expel mana, and chanting all come together as I recite these weird magical words. Ahid ls wemapis. I managed to recite the spell exactly as Dell did, but as I say each consecutive word in the chant, the mana fractures and ultimately breaks as I continue the chant. Dell said the mana needs to change with each word so it connects into a proper spell. Sitting on one of Dell's benches, I run through chanting the spell multiple times. My first breakthrough happens when I decrease the mana that I am expelling between the third and fourth word. I thought the larger the word, the more mana I would have to expend, but I was wrong. I'll give you 30 more minutes to try and cast the spell, then we move on to blacksmithing. Dell must think I can't cast the spell that easily, though I think I can do it. The letters ending a word decide the change that the mana needs to take before it can link with the next word. Using my hypothesis, I test the chant a few more times. Ahit ls weem, apis, ahit ls weem, apis. If a word ends in consonant and a consonant is used at the beginning of the next word, I need to increase the mana in the next word. And when a word ends in a consonant and the next word starts with a vowel, I need to reduce the mana in the next word. With this discovery, I try one more time. Ahit ls weem, apis. Other than expelling the mana through my words in the order I discovered, I can't sense anything different. It's hard adjusting the mana I'm expelling, but at least I can feel the words no longer clashing with each other. Unfortunately, when I finish my casting, nothing happens immediately. Maybe I said it WR. Gods, before I can properly track my mana, it evaporates inside my body. The mist of mana seeps out of every pore and combines with all the blood and dirt on my clothes and body. The mist fuses with the grime and falls of like a dirty snow from the sky. As the last of the mist fades, I feel naked. I feel like everything covering my skin is gone. Even my rough clothes look cleaner than the day Mom sewed them for me. Checking my mana levels, I'm astounded that the spell only cost me 97 mana, and that's including the mana I expelled during the chant. No wonder mages fight for these spells. 4 short words and I'm cleaner than the day I was born. Yeah, stop staring at yourself. I'm happy you managed to figure it out so quick. It's only a common spell. Any proper mage should know it. Now you have to work extra hard like you promised me. Master Dell looks a little jealous, probably because I figured it out in less than an hour. I'll hold you to that. But before we start, I'm curious, Master Dell, I thought you said you wouldn't teach me stone kin secrets. That spell can't be called a secret. Mages pride themselves on their cleanliness, and that's because that spell has been spread across the continent for hundreds of years. Remember, I said every stone kin child learns that spell. You picked it up quick, but how much mana did you use? I used 97 points of mana. That's okay for your first time, I guess. Normally, it should only cost around 60 mana, and people who master the spell have been known to drop the cost down to only 40 mana. When I said it was a basic spell, I meant it. Then how are celestial spells considered a secret? After you hear 4 or 5 spells, you could just mix and match the words to create new ones, right? Never mess with celestial spells. The consequences are even worse than casting magic in the common language. Mispronouncing the words of a celestial spell will only waste your mana, but if you combine words in different patterns, you have no idea what could happen. Adding a word to the beginning of the cleaning spell could make it stronger, or it could clean all the blood from your body. Wow, yes, that's the problem with celestial magic, and the reason why mages keep their successful spells hidden. Most mages cast their magic with no more than a whisper, and many buy artifacts that either create or destroy sound to drown out their voices. And every mage is careful about spells they hear on the battlefield. What do you mean, Master Dell? During the Great Wars hundreds of years ago, magic played a big part in every battle. Strong spells became pivotal to each nation, so thieves were dispatched to try and steal research from enemy mages. Most strong mages realized this quickly and swapped out their spells with more sinister spells. Many mages thought they were learning grand magic, but after wasting months just learning to cast the spell, it would turn out to be a self-detonation spell. Oh gods. Yeah, and because of the war, the losses were considered justifiable. Some countries that knew they were going to be defeated sent their mages to the battlefield just to detonate and take as many lives as they could with them. After the continent settled down, most of the faulty spells were sold to unsuspecting merchants. Even to this day, they say some of those dangerous spells are found and used accidentally. That's why people seek a master to teach them magic, instead of written records. With a master, they can show you the spell first so you know exactly what it does. Only Stonekin weren't affected by the false celestial spells, because we focus on runic magic, which is safer but much more complicated. That being said, Stonekin are taught 3 basic celestial spells as children. If you listen to what I say, I might even teach you the other 2. So that's why mages hoard their knowledge. Master, is it okay for me to talk about this with Sandra? Who's Sandra? She's the headman's daughter, who I consider a friend. She's leaving to study magic sometime in the future, and I'm not sure Anastasia covered this in her lessons. As I said, the spell is common knowledge. I have no problem with you teaching her if you want to, but I thought you were keeping your talents a secret. I am, but I can still discuss magic theory with Sandra. She thinks I'm trying to unlock my mana right now. I might even tell her I succeeded with feeling my magic, but I'll downplay my abilities to the level of someone like Anastasia. You would make a great mage, you know that, right? With all your secrets, you would fit right in. Stop making fun of me, Dell. I thought you wanted to teach me how to make nails. All right then, no more magic. Let's get smithing. Walking on the path back home with Dad, I'm covered in sweat and soot again. Master Dell taught me how to properly make nails. It was interesting to work with metal for the first time. After I started the fire in the forge and got it hot enough, Dell had me grab the small rods of metal he made yesterday. When they were hot enough, Master Dell showed me how to draw the metal down into a point while twisting the metal on its sides to make each side flat. After the nail was ready, a quick chop from the axe and a nail was formed. I wish I could brag that I aced it on my first try, or second, or 10th. Luckily, I made my first real nail before I ran out of metal on the first rod. I spent the rest of my time making dozens of nails, but I would be happier if Master Dell didn't tell me why he wanted to teach me so badly. Now I don't have to make nails for the village anymore. I have more time to relax, teach my new apprentice. Kicking a rock on the path, I grumble a little. You okay, sweetie? I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you woke up. I was told you asked for me first, right after you woke up. Everything is fine, Dad. Dell helped me think about what I did right and what I did wrong yesterday. I'm sorry for not listening to you. I didn't want to feel helpless as I watched you fight again, but I realized I don't like fighting. Next time I promise I won't be in your way and I promise I won't act crazy again. You weren't that bad. I make sure to give Dad the look so he knows that I can tell when he's lying. You weren't great, but you did better than most kids would have done in your situation. On your days off, I can teach you a few things if you want. I would like that a lot, Dad. Noticing the village ahead, I stop for a moment. Something wrong? No, I just want to clean up before we walk through the village. I want to see Mom's face when I come home clean for once. Ahid ls wima piss. This time I can watch my mana a little better. The mana inside my body actually resonates with the spell as I chant it. This must be why celestial spells work so much cheaper. They command the mana extremely precisely before it's even expelled. Master Dell told me in 2 days he would teach me the only other spell he memorized as a child. It's only a ball of light that follows above you, but it will make our mining trips a lot easier. As the mist fades off of me, I see that Dad leapt back nearly 10 feet from me. Cool, huh? Dad does not look happy at the surprise. Yeah, that's an interesting spell. I thought Dell warned you about casting your own magic. This isn't one of my spells. This is an official spell that Dell had to memorize as a kid. Now Mom can't get mad at me for coming home dirty anymore. The only sad thing is I can't cast it on other people. It's meant to only work in a single way. I'm sure your mother will be thrilled. I spent the rest of the walk home talking to Dad about the village cleanup. The bodies were removed quick enough, but the village is on the lookout for more goblins and other creatures attracted by all the blood that was spilt. Eventually the smell will fade, but for the next couple of days the watch will be doubled. Opening the door to our house, the smell of stew hits my nose and I'm reminded how hungry I am. Brother is finishing up dinner with Mom and it looks like he brought Sandra with him today. Go wash before dinner is ready. Mother doesn't even turn around to greet us. Let's see how she reacts. I'm good, I already cleaned up. Mother and the other two finally turn and notice me. Mother and Richard look stunned, but Sandra looks curious. How did you get so clean, Aaliyah? Master Dell taught me some magic knowledge to cheer me up. He even cast some magic on me when I asked if he could try and teach me a spell, so he showed me a basic cleaning spell. Sandra's face lights up brighter than Dell's forge. Even if it's a basic spell, it should give her a better chance at gaining a good teacher in the city. Was it apprentice? Sandra awkwardly says the spell. Yeah, that's the one he told me about, but it sounded different. It sounded more like this, apprentice. I make sure to say the spell correctly, but I don't use any mana. Maybe I can nudge her towards the proper form. Once she has that down, she can probably figure out the rest by herself. That's how Master Dell casted the spell. If you want, I can say it again slower after dinner. Just remember this when you come back from your super mage training in a few years. I will. With a light-hearted smile, our promise is struck. With plans made, we all take our seats and have dinner together as a family. However, our conversation tonight feels a little rocky for some reason. Though everyone shares stories about their help in the cleanup and attack, Richard and Sandra appear to have something else on their minds. No matter how hard Mother or I try to pry, they refuse to talk about what they're hiding from us. Once dinner is finished, we put the awkward conversation behind us as I try to help Sandra finish her cleaning spell. Hytlsweemapiss. You have to say it like this though. Hytlsweemapiss. I can tell how concentrated Sandra is as she tries repeating the chant perfectly. It only takes her 4 tries before she chants the proper spell. Hytlsweemapiss. We spend the next 30 minutes talking about the history I learned from Dell. Sandra knew a little about why spells were kept secret, but Anastasia never mentioned anything about the war hundreds of years ago. Anastasia only received a little bit of training with the cleaning spell before the army deemed her not talented enough to receive further training. We went back and forth talking about the complex celestial language till Sandra had a sudden strike of inspiration. As Sandra sinks into her own closed-eyed meditation, I notice everyone in the family is looking at me with a smile. When they notice my cheeks turning red, they all start chuckling. I'm about to yell at them for laughing at me when Sandra chants the spell perfectly. Hytlsweemapiss. Sandra opens her eyes as she is wrapped in her own fog of mana. I notice everyone is watching her. A surprising amount of dirt falls from her and her clothes look even more incredible. I did it. Did you see that, Richard? I did it. Sandra gets up and immediately tackles Richard. No hug for the person who helped you finish your spell. I wish I didn't say that. Sandra lets go of Richard and moves to me, smothering me for 5 minutes. The joyful mood is cut short by Richard's coughing. He's trying to get everyone's attention. Sandra seems to know what's happening because she lets go of me and moves to Richard's side, taking one of his hands into hers. Mother, Father, Aaliyah, we have something to say. We're moving to the city tomorrow. The 3 of us scream what at the same time. Where is this coming from? I'm moving with Sandra to Dre. She's going to be looking for a teacher, and Salis gave me a recommendation for someone I can work under in the city. We plan to move back eventually, but it could be years before we return. The 3 of us are silent. It might not seem that far away in the scheme of things, but travel in this world is long and dangerous. Dre is 4 days away from us if you're walking the whole way, and carts move even slower and could take you 6 days or even longer if something happens. While Mother and I are stunned, Father stands up from his chair. Is this what you really want? His look could probably scare another horde of goblins away. The atmosphere turns awkward and they leave to finish their packing. They promise to wait for us to see them off tomorrow at least. Because of the big revelation, we decide to go to bed early. For the second time today, I'm staring up at the ceiling. There's something I have to do before I go to bed. I gained over 30,000 experience points in the last week. Crafting is an experience gold mine. I gained 4 new Tier 1 skills, an intimidating shout which is another Tier 2 skill. It's scary how I gained so many weapon skill levels during that attack. Master said the more you challenge yourself, the easier it is to level, but I don't think I could do that again. I should practice my dagger skills, though. I have tomorrow off, and Sandra and brother are leaving in the morning. I should have plenty of time to practice my skills after they leave. I can't believe brother is leaving. I don't receive a response from the night as I fall asleep. Waking up to the first rays of morning light signals the start of a new day. The sunrise might even fill a certain kind of person with joy. I curse mother who won't let me hang curtains in my room. It's a waste of materials, she says. You won't get up, she says. She's probably right about that second one. Rolling out of bed, I change my clothes. Ahid ls piss. The mana fog clears away the oils my body produced while I was sleeping. With my hair completely clean, it becomes much easier to brush and tie up. Why couldn't Dell teach me this spell a week ago? Refreshed and ready to go, I see mother and father waiting by the door. Morning, mom, morning, dad. Father responds with his trademarked smile, while mom looks a little jealous. Sweetie, are you able to cast that spell on me too? You shouldn't be the only one who shines. Sorry, mom, I can't change this spell. It's designed to only work on the caster. Oh well, had to try. Let's go meet your brother. He stopped by while you were getting ready and told us to meet at the road leading out of the village. We walk in silence towards the village entrance. There is a cart loaded with supplies waiting to leave. Instead of a bivol pulling the cart as usual, the largest gelon from the coral is being used to draw the cart. They probably want to use the deer horse instead of the mini buffalo so they can reach the city faster. As we approach, the headman's family looks like they already said their goodbyes. Sandra and 3 armed guards are waiting next to the cart while Sandra's father is whispering something in brother's ear. Once we get closer, brother separates from Sandra's father and greets us with a smile. Took you long enough to wake up, little rabbit. I didn't think there was a reason for me to get up so early. A horrible carpenter is just leaving the village and taking my friend with him. I came to say goodbye to Sandra. Trying to play it cool, I walk past brother trying not to let him see my tears. I can already hear some sobbing coming from behind me. I should leave my parents alone so they can send off their first child. Noticing me walking to her, Sandra meets me halfway, leaving the guards by the cart. You came to see me off. What about Richard? He's being smothered by our parents. If he's still alive, I'll say goodbye after that. I hope you watch out for him when you reach Dre. Of course I will. Sandra leans in to give me a big hug. I don't know, you might not have the time, learning to throw spells everywhere. You don't have to worry. If he gets out of hand, he could help me with my aim. Still hugging, we share a laugh. Looks like Richard is finished with your parents. After Sandra warns me about Richard, she tightens her hug and whispers in my ear. You would have convinced a 2-starred mage to take you as an apprentice without Master Dell's help. I mumble as she continues to whisper in my ear. Yes, Dell did help me a lot. It's funny, he told my father he left his home because he couldn't use any magic. He seemed pretty mad he had to tell my father that so I would stop bothering him. She knew about Dell. And I said all of those pointers came from Dell. I hope you continue to practice your mana skills. If you continue to practice, I'll teach you one of the spells I learned from my new master when I get back. We can have a proper magic discussion when I return. Letting go of me, Sandra turns and walks back to cart and her guards. Turning quickly, I make eye contact with Richard and hiss silently at him. Did she tell you she knew about my magic abilities? What? No. Don't look at me, I didn't tell her. She must have figured it out on her own. She's really smart, you know. You don't have to worry, I don't think she'll tell anyone. She's smart, and I hope you're right. She's trustworthy, so it's a good thing I asked her to look out for you in the city. I bet she will. Are you going to miss me? Taking a step forward, I embrace my brother. I'll miss you every day. You better come back when you're ready to marry the village's first mage. I already promised her father I would do just that. I'll level my skills and build her a mage's tower that we can get married on top of. We should be back in 4 or 5 years. You'll have grown up by then. I can't wait to see how ridiculously strong you are by the time I return. Safe travels, brother. See you soon, little rabbit. Watching him walk to the cart, I can't help but smile and cry at the same time. Mother and father appear beside me as Sandra and Richard board the cart. We wave at the cart as it continues to disappear into the distance. I'm saddened that I won't be able to talk to Sandra for a while, but she and Richard will be back in no time. As they disappear, the image of Richard and the perfectly clean Sandra glowing in the sunrise is etched into my mind. Wait, perfectly clean. I look down at myself and realize I'm perfectly clean too. I couldn't still be in perfect condition after sleeping all night and changing my clothes. I would have had to have Dell recast the magic or do it myself. Have Dell recast it. That's another flaw. If she learned the basics from Anastasia, then she already knew the spell only works on the caster. The way she smiled after I confirmed the spell. If that didn't confirm her suspicions, my cleanliness this morning sealed my fate. Sandra must have noticed my appearance immediately. I blew my secret the day after I learned my first spell. Who knows, maybe she's known even longer than that. Oh well. All that matters is we're going to have fun together when she comes back. I'm trying to read all the comments that people left me, whether they're grammar related or not. With the surge of followers, I quickly became overwhelmed. With all these new eyes, people spotted things I missed. It was pointed out to me that I messed up on the XP requirements to level. It works at its current level, but after plotting out the math, Aaliyah or anybody else would need 2,422,513,549,835 experience just to reach LV 100. Though longer-lived races might be able to level higher, I don't think even they could handle a challenge like that. I want to be able to introduce high-leveled people when necessary, so I decided to rework the experience requirements. Everything will stay the same with skills, stats, and the experience granted from raising your skills, but a person's base level requirement will be lowered. I decided to lower the percentage of XP increase. Every 10 levels, the percentage drops. LV 110 is 25, LV 1120 is 20, LV 2130 is 15, LV 3140 is 13, LV 4150 is 11, then 9, then 7, and finally stops lowering at 5 at LV 70. With this new method, it takes 68,483,845 experience to reach LV 100. I think this is more plausible, so I'm switching to this method. In case you're wondering, I plotted this all out in Excel. I don't randomly generate experience values. So where does this leave us? I decided to go back to Chapter 1 and fix any mistakes that were pointed out to me. I'll work my way through the chapters fixing mistakes and updating both Aaliyah's and her parents' status pages. I wish I paid attention earlier and noticed this problem sooner, but at least I have you guys to steer me right. I'll try to balance my editing and writing so it doesn't take a week before you get another chapter. I don't think you have to reread everything. I mostly plan to raise Aaliyah's parents' skills to make it more accurate. That's the only big change I have planned. When I finish editing the 20 previous chapters, I'll remove this notice. The first chapter I'll fix experience-wise will be CH 20.5. So if you're wondering what her new status page will look like before the time skip, you could just go back a chapter. I also decided to reduce acting to a Tier 1 skill and charm to Tier 2. As always, stay safe. Almost there, just a few more feet. Finally, I finished dragging the cart out of the forest and to the front of the village. Pushing down the desire to stop and relax, I scan the surroundings for Curvin. It doesn't take me long to notice the campsite I'm looking for. He's set up in the small clearing next to the road that leads outside our village. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I continue to pull the cart towards the merchant, who's patiently waiting for me. As I reach Curvin, I can better make out the campsite. 2 large silver bivol are tied to the largest trees outlining the clearing. The fire pit is lit, with Curvin standing next to flames, waiting for me to get closer. His 2 guards are sitting on a couple of fallen logs that are outlining the center of their campsite. The 2 men wear full-body hide armor that shines brown in the morning sunlight. You can only see their eyes, scanning the surroundings, behind their helmets. I'm sure they noticed me before I even rounded the bend to their campsite. I learned to ignore them years ago, quickly realizing they offer little conversation. Pulling Dell's cart next to Curvin's, I greet the trader who comes to our village regularly. Afternoon, Kev. Did you finish selling your stock? Afternoon, Miss Aaliyah. I sold a little less than I was expecting, but you don't have to worry. I have plenty of room in my cart for your goods. What do you have for me this month? I have 10 pots, 10 pans, 12 daggers, 8 cooking knives, 1,000 nails, 250 arrowheads, an axe, 3 swords, 4 spears, and a full set of steel armor. Even winded, I stand proud, telling Curvin about my goods. No magic weapons, maybe a magic tool somewhere in there. You know, Master Dell doesn't sell his work. You're stuck with me. I try to sound hurt, but I'm used to him asking me the same question every month. I know that, Curvin. But if Master Dell ever did decide to make something and choose to sell it, he wouldn't make anything magical. If he tried selling anything like that, people would trace it back here and annoy the both of us till we had to leave the village. I could only dream of being so lucky. I would be instantly promoted. Maybe I'd get to run a caravan route between cities. The Silver Herd Trading Company would finally realize how great I am. Curvin, the greatest trader in Masora, has a nice ring to it. I try to keep my face serious. Picturing Curvin managing a larger wagon train and spending even longer outside is difficult. I introduced myself to Curvin 3.5 years ago. Once my training with Dell took off, I realized how much of a packrat Master Dell was. Dell likes to do a lot of forging at once, leaving his extra work laying around. If someone comes to ask him for anything, he can give them one of his works that he already has finished. It took me a while, but I managed to convince Dell to keep the pieces he already had and let me sell everything that I make. After teaching me to forge the most common items the villagers needed, I took over 99 of the forging. I make sure Master Dell continues to watch me work and point out where I can improve, but now he lazes around a lot. Needless to say, I wanted to earn as many experience points as I could, so I accepted all the work I was given. I made sure to balance mining, smelting, and forging, so I could earn experience in the quickest way possible. With all the items I was forging, I figured earning some money would be easy. I introduce myself to Curvin and now we meet up every month after he sells most of his stock to the villagers the day before. Curvin works for the Silverhead Trading Company, which is the trading company that Anastasia's family owns. They got their name from the silver bival they used to draw their carts. I don't know why he ever wanted to be a merchant. Curvin is a slightly chubby man with a round face and short black hair. He has the glow of someone who invested heavily in vitality, but lacks the muscle tone of someone who spends so much of his time outside. I think he wanted to work indoors at one of company's city branches. Curvin is only 5'10", which is forcing him to look up to meet my eyes. We're close to my 15th birthday and I've finally stopped growing. I inherited some of Dad's height, making me 6'1". I continued my exercise routines daily and managed to keep my slim build. The main difference are my arms. Swinging a 20-pound hammer repeatedly has helped define my arm muscles. I can't say they're as big as Dell's or Father's, but anyone could see the physical work I do on a daily basis. I thought my hair would darken as I got older, only to watch it turn a reddish orange like the flame of a forge. I worked with Mom to sew some sleeveless tops, which showcases my arms and front assets. I ended up a little smaller than Mother in the front department, but I'm happy with my figure. Ready to talk business, Curvin? Did you bring me any more metal? I managed to bring some more bronze, copper, and some raw fire iron ore this time. Really that much? Don't tease, let me see it. Of course, 1 second. Curvin waves his hand and one of his silent bodyguards walks over to his carriage. After a minute, the masked man walks over and places a wooden box at my feet. Bending down, peering inside, I look at the treasures placed before me. I see 4 ingots of bronze, 6 ingots of pure copper, and 3 chunks of bright red rock. Checking the mana inside the materials, I can see the fire mana swirling inside the stone. Placing a finger on the red surface, I can better feel the warmth radiating from the ore. Good stuff, right? The branch and Dre thought I was crazy, bringing magic ore to a small village. Putting on my game face, I respond in a half-hearted manner. It's okay. The heat coming off of the stones is only lukewarm. The magic inside can't be that strong. Master probably won't even want to work with it. Curvin's smile hardens, and I feel his skills activate. Mother taught me that this is how all merchants operate. Their skills help them get the best deal that they can. After trading with Curvin for so long, I've gained a few merchant skills myself. Activating my skills, Curvin's pressure recedes a little. I can feel his skills overwhelm mine, but my skills act like a thin jacket in a snowstorm. I'm used to this oppressive feeling by now. I only use my merchant skills a few times a month, so they're not that high. Most of their use comes from my trades with Curvin, and whenever a villager comes to negotiate for something they need, you should be happy. A villager like yourself getting their hands on any magic material is lucky. So lucky, I might have to charge you just for looking at it. For a second, I feel like I am lucky just to see the ore, before my skills reduce Curvin's hypnotizing words. I'll admit it. I'm thankful for you bringing me this, but the quality of the ore stands. 2 silver for the ore. You can't compare this to the small samples I've brought you in the past. This ore is worth 6 silvers, I dare say even 7. I remember paying a lot for those small samples. I wanted them for my collection, not to forge. You owe me one. Even if Master doesn't work with this metal, I'll still make something decent with it and sell it back to you. 3 silver. Now you're saying you're going to forge with it. That drops the price of the final product, 5 silver. You know my work, 3.5 silver. I think 4 is a more reasonable price. Do we have a deal? We stand staring at each other, letting our skills settle this quiet war. When his skills finally beat mine, I'm faced with the choice to leave the ore behind or take the deal. Deal, I reluctantly say. Always a pleasure. Shaking each other's hands, the rest of our trading is much easier. We already have prices set aside for the other metals and my goods. We try and renegotiate every few months, but we usually settle around the same prices we're used to. A basic bronze ingot runs me 25 bronze coins, and copper is only worth 15 bronze. With my quick mathematics skill, I know the metals and ore will cost me 5 silver and 9 large bronze coins. Pots equal 1 bronze coin x 10. Pans equal 1 bronze coin x 10. Daggers equal 4 bronze coins x 12. Kitchen knife equal 5 bronze coins x 8. Nails equal 10 iron coins x 1000. Arrowheads equal 25 iron coins x 250. Axe equal 20 bronze coins x 1. Swords equal 17 bronze coins x 3. Spears equal 25 bronze coins x 4. Full armor set equal 2 silver coins. All my goods add up to 6.415 silver, leaving me only 51.5 bronze coins for a profit. Grabbing his money from a small safe built into the cart, Curvin hands me 5 large bronze coins, 1 small bronze coin, and 5 large iron coins. Normally I make a lot more, but when he brings me anything unique like the fire iron, I have to buy it. I managed to grow a small collection of minerals, and even if I rarely get enough to forge with, Master Dell could still teach me the properties of the rocks themselves. With the money exchanged, both our skills fade away and our normal smiles return. You're lucky your skills are higher than mine, Curvin. One of these days I'll get you to give me a proper deal. Please don't. Watching your progress over the last 3 years, I'm inclined to believe it. Yeah. Any news from Brother and Dre? He gave me the usual parcel for Headman Downs and wanted me to let you know it should still be another 8 months before they could return to the village. That's disappointing. Any interesting news about the outside world? The neighboring kingdom of Skal sent more troops to their fort in the scarred divide. The cities near the end of the company's route are preparing for a possible attack. Wait, so I should have charged more. Next time you will. The attack hasn't happened yet, and I only told you because we're friends. I looked down at Curvin with a suspicious look. All right, you got me. I want you to make me more spears and swords. If I can get more quality weapons for the company, I might get a promotion. I always make sure to say farewell to his guards. Dell told me you should always show respect to people who choose combat professions. Even if a crafter obtains a high level, they will never be as deadly as a person who dedicates themselves to combat. Throwing my box of goodies into the cart, I make my way back to Dell's hut. Entering the clearing again, a quick scan reveals everything is still in its place. The tools are organized on a rack, the barrels of materials are covered, and Master Dell is still napping on one of his benches. Parking the cart, I grab a bucket of water and start creeping towards Master. What are you doing? He doesn't open his eyes but calls out to me when I get within 3 feet of him. It's no fun waking you up anymore, Master. That's because I gained the danger sense skill from you always attacking me in my sleep. I can't nap properly anymore. Stop whining, Master. You should be happy gaining such a useful skill from your talented apprentice. Can't you feel the joy radiating off of me? How did your trading go? I made 51 bronze today. I set the bucket down, sad that I won't be using it. That's it. What did that blood-sucking merchant sell you now? He got me 3 decent-sized chunks of fire iron. You know how long it's been since I got a chance to forge with this much magic metal. I had to buy it. Besides, what's the point of money if you're not going to spend it? If you saved your money and took a trip to Dre, you could buy much better samples than what that man brings you. Why do you hate merchants so much, Master? Does it not anger you knowing he's underpricing your goods? Craftsmen are always subjected to the whims of merchants. Whether it's buying materials or selling our hard-crafted goods, merchants are always there to take their pound of flesh. Damn buzzards. Craftsmen could just sell their own goods. Why do we need merchants to sell our products? Because anybody buying something, over a silver in value, will hire a broker to help them purchase the item at the best price they can get. Brokers are merchants that bleed craftsmen who sell their own goods. So craftsmen need to hire a merchant for their store, or enter a deal with an outside merchant to sell their works for them. When you actually leave the village, you'll understand quickly why merchants are all dragons seeking gold. I don't know, I think it's fun haggling over prices. It's just one more skill I can exercise. That's because you're a monster yourself. No one your age has the levels or skills that you do. I try to look offended at Master's remark, but he still has his eyes closed, laying on the bench. Walking over to the next closest bench, I pull up my status page. I wonder how much Sandra and Richard have grown. Since they left, I've made sure to exercise every morning and practice wielding 3 different types weapons. I focused on axe skills because I would most likely need to defend myself while looking for materials. Whether I'm in the forest with an axe meant for chopping wood or down in a cave with a pickaxe, I figured those would be my closest weapons. Hammer skills and arts rose naturally from all the blacksmithing I was doing, so I only needed to practice a little to use a hammer in a fight while sparring with Dad. Finally, I made sure to always carry a dagger with me, making training with it a must. After my drills would finish, I would either go learn from Dell or spend my days off with Father and Mother. If I still had any mana left over from the day, I would practice before I would fall asleep. Looking back, my schedule looked too busy, but I've had an amazing time over these last 5 years. I can forge decently enough now, according to Dell, and I managed to spend my free time with my parents. Those 8 skills were effective for my everyday life, but the other 2 are my favorites. After I broke past the level 50 test in running, I managed to unlock double step before I hit level 51. It allows me to take 2 steps rapidly, increasing my speed for a moment. And best of all, the cooldown is quick, so I only need to wait 5 seconds before I can use it again. The skill I'm most proud of is Mana Skin. Working off of the properties I learned about fire mana from Dell, I developed a method to insulate my skin. Using mana manipulation and expel mana, I cover myself in a thin veil of mana, reducing the effect of outside temperature. When I'm working by the forge, I can use it if I get too hot, or I can use it while running in the winter, so I stay warmer in the snow. Mana Skin is my second tier 4 skill, while Precise Strike is tier 3, with the rest being at tier 2, except for trading being at tier 1. I managed to raise my base stats a little higher, but only my magic and clarity saw any significant growth. A close second, though, was dexterity. Between my running, stretching, and forging all day, I managed to raise it naturally by 6 points. I think I'm ready to distribute my status points. Talking to myself, I psyche myself up for what's to come. Dismissing my status page, I turn to Dell, who's finally sitting up. Now you sit up. What's wrong with distributing my points? Don't you have to wait longer? I'm almost 15. Dell, I don't think it matters if I distribute my points a week early. Pulling your cart to the front of the village and back was tiring. I'm ready to take the next step. Is there anything wrong with that? No, if that's what you really want. I forgot that you were a human for a second. We stonekin don't unlock our status page till we're 20 and don't place our accumulative points till we reach 70. Thinking back, has it only been 5 years? It feels like I've been teaching you for decades. That's because I make you teach me, and I won't let you sleep all day. In all seriousness, Dell, any advice for me? I think you know what you want. I never thought someone could work so hard as you do with such low stats points. I won't tell you to become a mage again, but it wouldn't hurt to place some of your points in things other than your physical stats. I do have one question, though. What level did you make it to? Smiling like a demon, I look Dell in the face and answer, 58. Monster. Be careful of the forge after you distribute your points. I don't feel like having to fix anything today. Dell closes his eyes and lays back down, but I know he's secretly paying attention to me. With 15 years of hard work, I've already reached the level of senior villagers. Pulling up my status page again, I distribute the 275 points I've saved up since I was 10. I save a few of my points and close my eyes, sinking into my deepest meditative state that I could achieve. It's been a long time since I used any of my points, and my mana sense has grown by many levels since then. Scanning my body with mana sense, I try to notice the changes within my body. Suddenly, there is an explosion of translucent color inside my body. It doesn't feel like mana, but the colorful mass appears inside my body, seemingly out of nowhere. I watch as the colors merge into the different areas of my body. As the colors fuse into my bones, muscles, and tendons, my body feels lighter, stronger, and more flexible. Watching the fusing continue, I see a smaller amount fuse into my skin, ears, eyes, and nose. Smells become stronger, my ears hear Dell breathing louder, and I can feel the texture of my clothes better. I resist the urge to open my eyes and continue to watch the fusions in my body. Once the colors enter my mana stream, my mana sense turns fuzzy for a moment. My mana stream becomes brighter as it assimilates the colors, and I feel my empowered mana stream pushing my new wealth of mana throughout my body. The translucent mist fuses with my brain, making my mind feel clearer as the mist settles. When the colors finish fading into my body, I search the area the colors erupted from. Though the colors appeared throughout my body, most came from the center of my chest. Even now, small amounts are materializing around a single spot that has nothing important. There's no organ there, and only a few of my smaller mana streams run through the area. Using my new wellspring of mana, I try and send my mana towards the center of my body. As I increase the mana towards the spot, I slow down the excited mana, trying to pool my mana in the center of my chest. While manipulating my mana, I try to notice any differences in my mana around the area the colors erupted from. It's faint, but a small point within the mana seems to be pushing the mana flow around it. I try forcing my mana directly towards the small point, till I notice a clear fire the size of a pinhead. Is my mana burning for some reason? I can't feel any heat from the flame. Trying to focus on the deepest point I've ever tried with my mana, I notice a small ball that the flame is surrounding. All at once I feel sensory overload. I can feel 3 of my skills breaking barriers and reaching the next level, but I ignore those feelings immediately. While looking at this tiny ball, smaller than a pinhead, I feel like every part of me becomes exposed. Something bigger than me is watching my body, my mana, even my thoughts. Who is it? Breaking away from my meditation, I fall to the ground and curl into a ball. I can't stop shivering. My stronger eyes are useless as they fill with water. What's wrong? Aaliyah, Aaliyah, tell me what's wrong. Looking up at Dell, through my tearful eyes, I see the worry on his face. I want to try explaining myself, but I can only mumble a few sounds that make no sense. My voice refuses to work properly. Something must be wrong with me. Pulling up my status page again, I'm shocked at what I find. Level 58 in experience, 226,815, 353,634. Meditation and sense mana. Finally broke through after 2 years of being stuck at level 75. I never stopped practicing with the skills, even with them stuck at the 75 level test, but they broke through so easily now. My mana manipulation also broke through, even though I only got it to level 45 months ago. However, none of that matters right now. The newest skill causes my shivering to intensify. Sense soul, I was looking at my soul, the most intimate place inside a person. The translucent colors that erupted throughout my body must have been from my soul. Doing some quick math in my head, I realize Sense Soul is a tier 5 skill, the type of skill that kingdoms covet. My head is killing me. As I start to pass out, I'm reminded of my parents. They're going to be pissed when I wake up. Emily Pitt's point of view. Why does there have to be so much fog every morning? Scanning the opposite canyon walls, my eyes cut through the haze, spotting movement in a rocky outcropping 2 miles away. Between two boulders crawls out a bark thrasher. The gray and brown spotted lizard is 3 feet long and must be searching for an early morning meal. You think we can hold the fort? Looking over my right shoulder, I spot one of the morning patrols approaching me. They grabbed a bunch of random squads and had us race out here. Of course, we won't be able to hold the fort. His friend complains. As they near me, I make eye contact with the first soldier. It takes a minute for him to realize who I am. With his face paling of all color, he elbows his friend before he can say anything else. Straightening his back, he brings his fist to his heart and salutes me. Good morning, General. Northern perimeter clear. His friend was too slow in noticing me. He could only stand to the side awkwardly as his friend offers me a morning greeting. Realizing who I am, he fumbles into a half-hearted salute alongside his buddy. Both standing at attention, they hold their breath, looking worst by the second as the silence between us grows. Before one of them passes out from the burden of my gaze, I dismiss them both. Carry on, General. With my blessing to leave, they lower their arms and almost trip over themselves trying to run away from me without looking disrespectful. Focusing my hearing on them, I listen in on their fleeing arguments. Gods, do you think she heard us? Shut up and move, you moron. That was General Emily Pitts, the strongest woman in Olbert. We're lucky she didn't throw us off the ramparts. I wish I could afford to throw them over the ledge. I'm sure their comments mirror the feelings of the rest of the soldiers. Why did I have to get assigned to this fort? That stupid mist mage Algate would love this place. He may be ranked as the 7th strongest in Olbert, compared to me as the 6th, but his magic would have excelled in this environment. Scanning the misty horizon again, my strong senses allow me to cut through the weather, checking on the watchtowers being hastily constructed at different strategic points around the scarred divide. The divide is the only entrance between Skal and Olbert. The Razorback mountain range acts as a natural barrier between our lands, and the peaks are infested with high-leveled magic beasts, many of which can fly. I spent many years hunting across those peaks in my youth, making me the best archer in all of Olbert. Making sure the watchtower's construction is moving peacefully, I turn my attention to the fort. In the 3 days since I arrived, the patchwork to the walls and keep are finally showing some semblance of progress. This fort has only been used as a trading outpost between Olbert and Skal, and hasn't seen a fight in over 80 years. I was barely born when this fort was last used in battle and subsequently given any resources for maintenance. Stepping over a loose brick in the fortification, I mentally mark its location and move my sight to the swarm of people camping outside the walls. The sun may be obscured by the thick fog, but the light is strong enough to push through the covering and wake the camp below. Once the first person leaves their tent, the people swarm like ants, as each rouses the attention of the person next to them. Thousands of local villagers and merchants have flocked here for work with the news of Skal's imminent attack. Builders, with arms bulging with muscle, move to their designated work areas. Merchants are selling daily necessities, and any recreational items soldiers are willing to pay for. The camp even has tailors and miners trying to make a profit. We need stone blocks from the surrounding mountains, and with so much work happening, tailors are stitching everything from clothes to tents. It always amazes me how much war can spur a local economy. When there's work and money to be had, commoners could care less about a possible war. More than half of these people would turn around and work for Skal if we fail in defending the fort. With my sweep of the outside surroundings covered, I turn my attention towards the courtyard. 200 new recruits have already started their morning training. Divided into 3 sections, the first thing we're teaching them is archery. Defending our walls requires good archers. The recruits are lined up and told to hit a target at 100 paces. A few are former hunters, so we merely have to teach them the signals to listen for in a battle. Most, however, are destitute men looking for food and shelter and have no prior skills with a bow. Only once they can shoot an arrow properly, we will teach basic swordsmanship and how to handle a spear. It's up to a handful of my most talented warriors to prepare these solders for the coming battle. It will be their ultimate test to ready this sorry lot in less than a week. The outpost had 120 guards stationed here when our spymasters sent word that Skal would attack within the month. His Highness immediately sent myself and 700 troops that were ready to move out at a moment's notice. I managed to recruit some trainees as we rapidly traveled to the fort, but that only gives us roughly 1,100 soldiers, 18 of which aren't even trained yet. How's the progress going, Christopher? Turning around, I make eye contact with a dark corner of the battlements. Progress is slowing again. After 3 days of you pushing them so hard, most workers and trainees are exhausted. Following the voice, my steward Christopher emerges from the shadows. Covered in black robes, his smile annoys me as usual. He constantly tries to sneak up on me, despite the situation we're in. He looks slightly younger than me, appearing to be in his middle 30s. Judging by his vitality glow, he's in his 50s, probably 30 years my junior. He was assigned to me by the intelligence division and approved by the king, so I couldn't officially complain about his character. That said, if I wasn't starving for more solders, I would have put an arrow in his smug face days ago. Blaming his death on Skull would be easy. Tell the workers they can take a break, but those who keep working will receive a bonus. These walls are still falling apart, and Skull could be upon us any day now. I keep my back straight and make sure my eyes convey the seriousness of my request. Still smiling, he takes a step back, trying to hide once again in the shadows. We don't have the budget to give any bonuses. The new recruits require the most of our free coin. The budget we were given by His Majesty is almost completely accounted for. Then tell the soldiers they'll be paid after the first battle. Depending on our losses, we should have enough coin to keep the builders motivated. This strategy was employed 500 years ago during the warring periods of the continent. It allowed armies to hire more soldiers and laborers after each battle. To think the great General Pitts would count on the death of her soldiers and consider it as a good thing. With that remark, I release my many pressure skills on the disrespectful cur. Say that again, and I'll kill you no matter where you try to hide from me. I hate men like this. Even being assaulted by my skills and threats, he can still stand there and smile at me. I meant no disrespect, General. I was merely shocked with your callousness. Funny, you look neither offended nor surprised. In case I need to spell it out for you, we are the only defense against Skull, till a proper army can be mustered for a proper defense. Depending on who's leading Skull's forces, the surrounding lands could be spared or ransacked at a moment's notice. If this fort falls, Skull will have easy access to 3 cities, 27 villages, and almost 20,000 lives. The kingdom hasn't seen a large-scale attack like this in 50 years. We've grown soft in these peaceful times. I will have this fort ready to receive Skull if I have to make you help the builders move each stone into place. Make sure that it's done. Turning around, I continue to check the work on the battlements. Christopher's presence fades into the shadows, but my senses easily pick him moving rapidly towards the barracks. I debate shooting an arrow at his feet, maybe then he'll understand my feelings. Taking a step, I push off slightly with my right foot, launching myself into the air. Keeping my balance, I soar through the sky for only a moment before I land on top of the nearest observation tower. Landing silently, I look at the 3 men surveying the canyon. Anything to report. Each jump at my question and draws their bow as they turn to face me. I watch their expressions turn from anxious fear to a more respectfully fearful look. Lowering their bows, all 3 sound off as one. No, General, everything's quiet. Good response, men. Just remember to check your whole surroundings, including your back. You never know what could be sneaking around you. You are the most important part of the watch. If something happens to you, we're all in trouble. Carry on, General. The 3 salute me as I take another step, propelling myself over the tower's edge, dropping 20 feet to the battlements below. I can't believe we just saw the General up close. I didn't hear her approach at all, and I have the sensitive ear skill. I heard she likes scaring new recruits like that. Why must rumors always paint me in the same light as Christopher? I don't enjoy startling my warriors. It's a general's job to test their forces. I just use one of the ways my mentor taught me. Proper situational awareness is key in any situation. Maybe I did pick the wrong time to test them. Maybe I'm starting to become too tired to properly judge situations accordingly. I haven't slept for 3 days and could only rest sporadically on the long march out here. Everything seems quiet, so I should take this time to properly rest. My stamina has been taxed constantly these days, and I need be ready for another night of spotting Skull spies. Vaulting along the ramparts and using exposed bricks as footings, I quickly scale the southern side of the keep, entering my room through the window. I chose a small room in a section of the keep that hasn't been renovated yet. The door leading from my room is barricaded on the other side by a pile of bricks that have fallen from the ceiling above. Only a handful of people know I'm using this room, and I intend to keep it that way. Knowing I'm in a secluded room, I can finally release some of the tension in my body. Walking over to my mirror, I clean myself with magic. Ahid ls Wema Piss. My grayish hide armor is enchanted to repel dirt, but even deep dragon hide can't protect my skin and hair from all the moisture in the air mixed with the dirt the construction produces. My light brown hair regains its rich color, and in one quick motion I pull out 2 graying hairs and toss them on the floor. I don't like what this stress is doing to my hair. I'm still young at 87. With my vitality, I shouldn't start getting gray hairs till I'm 100. Maybe some sleep will help. Content with my appearance, I place my bow and quiver on my nightstand. Keeping my armor on, I crawl on top of the creaking bed. I'm not sure how old this bed is. I hope it can handle me for a few hours. Laying down, I miss the days I could fall asleep like a normal person. People who reach a level like mine can never truly sleep again. The higher a person's status rises, the less they need to sleep. Further complicated by the extra energy in the body, falling asleep is a challenge upon itself. Different people have their own solutions to the problem. I once met a dwarf who would drink a gallon of his strongest brew just to take a nap. I, like many other high-level people, turned to alchemy. Reaching inside my pocket, I pull out a small vial of sleeping tonic. The thick purple liquid inside hardly moves as I gently shake the vial. With one finger, I pour a little bit of mana into the vial's stopper, allowing me to open the small container. A light, fishy smell emanates from the opened vial, and my danger sense lightly pings in my head. A normal person would die from even a drop of my tonic, but with my resist poison skill and high status, this is the only alchemical concoction that can help me sleep. Placing my tongue against the vial's rim, I let only a few drops touch my tongue before I reseal the bottle. Closing my eyes, I feel my body forcefully shutting down. My muscles enter a state of rest for the first time in 17 days. Even the naps I took on the road here would never allow me to experience the peace I feel now. Ever so slowly, my consciousness fades, and I can fall asleep, albeit lightly. Bang, 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 bang. Throwing myself out of bed, I grab my weapon and move to the windowsill. I reach the window as my bed splinters behind me from my quick movement. Following the sound into the distance, my eyes search through the sunset and locate the sound. Our farthest observation tower is signaling an approaching army. The sound travels to the next tower and they take over the signal. Leaping back out my window, in midair I watch the farthest tower start to evacuate. The protocol is once the next tower takes over the signal, the previous tower evacuates and rushes back towards the fortress. The towers were only constructed as a quick solution to spotting the enemy. Their defenses wouldn't last 10 seconds against any type of attack. The closest tower starts signaling, as I land in the courtyard and start striking our signaling bell with my bare hands. The two men standing next to the bell flinch at my appearance and start yelling at me for signaling a false alarm before they recognize who I am. With my first few strikes, the keep freezes as all heads turn towards me. Keep signaling. I stop striking the bell and leave the two men to continue signaling the fortress about the approaching army. Inhaling deeply, I activate my loud voice, defense formation, and valor skills. Everyone to your stations. Skull is approaching. Prepare yourselves. My voice echoes across the battlements, and my skills spur the solders back into action. I leap towards the closest wall, and then jump again, landing on the nearest watchtower. The camp of workers below is a frenzied mess of activity. People are tossing their supplies in wagons, and some are already fleeing for the closest city. Only a handful of merchants and builders retreat inside the fort, with the soldiers returning from the watchtowers. They're the ones betting on us defending against the approaching army. Having the only extra supplies, they'll make quite a bit of coin if we all survive. Looking away from the fleeing commoners, I see Christopher talking with one of the tower runners. Each watchtower has a soldier with movement skills, who has the job of reporting the formation and numbers of the approaching forces. There's too much noise for me to single out their conversation, but after a few quick words, Christopher dashes up the battlements heading straight for me. Not 15 seconds later, Christopher appears by my side, for once with a worried look on his face. I thought I would be happy with the smirk gone from his face, but the victory seems hollow in the moment. How bad, Christopher? My even voice gives him a little courage, easing the stress on his face. I stare at the remaining watchtowers, watching our men sprint back to the safety of the keep. General, the towers report the enemy reaching approximately 10,000 strong, with 4 mage battalions and 15 siege weapons. The back of the forces also appears to be transporting ladders and plenty of supplies. Christopher's frown worsens after repeating our dire situation out loud. Did the towers get a good look at the commander of their forces before retreating? Anyone dressed like they're going to a weird ball and not a battle? I let the numbers settle in my head. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, as long as Skull didn't send one of their 5 guardians, we have a small chance. The towers didn't report anyone matching that description, but they did spot a man stationed near the back with a hat sporting blue feathers. Blue feathers, you say? A small smile crosses my lips. That means their commander is above level 80. Depending on his skill set, we could have problems, but they must not have heard that I arrived 3 days ago. This is the first time I'll be seeing a Skull commander. I've heard about their feathered hats and the costumes of the Guardian 5, but I didn't realize they would give away their levels like that. It's Skull's culture to show off their might before their enemies. We stopped their spies from returning through the pass after we arrived, and I easily hunted those trying to signal with magic. A level 80 commander would normally be overkill to crush whatever forces we could have sent here in time. Usually I or any other high-leveled person needs a lot of time to prepare for any sort of battle. I just happened to be preparing to hunt a strong monster in the woods close to my territory. That said, I only have 4 of my special arrows. His Majesty said he would place an order with the dwarves for 10 more, but they will only arrive with our backup. Can you hold the Skull forces back with only 4 of your special arrows, Commander? Not only Christopher, but the other archers on the tower are looking at me with hope in their eyes. Humph. Looking over the tower's ledge, I watch as the last of the merchants flee, and notice most of our soldiers from the watchtowers are nearing the keep's gate. Checking one last time for enemy spies, I turn to address my subordinates. Who do you think I am? I'm General Pitts, the 6th strongest warrior in all of Olbert, the strongest woman in the kingdom and the best archer around. 4 arrows. I could make this army retreat even if I didn't have a single one of my special arrows. Matching Christopher's gaze, my proclamation of strength restores his former smile. The other 4 archers are brimming with newfound confidence as well. You 4 go reinforce the surrounding towers, this one is mine. Yes, General. The 4 shout and barrel down the stone steps, their firm resolve kindling hope in every solider they pass. Christopher, I turn to my steward. Yes, General. He responds with a wry smile at my dismissal of the surrounding archers. It seems my pep talk rekindled his snarky attitude. Get me a communications mage up here, and go help organize the new recruits. We have 1 hour of light left, and I can see Skull's forces appearing in the distance. I'm not sure if they plan to attack straight away, or if their commander will decide to set camp for the night. Either way, I want our forces ready in the hour. Understood. Clearly, General. Turning back towards the canyon, I feel his presence moving away rapidly. Reaching over my head, I grab one of the 4 arrows in my quiver. The magic radiating off the arrow can be seen by the naked eye without any skills. The magic pressure coming off of my arrow would kill a level 20 person if they ever tried to pick one up. These 4 special arrows are strong enough to withstand my tier 5 skills. Each one is a single chance for me to turn a battle in my favor. Too bad only the stone kin know how to make them, and each cost me 5 large gold coins. Sliding my arrow back into its quiver, I focus on the steadily approaching army. I hope I don't disappoint Christopher or my men. They needed to see my confidence, so I told them what they wanted to hear. The truth is I can't remember the last time I was at such a disadvantage. We'll be lucky to hold the fort for a month, let alone last the winter before our reinforcements arrive. I'm not sure if even I have the skill to protect this dilapidated fort against their siege. Watching our enemies inch across the distant horizon, a vicious smile crosses my face. There is one thing I'm sure of. I will bleed Skull for every inch of this land. I might not be able to stop them here, but with my men's help, we'll litter the landscape with as many of their bodies as we can. I stand ready as the world shifts around me. Time becomes meaningless as I watch the foreign army set up camp outside our range. One of our 3 communication mages is standing behind me, but I ignore her, and in turn watch every movement of Skull's army. She knows her place and hardly makes a sound, afraid she might ruin my concentration. I watch as their mages set up ward spells and how they organize their camp. As my eyes travel from tent to tent, I continue to count. 5,713, 7,192, 9,438. A little under 10,000 people. Subtracting their non-combative forces, we're looking at roughly 8,500 soldiers. With the sun finally receding, campfires dot the landscape, making their forces look twice as big. In the darkness, I watch a small entourage escort an elderly man to the front of their camp. His blue feathered hat sways in the night's breeze. He has 6 bodyguards that I estimate to be close to level 80 as well, and 3 mages weaving defensive spells around their little group. We haven't had time or resources to set up our own warding spells, so I can only imagine the info they're gathering on us. They're most likely scanning the fort trying to determine our numbers, because I can see a little shock on their faces. They were probably expecting no more than 400 defenders, instead of our almost 1,200. They still outnumber us 7 to 1, but that means less in a defensive battle. Christopher, call our best mages over here. Quickly. The communications mage looks startled as Christopher materializes off to my left side from the shadows. Right away, General. He knows how far away he has to be and still keeps other high-leveled bodyguards just in case. After a few minutes of observation, Christopher returns. The best mages we have, General. Turning around, I face the 7 mages before me. Level 40, 35, 50, 50, 65, 60, 40. I don't even have a quality mage to help me defend the keep. Not one of them is over level 70. You, and you too. I pick out the 4 above level 50. Yes, General. They all respond with curiosity and fear. I want the 4 of you to chant different enhancement spells. I need you each to cast the best you can do in 3 seconds. Only the level 65 mage has the guts to ask me why. Why the time limit, General? I'm going to kill their general, and they'll notice the magic quickly, giving us a small window to act. My words stun the surrounding mages and Christopher. I can't waste any more time, so I continue with my directions. As soon as I fully knock my arrow, you have exactly 3 seconds to cast your magic. Prepare yourselves, we only have a single chance. Turning back to the enemy's camp, I can still see them casting their scrying spells. Reaching behind my back, I draw one of my special arrows. Christopher takes a step back, and the mages freeze, sensing the might of the arrow in my hand. I give them a few breaths to calm themselves before I take my stance. The world becomes solid beneath my feet as sure footing and archer's stance take hold. Leveling my bow, I marvel at its simple design. There are no inscriptions on the surface of the white wood, or is it metal? The man my family bought it from refused to tell us the material it's made from. It holds no enchantments, but is strong enough to handle my stats combined with my skill levels. Long shot, exceptional aim, silent strike, enhanced perception, strong bow, perfect draw. My skills activate one after another as I pull the drawstring back with my arrow in place. Even with everything I have, it still takes 4 seconds to fully draw my bow. Once the arrow is fully nocked, I hear the mumbling of the 4 mages surrounding me. 1 second, my hand is trembling. 2 seconds, I slightly adjust my aim. 3 seconds, I empty my mind and drop all my fears as magic reinforces my body. The Skull elite forces have noticed something is wrong. The bodyguards tighten their formation, and the mages are preparing a stronger defensive spell. I release my fingers and fire my arrow. Instantaneous strike. I tell the darkness surrounding me the name of my tier 5 skill. My mana halves itself and I lose 1/10 of my stamina. My body becomes weak as the arrow disappears into nothingness. I hold myself up as I watch my arrow reappear a foot in front of the Skull's commander's head. Without any of the force being lost, the arrow obliterates the upper half of his body and creates a crater behind his still standing lower half. The arrow, still standing in the middle of the crater, turns into ash with the night's breeze. Stumbling to my knees, I can't help but pronounce my success to my surroundings. Got him. As the mages and Christopher celebrate, I try not to show the pain I'm in. 5 large gold coins, 500 mana, damage to my stamina that only rest can solve, and a cooldown of 5 days, but it was worth it. I was given a single opening, and in their lax opinion of our forces, I might have just evened the field. Reaching behind my shoulder again, I feel the 3 remaining arrows, 3 hopes that we have at winning this siege. We still have a major fight coming to us, but this should delay their attack for a few days. Then the war begins. Why am I back here again? I thought I was over these goblin dreams. Stretching my arms out, I look around the familiar goblin-infested clearing. Maybe it's because I just raised my stats, but the realization that this is all dream comes naturally. The nightmare that's been plaguing me for over 4 years loses all of its terror with the understanding that this is all in my head. Meeting the eyes of the goblins, as they gaze back at me, I wonder how to proceed. Over the years, this dream has reappeared less and less, with it only popping up once a month here and there. This usually goes one of 2 ways. I either go berserk and murder all the goblins, or they swarm me till I die. But this is a lucid dream. I don't need to do the same things over and over again. Looking at the expressionless goblins, I smile. These are my younger self fears. Father's taken me back into the woods, and I've had to kill more goblins from time to time. I'm no longer helpless or inexperienced. The blank faces actually look funny when I imagine their real-life counterparts. This is a blessing. My mind is giving me a chance to overcome my fears once and for all. Taking a deep breath, I exhale my last remaining fears and insecurities. With every breath, my mind clears, and my breath pushes the goblins back into the surrounding woods. As the last pair of eyes disappear into the distance, I take a seat on the forest floor, enjoying a new sense of peace. Without being attacked, I can look at all the small details around me. The woods surrounding me seem to release their constrictive hold on me. Where was once a wall of dark jungle, I can now see the woods I'm familiar with. I'm no longer sitting in a place of fear. The moons overhead drive away the darkness and light up the surroundings with a beautiful silver glow. This is the best dream I've ever had. I wonder if I can manipulate reality here. Picking up a leaf, I try to imagine it made out of solid gold. When nothing happens, I can't help but feel a little disappointed. People say if you're in a lucid dream, you can control anything around you. But no matter what I imagine, nothing changes. I can't make myself 10 feet tall, I can't cast a world-altering spell, and I can't even increase my bust size. I was just curious what they would feel like if they were slightly larger. With no reason to stay, I think it's time I wake up. Time to wake up. Exit end simulation. Wake up. When the shouting fails, I turn to the oldest method in the book, pinching myself. It hurts for a second and I'm still left standing in the clearing, and now I have an angry red mark on my arm. This dream isn't fun anymore. I still feel safe and secure, so nothing's coming out of the woods again. If I can't leave, maybe there's something I need to find. Looking up at the moons, the biggest calls to me, I decide to use it as a guide and follow it through the woods. With the forest mirroring the one around our village, I use the skills Father taught me to proceed in a straight line. Step after step, I follow my guide in the night sky. The farther I walk, the thinner the trees become and the scenery becomes something new. Instead of a forest of trees, I'm looking across a barren landscape of gray rocks and hills. Looking up, the moon is no longer partially covered by the canopy, giving the appearance that's grown in the sky. It still calls to me, so I continue my journey. I know this is still a dream, but it feels like I've been walking for days. Without the need for food, water, or rest, I easily march into the distance. Weaving in and out of boulders, hiking up hills, and even crawling through small caves, I'm led deeper into the dream. It feels like I'm getting closer to something important. Walking around a large boulder, a wave of accomplishment washes over me. In front of me is the most beautiful scene I've come across in either life. At the foot of a cliff, I marvel at the black sea sprawling out into the distance. I marvel at the stillness of the water. Not one ripple marks the surface. The light of the moon and stars reflects across the water, giving the impression of a second sky below me. Looking into the dark beyond, I watch as the two moons almost touch each other in the distance. Wait, why is one moon hovering over the water, while its mirror image emerges from the sea, taking position next to it? As the twin moons ascend back up the sky, only stopping when they're right above me. Their combined light washes over me, turning my surroundings bright silver. Before the light becomes unbearable, they erupt in silver flames. No, the flames are translucent, they just look silver from the light. I fall to my knees when the feeling of being watched overpowers me. I can't look away, and to my horror, the twin moons blink at me. They're no longer moons, it's a pair of eyes. Whose eyes are those? I try to take a breath, but my lungs refuse to work. The overpowering feeling from my sense soul skill burns throughout my chest. I can't tear my eyes away. I need to move. Move, damn it. The pain of running into a stone wall rips my consciousness back to reality. Looking around, I'm tangled in my blanket, lying on my bedroom's stone floor. Pulling my legs up to my chest, I try to stop shivering. I beat one nightmare, only to have a worse one come and take its place. Why can't I ever just wake up like a normal person? The early rays of light through my window tell me I slept through yesterday afternoon till at least the next day. Can this get any worse? No sooner than uttering those cursed words, I'm proven right. Aaliyah, are you awake, sweetie? Are you feeling better? Still laying on the floor, I can only roll over and look at Mother staring down at me. Mother's look of worry changes to one of confusion. Aaliyah, why are you on the floor? I'm about to explain my Tier 5 skill when I'm reminded of my earlier conversation with my parents. They warned me I should never tell anyone about Tier 5 skills even if it's them. Without a decent explanation, the worst lie I can think of tumbles out of my mouth. I fell out of bed and decide to try laying here for a bit. Mother's eyes narrow like she's trying to solve a mystery inside her head. I can only maintain eye contact for a few measly seconds before I'm forced to turn away. After our staring contest abruptly finishes, Mother has a look of realization. Aaliyah, stand up for me. Her request confuses me. Okay, why does she want me to stand up? I try and force my body up, only to launch my whole body 4 feet into the air. I land on my knees and palms of my hands as a look of horror crosses my face. Did I just hop like a rabbit? I knew it. Dell told us you were trying to distribute your status points when you collapsed. You're not used to your new body. I'm happy she's not suspecting another reason for me being on the floor, but this is a whole other problem. Before I can ask Mother for help, she turns to leave my room. I'll be back to check on you in an hour. Try not to break any of your furniture. Mom, I try to turn and address her before she leaves, only to tumble over my arms and roll across my floor. I can't believe she left me here. I still have questions. What about Dell? How long have I been out? What's for dinner? Mom, can I come out of my room now? I shout through my open door. I wait for the warden to finally come and release me from jail. Listening to the approaching footsteps, I watch as Mother appears in my doorway for the 8th time today. She analyzes my room before she bends down and picks up the cast iron pot that she served my dinner in. Picking out the metal spoon from within, she holds the metal utensil up to her eye and scrutinizes the utensil. It's easy to see the wavy pattern in the handle that shouldn't be there. I tried straightening it back out with my bare hands, but without my proper tools, the spoon will forever look like a bad piece of modern art. Aaliyah, if you can't even eat without breaking a spoon, how can I let you out into the house? I wonder if I will ever be able to pull off that perfect mom look, the one where you can't even argue your side of the story. So you're keeping me trapped in here how long? I didn't break the spoon, I only bent it. I don't know why, but my second status distributing is much harder to control. Even meditating all day and practicing some minor exercises, I still have flashes of uncontrollable strength. The worst part is my new dexterity. My limbs move so much smoother. I often overshoot whatever I'm trying to do. Each step I took earlier this morning felt like I was constantly using my double step skill, making me fall on my face multiple times. How about I let you out when you can walk down the hallway without tripping? Ugh, that mom's smile. I can only turn my head away and reluctantly agree with her. Okay, Mom, it's almost bedtime, sweetie. You should crawl into bed and try again tomorrow. Bending down, she kisses my forehead. I make sure not to move in case I accidentally hurt her. Of course, she stays behind to make sure I get tucked in safely, or maybe she just wanted to see my impression of a caterpillar. With her covering her mouth with her hands, trying to keep her laughter barely muffled, I'd bet on the second choice. Good night, Mom, love you. I try to show my displeasure, but it only makes Mother laugh harder. See you tomorrow, Aaliyah. As Mother leaves to clean the kitchen, I'm left alone in my bed. Surprisingly, I'm more tired than usual, despite all the extra sleep I got the night before. My body wants me to try and sleep, but every time I close my eyes, the feeling from my dream reemerges. Every time I tried to meditate in my deeper state, I would be assaulted with the feeling of being watched, even if I wasn't looking around my soul. I didn't know a Tier 5 skill would be this much trouble. I wonder if all Tier 5 skills affect people in negative ways. What an annoying day. Now I'm stuck watching the sun rise. I woke up 3 times last night when I was forced to face those moon eyes again. Much like the goblin dream, there are multiple things that can happen. First thing I noticed was no matter which direction I walk in, I always end up at the dark sea and experience the two eyes. The second thing that bothers me is the time compression. After I fell asleep the second time last night, I tried to just stay in the clearing till morning arrived. It was hard to tell time when it's perpetual night time in my dream, but it felt like I sat for months and nothing happened. Time only seemed to flow as I walked towards the dark sea. It would be cool if I could train in a situation like that, like my own hyperbolic time chamber, but I couldn't strain myself with any physical exercise, and though I could use my magic skills, there seemed to be a barrier keeping me from gaining any insights. After waking up the third time, I decided to just wait for morning to come. Now that the sun is up, I can continue practicing with my new body with the added benefit of a horrible night's rest. I try to start off slowly by inching my legs around so I'm sitting on the edge of my bed. The only thing I've noticed about my dreams is that my new skill is leveling after I exit the dream world. Status page, level 58, and experience 229,571, 353,634. The skill has jumped up 2 levels since the nightmares. I wish I could be happy about its quick growth, but so far I've only been harmed by the skill. I'll have to take some time after I regain control over my body and analyze the skill in greater depth. Moving slowly like I'm practicing taikai, I stand and walk to the center of my room. Focusing on my limbs, I slowly increase my speed. Maybe I only needed to rest. Hey Aaliyah, want to go with your old man into the forest? As my door is flung open, I launch myself across my room, slamming my back against the far wall. You're supposed to knock, Dad. Sorry. Father raises his hands to cover his eyes. I'm not naked, Dad. You scared me. I think I almost broke my wall. Lowering one of his hands, he peeks to make sure everything is okay. Realizing I'm decent, he walks over to me and hoists me onto my feet just like when I was a baby. Your mother told me you were having trouble with your new status, but I didn't know it was this bad. With his strong arms on my shoulders holding me straight, he looks around my room. This isn't a good place for you to practice. I know a good spot, hold on. What? I have little time to question Father as he scoops me up in a princess carry. I'm about to fight back when I remember about my strength stat. My body tenses up and I try not to move a muscle, fearing I might hurt Dad. Carrying me to our front door, Father sets me down on the bench and places my shoes on. After my footwear is secure, he moves to don his own work boots as Mother walks out of our hallway. Darius, what are you doing with Aaliyah? Looking up at Mother, Father grins and explains himself. I'm taking her outside so she can practice. She's too afraid that she'll hurt someone, so I'll help her get over her fear. With our shoes on, Father picks me back up and grabs his axe as we leave our home. Once outside, Father carefully sets me down. We're going to our training spot, hold my hand. Staring at his outstretched hand, I'm nervous to accept it. I'll be fine, remember I have high physical stats too. Carefully, I take Father's hand and brace myself so we can start walking towards our training area. Everything's fine till we reach the forest behind our house. The forest floor is uneven and I overcompensate. Tightening my grip, I manage to keep myself from falling over. Ag. Father starts screaming my hand. Sorry, Dad. I can't let go. I start panicking, but no matter what I try, I can't separate our hands. Ag. Ha 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 ha. I freeze as Dad's screams of pain turn into his deep laughter. Feeling him squeeze my hand back, it finally dawns on me that he was faking his injury. That's not funny, Dad. I thought I hurt you. Seeing my eyes start to tear up, Father stops laughing. I'm sorry, sweetie. You needed to see that you aren't going to hurt me. I'm still stronger than you. The rest of the trip was uneventful, and we spent the next few hours exercising together. Dad was right about needing his help. We practiced arm wrestling, swinging his axe, and even practiced giving hugs. He was able to tell me when I was using too much strength, and assured me everything would become easier over the next couple of days. What are your plans for the rest of the day, Aaliyah? Father and I are almost to the front of our house, and I made the trek without tripping once. I think I'm going to go for a run. I want to see how fast I can go with my boosted stats. Are you going to run through the forest? Father looks a little worried about my idea. No, I'm going to run on the path to Dre. It's mostly flat, and I can run my hardest without getting lost. What are you going to do, Dad? You spent your morning helping me. I love you too, sweetie. Be safe on your run. Parting from Dad, I run inside our house and grab the dagger Dell made for me years ago. Walking to the village's entrance, I look at the path through the trees leading to Dre. The ground is covered in grasses and small weeds, but after years of merchants traveling to our village, I only have to worry about potholes made by the wandering wildlife. I start by walking down the path. Slowly, I increase my speed to a light run, maybe 4 miles an hour. Even before I increased my stats, this pace was as easy as walking for me. Pushing harder, I increased my speed to 25 mph. This was my max with my old status. 25 mph was considered around the fastest top athletes could run back on Earth. Usain Bolt was clocked around 24 mph in a race in 2009, and now I can match that speed with minimal effort. My stamina is barely decreasing, so I think it's time to see what I can really do. I stop holding myself back, and I instantly shoot off into the distance. The trees are whirling past me, as my measurement skill and mathematics skill help me calculate my new speed. 42, 45, 46, 47 mph. I feel the strain of reaching my new top speed, but I can still go faster. Double step. I jump to 54 mph and hold the pace for about a minute by using double step as soon as its cooldown finishes. I can feel my stamina burning at an incredible rate, so I slow down to a nice 30 mph. The runner's high I'm experiencing can't be described with words. I was moving faster than a car in a city. Right now, I'm running faster than a bicycle. Each time I push with one of my legs, my stride hits nearly 9 feet. My max speed was the same as a horse at 55 mph. Dell told me it was 714 miles to reach Dre. If I maintained this speed and stopped for the night, I could make it to Dre in a day and a half, say 2 days factoring in breaks. I wonder how Sandra and Richard would react if I visited them in Dre. I decide to run for another hour before I turn back towards the village. The wind on my face intensifies as I increase my pace to 40 mph so I make it home quicker. I make it back to the village as my stamina dips below 200. I'm about to walk home when I notice the path to Dell's place on my left. Mother told me Dell stopped by twice yesterday and she informed him I was okay, but I should probably stop by and let him hear the good news for myself. I have to restrain myself as I walk towards Dell's clearing. Father and Dell must be constantly controlling their strength. The image of Dell appearing in front of me when he was mad replays in my head. What is his strength and dexterity to allow him to almost teleport in front of me? I hope he isn't beating himself up over my accident 2 days ago. Or maybe he's sleeping like a baby on his bench like nothing happened at all. The lazy stonekin is still in the same position I last saw him in. Maybe I can use this chance to further test my new strength. Walking up to Master, I take a stance and try and push him off the bench. Right before my hands make contact, his hand facing me grips the stone bench and his opposite foot falls to the ground, bracing himself before the impact. With my hand striking Dell's side, the force travels through Dell and rebounds, pushing me back. Landing on my butt, I stare angrily at the smiling face of Master. You got some kick now. I'd say about a 100 in strength. His smug face can read me like a book. Yeah, I decided to spread my points out because I use most of my skills instead of just 3 like you and Father. It doesn't matter. You're already a great smith, and increasing your stats will only add to your skill. Even without you dumping your points into strength, you're still a monster. Rolling my eyes, I get up off of the ground and dust myself off. You know exactly what to say to make a lady feel special. Hate to spoil your moment, kid, but I'll see you as a child till you hit 50 years old. Besides, only kids knock themselves out when they distribute status points. For your information, I distributed 275 points. And it wasn't my points that knocked me out, it was my new skill that caused me problems. Sitting up, Dell looks thoughtful for a moment. That will do it. Sometimes people need a boost in status to unlock a skill, and unlocking a skill while your body adjusts to your new status can cause problems. I try not to frown at Dell. Yeah, problems. Noticing my pained face, Master Dell tries to make me feel better. Don't worry about it, kid. Once you get a handle on the skill, you'll be happy you got it. That depends. Can a skill can harm its user? With a serious expression, I ask Dell, Master, can skills be harmful to their user? A grave expression crosses Dell's face. There are skills that harm the user or even can kill someone unprepared. Generally, skills cost either stamina or magic and have different cooldown times, but sometimes a person will unlock a blood skill. A blood skill permanently reduces a stat for explosive effects. You didn't get one of those, did you? Master Dell's gaze is intense as he searches my expression before I can even answer. No, my new skill doesn't sacrifice any of my stats. I've just been having nightmares and losing sleep. Master's expression softens and he looks relived. It's probably a mental skill. They're rarer and harder to control, but once you get the hang of it, they can be the strongest skills you'll ever learn. That's a little helpful, but unless I tell him the whole problem, it could take me months to figure out my sense soul skill. I know it's risky to tell people about tier 5 skills, but Dad showed me today sometimes you need someone to hold your hand in difficult times. And more importantly, Master Dell could probably answer more of my questions about high-tier skills than my parents ever could. What about tier 5 skills? Do they ever hurt their owners? It takes a lot more to use a Master Dell stops his lesson, and I'm afraid his eyes are going to pop out of his head. You unlocked a really. Now he's speaking in horrible sentences again. Did I break him? Yes, Master, I unlocked. Don't say another word. Wow, he's on his feet now. You should know about never discussing something this important. Master appears almost afraid of me. My parents told me about tier 5 skills, but I need help and I trust you. It looks like Master's face is trying to decide whether it should be happy or angry at me. Taking a deep breath, Master settles on a subdued, happy face. You never know what can happen in life. I'll do my best to keep your secret, but I don't want you to hate me if something happens. I make sure he sees me rolling my eyes. Yeah, so much happens in Spotted Creek Village. I'm sure we're in danger of spies, assassins, and angry nobles. Can you please just help me make sense of my skill? Well, when you put it that way. I'll try my best, but I only know rumors from Truset. Dell takes his usual seat again, but this time leans forward and has a look of concentration. When I distributed my status points, I was able to sense a bunch of translucent colors spreading through my body. When I focused on their origin, I found a small flame with a sphere inside. Looking at the sphere felt like I was incredibly small, with a giant being staring down at me. When I woke up, I had the Tier 5 skill Sense Soul. Now every time I go to sleep or deeply meditate, the same feeling returns, and two giant eyes stare at me, forcing me awake. What do I do? I got nothing. After all that silence, Dell's answer makes me want to hit him. What do you mean nothing? I shout back at him. I told you I only know rumors of Tier 5 skills, and anything related to the soul is guesswork. My people believe our souls contain our true selves, and everything we are or will be is contained within. I can guess you felt like you were being watched because you were looking at the purest form of yourself. Feeling that exposed would scare anyone. If you don't look at your soul again, the feeling should fade, but subjecting yourself to it could also provide benefits. Again, I'm guessing. It doesn't sound like your skill is harming you. I can only congratulate you. Why congratulate me? I can't even use the skill properly. Many spend their lives trying to obtain a Tier 5 skill. It may take work, but having that skill puts you in a select group of people. You should be very proud. So you think I just need to practice? Yes, go practice. If you need some extra time off, it's fine. I can handle any requests over the next few days. Master lays down again and closes his eyes again. Maybe Master suffers from insomnia too. That could explain why he's always trying to sleep. Turning around, I head home. I can at least eat dinner at the table tonight. We spent all of dinner discussing my funny moments when I was adapting to my new stats. Looking back over these last 2 days, it was pretty funny how I couldn't move properly. Mother thought my first hop was the funniest, while Father laughed his way through the entire retelling of his broken hand joke. When everyone was laughing, I tried to convince Mother and Father that I could run to Dre to see Richard and Sandra. They did not like the idea. They insisted that I would be a distraction and that I would be keeping them from returning sooner. I think they were just nervous about me leaving the village. They must think I attract trouble or something. With so much accomplished today, I only have one more thing to take care of. Once I'm lying in bed, I enter my meditative state and try to look at my soul again. If Master Dell was right, I only need to get used to looking at the most vulnerable part of myself. Maybe if I focus on the flames, I can build up a tolerance. This time, without focusing my mana, I search for my soul. I remember where I first saw my soul, so I focus on the center of my being. Without my mana, the small flame is almost invisible. Maybe if don't focus any more closer, I could level my skill. Maybe with this Tier 5 skill, I can level even quicker. I could become all-powerful. It all starts with this first step. Watching the small flame flicker, everything goes black. Sitting up, I'm back in the goblin clearing. So not an all-powerful skill. Gods damn it. Looking up at the night sky, I'm awed at the beauty of the heavens. There is no light pollution in this world, and the moons are just bright enough for my eyes to work in the middle of the night. Rubbing my hand across the boulder I'm sitting on, I remember the first time I distributed my status points. It was on this rock I overcame my first challenge with my stats. Well, next to it, I also remember falling off the boulder and Richard laughing at me. I came out here to regain a sense of focus. I decided to embrace my new skill and already entered my weird dream 5 times tonight. I figured I could condition myself to the sensation of having my soul observed, only to wake up each time trembling in my sheets. With each consecutive look at my soul, I would technically pass out and sleep, but I would never feel rested when I was forced awake. So now I'm stuck in a weird sleepy awake limbo. I've never come outside this late at night. The moons are almost finished changing to blue, signaling fall approaching. The night sky is only partially cloudy, a rarity this time of year. The thousands of stars create a truly magical picture. Raising my hand up, I imagine plucking the beautiful jewels from the sky. Kriak. Looking over my left shoulder, I watch Father slowly stride over to my impromptu seat. Everything okay, sweetie? He's trying not to show how worried he is about finding me out here. Gripping the rock with my hands, I easily pick myself up and shift position so I'm facing Father. Not really, Dad. I keep having the same dream. It's not a nightmare anymore, but it's tied to a new skill I got and it won't let me sleep properly. I thought I could sneak out here and clear my head. I'm sorry for waking you up. My sudden confession startles him so much he can only stand and rub his arm trying to think of a response. We should talk inside, you'll catch a cold dressed like that. Looking down, Father reminded me I'm still in my nightgown. The gown can't be considered risque. It's just thinner than my usual clothes and was meant to be worn under my blankets. Don't worry, Dad, I'll come back in a moment. I'm using one of my magic skills so I don't feel cold. I'm channeling Mana's skin, making sure the early fall breeze doesn't affect me. Then I'll sit out here with you till you're ready to come back inside then. Before I can object, Father is already sitting with his back to the boulder. He's close enough that we can talk in a whisper, but still far enough away to give me my space. I try to ignore him, but I can't help but turn away from the night sky every few seconds to check on him. Haya, this is going nowhere. Before Dad can ask what's wrong, I slide down the side of the boulder and snuggle up against his side. His huge arm drapes around me, allowing me to continue viewing the stars with a new sense of peace. After looking at the stars together, I feel confident enough to ask for Father's help. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, Daddy. No matter how hard I try, I can't figure out how to use my skill. If I can't figure out how to utilize it properly, I'll probably never be able to sleep soundly again. That does sound like a problem. You're a handful when you're rested. I don't want to see you when you're sleep deprived. Elbowing Father, I complain about his joke. I'm serious. No matter how many times I use my skill, the same thing just keeps happening. That sounds like your problem to me. My eyes go wide as I try to shift my position so I can look at Dad's face. What do you mean? Maybe at higher levels, your skill is supposed to work on its own, but remember you just obtained it. You should think about what your skill affects and try pairing it with other skills or physical activities. Start small and see if that helps. I can only stare dumbfounded up at Father. Are you secretly a genius, Dad? You should tell your mother that. She doesn't believe I have good ideas. Chuckling at Dad's joke, I move onto his lap and give him a hug. Father responds with a soft tone that conveys all the love in the world. Anytime, sweetie. Let's go back inside. I won't tell you to go back to bed, but you can't stay outside till dawn. Still in a bear hug, Father picks me up and carries me back inside. Kicking off our work boots, neither of us bother with our indoor shoes. Back on the ground, we walk down the hallway and Father tells me one last thing before we go back to our rooms. I'll tell your mother that you might be tired tomorrow and she shouldn't disturb you. Take your time with your skill. I know you'll master it soon. With a final kiss on my forehead, I watch Dad silently slip into his room and close the door silently behind himself. Climbing back into bed, I'm anxious to try out my skill again. However, this time I take Father's advice and think about what my sense soul skill affects. Well, my soul for one, but what else does it do? Master Dell said stone kin believe everything comes from the soul, so should I try to use it to change my emotions? Maybe I can use it to increase my magic abilities. No, I already tried that. I need something that comes from my soul. That's easy to feel. Why can't I just unlock a skill for this? Skills, my status page. Master Dell said that skills might originate from the soul, so the status pages everyone pulls up must come from the soul too. I decide to try something new. I enter my meditative state and focus on the general area of my soul. I stop once I sense the smallest flicker of translucent flames. I know from previous attempts that if I delve any deeper, I'll pass out and end up in that annoying dream again. Let's see if my hunch is correct. I mentally pull up my status page, looking for anything coming out of my soul. The only thing that's changed is the sense soul skill leveled again, but that doesn't matter right now. I dismiss the page and wait 30 seconds before I pull it up again. I quickly lose track of time as I continue to summon and dismiss my status page until I get a firm sense of the sensation that summoning my status page generates. I never noticed till now that the status page is formed from a different energy. I always thought my status page was conjured with a tiny bit of mana because everyone has at least a little mana in their bodies. Once I have the feeling down, I try and trace its origin. My hypothesis was correct. As I trace the appearance of my status page back to my soul, I can't tell if my status page is coming from the circle inside the flames or the translucent flames themselves. What would happen if I pull my status page up at the exact time I activate Sense Soul? I make sure I'm comfortable, just in case I pass out again. I don't know if chanting your skills really helps, but it couldn't hurt. Status page, Sense Soul. With my skill activated at the same time as I pull up my status page, I watch as the tiniest bit of the flames peel off and move up to my brain. Once the flames reach the back of my brain, my status page materializes in front of me. Dismissing my page, the flames move back towards my soul, following the same route they took to my brain. Dell would freak if I told him I could prove that status pages come from the soul. Now that I think about it, if it's in their lore, a stone kin must have gained a similar skill once and figured it out. Maybe even some humans are aware of the fact, and they just keep the knowledge classified like everything else. Back to my skill, I shouldn't distract myself now that I've finally made some progress. Next, I should try manipulating the flames as they travel to my brain. After 2 hours of trying to stop, slow down, or even speed up the small flames, I've come to the conclusion I can't alter their path in any way right now. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself again. My skill is Sense Soul, not Manipulate Soul. Activating my status page for the 100th time tonight, I watch the flames once again settle in my brain. Now that these flames are separated from the whole, maybe I can use my skill on the small bit of flames without knocking myself out. I ignore my status page floating in my vision, this time using my Sense Soul skill on the flames in my brain. These small bits of flame should be information about my status points and skill, so I should already know what the flames represent. Focusing my Sense Soul skill on I immediately fall on my back, clutching the sides of my head. My eyes feel like they're going to pop out of my head as the worst migraine assaults me. The headache is so bad I can't focus on anything around me. The status page in front of me has warped into something illegible. 737544. Clenching my teeth, I try not to whimper too loud. If I wake my parents right now, there'll be no end to my problems. In my pain, I dismiss my status page. Once the flames leave my head, the pain slowly fades away. Once the pain reduces by half, I try to meditate, hoping it will help in removing the pain faster. I spend what feels like an eternity suppressing and clearing the pain in my head. I'm wide awake now. The pain was so great, I now have a rush of adrenaline. Is my status page broken now? The fear of the possible pain is suppressed by my rush of adrenaline, so I resummon my status page, praying I won't be assaulted by the headache again. Oh gods, 2 levels in Sense Soul, a level in meditation, and a new Tier 4 skill. I finally got a resistance skill. They're considered the hardest Tier 4 skills. Was the headache that bad? I've always had a strong mind stat, so maybe this experience was a tipping point. Mental resistance might be the solution to my problems. Being a Tier 4 skill, it should level quicker than Sense Soul. Maybe once mental resistance is high enough, I can sleep properly again. There's only one way to level my skills quickly. This is going to hurt. Why can't I have a training montage skill? I did it. Unfurling my legs, I jump off of my bed and start hopping around my room. Opening my bedroom door, I run into our kitchen shouting for Mother. Mom, I did it. I finally managed to find a use for my new skill. I'm so happy for you, sweetie. Mother's expression can barely be counted as a smile. What's wrong, Mom? Something bad happened. I innocently move closer to Mother. Now she looks angry. What did I say? What's wrong, she says. What's wrong is my daughter hasn't left her room for 5 days except for eating and using the bathroom. Every time I came to check up on you, you looked like you were trying not to cry. We've been worried sick. Even Dell has been stopping by each day wondering when you'll come back to work. It's been 5 days. It felt like 3 max. Mother does not like my response. Her expression turned savage. Yes, 5 days. You avoided everyone for 5 days after telling your father you couldn't control a skill. Oh gods, her voice went quiet. I'm sorry for worrying you, Mom. Need help with dinner. Take the bait. Take the bait. Her eyes are only narrowing. Sure, you can help. Peel the palm for me. Why did her expression suddenly turn to joy? Taking slow steps into the kitchen, I pick up a palm. Mother is sitting off to the side watching my every movement. Grabbing a knife, I slowly try to peel the palm. When I have the palm a third of the way peeled, I lose control of my strength. My grip pulverizes the vegetable. Is a palm considered a vegetable or a fruit? It looks like a potato but grows on a tree. Dismissing my botany question, I turn to Mother, who is still watching me. Mom, can you help me with the peeling? What's that? Sounds like someone was asking for help. Couldn't be my daughter. She secludes herself without warning anybody. I'm sure she can handle dinner on her own. I see what she did there. She must have been really worried about me. If my punishment is to make dinner by myself, I can see how that's reasonable. 4 crushed palm later, I'm starting to rethink how difficult my punishment is. I wonder if Father or Dell will try something similar. I'm the one who makes Dell clean his house, so I don't think he has anything to punish me with. Now Dad, on the other hand, I work with Dad once a week. He could make my life hell in the forest. Tonight is going to be a long night. Back in bed, I rubbed my eyes, trying to work the stress out. Mother did not go easy on me. She had me moving back and forth between cleaning and cooking. She made sure I had the house spotless before Father came home. Luckily, Dad wasn't mad at me, but he realized what Mother was doing and smartly stepped back while she distributed the punishments. I spent all dinner listening to Mother, throwing in jabs at my secluded training. The only thing I said all night was, "Yes, Mother," and telling Mother and Father that I'm going to Dell's tomorrow. Despite the chores and verbal berating, Mother gave me a kiss and a hug goodnight while whispering that she was happy I'm all right. Father likewise gave me an encouraging hug and asked I not seclude myself again. I shouldn't be amazed by their love anymore. Relaxing, I want to feel bad, but the gains from the last 5 days were huge. I vastly leveled my 2 new skills while subjecting myself to what amounts to mental torture. When my Sense Soul skill reached level 15 and mental resistance was able to hit level 20, I was finally able to look at the flame that is my status page. Once I was able to look at the smaller flame, I continued to train my skills even higher. The best part was figuring out the flame contained much more information than what is normally shown. After sifting through, essentially a mass of constantly moving data, I could reorganize my status page. Tier 2 Sense Mana LV76, Charm LV50, Double Step LV39, Measurement LV36, Writing LV32, Hammer Arts LV34, Mathematics LV30, Axe Arts LV29, Intimidating Shout LV26, Dagger Arts LV12, Increase Price LV7, Lower Price LV4. Tier 3 Expel Mana LV53, Mana Manipulation LV41, Double Strike LV21, Precise Strike LV18. Tier 4 Inject Mana LV40, Mana Skin LV29, Mental Resistance LV24. Tier 5 skills are strong. Leveling Sense Soul and Mental Resistance earn me enough experience to reach level 59, and that's only the smallest bonus. Using Sense Soul, I can organize my skills not only into the different tiers but also by their overall level, and that's not even the best part. The most amazing part of my new status page is the increased details of my stats. I can track the use of health, stamina, and mana to a much finer degree. But it's not just my three main stats. The most eye-opening is the improved details of my vitality and other stats. I can now see how close I am to naturally earning a status point. If I'm close to gaining a status point in a particular stat, I won't waste a free point raising it higher. I wish my status page was this detailed from the start. Who knows how many points I was close to earning during both of my status distributions. Pulling up this extra information still generates a small headache, even with my mental resistance at level 24. While my page is still up, I dig through the information in the flames and isolate a specific skill. Tier 1, Blacksmithing LV50, 84. It is much more difficult, but if I focus on a skill, I can see how close it is to leveling. Dismissing all the information, I sit back waiting for my small headache to disappear. Looking down at myself, I'm reminded about how dirty I am. Spending 5 days in your room doesn't leave you smelling great, especially in a world where deodorant is an alchemical concoction that sells for 2 silver coins. Standing up from my bed, I use the greatest spell ever, Ahid ls Wema Piss. The blood, sweat, and tears fall away from my body as the magic mist removes any traces of my secluded training. I shake out my clothes and watch a few nodes of dust fall to the floor. Finally clean, hopping back in bed, I can't wait to try sleeping now that I have mental resistance. Hopefully the skill will keep the annoying dream away. This is the first time I'll be trying to sleep normally without purposely knocking myself out with Sense Soul. Pulling my blanket over my head, I try to sleep. But my bed smells. When was the last time I washed my sheets? I think it was a few days before my training started, maybe longer. I usually use my cleaning magic before I go to bed, but constantly passing out during my training rendered that a moot point. Now that I'm clean, my sense of smell can pick out the body odor emanating from my bed. I'm sure Mother would yell at me if I tried doing laundry so late at night. If only my cleaning spell had a wider range. Well, it does clean my clothes too. Maybe I can be creative about this. Removing my nightwear, I wrap my blanket around myself as tight as I can get it. The material sticks out farther than my clothes, but let's see what happens. Ahid ls Wema Piss. Once the mist fades, I notice the outer layers of blanket don't look any different. There's only a little dirt under my feet. Maybe my blanket wasn't as dirty as I thought. Unfurling my brown wool blanket made from bival fur, a cloud of dirt explodes from the folded blanket. Looking at my blanket, a little more than half is a light brownish color, while the other part is still the blackish brown I'm used to. My plan worked. Wrapping myself with other side of the blanket first, I cast the spell again. Ahid ls Wema Piss. This time when I unwrap my blanket, I'm holding a beautifully clean blanket. Magic can be such a cheat. Ahid ls Wema Piss. Ahid ls Wema Piss. Ahid ls Wema Piss. After switching between my sheet and pillow, I even clean the hides that make up the base of my bed. 8 uses of the cleaning spell have left me close to my 20 limit. Fighting off the new sense of tiredness that comes with low mana, I reassemble my bed. My bed is the cleanest I've ever seen it. With everything magically scrubbed, the materials are brighter, and even shoving my nose into my blanket, I can only smell wool. Slipping my nightgown back on, I snuggle tightly into a ball and let sleep take me. Even with Mom's disciplinary measures, today was a good day. Without opening my eyes, I feel the morning sun's rays wash over me. For the first time in forever, I had a peaceful sleep. Like a battery recharged fully, I feel amazing. I think I'll lie here for a moment, enjoying the best morning I ever had. My peace is interrupted as I hear the patter of footsteps down the hall. Father should have already left for the woods, leaving Mother and myself as the only people in the house. There is only one reason she would be walking this way right now. Turning away from the door, I try and pretend to be asleep. Knock knock, Mother taps the door a few times before I hear it swing open. Aaliyah, are you up? You said you wanted to. Aaliyah, what happened to your room? The hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up hearing my mother's shout. Nervously, I turn over and open my eyes for the first time this morning. Mother's wrathful gaze isn't pointed at me, no, it's pointed at the floor. Looking at the floor, I tremble at the sight. My bedroom floor is covered in black flakes of filth. In the light, you can see how dirty my bed was. I completely forgot to clean up the mess I made last night. Oh crap, realizing I said that out loud, my eyes travel from the floor up to Mother's face. Is that fire in her eyes? It's official, I'll never have a good morning. Why did Mother insist that I scrub the floor? Our floors are made of stone. Just because there was a little grime from the night before doesn't mean I should have had to get on my hands and knees to scrub my bedroom floor. Using double step combined with my status points, I'll reach Dell's clearing in only a few minutes. The day I'm most excited to work and I get held up cleaning by Mother. I shouldn't complain. I didn't realize how much filth was trapped in my bed. I heard the rumors back on Earth about how a mattress gains weight as you sleep on it. Mother makes sure I wash my sheet once a week, but magic cleaning was much more effective than I thought it would be. Speeding down the small forest path, I can't wait to test myself today. I put off working with Dell so I could take care of my mental problems. Now that I can sleep properly again, I want to try forging with my new stats. Breaking into Dell's clearing, I almost slip on the forest underbrush as I try to stop myself too quickly. Catching myself while waving my arms around, I look around for Dell's stocky form. Good, he didn't see me almost eat it. He must still be asleep. Making my way towards the hut's door, I knock as hard as I can. I feel the strong wood vibrate with each of my strikes. Giving it a few seconds, I open the door when there is no response. Sleeping like a baby, Master Dell looks like he didn't even flinch at the loud banging on his door. Glancing around his hut, I'm happy that there are only a few dishes laying around. He's gotten used to straightening up every morning, or in his case, every afternoon. He probably wasn't even aware I would be coming today. I'll properly apologize when he wakes up later. Moving to the corner, he keeps his mining supplies in. I ruffle through the gear, picking out what I need. Pushing aside the light hats, I grab a normal hard hat I forged years ago. Grabbing my normal pickaxe, I almost tumble again due to overcompensating my stance. The pickaxe doesn't feel as strong in my arms as it used to. Placing my pickaxe down again, I grab its neighbor. The pickaxe next to mine is normally used by Dell. Heaving the axe into my arms, I marvel at the weight. Dell's pickaxe is only 10% bigger than mine, but while mine weighs 20-ish pounds, the one in my arms has to weigh almost 80 pounds. The pickaxe appears to be one solid piece of metal, and looking closely, I can't find any seams that indicate welding. The finish looks the same as steel and has a wavy pattern that adds a greenish tint to the metal. Wonder what would happen if I poured some mana into it. Injecting the smallest stream of mana I could manage, I watch as the pickaxe devours my mana. Once I nearly channeled 50 mana, the pickaxe erupts in copper-colored lines. I can see the mana circulating in extremely detailed network across the surface of the axe. Wow, trying to study every line I can see, I marvel at the beauty in my hands. It is beautiful, isn't it? Flinching from the voice, I turn to see Dell over my shoulder. He's looking at the pickaxe like he's remembering a distant memory. I'm sorry for touching your pickaxe, Dell. Mine feels too light now. The metal looked interesting, so I wanted to see how my mana would interact with it. I didn't know it was a magic item. Dell just looks at me with a distant smile. If I knew it was a magic item, I would have asked for permission before I touched it. It's okay. You're fine holding it. Dell's reassurance calms my nerves. I'm happy he's not mad about me holding his pickaxe. It's made from an alloy we stone kin call miner's steel. It's heavy and very durable, but doesn't hold an edge well. We use it in our pickaxes and mining equipment. Looking down at the pickaxe again, I get sucked into the copper lines adorning the surface of the pick. I want to ask Dell about the enchantment, but I'm afraid he'll get mad at me. I can't activate it myself. It has been a while since I've seen the enchantment activated. You curious what it does? Meeting Dell's eyes, I can't keep the confusion from my face. Don't act so surprised. It's not like it's a piece of legendary equipment. The pickaxe is covered in a basic strengthening enchantment. You pour mana in and it pierces tougher rock. Master, should you be telling me this? I thought you weren't going to teach me stone kin secrets. Haha, you think that's a secret. Master points one of his thick digits at the pickaxe in my arms. It's the same thing as the 3 spells I taught you. The runic lines you see are some of the most basic enchantments stone kin use. This runic structure has long been spread across the continent. Then why is everything not enchanted like this pickaxe? I would think farm tools could benefit from this enchantment at the very least. Dell just laughs harder at my question. In stone kin cities, almost every basic tool is enchanted like my pickaxe. The reason that humans don't copy us is that you need to be able to use basic magic before you can activate the enchantments. Your average human farmer couldn't use a magic plow even if he could afford one. Also, don't think enchantments are always a good thing. Different woods, bones, and metals can't handle enchantments. The magic inscribed on the wrong material could weaken or outright break whatever you're trying to inscribe. Even if you know a few runes, enchanting takes years of practice to inscribe a Tier 1 enchantment like that. Tier 1, you classify enchantments like skills. Is that how everybody classifies magic? What tier are the spells you taught me in? Rubbing the back of his bald head, I forgot to explain the magic tiers. Sorry. I'm not your magic teacher. If you don't ask me questions, I'm not sure what to tell you. Listen, all magic, whether it's a celestial spell or runic magic, can be organized into tiers like skills. Mages decided to follow the example of skills and divide spells into 6 tiers. You have basic celestial spells like the ones I taught you in Tier 1, alongside basic runes like you see on my pickaxe. Then as the magic becomes grander and more complicated as it increases to Tier 2 and 3. What about Tier 4, 5, and 6, Master? It's the same as skills. When you reach the higher tiers, everything becomes much more secretive. They say a Tier 4 attack spell could kill a group of level 40 soldiers, while Tier 5 magic is believed to be able to kill a whole platoon of soldiers. Over 500 years ago, during the warring periods, it was said Tier 6 attack magic could kill hundreds of people in an instant, and runic magic is classified the same way. Wouldn't people focus on runic magic if they could just trace over the higher-tiered runes? If only it was that easy. I'm sure with your skills you can see that the runes on my pickaxe are only on the surface. Tier 1 and 2 runes are 2-dimensional, while Tier 3 and 4 runes are 3-dimensional. You can trace the most basic of runes, but the higher-tiered runes are impossible to copy. All of that is just the challenge of the runes themselves. The inscribing process is an art form upon itself. I don't mind telling you the basics that I know, but because I can't use mana, I only have knowledge of the most rudimentary steps to engraving runes. I'm torn between the excitement of learning crafting magic and the knowledge that I'll most likely fail. I would appreciate any knowledge of runes you can teach me, Master Dell, no matter how basic they are. Is there anything else I should know? Yeah, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Money. Enchanting is considered the most expensive crafting profession ever. You need good materials to enchant, you need good materials to make the enchantments, and you'll destroy most of your materials upon your first try enchanting anything. I know you've been saving your coin these last few years, but we're talking silver coins for the most basic materials. And once you start asking for those kinds of materials, people will take notice. You need to prepare yourself if you want to go down this path. I want to learn enchanting, but I don't plan on wasting materials just yet. I plan on practicing smithing with my new stats first. That's the reason I was grabbing your pickaxe. I want to try mining with my increased stats and collect enough iron to try forging something new. Master Dell looks interested at the prospect of something new. That's very smart of you. I can teach you when the weather takes a turn for the worst, but I'm more interested in this new design you have. You need a lot of steel. I have a few ideas I've been saving for when I turned 15, and now that I have higher stats, I plan on forging a lot more. Can I use your pickaxe? I want to see what I can do with my new strength. Speaking of strength, how did you distribute your points? You passed out and stayed home before you could tell me your new status values. Grinning, I use his curiosity to my advantage. I'll tell you if you help me push the cart through the mine. I thought you wanted to test your new strength. Shouldn't you be pushing your own cart? I could push the cart, but then I would exhaust myself mining and pushing the cart out of the mine. I need to save my strength to work the bloomery later, so we have enough steel for tomorrow. All you have to do is push the cart out. With your strength, it should be no problem. Master Dell's flat look doesn't leave much to the imagination. Our staring matches never last long. With my best smile across my face, coupled with my charm skill, we both know how this staring match will end. This isn't how apprentices are supposed to work. The apprentice, that's you, should be doing all the menial labor while I sit back and take a nap. We would have had this finished days ago if you came to work on time and didn't pass out so easily. I'm about to retort his remark when I remember I haven't apologized yet. Dropping my challenging look, I turn my head towards Dell. I'm sorry, Master. My sorrowful tone causes Dell to almost trip. We were joking just a minute ago, and the sudden serious confession was too much even for his reflexes to handle. Watching him catch himself on the cart, I continue my apology. I'm sorry I caused you trouble again. I caused you to worry again. Mother told me how often you came by to check up on me. It's okay. You stopped by after you got used to your new stats and let me know you might need some time off due to your new cough skill. I understand why you took so long. That's another thing, Master. I told you I would only need a day, and I forgot to stop by later when it became apparent. I needed longer to overcome my new skill. Once you told me the nature of your new skill, I had a feeling you would take longer than a day. I'm honestly surprised it only took you 5 days to get a handle on your new skill. I was more worried that your parents would be mad at me for bringing you home unconscious again. You don't have to worry about that. I made sure to tell them this was all my fault. It took me years to convince Dad he doesn't need to escort me to your house every day. We both share a smile at our awkward memories of Dell trying to greet Father every morning. Father hasn't forgiven Dell, but he's become much more civil in their encounters. It was awkward being their go-between whenever they had business, and with Dad supplying Dell's lumber needs, interactions between the two were quite common. Reminiscing about our time together, the trip to Dell's quarry passed by quickly. Stopping at the cave's entrance, I chant the light spell Dell taught me, Sixhet Plots Lags. After I chant the spell, a ball of light forms in the palm of my hand and floats up a foot over my head. Once the ball of light is floating in a small circle above my head, the two of us enter the mine. When I first learned the spell, it cost me 90 mana to cast the spell once. When my skills increased, I could cast the spell for only 37.4 mana. Each ball of light will last 30 minutes, so with my enlarged mana pool I can keep the spell going for hours. In fact, I always tried to conserve my mana when we were down here. Let's see what happens when I cast the spell multiple times. Sixhet Plots Lags, Sixhet Plots Lags. Each time I chant the spell again, another orb of light materializes and hovers with the others above my head. The light has definitely become brighter with my stronger senses. I can see the walls of the cave much clearer than the previous expeditions I took down here with Dell. Why did you cast the spell 3 times? Dell is obviously confused. I wanted to see what would happen to the light when I cast the spell multiple times in a row. With my higher mana pool, I can afford to be a little wasteful. Doesn't the extra light make it easier for you too, Master Dell? Not really. I have a decent senses level, and I have a skill for seeing in low light areas. Your magic makes little difference to me. An awkward silence falls between the two of us before Dell looks like he remembered something. You still haven't told me how you distributed your points. Oh yeah, I forgot, let me pull up my status page. I spend the next 15 minutes explaining to Dell why I had chosen a more spread out status page. You chose a hard path, you know that, right? Entering the branch of the tunnel that leads to the iron ore, I have to agree with Dell. I grab the smaller cart we keep in the mine and start pushing it towards the deposit. Are you sure that's what you want to do? It's hard to raise your status through training. You never know if you're making any progress. I think I'll be fine. It's getting harder to level, and my physical stats seem to grow slower than my mental ones. I'll see how hard it is to level after level 60 and go from there. I can't believe you're already level 59. At the rate you gain levels, you'll pass me in only a few decades. With my new status points, I plan on pushing myself even harder. I want to finally pass some of the skill tests that I've been stuck on. You said blacksmithing only truly begins once you pass the first test, so I want to try pushing my crafting limits tomorrow. Turning the corner, we enter the first cavern of iron ore. Then we better get as much quality iron as we can. How do you want to do this? I reach into the cart and carefully hoist up Dell's pickaxe. If it's okay with you, I would like to do the mining. You usually handle most of it, but I want to level my skill higher. Can I use your pickaxe? You can try. You'll be swinging an axe over 3 times heavier than you're used to. If you want, you can swing till you get tired and then we'll switch. Sounds good. I walk over to the wall and take my stance. Imbuing the axe with some more of my magic, I wait for it to start to glow. Once the copper lines become visible again, I swing with everything I have. The pickaxe lands right where I want it, and the pickaxe doesn't stop. The feeling of striking stone is nowhere to be found. The pickaxe continues its arc through the stone till it comes out below me. I put so much strength into my swing, and it went through the stone so easily. I start to panic as I see the axe head get dangerously close to my leg. Before the pickaxe penetrates my leg, Master Dell moves beside me and stops my out-of-control swing. It wasn't that you used too much force. It was the pickaxe's enchantment. I told you it was for harder rock. This area has already been loosened due to our previous mining. The force of my swings travels deep into the walls. If you were starting a new tunnel by yourself, the enchantment could be useful, but here it's just overkill. Try again, but be careful while the enchantment is still activated. Once the pickaxe runs out of mana, you'll feel the difference. With the enchantment still in effect, I take my stance again. This time I focus on controlling the pickaxe instead of raw power. Each blow easily cuts through the black stone, allowing me to clear 3 feet of stone in only 10 minutes. I'm about to swing again, as the copper lines fade from the pick. Channeling 50 mana only kept the enchantment active for 10 minutes. Master thinks I should try without the enchantment, but using it made excavating really easy. Debating whether or not to recharge the enchantment, darkness creeps around me. Looking up, the balls of lights above my head are slowly dying out. 6 het plots lags. Recasting my light spell, a new orb of light floats above my head as my original 3 spells disappear. Checking my mana pool, I can feel it's only a little above halfway full now. Though using the pickaxe's enchantment is fun, it uses too much mana. I need to save the rest of my mana so I can continue to summon light, as well as use magic to light the bloomery when we return. With the light replenished, I try hitting the wall again. The pickaxe no longer travels straight through the stone, but now delivers the force directly into the wall. Larger chunks are ripped off the wall as I change positions, giving Dell room to gather the fallen stone. Now that my strength and dexterity are higher, my finesse with the pickaxe has increased dramatically. Observing the wall, I can make out subtle differences in the stone's structure and adjust my pickaxe to break apart the most stone with each strike. After my latest few swings, a large protrusion is left hanging on the wall. Determining the best place to strike, I swing, hitting my intended mark the first time. As my pickaxe connects with the stone, 2 things shatter. The part of the stone connected to the wall breaks apart, and my axe skills finally breaks through the barrier and increases to level 51. The pickaxe in my hands feels more natural. Swinging the pickaxe against the face of the wall, I can feel the qualitative change of each strike. After 4 strikes, with the last strike using my double strike skill, I bend over, breathing heavily. Congratulations on breaking past the first barrier in axe skills. Let's dump the ore into the big cart and then we'll switch places. Still breathing deeply, I follow Dell down the tunnel as he pushes the smaller cart back towards the main tunnel. Halfway back, I can steady my breathing enough to talk to Dell. You can tell that I passed the test in axe skills. How? Your whole demeanor changed suddenly and you could see your improvement with each swing. You obviously had a breakthrough. Reaching the main tunnel, we start shifting the ore into the large cart. Master, why don't we enlarge the side tunnel so we don't have to switch carts? We could take the time to do that this winter if you want. I'll warn you though, moving that much stone could take weeks even if we're working together. We'll also need the help from your father. With larger tunnels, we will need to shore the walls with larger beams. This winter is going to be busy for us. You won't have enough extra time to sleep, Master. Hope you don't get too grouchy over the winter. You know, I don't actually sleep that much, right? High-level sleeping problems are something everybody has to deal with. What? I stop hauling a chunk of iron and stare at Dell. What do you mean high-leveled sleeping problems? Did your parents never tell you about the insomnia that plagues high-leveled people? I can only shake my head sideways at Dell. I just managed to regain a proper sleeping schedule. Is he saying that I won't be able to sleep as my level grows higher? Sorry, I forgot we're in a small village again. Your parents probably don't even know about level insomnia. You see, as people level, whether they place their stat points in physical or mental stats, it becomes harder for people to sleep. The body and mind have so much energy they could go days without rest. You probably aren't feeling the effects yet because you distributed your points evenly and push yourself with your daily training. The alcoholic brew I drink is to help me relax and fall asleep. Usually by level 80, people need an external aid to help themselves get a proper night's rest. The reason I'm always trying to nap is because I don't fall asleep till a few hours before sunrise. You shouldn't have to worry about it for another 10 or so years. Let's get back to mining. As you said earlier, we have a lot to do. Sulking back to the iron cavern with Dell, I can't help but think about my status page again. I enjoy my sleep as much as I enjoy leveling. I had plans to try and power level myself this winter, but having to drink myself asleep every night sounds horrible. My sense soul skill can make me pass out, but that too provides horrible sleep. I might have to hold off placing my status points till I find a solution. You're falling behind, Aaliyah. I thought you wanted to make some steel today. I can't worry about something that hasn't happened yet. Coming Dell, jogging up to Dell, I do what I do best and focus on the task at hand. I'll prepare enough steel to forge all day tomorrow. You sure you don't want me to push the cart back to my hut? Shaking my head not only shows my reluctance to relinquish the cart to Dell, but has the bonus effect of removing the sweat dripping across my face. Master Dell pushed the cart out of the mine and up the quarry's ramp. The least I can do is push it back to the forge. We usually only go mining twice a month, leaving the rest of the time to the forest, allowing it time to reclaim the path between Dell's hut and the quarry. The forest grasses and tree roots provide just enough friction to slow the cart to a crawl. Even with a 100 strength, pushing a cart that has a literal ton of ore in it is difficult. I can do it. Your hut isn't that far away. Breathing heavily, I give a forceful push, helping the cart's wheel vault a tricky route. Seeing the clearing, some 10-odd feet in front of me, renews my stamina just enough to rush the rest of the way. With the windfall of stamina, I activate double step. Pushing such a weight causes the skill to burn much more stamina than usual, but gives me enough speed that the cart pretty much drags me into the clearing. Guiding the cart close to our crushing station, I flop to the ground, waiting for my overtaxed stamina to slowly recharge. Taking deep, even breaths, I recover in time to watch Dell approach my prone form. Want me to start crushing the rock? Master knows I insist on starting every part of smelting process myself, yet he offers each time I'm too tired to move. Give me a minute and I'll start crushing the rock. You know you don't lose that much experience with me helping. Breath stabilizing, I sit up facing Dell. I lose 2 if I don't start every step. I lose another 7 if you step in and help during the ore refining process. Then I lose another 4 when you guide my forging. Even if you barely help me, my experience drops around 19 to 27 depending on your contribution. So you're saying you don't want my help at all, is that it? Dell motions like he's about to leave me for his bench. Stop joking around. You know I meant I get more experience for starting everything. After I crush a few containers of lovers, or you can take over, and I'll only lose 7 instead of 9 of my crafting experience. It's weird how you care so much for a few extra experience points. Usually when someone reaches your level, they focus more on the end product rather than the tedious steps like gathering materials. So you're saying I should take an apprentice to do the dirty work for me. An apprentice to do the work you don't want to do. I wonder where I've heard that before. Funny. Did you know you get snippier when you're tired? I just don't want to waste experience. The overall experience varies depending on what I make, but even including your help crushing the ore, I gain roughly 24 more experience if I prep the metal myself. Without a proper supplier, we have to do this work anyways. Why would I give up extra experience just to save a small amount of time by letting you crush some rocks? You should have been a scholar or a mage. Maybe you could have been a great merchant with your love of math. Do they not teach you things like this in TrueSet? I can understand my parents' ignorance due to their commoner backgrounds, but I thought stonekin shared knowledge, and I would consider experience knowledge something important to share. Dell just shakes his head. It's not that I don't already know what you're talking about. It's just not important in TrueSet or any stonekin cities. Knowing every step and being good at every step are 2 different challenges. I'm teaching you mining, ore refining, blacksmithing, sharpening, and you stated you want to know the basics of enchanting. In a stonekin city, each one of those jobs are separated. You may think knowing everything is a good thing right now, but to create something half as good as TrueSet, you need to work 5 times harder. Stonekins separate each job, and though we have a choice in which field to enter, we only focus on one. This method produces miners that can dig a tunnel the size of my quarry in weeks instead of years. You have people that can melt and mold metal with their bare hands, producing metal many times purer than anything we can make. With metal in hand, blacksmiths shape metals worth more than this whole village. Once an item is forged, it is either sharpened or enchanted, sometimes both. Each person creates a masterpiece in their field, generating plenty of experience. I do everything myself because I have to, not by choice. So Stonekin have mastered assembly lines with levels instead of machines. No wonder they can create consistently good gear. From what I've heard about human culture, it's everybody for themselves. It's good that you're excited about improving all aspects of forging, but you can let me handle the tedious steps with my superior strength. Just start the fire for me and let me finish the rock crushing so we have enough time to make the steel tomorrow. By the same logic you used, if you help me, you will still earn more experience when you forge tomorrow. Continuing my short walk to the bloomery, I hear Dell mumble behind me. Hope she doesn't think I'll be crushing rocks for her forever. My old teacher would be rolling on the ground laughing if she saw me now. I really lucked out with my teacher. Grabbing a shovel, I start moving charcoal into the bloomery. I help Dell build a small wooden gazebo next to the bloomery. Instead of making charcoal each time we need to fire up the bloomery or forge, we spend a few days creating a huge pile of charcoal and keep it in the gazebo where the weather won't affect it. Once I have a good pile of charcoal ready in the bloomery, I turn and watch Dell easily pulverize rocks like someone would crush ice. I have to wait for him to pause his strikes before I can get his attention. It's amazing watching him work. The magnetic rock crusher we use is wielded in one of his hands while he constantly adds more ore with his free hand. Once the magnetite is covered in iron flakes, the banging stops, as Master removes the valuable iron with his bare hands. He can process the entire supply of ore we brought back in only 2 hours. If I tried to help, it would take us at least 3 hours. With the small window of silence, I shout to Dell, Master, your flask. Master looks over to me with a frown. Fine, but if you use all of it like last time, you're making my next batch. Despite the threat, he tosses the flask hanging at his side over to me. Catching it as it arcs perfectly through the air, I uncork the stopper, recoiling at the smell that wafts out of the container. I know I joked about Master drinking lighter fluid, but after trying to use it once to start a fire, I think I'm not far from the truth. Pouring a few splashes on the coals closest to the open side of the bloomery, I chant the third spell Master taught me. Leif Gamfor all en namps. The spell is longer than the other two and not as versatile, but watching the small ball of red fire shoot out of my index finger is extremely satisfying. I've practiced using the spell to light the bloomery and forge many times, so the flame lands exactly where I wanted it, igniting Master's alcohol. I have to watch the fire carefully. The spell is only tier 1, and even if I cast the spell at another person, it would at most singe their hair. Before I started using Master's drink to start the coals, I would have to cast the spell 3 or sometimes even 4 times before the fire would catch the coals properly. Maybe when Sandra gets back, she can teach me a tier 2 fire spell if she knows any. Looking up at the sky, we have maybe 9 hours of daylight left. We will probably have to start the ingots tomorrow morning, but I should have enough time to forge what I want by the end of the day tomorrow. A few hours later, fire roaring, we're ready to process the first step of the ore. I'm used to this process by now and don't need Dell to help me at all. Alternating levels of ore and coal, I fill the bloomery and pump the bellows. Now that we have some time, can you explain enchanting with runes to me? I'm curious about what Dell will teach me. If I ever ask something too personal relating to certain stonekin knowledge, Master just says, can't tell you that. He already said he could teach me the basics, but that just means he's going to give me an overview of the subject with very little detailed information. I'll have to use my imagination to fill in the gaps and experiment myself. Well, it's carving runes on top of and into items. Tier 1 and most of Tier 2 runes only need to be carved on the surface of whatever you're enchanting. I've heard Tier 3 and 4 have 3-dimensional runes, but without being able to sense magic, I could never study them. Wait, does that mean you can teach me basic runes? Do I look like an enchanter? I can't even tell you how to carve the 2 runes on my pickaxe, let alone any others. As I told you, I only know the basic process. Stonekin who show exceptional magical abilities are the only ones who take the time to learn runes, and carving the symbols is a lot harder than you think. You need special tools to carve the surfaces precisely. Even knowing the rune and having the equipment to carve it, you still need to change the overall size of the rune to match the item you're enchanting. Assuming you can manage all that, you need to fill the lines with a magical alchemical solution that complements the enchantment. Holy crap, how am I supposed to do any of that? Starting to realize the difficulty yet. Don't forget to work the bellows properly. I forgot to work the bellows. Checking the fire, I'm lucky Master Dell reminded me. I got so absorbed in Master's enchanting lesson I almost ruined the metal. The mixture inside the bloomery has settled, so I can add more layers of charcoal and ore. So you're telling me to give up. I can't help but look a little defeated. Every blacksmith dreams of creating an enchanted blade at some point. Normally, I would tell someone in your position to give up. If you were a normal child, there would be no hope for you in learning enchanting. You, however, are a monster in human form, if I've ever seen one. The rate you pick up skills is heaven-defying, and your magic skills are ridiculous for someone self-taught. Even if I found another person who had magic talent, they wouldn't be able to learn how to cast a celestial spell, even if I taught them the words. Dell's proud look is infectious, and I can't help but cheer up at his praise. If you want to learn enchanting, I can help by forging you some tools if you can buy the materials from your merchant friend. How much money do you have saved up? I usually buy ore from Christopher, but I've managed to save up almost 71 silver. Puffing out my chest, I gloat at the small fortune I've saved up these past few years. That's it. With 2 words, Master crushes my pride. That boy must be robing you blind if you could only save that much coin. The materials I need for crafting basic enchanting tools cost 50 silver, and that's if you manage to haggle the price down. If you want to try and copy some runes, you'll need to buy semi-magical items or the cheapest magical items you can get. Each will cost anywhere between a single silver and 4 large silver coins. That much. It'll cost everything I have saved just to try learning basic engraving. There's a saying in Truset, you only need 2 things to master engraving, magic and a fortune you're willing to throw away. Enchanters in Truset brag not about what they could enchant, but how much money they wasted doing so. It's rumored the best enchanter in Truset managed to learn the basics of engraving in only 2 months. People thought that was amazing, until he drunkenly admitted he wasted 58 gold coins doing so. I don't suppose you have a bag of gold stashed under your house, right? Pumping the bellows a few times, I make sure the fire stays strong. Sorry, no gold under my house. You shouldn't worry about the money just yet. If you work hard and sell everything you make, you should be able to slowly practice enchanting. Speaking of your forging, I'm curious, what were you so excited to make tomorrow? I was going to try making a style of sword I thought of. If you haven't seen anything like it before, I was going to call it a katana. In my past life, I bought a cheap knockoff katana on the internet, and since then I always wanted a real one. I know the basic method to forge a Japanese sword, but I can always ask for Dell's help with the first one. Hopefully challenging myself with something new will let me break through the blacksmithing test. I hate to criticize something you seem so passionate about, but unless it's something ridiculous and complicated, it's most likely been forged before. Anything else you wanted to try? Well, there is one thing I really want to make. It should be relatively easy. Well, don't keep me in suspense. What do you want to make tomorrow? I want to make a grill. I look seriously at Dell. The decades of eating only stew need to end. What's a grill? My mouth opens a little at Dell's comment. You're confident I can't make an original sword, but you don't know what a grill is. Explain the design and I'll tell you what it's called. Dell probably thinks I'm saying the name wrong. It's basically an open box with a wall removed. You put charcoal in the bottom of the box and cook on top of a grate that you can adjust depending on how close you need to be to the fire. You usually cook meat on a grill, but blood maize would probably gill nicely. Master Dell looks contemplative. That just sounds like a complicated campfire. Why are you so excited about making something so simple? Because I'm tired of stew. Every day it's stewed meat and veggies. This grill lets a person cook a meal over a controlled fire. Cleanup is easy and it shouldn't be that hard to make. I'm trying not to sound like an infomercial. If that's what you want to make, we'll give it a try. Now that you mention it, I eat mostly stew as well. You're making me miss the food in Truset or even the food in human cities. What's so different about the food in cities? Magic tools and semi-magic tools in cities are much more common. Using magicite, humans can power magic stoves, letting people cook much more complicated dishes. Maybe your grill will be useful after all. If it turns out good, I'll have to make a second one for myself. Dell and I spent the next couple of hours discussing different foods and how they're made, leaving us both hungry. The sun is setting fast and I probably won't be able to see the metal until tomorrow. Are you going to open the bloomery later? I organize my workspace before I leave the day. I'll open it in a few hours. We should have enough time tomorrow to forge your grill if we start early in the morning. Great, so the 2 of us need to get up early. What could go wrong with that? Sharing a laugh, I'm about to turn to leave the clearing when Dell stops me with a hand on my shoulder. Dell whispers in my ear, someone's coming. Scanning the tree line, I hope Dad didn't come to pick me up again. I flinch as a different silhouette appears amongst the trees. Striding into the clearing, bow in hand, Ronald calmly walks up to us. Ronald is the best hunter in our village. He's 5'10" and has a slender build. His dirty blonde hair has a few tangled leaves sticking in it. His light blue eyes look gray in the fading sunlight. His gaze is sharp and powerful. He might not be as powerful as one of Christopher's guards, but he spends his time hunting every day in the woods. Everyone knows his level is probably in the higher 40s, maybe even over 50. For someone who looks like they're in their early 30s like my parents, his level is considered impressive for our small village. He seems much more impressive than the time I saw him helping Dad carry the Farkas out of the woods for Richard's awakening celebration. Dell, Aaliyah, village meeting. Attendance is mandatory. His straight expression gives nothing away. I looked to Dell, expecting him to scowl and chase Ronald away using his fake voice. Instead, he simply nods at Ronald and starts walking towards the village with him. I'm stunned and can only run after their disappearing backs as they enter the tree line. Instead of taking the normal path to the village from Dell's clearing, which would have us walk in a weird V-path, we silently cut through the forest. Master doesn't say a word as we walk through the woods, and Ronald doesn't appear to care about the silence either. I can only recall Sandra's father calling 2 village meetings in my lifetime, and neither were mandatory. It doesn't take a genius to realize something bad has happened. Emerging from the woods, we walk past a few houses before we arrive at the headman's house. His house is the only one in the village with a second story, and every villager is crowded around the front of the building looking up at the window where the man is standing. Sandra's father looks like an average middle-aged man you could find anywhere. Being neither thin nor fat, I focus on his comb-over. He appears to be in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. I've noticed him around the village, but I've never had a reason to talk to the man. He keeps scanning the crowd from above, probably waiting for everyone to gather. I can see my parents standing together on the opposite side of the crowded villagers. We make eye contact, briefly exchanging smiles. Whatever has the headman spooked, at least it doesn't involve my family. I notice a few people join the edges of the crowd. They must have been the last to arrive because Headman Camden looks ready to start. Please be quiet, his words reverberate through the crowd. He must have used a few skills because his voice traveled to everyone's ears without him needing to shout. Once I heard his voice, it felt like I had the idea to close my mouth. Everyone around me stopped talking at once, and now everyone has their eyes on Camden. I'm sorry I had to use some skills. Now that everyone is here, I have an important matter everyone needs to hear. If his skills didn't silence everyone, his vague threats would have done the trick. It has come to my attention that the hunters have noticed an increase in the goblins roaming the surrounding forest. A few people like myself have shaken off the skill trying to keep our silence. Slowly, more people are murmuring back and forth between each other. Last week, I asked Ronald to look into the goblins' rising numbers. Unfortunately, he found a horde. As soon as he said the word horde, his skill was broken by the crowd's fears. Has Dre been notified? Granny Jeller's voice rises out of part of the crowd, and soon everyone is shouting the same question. Raising his hand, Camden waits for the crowd to silence naturally. The reason I've gathered you all here is because I contacted Dre almost 5 days ago. Sadly, they can't afford to send a platoon of soldiers to wipe out the horde. This is getting bad. Most of the villagers seem ready to riot. Each time the headman opens his mouth, he seems to deliver worse news. It's hard to pay attention to any one person's shouting, but again the mob is almost in a consensus. Everyone wants to know why we aren't receiving aid. Quiet. His skills must have finished their cooldown. He can only use them every 7.5 minutes, and I can tell that the affect they have on the crowd this time is much weaker. Even weaker, he uses the pause in the crowd's shouting to continue his explanation. I received a messenger bird from the city's lord. Last week Skal attacked the scarred divide. All of the surrounding cities are preparing what warriors they can spare to be sent to repel Skal's forces. They told me if we can wait for winter to pass, they can send us a small group of soldiers in the spring. So we only have to wait for reinforcements. That's not too bad. I can't tell who shouted that out, but while everyone is agreeing with the idea, I notice key people shaking their heads, including my master. It's Ronald who finally dashes the crowd's hopes. We can't wait that long. Goblins breed too fast. In 2 months, the group I saw could father dozens of baby goblins, and they will be old enough to attack us by spring. And that's assuming the horde can scavenge enough supplies through winter. We could be attacked anytime between now and whenever Dre can spare us the troops. Many have gone pale at Ronald's warning. Everyone is losing their shit. I understand why people are scared. When we are attacked by goblins, excluding the large attack almost 5 years ago, the village hunters kill most of the goblins before stronger villagers like Father would help with the stragglers. Even with us surrounded by woods, the average villager has never been in a combat situation, let alone a life or death struggle. The situation is deteriorating fast. People might start hurting each other in their panic. Cover your ears. Master's voice quietly warns me. As soon as my hands are on my ears, a thundering sound knocks the villagers surrounding us to the ground. Many are rubbing their ears, but everyone is staring at me. Not at me, through me, at my master. His hand clap was deafening. Pretending to be ignorant of the stares, Master ignores the hostile looks and focuses on Camden. Few people take the hint and focus back up on the window. I know you are all afraid. I wouldn't ask this of you if the situation wasn't so dire. Tomorrow, those capable need to prepare. Anyone strong enough or brave enough needs to help us fight against the horde. Midday tomorrow, we will gather again and plan out our attack. We will leave for the horde the day after tomorrow. I know everyone who is strong enough to participate, and you know who you are. If you don't contribute, we will drag you against the horde whether you are prepared or not. His gaze passes through me as he eyes everyone in the village. Ever so lightly, I feel something inside my chest. Focusing inward, I watch the tiniest flakes of translucent fire slowly merge with my soul. As the flames meld into my own, I try and notice any difference in my body. I can't look directly at my soul, so I check every inch of my body. Mana, emotions, anything I can think of, I check for any abnormalities. Once half the flames are fully merged, I notice a peculiar thought. In contrast to focusing on my body, the thought of helping the village appears in my head. It's not an overwhelming urge to take up arms, more like a sense of patriotism. The scary thing is, though I love my village, the idea of defending my home shouldn't be in my head while I'm focusing so hard on my body. As the last of the flames meld into my soul, the idea of defending the village hasn't become more pronounced, but the idea won't leave my head. Looking up, I notice the headman paling slightly as the villagers disperse. He's using a skill that manipulates the mind. He's making the villagers more likely to willingly volunteer tomorrow. While I'm panicking at the loss of control over my mind, I see Master slap the side of his head. I can barely hear him mumble, "I hate noble skills." I'm about to ask him what's going on before a younger Camden approaches us. Nicholas is Sandra's oldest brother and the village's future headman. He doesn't even wait for us to voice our opinions before leading us into his house. We're taken to a side room, obviously meant to accommodate important people. The furniture is made from some of the best wood I've seen and covered in Karhu fur. Nicholas stands by the door without saying a word. Master takes a seat, seemingly without a care in the world. The room's silence only lasts a few minutes before Camden Downs strolls through the door. I'm about to get up and properly grate him, only to be stopped with a wave of his hand. I hope the two of you are comfortable. I have a lot to discuss with the two highest-leveled people in the village. What did he say? Once you mentioned the horde, I figured you would call me in. Dell's response to Camden doesn't reach my ears. How does he know my level? Did Sandra say something to him? But she hasn't seen me in over 4 years. Does he know my status page? That bad, huh? You said there's a horde. How many goblins did Ronald observe in the woods? What else does he know about me? He could only observe their camp a few minutes before he had to leave. Ronald thinks they number around 400. Mother and father warned me about people like him discovering my abilities. I need to know what his intentions are. I don't even know when I stood up, but I'm staring down at Camden. Whoa, don't panic at the numbers, Aaliyah. What is he talking about? Doesn't matter. As I continue to stare at him, his reassuring smile fades and he looks worried up at me. I take a step forward, only to pulled back by Master's arm. Both Camden and Nicholas flinch as I'm pulled back. Calm down there. Master's words don't pull my gaze away from Camden. I apologize if I offended you in some way. He's apologizing to me. What did he do? Did he threaten someone in my family? Another hand restrains my other shoulder. How do you know about my level? Only Dell and my family should know about it. Did you threaten my family? I practically growl the words to the man sitting before me. Oh, that. I thought you were mad about me requesting your help with the goblins. The headman takes a breath and adjusts himself. Finding a relaxed position in his chair again, Camden looks up at me with an understanding look in his eyes. I noticed your high level back when my daughter and your brother left for Dre. His answer distracts me, causing me to stop struggling against Dell's grasp. When I suddenly stop resisting Dell, the force of his arms yanks me backwards into his chest. How? I mumble. He has a noble skill. Dell's voice echoes behind me. Seeing the confusion on my face, Camden explains. Some skills are more likely to be unlocked when a person reaches a high enough social status. They're called noble skills because knights, nobles, and people that govern over others are the most likely to obtain them. I won't tell you which of my skills it is, but it allows me to estimate the levels of my villagers that I govern over. I noticed your high level when you were saying goodbye to my daughter. He has noble skills that can approximate someone's level and one that can influence the mind. What a scary combo. Do all village leaders have skills like that? No. As I said, the skills are most likely to be obtained by people in my position. Leaders of merchant groups have been known to unlock similar skills, but just like all skills, they are only unlocked through hard work. I thought I was talented, that is until you surpassed my level before you were even considered an adult. Sensing that I've calmed down, Dell releases his grip and sits back down. Free from Dell's grip, I take my own seat as Camden continues to talk. Realizing your ridiculous leveling speed, I contacted my daughter a few years ago and you know what she wrote back. Now that I'm relaxed, it looks like he's more confident talking to me. She told me to leave you alone. He starts laughing. She said not to poke a hibernating Karhu. I of course agreed with her and have watched you surpass Ronald's and mine level over these last few years. Sandra was looking out for me, even when she was off at Dre learning to be a mage. She's a good friend. You understand that I don't want to stand out, right? I figured as much. You have nothing to worry about from me. Villages flourish whenever they produce a high-leveled individual like yourself. If you need anything at all, please find myself or Nicholas. I see Nicholas standing by the door, nodding his head. If you're being so accommodating, can you remove the skill that keeps the idea of defending the village from bouncing around inside my head? The accommodating smile falters on Camden's face. I'm sorry, but I don't have that kind of control with that skill. It affects the whole village, and I can't afford to remove it. I hope you understand. Before I can say anything else, Master Dell cuts in. I know this is the first official meeting between the two of you, but Aaliyah's parents will become worried if she doesn't return home soon. We should talk about the horde before they show up. You're right, we've drifted off the trail for a moment there. You probably know the reason I called you here tonight, instead of waiting for tomorrow. Master's eyes narrow at Mr. Downs. I can only assume Ronald confirmed that a horned hobgoblin was amongst the horde. Nicholas shivers hearing Dell's words, and his father looks just as worried. That's right. He could only observe one, but when it comes to goblins, there's usually more that you can't see. Master, what's a horned hobgoblin? I can guess by their context that it's a stronger version of a goblin, but how much stronger? Goblins are peculiar creatures. A goblin's life cycle is one of the wonders of the world. Goblins are born and reach their first form of maturity in only 5 months. By 8 months, they can breed, and they usually die before they can reach 2 years old. Goblins that reach 1.5 years of age can be as strong as a level 15 villager. The goblins you've met so far were mostly between 6 months and a year in age, making them even weaker. So what makes them so dangerous other than their numbers? Once a goblin reaches 2 years of age, they enter another growth phase. In only a few months, they go from 3.5 feet tall to nearly 5 feet tall. At this point, they're closer to, say, a level 30 person, still manageable to an adult hunter, but much more dangerous to your average villager. We call those goblins hobgoblins, or hobs for short. Master takes a deep breath and rubs the back of his head before he continues. Once a goblin turns into a hob, they slowly get stronger with time. Goblins are prey for most creatures, but if a hobgoblin survives and reaches 5 years of age, they enter another growth phase. Each goblin grows differently during their third growth phase. Some barely pass 5.5 feet, while I've heard horror stories of goblins reaching 7 feet tall. Disregarding the height difference, goblins that old can be identified by the horns that they grow on their heads. How strong are these horned hobgoblins, Master? I'm practically vibrating with nervousness. It varies, but the weaker ones are usually in the high 40s. Mid-50s are a safe bet whenever someone is gauging the strength of horned hobs. Oh gods, this is bad. I'm glad you understand the dilemma I face. Master and I both turn to Camden. The worst part about goblins is their mob approach to fighting. The three of us and Ronald are the only ones that have the levels to match a horned hob. Del Raisin, I need to use your strength to reassure people that this isn't a hopeless battle. Master slowly nods his head. I understand, but we need to be careful. I may have a little combat experience, but I just make use of my high strength stat. Aaliyah is not suited for this kind of combat, and I doubt you've fought anything recently. That leaves me and Ronald to handle the higher tier goblins. I'll say this now, if there's more than 6 horned hobs, we'll need to retreat. Even you can't handle more than 6 horned hobs. Nicholas breaks his silence for the first time. I can't help but agree with him. When I first met Master, he was level 87. He has to have leveled at least once or twice these last few years. Is he saying even someone at level 89 can't handle 7 horned hobs? Boy, I may seem strong to you, but you have to remember I'm a craftsman. Stonekin have no reason to learn self-defense unless we decide to join our city's militia. I only learned how to utilize my strength in combat after I left Truset. Other than a pressure skill, I only have hammer arts and other crafting skills that I've never needed to practice in combat. When I said if there was more than 6, I was talking about Ronald and I working together against them. Camden looks like he's squeezing his hands together quite hard. He was probably hoping for more of a reassurance from Master. If we have to, we'll kill as many goblins as we can and retreat if there's too many hobs, horned or otherwise. I've already been given Ronald's approval. I just had to make sure you were going to help the village. Humph, I've been living here long enough to consider this my home. Of course I would help defend it. If only a little, Camden and Ronald lose some of their tension. Wait, why are they looking only at Dell? Am I not expected to fight? Turning towards me, Camden doesn't hide the look of unease on his face. I promised my daughter that I wouldn't force you to help the village. You may be the second highest leveled person in the village, but you're also still too young for me to ask you to come along with us. I'll let you and the few others that are close to your age participate if they want to. I would be overjoyed if you join us, but that has to be your decision, not mine. The last rays of light filter through the window. Standing up, Sandra's father bows his head. I want to thank the two of you again. If either of you have questions, you can find me here tomorrow. Nicholas, escort them out, please. Master Dell and I are escorted out of the headman's house, and Dell escorts me home. Before we separate in front of my door, we decide to meet up tomorrow in his clearing. Opening the door to my house, I see father helping mother prepare dinner. Slipping off my shoes, I close the door behind me. Ahid ls wema piss. I clean myself before I slip my feet into my slippers. The magic draws my parents' attention for a moment, but they're used to me using the spell in the entryway when I come home late. Clean, and with my slippers donned, I move towards the kitchen and help make dinner. Everyone is silent. We have too much to talk about, and if we start now, we won't be able to finish dinner until tomorrow morning. The sun has nearly set as we eat our first spoonfuls of soup. I'll grab the candles. Father moves to pull out his chair. It's okay, let me handle it. I've already shown off the spells I can use to my parents, but it's rare for us to eat dinner this late. 6 het plots lags. The ball of light illuminates our table. The playful jabs at my secluded training last night are missed in this awkward silence. The 3 of us share looks of unease, and as usual it's Mother that ends the silence. What did the headman want with you, sweetie? Mother and Father both stop eating and wait for me to answer Mother's question. The headman wanted to talk to us about the horde. I shovel 2 spoonfuls of my soup into my mouth and try to avoid my parents' gazes. Us? You mean Dell, right? Why would the headman want to talk to you? Mother interrogates me while looking worried. I turn away from her and look towards Father. He has a flash of understanding and looks even more worried than Mother. He called the 2 of us over because we're the 2 highest-leveled people in the village. What? Mother looks like she's about to explode with anger. Father hangs his head, trying to hide his own fury at the situation. How does he know your level? Was it Dell? I laugh at Mother's absurdity. Why would Dell tell the headman about my level, Mother? Apparently, the headman has a skill that lets him approximate people's levels. He said he's been keeping an eye on me since I said goodbye to Sandra. And before you run over to his house, he didn't say I had to participate in the fight. Quick glances at my parents' faces tell me they already know where I'm going with this. You are not participating. Mother's face tells me she's firm about not letting me go. The headman can be happy that your father is going. He doesn't need my daughter as well. I need to go. I can only stare at my soup. I know Mother is about to yell at me. Bracing for the impending argument, I slowly look up. You don't. Mother's wrath abruptly stops when Father places his hand against her arm. Why do you think you have to go with us? Father is trying to be supportive, but his unwillingness to let me go is apparent. The horde has horned Hobbs. The headman wanted to warn Dell that he would need to use his name as a reassurance when he discusses the horde tomorrow with the village. Mother appears too startled to speak, while Father loses his mask of understanding and betrays his fear of the situation. Ronald and Dell will handle the horned Hobbs, but even then there will be regular hobgoblins to worry about. I'm stronger than most of the villagers. If I don't go, Dad and many others could die. Mother still looks like she wants to argue. I know it's coming from a place of love, but I've already made up my mind. Mother, using intimidating shout, I stop her before she can yell again. I love the 2 of you so much, but I'm 15 now. This is my decision to make. I never thought I would have to use the rebellious teen excuse. I wish I could go to my room, but I'm the one providing the light. The rest of dinner passed silently between the 3 of us. Once the kitchen was clean, I lead us towards our rooms. I make sure I'm in front so I don't need to make eye contact with Mother or Father. I wish Richard was back home right now. Opening my bedroom door, I can't think of a time that I've been this at odds with my parents. I've never openly disobeyed my parents' wishes like this before. Mother and Father shift to my left and go to open their bedroom door. As they start to disappear into their room, I'm reminded of how quickly I died in my previous life. I never had a chance to tell my previous family how much I loved them. You never know what the future can bring, and going to bed angry is never a good option. Before their door closes completely, I push it back open. Mother and Father look startled, but before they walk to their sides of the bed, I run up to them and give them a hug. We don't say anything. Breaking apart after a few minutes, I kiss their cheeks and walk back to my room. Closing my door softly, I change into my nightgown. Sitting on my bed, I hear the muffled sobbing of Mother through the walls. Despite all my hard work today, I don't feel tired. I should check my status page. My higher stats boosted my mining and axe-related skills. I can't sleep and I only have a little bit of mana to train with. I need to be stronger. I need to level as many of my relevant skills as quickly as possible. I'll need to practice my physical skills tomorrow. If I can't sleep tonight, I might as well work on the 3 skills that will help me gain the most experience. Mana skin is the first thing I should work on. I have about 150 mana that I can spare tonight. Getting into my meditative position, I activate mana skin. If I let the skill activate by itself, it usually costs 51 mana to cover my body. After my body is covered, I can keep mana skin active with only a point of mana every 84 seconds. Unfortunately, skills only level when you push them. Usually I increase the mana expelled to form the barrier around my body. The thicker barrier makes a better insulator against the weather. With my higher stats, I plan on trying something new. While the skill activates, I release 100 mana. It takes a few seconds, but now my body is covered in a barrier half an inch thick. Dell told me he can't see anything when I activate the skill, so it should be okay to use during the fight. Sinking into a deeper meditative state, I focus on the barrier my skill created with my heightened clarity and mind stat. The barrier only works with temperature because anything can pass through the barrier. If I can condense the barrier, maybe it could deflect physical things too. Forcing away stray thoughts, I use mana manipulation to exert pressure against the barrier and try to slowly compress it. It's working. I can feel the magic becoming denser against my body. If I can compress it another 3 times, I can defend the village. Gods, lost my concentration. That stupid compulsion in the back of my mind makes it impossible to completely focus. The constant prod in the back of my mind feels like someone is poking the inside of my skull. In between pokes, I can focus, but each time the compulsion activates, it ruins my concentration. Luckily, my mana skin skill wasn't deactivated by my focusing blunder. Checking my remaining mana, I see I only have 17 mana left for experimentation. The mana surrounding me also lost 25 of its composition. This time I wait. Meditating, I try to sense the next poke that's coming. 16 mana left. 15 mana left. When is it coming? 14. How long? The faint desire to help the village momentarily flashes through my mind. All right, now, expelling another 10 mana, I use mana manipulation to try and compress the barrier around myself. I don't have enough time to experiment with different levels of compression, so I burn my mana trying to compress it to half of its normal thickness. Focus. Almost there. I got it. Opening my eyes, the magic surrounding me is thinner, but I don't have time to analyze it deeper. Another poke should be coming soon. Slowly lifting my right hand, I try to grasp my left forearm. I need to be fast, but if I move too quickly, I might ruin the progress I made by accident. With my right hand above my forearm, I try and squeeze my arm. Pure joy lights up my face as I can feel a barrier separating my hand. Slowly increasing my grip strength, I try and feel what the barrier does under increasing force. The barrier only stops what I can say as about 30 strength worth of force before my hand sinks into the barrier, allowing me to grab my forearm. Let's see what happens when I remove my help the village. This is pissing me off now. My mana skin doesn't revert back to the thicker version this time, but trying to poke my arm reveals that the strength of the barrier has dropped to only 1/3 of its previous capabilities. My mana is crap. Deactivating my skill, I'm 27 mana under my reserve. I shouldn't have pushed so hard. The lower my mana drops, the slower it regenerates. I would normally not care about a few points under my soft limit, but I need to be able to regain all my mana by the time we leave for the forest. Camden's skill has opened my eyes to how much I focus when I use most of my skills. When walking, eating, and doing normal everyday activities, Camden's skill is nothing but a thought in the back of my head. However, when I focus, his skill becomes a noticeable problem. I need to try and remove it. With my 5 days of soul training, I can look closer at the general area of my soul. Maybe I can pick the fragments of his skill out of my soul if I try hard enough. Focusing inwards, towards the center of my chest, I try scanning the outer reaches of my soul. If I look at too long, I'll get a headache, so I need to protect the village. Ag. I grit my teeth before I scream in the night. This will be harder than I thought. 4 hours later, and I couldn't remove a single shred of the headman's skill. There are only a few hours until the sun rises. I hate that I have to use my backup plan, but I need to at least sleep a little tonight. Before another poke arrives, I try to look directly at my soul. Everything fades quickly and I'm in the forest again. I wish I could take a nap. Too bad I never feel tired here, and the passage of time is twisted. Standing up, I make my way towards the sea of stars. The quicker I get to the eyes, the quicker I can wake up. If I'm lucky, it will be morning and I can talk to Dell about the coming battle. The only good thing about this space is that I can constantly run without getting tired. I think of it as a game, and I need to dodge all the trees as I run towards the goal. Enjoying this one moment of happiness before the eyes shock me awake, I make my way through the dark forest. What's that? While running, I notice a small light casting shadows behind a root of a tall tree. I've been here dozens of times, and the only light comes from the moons and stars. I was running pretty quick, so I backtracked to find the tree and search for the light. Finally, I noticed the soft glow of the light in the distance. Steadily making my way over, I stand before a tree. The tree looks like any other and has no distinguishing features. Circling the trunk of the tree, I find the light source. What the hell? Stuck near the bottom of the tree in a large root is a small translucent fireball. Are those flames from my soul? The translucent fire isn't spreading. The flames just seem to stick to the tree. I channel my inner child and do something stupid. I try and poke the flames with one of my fingers. My finger slips through the flames without harming my hand. If the flame isn't dangerous, I try and scoop the ball of fire into my left hand. The flames seem to defy any sense of gravity and only move once I encase them in both my hands. Opening my hands, the flames are now stuck to the palm of my right hand. Raising the flames to eye level, I try to inspect the most detailed piece of soul I've ever seen. Flipping my hand upside down, the flames now look like gravity has been reversed, making the flames look like they're dripping from my hand. What's weird is the flames contain very little information, and the information that is there is fragmented. Maybe there's more of these flames scattered around. Playing hide and seek in a place that has no concept of time turned out to be a tedious endeavor. I made sure to avoid the sea of stars and combed every inch of the forest and the surrounding rocky landscape. I was right in believing there were other flames hidden. Turns out, I found 146 of the little balls of fire. Bringing any of the flames close together would cause them to fuse into a denser ball of translucent flames. Now that I found them all, I'm back in my clearing. I can't leave now. The ball of fire in my hand is whispering in my ear now that I've combined all the fragments. I started to realize what the flames were when I had most of them collected. They're the fragments of Camden's skill. I'm sure his skill was absorbed by my soul. That would mean I'm in my soul right now. Looking around the clearing again, I can't help but re-examine every tree around me. Is the ground truly the ground? I always thought this was a place inside my head that I go to whenever I overtax my brain by looking at my soul directly. This changes everything. If this is my soul, examining every inch of this place might hold clues about how skills are stored in the soul. I have so many things to try, but one thing stands above the rest right now. Peering down at the ball of flames in my hand, I need to remove this skill. I need to be able to focus during the battle, but how can I destroy it? Nothing works here. Now that the flames aren't scattered anymore, maybe I could extract them when I leave, or they might just disperse again. I don't want to have to look for the flame fragments again. If the skill is mixed with my soul, I've already helped by gathering the fragments together. Maybe when I leave, I can take them with me. This is the longest time I've ever spent here. I need to check how much time has passed outside my soul. Holding the skill, I make my way towards the star sea. This time I don't rush. Every rock, every leaf. Why does my soul look like the forest to me? Before I realize it, I'm already entering the desert of rocks that surrounds the forest. What kind of metaphor is this place? Maybe I need to stop looking at everything like a Rorschach test. My skills obviously aren't strong enough to comprehend my surroundings. I should focus on removing this invasive skill. Finally, standing on the cliff, I look at the calm sea. All right, skill, let's see how well you do against the eyes. Holding the flame out in front of me, I watch the second moon rise from the sea and join its twin in the sky. My left hand goes to my chest. My heart is rapidly pounding against my ribs, trying to escape its prison. With my new understanding of this world, I'm terrified of the rising moons. What are they? As they reach the pinnacle of the sky, the eyes open, and I brace for the coming sense of unease. But this time I don't feel like the eyes are focusing on me. Usually I can't look away, but without the direct pressure of the eyes, I can finally look around. Looking at my right palm, I watch as the flames are slowly being snuffed out. The eyes are focusing on the invasive skill. Are the eyes guarding my soul? If they are, then they will probably boot me out of here next. But why do they wait for me to reach here of all places before they kick me out? Before the flame winks out of existence, I try and look around again. The surrounding cliff is the same, and so is the night sky. The ocean is. Dark ocean is gone, replaced by sea of lights. One of the closest lights draws me in, and in the light I see myself having dinner with my parents from last night. Everything's the same. Are these lights my memories? What if I go deeper? I could. I can no longer look at the lights. The overbearing force once again descends upon me, and I'm forced to look up. Once I make eye contact with the twin orbs in the sky, I'm waking up in my bed. The sun hasn't risen, but the night is quickly receding. Sinking into a meditative state, I'm happy to see that Camden's skill is gone from my mind. I need to check my status page. Wow, I gained a level in mana manipulation and 3 in mana skin with my magic practice last night, but the most levels are in mental resistance and sense soul. I gained 6 levels in mental resistance, most likely because I managed to remove Camden's skill, but I feel the biggest payoff came from sense soul. My tier 5 skill also leveled 6 times last night. I don't think I was supposed to see those memories. That has to be the next step I have to take to improve sense soul. I'll hit my first test once it hits 30, and every 10 levels I'll have to overcome another obstacle. All of the mental training finally pushed mine to 62. If I have some time later, I might try and enter my soul again. I need to meet with Dell and stop by the headman's house to tell him I'll be participating. Dressing in some clean clothes, I leave my room to finish my preparations for my part in the coming battle. Master Dell. Entering Dell's clearing, I'm surprised that Dell isn't on his favorite bench. Stop your hollering, I'm coming out. His voice echoes out of his hut. A few seconds later, Master Dell appears in his doorway sporting some metal armor. I recognize the armor as the same pieces I saw when I first cleaned Dell's house. I had no idea the armor was meant for his personal use. Looking at Master from head to toe, I try not to laugh. Master, I think you might have to adjust the midsection. I can see where his armor is constricting his gut. Puff, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I haven't needed to wear this since I left Truset. The metal must have warped after I've left it laying around for so long. I'm sure that's the reason, Master. I bring my hand up to suppress another snicker. Cheeky brat. While Dell walks over to his anvil, he carefully takes off his armor. When I first cleaned his house, I didn't know anything about blacksmithing. Now that I can craft my own, I can see the superb craftsmanship hidden amongst the plain-looking armor. The straps are hidden and look to be reinforced by metal clips. The outside looks like plain steel, but the plates overlap perfectly, giving the wearer an added protection against stray arrows or the lucky sword stroke. I hope that I can achieve something similar in my future works. Once his armor is removed, Dell moves over to his anvil and grabs a smaller hammer that we use for more precise work. He inspects each piece of armor carefully, adjusting it if he spots some hidden imperfection. You coming with us tomorrow? Master's question pulls me out of my peaceful hypnotic state. Watching Dell work seriously is beautiful. I can almost meditate to his hammer strikes. Of course, I'm going. You think I would let you and Dad go alone? Master stops his swings and looks up at me. You sure? We can handle the goblins. You don't have to force yourself to go. Scrunching my face, I snap back at Master. It sounds like you don't want me to go. We've known each other for 5 years now. I know you don't like conflict. You may be the second highest level person in the village, but you've distributed your status points over many attributes. Your strength stat is the same as a villager's strength when they're in the level 30s range. What I'm trying to say is, you have to be sure that this is what you want to do. Don't force yourself to go, just because of your level. I have to steady myself after that little speech. Dell's usual passive antics sometimes make me forget how much older he is than me. Even if I include my past life, he's more than double my age. I'm not sure if he does it on purpose, but when he has these random moments of wisdom, they leave a much more lasting effect on me. It's not like I want to go hunting for the goblins. I just can't stay here knowing you, Father, and so many others are leaving to defend the village. I might not be able to fight a horned hob, but I can at least help with the regular hobgoblins. If I go, it will lessen the danger to the village. Plus, if Richard and Sandra came back home and Dad or the village headman died during the fight, I could never face either of them ever again. Maybe because I wasn't shouting at my mother, I was better able to articulate my desires. Saying my reasons out loud feels like I've gained a much stronger sense of purpose. Wow, the headman's skill got you good. And Master goes back to his hammering and his annoying jokes. Sorry, but that's all me. His skill was ruining my concentration, so I dispersed his skill last night. Master jerks his head up towards my direction and barely shifts his strike at the last minute to avoid his fingers. You were able to cancel his noble skill. I give Master my best shit-eating grin possible. Yep, gone. It wasn't even that hard once I figured it out. I'll leave out the hours I spent failing at removing the skill and how I stumbled upon the solution. It was that skill, huh? Master refuses to ever mention the words Tier 5 or the name of my skill out loud. Yeah, I lightly reply. Master nods his head and goes back to adjusting his armor. After he finishes a piece, he puts it back on to test out the new dimensions. It only takes him 30 minutes to finish adjusting each piece of his armor. Without the armor looking too tight for him, Master Dell looks incredible. He reaches over and grabs his heaviest hammer and does a few practice swings. Seeing the armored stone kin waving the heavy hammer like it's nothing gives me hope for the coming battle. Master, why aren't you using your pickaxe? Isn't it stronger than your hammer? I'm confused at Master's weapon choice. My pickaxe may be stronger, but I have more levels related to my hammer skills. I'm better with a hammer, so there's no point in bringing my pickaxe even if it's enchanted. Master continues his swings, but I have an idea we need to try. I think you should bring your pickaxe and keep your hammer as a side weapon. Pausing his swing, Master looks at me with an inquisitive look. Hear me out, Master. What if I fill your pickaxe with my mana before the big fight? The pickaxe went through the stone in the mine easily, and I only have a fraction of your strength. It won't last long, but if you take care of the horned hobs quickly enough, bringing your magic pickaxe would be worth it. I can't hide the excited look from my face. Dell might not be able to utilize mana, but he can use items that already have a mana supply like the light hats. That might work. Walking over towards one of his sheds, he grabs his pickaxe. Twirling the pickaxe in his hands, he doesn't look as confident. I'm not sure if your plan will work. I don't know how the pickaxe will react when it's charged with your mana. It's dangerous to use a new weapon in a fight. He's right. I didn't want to spend any of my mana today, but Dell needs to practice with his axe fully charged. Maybe he can practice on some rocks. Master, why don't we go to the quarry and you can practice with your pickaxe on the stones there? We could try that, but we need to hurry. We both need to pack for our trip into the forest. We start walking towards the quarry. Without having to pull the cart, we'll reach there in record time. Why do we need to pack supplies? Aren't we just going to the goblins' camp? I try to keep pace with Dell as he chuckles at my question. Remember that Ronald reported that the goblins' camp is near the edge of the hunting grounds. Yes, I remember. How far do you think that is from our village? Well, if you're asking me, then it has to be farther than I think. Just tell me already. The hunting grounds are the sections of forest surrounding our village where the nature magic isn't that dense. Because of the lower magic levels, only lesser beasts reside here. Wait, Farkas and Karhu are considered lesser beasts. They may be big and strong, but neither are magic beasts. As the magic density in the forest gets stronger, the plants grow rapidly, and the forest becomes much denser. If the plants become stronger, it's obvious the animals will too. Though a Karhu is big, many beasts that are half its size can kill it with their natural magic. That's cool and all, but what does that have to do with us packing supplies? I'm getting there, no patience, I see. Our village was settled here because it's close enough to the denser magic region that rarer plants and animals have a small chance to show up. but on the opposite side, we're far enough away from the denser forest that the village is out of range from the stronger magic beasts. Even Ronald, one of the faster hunters in the village, would need a day and a half to reach the denser part of the forest. We will need to travel as a group towards the goblins' camp. It will probably take us 2 days to get within range of the camp, and then people will need to rest for the battle. If everything goes our way, it will take us at least 5 days to get back to the village. If the goblins are so far away, why is the headman so sure that they will attack our village? Leave it to talks about being attacked to ruin the mood. We spent the last few minutes of travel in silence. I need to make sure I'm at my best when the fighting starts. When we reach the bottom of the quarry, I've made up my mind. I quickly pull up my status page and distribute my status points. I don't like not having any spare status points, but I can't hold back during the fight. I raised my strength to 116, endurance to 80, and dexterity to 110. Master, if I pass out, don't worry. I'll wake up in a couple hours. Ignoring his questions and protests, I focus inward and watch my soul the best I can. The colors that emerge from my soul aren't as diversified as last time. I already know that the translucent colors improve my body, so this time I focus on only my soul. I still can't look at the center of my soul, where the colors appear to originate from, but I can tell the flames surrounding my soul are much more active right now. The closest thing I can compare my soul to right now is a star. The flames are acting like solar flares, explosions casting the colors throughout my body. If my soul is acting like a sun, maybe the colors are my status points being converted into the energy that nourishes my body. What are the status points that we gain from leveling? Each time I think I learned something new, I'm left with a dozen more questions. As the colors finish merging with my body, I'm lucky I didn't pass out this time. Exhaling the breath I was holding during my soul observation, I straighten my back and try and feel the new state of my body. This time I don't trip over myself. I think because my stats were already high this time, boosting them isn't as hard to control. Did you just level or something? I turned to Dell, who's patiently waiting for a response. I had some status points that I had saved up, and I figured I should use and get used to them before we leave for the forest. While you practice with your pickaxe, I'm going to practice with the axe I take with me when I go to work with Father. You want me to charge your pickaxe now? As he passes me the pickaxe, I reflect on my higher skills. When I distributed my points a second time, I was overwhelmed with the new sensations, but with this time my mind is free enough to examine my new stats, and I'm reminded how amazing this world is. With a strength of 116, I can hold his pickaxe easily in one hand. Magic is cool to use, but seeing myself reach physical limits that wouldn't be possible back on Earth is somehow more satisfying. Looking at Master Dell, I tell him how many times I can charge his pickaxe. I need to let my mana fully recharge before we leave tomorrow, so I can only fill the pickaxe 3 times. As I fill the pickaxe with mana, the beautiful copper lines once again appear across its surface. Handing the pickaxe back to Master, I take a step back as he shifts his hands to a better position. It doesn't feel any different to me. The axe arcs through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound with each of Dell's swings. Let's see what she can do. Master takes a strong stance in front of the wall of the quarry. Ha! With an explosive shout, Dell swings his pickaxe horizontally. It's hard to look at his swing when he moves so fast. Relaxing his stance, his strike is over in a blink of the eye. The wall of the quarry now has a clean scar that runs 6 feet across its face. Toro's Forge, I didn't even use any skills. We both look at each other. If Dell can do that much damage to stone, maybe the horned hobgoblins won't pose as much of a threat as we thought. After a few hours of practice, we decided to separate and pack for the expedition. I don't want to stay and watch Dell tear through his stuff looking for what he considered necessities. I don't think a flask twice as big as his usual one would be considered a necessity. On my way home, I stopped by the headman's house. I figured I should give him some good news and let him know I'll be participating tomorrow. Does my wife have to leave tomorrow? What about my kids, who will watch over them? What should I bring with me? Poor Nicholas is being surrounded by villagers, each with their own questions. It looks like he's keeping people from intruding into their home. I squeeze myself against the building and slowly push my way up through the crowd towards Nicholas. Once I make my way to the front of the crowd, I try and get Nicholas's attention. Message from Del Raisin. A few people around me quiet and Nicholas makes eye contact with me. With a head nod, he moves to the side and motions for me to enter their house. Nicholas follows me through the door but turns towards the crowd before he shuts the door. I'll be back to answer your questions in a minute. Some are shouting in disappointment while others appear to understand and quiet themselves waiting for his return. I can't help but ask, having a hard time with the villagers. Without turning around, Nicholas answers my inquiry. This is just training for when I'll be the next headman. Father left me to answer people's questions while he prepares for tomorrow. Besides, they all ask the same questions. I just wish they all came together, so I wouldn't have to answer the same question 20 times. At the risk of asking one of those same questions, are you participating tomorrow? Pausing for only a second, he tells me no as he opens the door. Father said if anything happens to him that it was my job to manage the village in his place. My younger brother is one of the village's hunters, so he'll be participating tomorrow. We descend stone stairs and enter a room filled with candle light. The room has swords, daggers, and other weapons hung up on the walls. Cadman and his second son are checking the condition of some sort of hide armor. I've seen Braden returning to the village from hunting in the woods on my way home from Dell's. His tall, willowy figure is hard to forget. His long, dirty blonde hair covers most of his eyes, not that you'd want to look at them. His brown eyes have a sharpness to them that most hunters earn with experience. Attending to the two is Surette Downs, Sandra's mother. The busty blonde looks sweet on the outside, but everyone knows she manages the village's taxes and other financial aspects with an iron fist. She's known to be nice to talk to unless you haven't contributed to the village's taxes. She's the first to notice me following Nicholas. You must be Aaliyah. Welcome to our home. I think you can take it from here. Mother, father, the villagers still have questions. Excuse me. Nicholas turns around and starts walking up the stairs before either of his parents could answer him. That boy always being so formal. I miss the days he would smile and give me a hug. Surette complains as she tightens one of Camden's armor straps. You know he takes his job seriously, honey. Camden soothes his wife before he turns to me. What do I owe the privilege of your visit, Miss Aaliyah? Sorry if I'm bothering you during your preparations. I thought you might like to know that I decided to join the expedition. I take my last few steps down the stairs. Are you sure, sweetie? It will be dangerous. Don't let my hubby pressure you. Surette's concern was unexpected. I'm confident that I can. As I'm talking to Surette and Camden, Braden rushes me and throws a right punch at my stomach. He moves faster than father, but slower than Dell. I step back with my left foot, turning my body to avoid his strike. He wants to test me. I use my precise strike skill and uppercut the part of his armor covering his diaphragm. He overextended himself when I dodged his strike, so when my fist connects with his armor, he can't move to soften the blow. My strike sends him flying back 7 feet before he collapses on the stone floor, breathing heavily. My fist hurts from striking his armor, but it should be fine by tomorrow morning. I turn towards his parents. You teach your kids to sneak attack people. It's a good thing I was keeping all 3 of them in my sights. I was trying to be respectful towards the family. Please don't take my son's actions in the wrong way. I'm sure he was merely trying to make sure you were okay to join us on the expedition. My family didn't believe me when I informed them that you were a higher level than myself and Ronald. Braden apologized to her. The headman quickly tries to downplay what happened. As Braden stands back up, I make sure to note that he was only down for a minute despite the place I stuck him. I apologize. I was concerned that your skill was exaggerated by father. I couldn't in good faith let someone so young accompany us without proper skills. His apology looks sincere, but that doesn't mean I will condone his actions. I accept your apology. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Good day. I turn around and start to climb the stairs. Are you sure you don't wish to stay? We can prepare some snacks if you would like. Looking down at Camden, I can see him starting to sweat. I make my way up the stairs and walk back through the headman's house. I promise to myself that if Braden tries that again, I'll aim for his face next time and use double strike instead. Squeezing out the door, I try to wish Nicholas good luck with the crowd, but my voice is only one amongst the many villagers. I settle with a hand wave as I start walking home. Everyone is running around the village, people arguing over supplies, and I've passed at least 4 discussions about the goblins. The words horned hob are circulating through the villagers like fire in a dry field, and the only water around is Dell arguments about whether Dell can handle the horned hobs or not are taking place everywhere. Moving in and out of people, I finally make it back home. Walking inside, I make sure to clean myself. I hit LS Weema piss. That's the last bit of magic I'll use until we reach the goblins. I notice mother and father are packing supplies onto dad's harness that he uses to transport wood. Walking next to them, I'm nervous. I gave them a hug and said goodbye this morning, but I can still feel the tension from last night. Mom, Dad. They both turn to look at me with a half smile. It's obvious they can also still feel the tension. What do you need, sweetie? Mother asks while standing off to the side of father. Dell told me how long the trip to the goblin camp will take. Can you help me pack? I'm not sure what I should bring. Father smiles the way all parents do when they've already packed a bag for their children. Your mother and I are almost finished packing everything we need. Don't I need a bag? It will be easier if I handle our luggage. I used to camp in the woods with my father, so I know everything we need. Dad turns around and continues to pack our bag. With Dad packing the bag, Mother and I share the same confused look. We don't know what to say to each other. I'm sure she hasn't changed her mind about me going with the expedition, and she has to know that I haven't changed my mind about participating either. Mom, Mother takes a few steps forward and wraps me in a hug. Don't, sweetie. You shouldn't apologize for your feelings, and neither will I. I just want you to promise me that you'll be safe, and if something goes wrong, you run back to me, okay? I promise. I sniffle in her ear. The rest of the night was strangely similar to our regular nights. With feelings patched, not mended, we were able to sit and relax together. Mother roasted a large bird, and we all enjoyed dinner together. Laying in my bed, I look up at the goofy clouds I painted when I was younger. I've grown a lot since then. Maybe I should try and paint newer clouds when I get back. Crap, that's a flag. I can't make any plans for when I return. This is the last night for me to try and cram some more levels in, and sticking to my no mana policy that leaves only one option. I wish I wasn't so eager to dive into my soul, but between not being tired yet and hearing my mother trying to quietly make Dad happy, I'm all too eager to knock myself out. Waking up in my soul, I plan on spending most of my time meditating. My skill won't rise, but I can still use it to help me focus on the questions I have about this place. If this truly is my soul, how am I here? I already know where my memories are, so what is my current form made of? I don't think this body is made out of mana. I only started coming here after I unlocked Sense Soul. I thought leveling Sense Soul would be difficult, but the more I learn to manipulate the skill in here, and in the real world, the easier it seems to level, period. The stronger the skill becomes, the less my soul rejects me. How many levels until the eyes stop banishing me from my memories? Wait, levels. If I grow stronger here when my Sense Soul skill levels, then this body must be made from my skill. The skill must create this mirror image of my body and drag me here when the skill becomes overwhelmed when I look directly at my soul. If I want to level quicker, I just need to continue to shock the skill. I need to visit the eyes more. Standing up from the forest floor, I rush to my sea of memories. Coming to the familiar cliff, I watch the moons start to rise. Maybe I can access my memories when my Sense Soul reaches level 30. When the moons are halfway through the sky, a crazy idea pops into my head. Why am I waiting for the moons to come to me? Screw waiting for the moons to boot me out, I'll try to enter my memories myself. Cannonball. Right before I hit the water, the world shifts around me. As the world settles, I'm greeted by a giant Richard, a giant young Richard. Looking over myself, I realize I'm a baby again. I'm about to complain about the memory when I see Richard's smiling face above me. How long has it been since I've seen his smile? This wouldn't have been my first choice for a memory, but I'll take it. The only question I have is, how long do I have here? Unfortunately, I get my answer all too soon. The memory is shattered and I'm looking up at the eyes again. Do they look madder than usual? Waking up in a sweat, I'm convinced the eyes were madder at me than normal when they forced me out of the memory. I'll have to try again and see if I wake up feeling less terrible if I let the eyes boot me out earlier. I can try again before the sun rises. The first rays of the sunrise peek through my window. Usually I'm kicked out of my soul and only a few hours would have passed. This time I spent my whole night in my soul. Getting up, I stretch my body. Despite being awoken like I would a nightmare, I only feel slightly tired this time. If I can get enough sleep using my skill, I might have a way to deal with the high-leveled sleeping problem. I'll have to run more tests when I almost did it again. I must have gained some skill levels after all of that hard work. Pulling up my detailed status screen is easier than ever. Why don't I try and add something? It would be nice if I can see which skills are capped at their testing point. It worked. Axe skills rose to level 52 along with axe arts passing level 31 and reaching level 32. My use of precise strike against Braden pushed the skill past level 19 and broke into level 21, matching double strike in levels. Sense Soul rose another 2 levels and mental resistance gained 3. I only need 140,000 more experience and I'll reach level 60. If I had 2 more days, I could probably reach level 60, but I can't risk training my soul skills during the expedition. I can hear my parents' bedroom door open. I can't waste any more of my time laying here. I get dressed and brush my teeth. Once I'm ready, I leave my room and find my parents in a deep embrace. Seeing me walking over, Mother tries to hide her tears by burying her head in Father's chest. I pretend not to notice by adjusting the strap connected to my axe and making sure my dagger is secured. Once her eyes are clear, Mother beckons me over and the 3 of us share another hug. Great, now I'm going to tear up. We stay connected as the 3 of us move towards the meeting point with Mother in between the 2 of us. It doesn't take long for us to reach the rally point. Everyone in the village is either here already or walking over to join the crowd. Please come over and see me if you're participating. The headman's voice drowns out the many conversations people are having around us. I'll go inform the headman that we are ready to go. Father places his pack beside me and moves from Mother's embrace. I can see her reluctance to let go of him. You should go with Dad, Mom. I'll wait here for the 2 of you to return. Mother smiles at me and wraps herself against Dad's arm again. I didn't tell her to do that because I was losing circulation in my own arm. Definitely not. With my parents disappearing into the crowd, I try and spot Dell. I hope I'm not sent to wake him up if he doesn't show up on time. You going too? I hear a voice ask behind me. Turning around, I see the 2 junior hunters, Andre and Lucas. Both are apprentices studying to be true hunters. Andre is 21, while Lucas is 19. They are around Richard in age, but the 2 of them always ignored him and wouldn't let him play with them. Both have the slightly skinny dexterity build and are around 5'10", making them shorter than me. As they glance at the bag beside me, I can see the ridicule in their eyes. Yes, I'm going with my dad. I try to give them a look that says, piss off. They must take my expression as a challenge because they only get closer to me. Great, another useless villager we'll have to look out for. When we reach the goblins, try not to cry too loud. Their levels are probably in the high 20s. If I punch them, would I kill them? They can't be that good if they haven't noticed Braden standing behind them. What are the two of you doing here? Lucas and Andre jump 3 feet in the air before they land and turn to face Braden. The two of you should be double-checking your supplies, not causing trouble for those who decide to help. Move it. The two race off into the distance at Braden's command. With only the two of us left facing each other, I watch Braden rub his armor where I struck him yesterday. He decides to nod his head to me and runs off towards his father. Maybe he is sorry about yesterday. No one else bothers me while I'm waiting, but I can hear muffled conversations about me joining the expedition. Mother and father return and the people talking about me scatter. They must not have wanted to chance it that one of my parents could hear their conversations. We stand together until the headman's skill-infused voice rings throughout the crowd. Everyone who's going, gather up front. Father and I hug either side of Mother and give her a kiss before the two of us make our way up front. Thankfully, I see Dell standing next to the headman. Once we're at the designated rally point, I quickly count everyone around us. Including me, there's 74 of us, maybe 20 of our village. Is this going to be enough? Everyone quiet. The headman bellows again. Using the same skill as 2 days ago that causes everyone to close their mouths. This time I shake off his skill before he even starts talking. To the gods above, we ask that you watch over us as we move to defend our families. Please bless the path before us as we travel into the unknown. Please give strength to those we leave behind as we ask for your guidance in our times of crises. We thank your eternal watch. The headman claps once, and the rest of us follow with our own clap. I'm glad Dad warned me about the clap. I can see a few of the younger people who didn't know what to do. I see Nicholas pulling the largest gelin from the stables over to the side of his father. Camden mounts the tall beast easily and raises his sword. To glory. As he spurs the beast into the woods, we follow behind him. To glory, I mutter under my breath. Make camp here tonight, Camden shouts from atop his gelin. Why are we stopping so early? I whisper to my left. Father doesn't look tired either, and he's carrying both of our gear. Look around, sweetie. Father moves to a flat spot up against a large tree and sets our luggage down. Looking around, I can't spot a reason why we're stopping. The hunters around us are starting to prepare their own campsites. Wait, where's everyone else? I turn around and try to spot the rest of our group through the trees. It takes a few minutes, but the first man stumbles into sight looking ready to pass out. I'm reminded of a zombie movie as the second half of our group emerges from the forest. Why are they so tired? We only walked for like 8 hours. I can understand if they focus their stats for crafting, but why are the farmers just as tired? One of the hunters who is herding the zombies laughs as he walks by. Help me set up the tent while I tell you. Father calls me over to the base of the large tree where he's started to unpack our tent. They're tired because they've never walked through the forest this much. Farmers may put some of their status points into strength, but even someone with 50 strength will still find 8 hours of marching through the woods quite a challenge. We bind the poles we brought together and tie one end of our canvas to the large tree. Using the poles, we rig the other side of the canvas to create a canopy over where we'll be sleeping tonight. Looking around at the other camps, I see most people are setting up full tents. We don't need to use a full tent because Father's and mine stats are high enough that our blankets are more than enough to keep us warm tonight. Have I become disillusioned to the plights of normal villagers? The trek through the forest was easy, and even the fall weather won't pose a problem for me. I haven't thought about it much, but I've already reached a level most never obtain in their lifetimes. You build a fire pit and I'll get the wood. I nod my head to Father and go to check the surroundings for some stones while Father disappears amongst the trees. Most of the villagers are gathering close to each other, choosing to camp back to back. They're forming a large campsite together, probably feeling safer in higher numbers. The hunters are making their own camps like we did, spread out around the perimeter of the normal villagers. I walk around the surrounding campsites, picking up any stones I can find. I try not to laugh at some of the people trying to ask the hunters for help with setting up their campsites. I'm surprised to see Camden and Braden setting up their camp much further south than the rest of the hunters. The two of them are camped at least 30 feet in front of the group. I would think the headman would be in the middle of camp, not at the spearhead of our little army. Once I have my arms filled to the brim with rocks, I make my way back to our campsite. I'm not even surprised at who I see laying on the forest floor under our canopy. Master Dell is lying on the floor in the same manner he sleeps on his favorite stone bench. If he can sleep on a stone slab, the forest floor must feel like a Tempur-Pedic bed. Is that everything you brought with you? As usual, Master doesn't even open his eyes when he responds to me. Yep, everything I need. I hope it didn't take you too long to pack everything. Gods forbid you accidentally forgot something. Every word is dripping in sarcasm. Master looks comfortable laying in his armor. His hammer and pickaxe are resting beside him, but it's his other gear that exasperates me. Clipped to his side is his normal flask alongside the bigger one he told me he would bring. The booze can be forgiven, but the only other supplies I can see is his bag of jerky. You better not try and ask for any of our supplies. I move to a space just outside our canopy and deposit the rocks. If I need anything, I'll ask Camden. He'd let me use his campsite if I asked. Dell talks in a low tone. We're far enough away from the other villagers that as long as he talks quietly, they won't hear him without an accent. You're probably right, I say over my shoulder. I start to pile the stones in the shape of a crescent wall. The wall will be used to block the wind and direct the heat towards us while we're sleeping. One stone after another, I quickly have my impromptu fire pit ready. Leaving Dell by himself, I search for some kindling. I saw plenty of twigs I could use to start a fire while I was collecting the stones earlier. I notice others are foraging for kindling, but most are grabbing any wood they can find. I have to stop a few people who are gathering the wrong type of wood and warn them that the wood they're picking up produces toxic smoke when burnt. Shuffling around the camps, I gather some dried moss between some tree roots and find enough wood to start a fire. Once I'm back at our campsite, I look through our supplies and find the fire starter. I take my time to carefully build my fire. I separate the different twigs into two piles. One pile is made up of the ones I know that will burn quickly, and the others that I will use to build a lasting fire. I place the moss in the center of fire pit. Reaching over, I grab the flint and steel. Striking the steel against the flint, I watch as small embers land on the dry moss. I need to blow some air to make sure the embers catch. It sucks that I have to be frugal with my magic. Anything can happen in the forest, and the closer we get to the goblins, the more likely we will encounter their scouting parties. The embers catch in the moss and I can start building my fire. Glancing over at Dell, who still has his eyes closed, I try and estimate how many fires I've started since I started working for him. At least 1,000. I mumble under my breath. Crack. Hearing something moving behind me, I twist around, scanning my surroundings. I use my axe's strap to swing my weapon off of my back and into my arms. Before I can see anything easy, it's your dad. I relax the grip on my axe when I hear Dell a few seconds later. I can see Dad walking through the trees with a large load of wood on his back. Is that any way to greet your father? Chuckling to himself, Dad enters our camp and notices Master. Father's smile fades to a neutral expression. Dell Master finally opens his eyes, just making sure my apprentice was doing fine. Father and Dell stare at each other until Dell climbs to his feet and moves out from under the overhang, moving a few feet away before he finds a new spot to lay down. I'll be back in a minute. Dad walks towards the center camp and dumps the wood he collected into a large pile. Before the villagers start grabbing logs, Dad grabs enough wood to last us the night. As Dad walks back to our campsite, I make sure the fire has grown enough to add one of his logs that he carried back. I can see almost every villager opening bags and pulling out some form of jerky. Me and Dad have been snacking on any berries and fruits that we've scavenged from the forest all day, so we're not that hungry. I sit and watch the fire in front of me. I'm used to adjusting a fire for smithing, but this is just boring. I know it's considered good that we didn't have any problems while traveling, but other than a change of scenery, the march today was too monotonous. Everyone, gather around. Camden's voice echoes throughout the trees. I place an extra log on our fire in case this takes too long. Followed by Father and Dell, I walk towards the headman. Hurry up, you don't want your fires to go out, so gather quickly. Nobody wants their fire to go out, so even the most tired villagers hustle to gather around the headman. I know most of you are tired, but we need to be prepared for tonight. We most likely won't see any goblins until we get closer to their camp, but that doesn't mean we can let our guards down. Ronald will visit everyone and divide you into one of 3 guard shifts. Ronald also observed our progress today, and we decided that we will try to move in formation tomorrow. When we break for camp tomorrow, the hunters will then help me evaluate everyone's fighting skills, and we will form ranks. If we work together, we can overcome the goblins. Try to get some rest. Not the most inspirational speech I've ever heard. The 3 of us make our way back to our camp. I need to pass the time without wasting my mana. I find a spot under the canopy and spread my blanket. Laying down, I pretend that I've fallen asleep and enter my meditative state. I pull up my status page but ignore the information that appears in my head. The small translucent flame that has moved into my head is what I'm after. If I don't look at my complete soul in my chest, there's no chance that I might accidentally knock myself out. Focusing on the representation of my status page can still help me raise mental resistance and sense soul. First, I check how close I am to passing the tests I'm stuck on. Cleaning LV 50/50. Blacksmithing LV 50/90. Charm LV 50/70. Inject mana LV 40/90. I felt that inject mana and blacksmithing have been close to passing for a while. Master said I just need to push myself really hard to pass the first blacksmithing test. That's why I want to try and make a katana when I make my next sword. A Japanese katana has a soft core, and is then covered in stronger metals and treated with differential hardening. Forging a sword that looks like a katana would be easy, but trying to authentically replicate the iconic weapon should be enough to finally push blacksmithing into level 51. I also need to talk to Curvin when he comes back to the village. I promised him some more weapons, but depending on how long this expedition will last, I might not be able to supply him with half the amount I usually make. Stuck in my thoughts, I feel a hand gently shaking my shoulder. I make sure to slowly open my eyes. Pretending to wake up is harder than it sounds. Slowly cracking open my eyes, I see Father bent over me. "Wake up, sweetie. Ronald is here," Dad explains to me as he sees my eyes fully open. Sitting up, I notice Ronald scanning the forest behind our campsite. We make eye contact, and I try to not turn away from his gaze. "Darius, Aaliyah, first watch. Del Raisin, you have the third watch. First shift starts at sundown. Report to the headman's camp for the first shift." It's rare to hear Ronald speak this much. His soothing voice has an even tone that's a sharp contrast to his piercing looks. He must assume we understand because he turns around and starts walking towards the closest hunter's camp. I look over at the center-most camp and can see Camden talking to the regular villagers. The villagers have unsure looks on their faces. The idea of standing watch must be terrifying for them. I must have been meditating longer than I thought because the sun is already disappearing behind the trees. We should make our way over to the headman's camp. Father leans over and offers me his hand. He easily pulls me to my feet in one smooth motion. Double-checking my axe and knife, I follow Father over to the headman's camp. When we reach the headman's southernmost camp, I can see Braden and 2 of the other hunters standing ready. I can see 18 other villagers standing around holding their impromptu weapons. Wait, some are holding spears and swords. The headman must have passed out his weapons to those he thought worthy. One of which I can see holding a spear is Ezekiel. The man is holding the weapon like it's a snake. Most of the villagers are wielding the same farm tools that I usually see them using in the fields. Listen up. I stop examining everyone when I hear Braden's shout and turn to face him. We will be taking the first watch. Myself, Arash, Hake, and Darius will patrol the woods surrounding the camps. The rest of you will fan out and stand guard just outside the perimeter camps. If anyone sees anything, make sure you whistle. Only shout if the threat is great enough that we have to alert the whole camp. If you hear a whistle, only the closest to the disturbance should respond. Everyone else needs to remain alert even when we're dealing with a threat. It sounds like he's thought a lot about this. How do we see anything? It will be too dark for us to spot our feet, let alone a hungry Farkas. Ezekiel asks nervously, "Did you not bring a torch?" Braden motions to the villager standing next to Ezekiel. The man is holding an unlit torch in his left hand. Ezekiel and a few other men look troubled, realizing they forgot something important. Braden reassures the men who forgot torches before they can complain. "You won't be that far from a hunter's campsite, which will have a fire going. You are only our backup if something decides to attack our camp. It will be the 4 of us who will have the job of scouting the area. Go and spread out. We only have a few more minutes of sunlight." With that, we disperse and take positions in the surrounding area. I take my position close to our campsite so I can keep an eye on our fire. The last rays of sunlight disappear over the horizon and night swallows the forest. The night sky is partially cloudy, obscuring the moon's rays and the distant starlight. The lack of light doesn't affect me. The mine is darker than this. The multiple campfires cast enough light that I can still see 20 feet into the forest. The silence is another thing. I can tell most of the villagers haven't been able to fall asleep out here, and they're too scared to make a sound. The gentle thumps of people adding wood to their fires resonates throughout the camp, reminding me of public restrooms, and the silence that always seems to happen when you need to go number 2. It takes a few hours, but the forest adapts to our presence. Bugs and other small critters start chirping, and I swear half the people trying to sleep stood up when the distant call of a Farkas pierced the night. If they're like wolves from Earth, then they wouldn't be howling if they're hunting. Whistle. Or maybe I'm wrong. Activating double step, I shoot through the dark forest, stopping when I stand next to Braden. 146, 6 pairs of glowing yellow eyes are staring at the 2 of us. I'm deep enough in the woods that the campfires are no longer helping me see. The moon and stars are barely bright enough for me to see the outlines of the Farkas pack. Braden whistles again, causing me to flinch. Surprisingly, I'm not the only one. The whistle causes the pack of Farkas to retreat a few steps. I check over my shoulder as I hear 2 people approach from behind me. The 2 villagers that were stationed the closest to me have shown up. One is carrying a torch, lighting up the surrounding trees. The Farkas look scarier now that I can see them clearly. The light starts to tremble, and I can see that the villager holding the torch is preparing to run. The wolves face to my left and start growling at a distant tree. Father walks out of the night with his usual confident look. The pack takes another couple of steps back and closes their ranks. We need to hurry. If one of the villagers turns to run, it will probably signal the Farkas to attack. Aaliyah. I ignore Braden's hushed warning and step in front of our small group. My right hand tightly grips my axe handle. If this goes wrong, I'll be the first one they attack. Straightening my back, I suck in as much air as I can. With my lungs bursting with air, I howl as loud as I can while activating intimidating shout. Two of the Farkas respond with their own howls while the other four whimper submissively. The two biggest Farkas bare their fangs and I prepare for their attack. They hunch their shoulder ready to launch themselves at me, then they abruptly turn and run into the forest. As the back of the last Farkas disappears, my legs turn to jelly. Before I topple over, Father is standing beside me, lending me his arm. The two villagers are pale and Braden is standing there with his mouth open. Is our shift almost over? I weakly smile at Braden. Crack, crack, crack. Crag, crag, crack. The four of us turn to see everyone from the expedition rushing towards our position. Maybe the intimidating shout was too much. Stay in formation. Match your neighbor's pace. Gods, I want to throw a rock at Camden's face. I thought yesterday was bad. It took a while to settle everybody back in after the Farkas left last night, but the rest of the night was rather quiet. I managed to fall asleep for 4 whole hours before the camp was ordered to pack up before the sun had even risen. After everybody had their supplies packed, we were herded together into what could be counted as a formation. Frontlines like Father and I were at the forefront of the formation, while the villagers tried to stay in organized lines behind us. Anyone who had a bow was stationed in the far back. We marched like that for half a day before the hunters moved from the backlines and started scouting our surroundings again. Though the hunters were allowed to leave their posts, the rest of us were required to maintain the formation till we broke for camp again. The path we're marching on has slowly started to incline. Most people are grouchy from the lack of sleep, and everyone is probably thinking of ways to knock Camden off his high gelin. The man is obviously not a commander and can only shout at people to form up. He's been shouting about how our formation will crush the goblins, but I think he's trying to convince himself that his plan will work. Come on, we'll make camp just up ahead. I've been told there's a clearing we can use. Those behind me yell for the front to speed up. They can't see where the headman is pointing. His campsite is at least another mile up this incline. The donkeys see a carrot, so they take off running, not caring about what lies ahead. I swear if another person pushes me from behind, I'll toss them back down the hill with my bare hands. I try to distract myself by listening to people gossiping about their skills. I unlocked the marching skill. Really, that's not fair. I unlocked it too. You just need to try harder. They're so happy over a single tier 2 skill. I could feel that I got the skill after an hour of marching. If they thought about it, they would realize it's all about pacing yourself to someone's command. If everyone wasn't shuffling around all the time and properly stayed in line, everyone would have unlocked the skill by now. I started off being annoyed by the constant chatter behind me, but as the day dragged on, I welcomed the distraction. It's pretty funny how quickly the villagers would shift conversational topics. The best was when they were talking about food and someone brought up his aching feet. The conversation switched from everyone's hunger to everybody's aching feet so fast people were complaining how hungry their feet were. I almost started to yell at everyone when they started raising flags about what they would do when they got home. Almost there, Camden shouts again. The group must have been slowing again. I can see the slope tapering off up ahead. Those of us in front have the most strength, so we have to hold back our strength to stay in formation. I don't know if the others also saw that we're getting close, but we all moved just a little bit faster. Finally, after 6 hours of marching together, we reach our second campsite. While the backlines collapse in a tired heap, I look for the clearing Camden mentioned. Father walks next to me, not tired at all from the march. As we move closer to the end of the hunting grounds, the forest has slowly become denser and the trees themselves thicker. I don't doubt the headman's words, but why would there be a clearing this deep in the woods? My breath catches in my throat when we walk past a large tree and see the promised clearing. Small vines cover the clearing's floor, but that's not what catches my eye. Growing out of the top of the vines are beautiful purple sunflowers. The vines only cover the ground by 6 inches, but their flower stalks reach 2 feet off the ground. I wonder if I can pick one of these for Mother. A clearing full of dungweed, that's his idea of a clearing. Glancing over at Father, he complains with a cheated look on his face. What's wrong with the clearing? The vines don't appear to have thorns. We could probably sleep right on top of them. I want to ask what's wrong with the clearing, but the breeze that's been following us up the mountain stops for a moment. When the wind stops, the worst smell ever invades my nose. I try to cover my face with my hand, but the smell is already stuck in the deepest parts of my nostrils. It smells like someone combined a pile of fresh manure with hundreds of rotten eggs. What is that smell? I yell at Father from behind my hand. With a scrunched up look on his face, Father points at the clearing. Dungweed, it grows in clusters like this, though this is the largest patch I've ever seen. The flowers attract insects with their horrible smell. The bugs come thinking there's food, only to die when they bite into any part of the plant. The dead bugs act as a fertilizer. Parts of the plant are used in alchemy, but no one wants to harvest them. The plant secretes a white substance that smells even worse than the flowers. The sap will cling to your body for days, no matter how hard you wash yourself. The headman wants us to practice sparing here. Just because the space is open doesn't make this a good training spot. A few of the more adventurous villagers walk up beside us and look at the smelly clearing. I know it smells bad, but make no mistake, the stench of battle will be worse. Make your camps around the clearing. The dungweed will help keep the wildlife at bay. I want everyone back here in an hour. We'll assess your combat potential then. Everyone disperses around the clearing but Father Dell, and I start setting up camp where we are. The hunters gather and start to play arrow magic sword. It's this world's form of rock, paper, scissors. An arrow beats a sword, sword beats magic, and magic beats arrow. The hunters need to spread their camps out, and they all know the wind blowing against us will push the smell south. No one wants to camp south of the clearing. Unlike Earth, arrow magic sword is played with skill more than luck. The hand signals look close enough to each other that you can change your throw at the last second. High stats make the game even more challenging. Strength, dexterity, and senses make the game extremely fast for high-leveled people. Kids play games of 3, adults do games of 9, and high-leveled people. I turn my head and watch Ronald's hand blur, forming a sword at the last possible moment. I couldn't watch his throw. I heard that high-leveled people play games of 99 matches, with each round lasting only half a second. In a few minutes, the winners are decided. Ronald makes camp a few feet from us, while the others spread out to the sides and opposite end of the clearing. Just like everything else, the highest-leveled person usually wins. Enough, Camden's voice booms through the clearing. Ronald, Arash, and Hake distance themselves from the 3 villagers. The 3 men would probably drop to their knees if they weren't afraid to land on the dungweed. Others have already paid the price during the previous sparring. Sticks were substituted for our weapons, and only light blows were allowed. That should be everybody. I'll discuss with Ronald on how we will position everyone during our assault on the goblins. How come they don't need to be tested? Yeah, I understand Dell and Darius, but why does she not need to spar with us? Lucas and Andre have been eyeballing me since the sparring has started. Even when they were helping the hunters test the villagers, they would send me challenging looks whenever they could. Stop your whining. She's already shown her abilities to me. Surprisingly, it's Braden who steps forward in my defense. Sounds to me like you're playing favorites. She shouldn't get a free pass because she's friends with your sister. Lucas doesn't give up his challenging look. Surprisingly, Andre doesn't immediately agree with Lucas's statement. It takes an angry look from Lucas before Andre agrees with him. THATSRIGHT. His stammering portrays his confidence against Braden. Braden challenges their resolve with a look that could shatter glass. Both of them deflate at his gaze, but neither take a step back. At least they have courage. Braden casts his gaze towards me and gives me a single wink. What's he planning to do? Turning back to the troublemakers, they flinch at his voice. All right, fine, you want to test her. Go ahead. The 2 just look at each other, unsure which of them should step forward. So this is Braden's game. Does he think this is repaying me for his attack? He must have seen that the 2 of them have been targeting me. He looks happy with himself. What a pain. I take a few steps into the clearing, facing down Lucas and Andre. Let's get this over with. My nonchalant attitude angers Lucas the most, causing him to step forward. I'm going to wipe that. Both of you please, I don't want to waste my time. The 2 share the same expression as many of the villagers, pure disbelief. It dawns on them that I just insulted the both of them in front of everybody. Andre steps up next to Lucas and they both draw their sticks. Their sticks are the same length as daggers. The 2 of them have a handicap without their bows, but every hunter practices their knife skills in case a beast gets too close. Pick up a stick, Andre shouts at me. Lucas looks ready to charge me regardless of the rules. Andre hasn't put as much effort in annoying me, so I'll go easy on him mostly. I'm good, come at me. I raise my fists, guarding my face while bring my right foot back, taking a fighting position. They run together, straight at me in their rage. The goblins will probably charge us the same way. I use intimidating shout and double step at the same time. The 2 freeze in place, just like the Farkas did last night. Only this time I intend to attack, not bluff. I move in front of Andre first and deliver a punch with my right fist using precise strike to his left cheek. It's almost like watching a slow-motion movie. While Andre is falling backward, I see his eyes roll over, one down. Lucas is shocked at my sudden arrival, but he still has his training as a hunter. Brandishing his wooden dagger, he shakes off the lingering effect of intimidating shout and thrusts his imitation knife at my neck. I bring my right foot back, shifting my stance towards Lucas, helping me avoid his thrust. He doesn't overextend and takes 3 steps forward, slashing at my face with each advancing step. I see a small opening when he goes to take his 4th step. He stays just out of my reach, avoiding the same fate as Andre. Unarmed combat is considered a last resort to most warriors in this world. With skills aiding the production of weapons and the skills boosting weapon use, everyone can buy and use a cheap dagger. To some degree, I have to agree with those ideas. Most of my training with Dad has focused on my axe skills, so without an axe in hand, I'm just as handicapped as Lucas. The strike with my fist against Braden in his family's cellar was the usual result of using unarmed combat against a high-leveled person. However, Lucas could not even be level 30 yet. His training may have given him the skill required to judge a weapon's distance, and without a weapon in hand, he has the utmost confidence in his victory now that I can't sneak attack him like Andre. Too bad unarmed combat is looked down on so much. In between his third and fourth step, I can't reach him with my fists. So I kick the shit out him with my back left leg. Pivoting on my front right leg, I twist my body, increasing the striking force. He only considered the range of my fists, not my legs. I land a clean hit right where his gut should be. I thought about using double strike, but that would have been overkill. I held back quite a bit when I struck Andre in the face, using only a half of my strength to knock him out. I used 100 of my strength when I struck Braden, and he was able to get up quickly enough. Just to be safe, I used 70 on Lucas. The sound of my boots impacting his hide armor sounds like a low-caliber gunshot. Unlike Andre, who fell straight back, the force of my kick sends Lucas tumbling across the dungweed clearing. Once he finally stops rolling, he empties what little contents of his stomach on the forest floor. Unlike Braden, Lucas doesn't get back up. He's supporting himself with one arm while on his knees, and the other arm is tightly holding his stomach. Was that necessary, Aaliyah? Why is Braden questioning me now? He knew what was going to happen when he let them fight me. Sorry, I thought I held back enough. I try to make myself sound innocent for the audience's sake. Everyone is already whispering to each other about the fight. You hear that, Lucas? She went easy on you. People are quick to forget she's Dell Raisin's apprentice. Her strength stat probably rivals the senior hunters. Multiple high-level people vouched for her before she even agreed to join this expedition. I allowed this fight to try and beat some senses points into your big head. Braden takes a step back and his father walks to the front. I didn't order you all to spar just to watch the hunters throw you around. We need to work together in the coming battle, and knowing what each of us can handle will be paramount to our formation. We will adjust the formation tomorrow, based on what we observed today. We still have another half day of marching before we reach the spot that we'll use for our assault. The front lines will soften the goblins, and the middle guard will provide backup for the front as well as providing protection for the archers. We'll use the same watch system as last night. The rest of the time is yours, make it count. Bruised and smelly, people hobble off to their individual camps. A senior hunter carries Andre out of the clearing and another supports Lucas, allowing him to limp into the tree line. I nod to Father and Dell, letting them know I'm staying for a minute. When only Camden, Ronald, Braden, and myself remain in the clearing, I walk up the men. Braden greets my approaching figure first. You sure showed them. That blow was pretty strong. Braden looks utterly confused by my statement. I thought you would want to put them in their place. When I got on your bad side, you dealt with it the same way. As I said, they were barking. You tried to bite me. Braden winces at my words. No need to bring up the past, you two. What can I help you with, Aaliyah? Camden interjects in case we start to argue. I had some ideas about our formation. I would like your opinion if it's not too presumptuous of me. The three of them raise their eyebrows together. Through the trees we march, trying to maintain a tight formation in the dark forest. In our silence, the wind conducts a foreboding tune, with the trees acting as the grandest of symphonies. My hands are too clammy. Wiping my sweaty palms against my shirt proves a fruitless effort. The tight grip I have on my axe ensures they'll just become sweaty again in a few moments. For a fleeting instant, I miss our time marching here. Today is the day we attack the goblin camp. We adjusted the formation yesterday and reached our final campsite without running into a single goblin patrol. The lack of goblins in the area is unnerving. The size of the horde was reported to be massive. It's unlikely that we just happened to avoid every one of their patrols. We divided the watch into 2 shifts last night, thinking we might have been spotted during our approach, but nothing ever came in the night. We left our camp 3 hours before dawn, after we stashed our supplies in the trees. We would regroup here after the fight was over, whether we won or had to retreat. Ronald, followed by Master and Camden, lead our group towards the goblins' clearing. The headman's Jellin was left back in our camp. He sadly has had no practice fighting while riding an animal. Our pace is slow but steady. We want to reach the camp as soon as the sun rises. We want to catch them together so we aren't attacked from our rear. Looking forward, I refuse to glance at the people marching beside me. If I look at the terrified faces of my companions again, my will to advance might shatter. I thought I no longer feared goblins. I've come across goblins plenty of times when I was working with Dad. I've killed many goblins when they attack us during our work in the woods. My victories seem shallow now that I know I basically killed the goblin equivalent of children. This time we're attacking them, and this time they might have the strength to win. We approach a tree at least 8 feet in diameter. I hold up my left hand, and the man to my right raises his right hand. Silently, our group splits between the two of us as we circle the tree and reform on the other side. For a split second, I run my hands across the bark on the base of the tree. Cut marks line the entire base of the tree, and it's not only this one. The night is slowly receding, allowing me to see the other trees surrounding us. It doesn't matter the size of the tree, every trunk is scarred at the base with deep cuts. Were they testing the wood for something? As we advance, we see more and more stumps of trees. We're almost there. I can see the first rays of the morning sun through the tree line. Ronald is peering around a tree, observing the goblin camp. This is the last chance for the headman to call off the attack. We have no time for a passionate speech, and we would be just giving our position away. Camden simply walks to the front of our formation and takes his place amongst us. Dell follows him, breaking off towards me at the last minute. We share a long hug that disguises my attempt to fill his pickaxe with my mana. With glowing pickaxe in hand, Dell takes his spot to my left among the front line. We all watch Ronald with bated breath. The man steps out of the tree's shadow and raises his bow. In a beautiful motion, Ronald pulls an arrow from his quiver and draws the string on his bow. The sound his bow makes as he releases his first arrow pierces our hearts. We advance once we hear the screams, not the screams of people but the animalistic sounds of a dying creature and its raging brethren. Ronald releases another 2 arrows before we exit the tree line. My heart is about to explode. The adrenaline is charging through every part of my body. No good, I can't think straight. Taking the biggest breath I can, I slowly exhale and use meditation. I can't fully utilize the skill with everything going on, but it clears my head enough to analyze the situation. The goblin clearing is huge. It's at least a mile in diameter, maybe 2. The floor of the clearing has tree stumps scattered everywhere. They must have felled tens of thousands of trees to create this clearing. The morning sun shines upon the goblin camp. Maybe a dozen structures are grouped together in the center of the clearing. The goblins built their large huts from the tree limbs they harvested and an abundance of mud to scrape together their primitive dwellings. I can only spare a few seconds to map out the terrain in my head. Ronald warned everyone about the village and the stumps before we started marching this morning. I freeze in the face of the coming horde. The goblins are charging us en masse. Most are the normal goblins I've seen before, of course never in this number. I can see the towering figures of the hobs amongst the approaching swarm. With each second that passes, more goblins crawl from the holes littering their huts. Like bees, the goblins swarm around their homes until they spot us on the horizon. Soon a wave of goblins is charging our location. Move out of the trees. Camden's voice almost goes unnoticed. Forward, he shouts again. We aren't close enough. A quick side glance allows me to see that half of our formation is still stuck amongst the trees. Oh, we still need to march forward. My legs don't want to move. In between the spear wielders, the strongest people are positioned to attack the ones who survive the first spear strikes. We leave gaps in between us so that we can intentionally let the weaker goblins through to the mid-guard. The front line is supposed to take a few steps forward after the first wave. We are the ones most likely to survive against a hob, so it's our job to stall or injure them best we can. 200 feet in closing. I expel the most magical energy I've ever used at once. I use 500 mana to activate my mana skin skill. The large amount of mana covers my body, and I shrink it down to the size it naturally manifests at. Hopefully my skill will be strong enough to withstand a goblin's attack. 100 feet left. I don't know if there are truly any gods. I never experienced any divine revelations in either of my worlds. Not through death or rebirth has a higher power made its presence known to me. I know I'm not that spiritual. I doubt the short prayer at dinner time counts towards anything. 50 feet, I can see their crazed faces approaching. I offer this humble prayer to anything listening. Please spare the lives of my father and master. Please protect Camden and Braddon, so Sandra doesn't come back home to a broken family. Please protect these brave souls as they defend their homes and families. I don't know how to finish a prayer in this world, so forgive me if I use something from another. Amen. Barrier raised, weapon ready, prayer sent. Here they come. The sea of goblins throws its first wave at us. 30-odd goblins of different sizes rush us with reckless abandon, armed with stone, bone, and wood weapons. 7 spears thrust in front of us. 5 strike true, ripping large gashes into the charging masses. A large goblin, not yet a hob, heads straight towards me. One swing of my axe and the goblin's head lies at my feet. Before the goblin's body falls to the ground, 3 more run at me screaming. I shuffle my feet and activate double strike. My first strike rips a goblin's chest apart while my second opens another's stomach, spilling its insides at my feet. The third goblin runs past me only to be slashed by 2 villagers wielding their sickles. I can't look behind right now. A hobgoblin 6 inches shorter than me, wielding a stone-tipped spear, kicks the ground with his feet and launches himself at me. Crap, I bring my axe above my head and move closer to him. I barely make it in time for the wooden parts of our weapons to clash. Blocking his overhead strike, I can feel the force behind his spear. The hob's strength must be close to 100. A savage grin crosses the hob's face as he takes a step back, drawing his spear shaft against my hands. He's trying to cut my fingers off. Before he can take another step back, I activate double step, closing the distance between us more. I swing my axe in an overhead manner, just like he tried to do, but I use precise strike. My axe splits his spear in two and lands on his collarbone. I can feel my axe shear against his bones. The toughness of the hob was leagues above the others. Another step forward and another dead goblin falls in my path. That's 5 kills. The air whistles as arrows sail through the sky. 300 feet away from our position, the hunters appear out of the trees guarded by my father and a dozen other villagers. They took a section of high ground that was better suited for their archery skills. The headman was skeptical when I told him we should split our forces yesterday. Our archers are used to taking precise shots at wild game. They probably would have found little success in having to shoot from behind a wall of villagers. My plan seems to be a success. Most of the horde is still focused on us, and the archers are picking off the goblins one by one. The few goblins moving towards the archers are ripped in half by father's axe. Horned hob, someone shouts in the chaos. Many of us stop and desperately look around for the approaching calamity. It's not hard for us to spot. Taller than me, the shape of the horned hob sends a shiver down my spine. The creature must be 6'5" at least, and its 3 pointy horns stand straight up, giving it the appearance of being taller. Its body is thin and gangly in opposition to the sense of danger that is radiating off of the hob. Worst of all, this goblin has armor. It's wearing what looks like pieces of gray crab shell around its chest, legs, and forearms, with a helmet that accents its horns. The skin of the hob is covered in scars, giving a scary look into how many fights it must have survived. Unlike the other goblins, it scans our ranks. Its eyes immediately fall on Master Dell, whose magic pickaxe mows through 4 goblins without any resistance. Their eyes meet across the field and both radiate a strength that causes the other goblins around them to scatter. I twist around and slash another goblin almost completely through horizontally. Making sure the goblin falls lifelessly to the ground, I turn back to where my master was standing. Where did he go? Yeerer. The screech of metal scrapes my ears and muffles the surrounding conflict. Tracing the sound, I see Dell clashing with the horned hob. His pickaxe that can cut through stone like butter is stopped by 2 fangs. The horned hob is wielding a pair of black fangs that resemble a snake's fangs, only they're 3 feet long. The hob managed to stop Master's strike by holding his daggers in an X formation. Of course, the goblin can't compare with Master's strength and is pushed back by the force of his strike. Master rushes the goblin again, and this time his arms blur, forming 3 simultaneous strikes. I've seen Master use multi-strike before, and he can usually swing his hammer 5 or 6 times with his skill. Using the pickaxe must be throwing him off. Whatever the fangs are, they allow the goblin to parry Master's first 2 strikes. The goblin's footwork make it look like it's dancing. The goblin already learned it can't match Master's speed and strength, so each parry only glances Master's weapon enough to redirect the blow. Luckily, Master's 3rd strike isn't redirected enough for the goblin to dodge. The spike of Master's pickaxe lands against the goblin's armored chest. Master 1, the creature will be skewered. Oh no, my breath catches in my throat. Instead of the pickaxe piercing the goblin's armor, the monster leapt back at the last second, reducing the force from Master's attack. The goblin is still blasted back, but this time it curls into itself and rolls until its momentum is gone. The creature springs to its feet and I can see its armor. A spot on the goblin's right chest area is deeply cracked with smaller fractures spreading throughout the rest of the chest guard. What the hell is that armor made of? It might not have been a full strike from Master, but his pickaxe is still enchanted right now. He should have ripped that hob in half. Did we underestimate the horned hobs? I try and not to panic, only to see the copper lines covering Master's pickaxe fade away. The goblin eyes Master as he moves the drained pickaxe to his back and draws his hammer from his side. I thought my magic would last longer. They both look ready to clash again. Master takes his stance as the goblin steadily approaches him, knowing not to recklessly charge anymore. I expect them to start exchanging blows once the goblin reaches 4 feet in front of Master. Their bodies tense, preparing for the coming clash, but another person dares to interfere with the fight. Before the goblin moves to attack, Dell, an arrow strikes the weakened part of its armor. The arrow digs into the already weakened armor and lightly pierces the hob's flesh. The goblin is only caught off guard once. Even when wounded, it twists its body, avoiding another shot to the chest. I spot Ronald a distance away, surrounded by dead goblins aiming his bow at the hob. The 2 of them can surely bring the beast down together. I can feel a chunk of my mana surrounding me be ripped away from my back. I jump forward and twist my body around when I touch the ground. A goblin with a stone knife is chasing after me. A quick flick of my axe sends it off to the afterlife. Why did a goblin attack me from behind? Scanning my surroundings reveals that our formation is almost completely shattered. The number of goblins pressing the charge has overwhelmed everyone and spread our formation out to the point people aren't close enough to help each other. First Dell and now us. Is father okay still? I'm relieved to see that a smaller group of goblins is assailing our archers, which they have no problem handling. In fact, they're trying to reduce the numbers charging towards us with their arrows, but the flood of goblins is already mostly upon us. Focus. I stabilize my mana skin skill and charge a hob attacking a villager wielding a sharpened hoe. My axe rips through the goblin's exposed back. I feel the resistance as my axe bisects the creature's spine. The creature's body collapses to the ground, followed soon by the villager's still form. A bone spear is lodged up through the villager's jaw and into his skull. The adrenaline pumping through my veins is the only thing that keeps me from retching at the sight. I need to keep going. A swing of my axe and another goblin dies. Another goblin, another goblin. Another goblin body falls on a still villager. I remember him. He asked me to make his wife a new pan as a spring gift for her last year. So much blood. Horned AAAGGG. I quickly face a screaming villager to my left. His screaming stops as two familiar black fangs pierce his chest and side. The villager's body falls, and I'm faced with another horned hob. I don't take my eyes off of it as I check the side of my vision. Master appears to be winning, but he's still facing the first horned hob. This isn't how we planned it. The smile the new horned hob gives me is revolting. It's a few inches shorter than me and still has a willowy frame, same as the other one. This horned hob, however, has much smaller horns. You might be correct in calling them more lumps than horns. I was told that the horns differ between goblins. Is this his style of horns, or is it a newly grown horned hob? Even worse, he's wearing the same type of armor as the other horned hob, only without a helmet. I haven't been this scared since the Karhu attack. Run, run, you fool. This is too much. The goblins weren't supposed to be this strong. No one would blame me for running away. But what then? This goblin starts tearing through the rest of the villagers. Maybe he attacks father, or helps the other hob fight Dell. I can't run away. I won't. Straightening my back, I take my stance. The goblin must think my resistance is amusing. His dry cackle almost breaks my resolve. Is this monster looking down on me? I'll show him I pause after I take a step closer to the goblin. Was I about to charge? My sudden urge to attack the goblin fades the more I ponder my spontaneous rage. Did this goblin use a skill on me? The goblin's smile slightly falters when I don't continue my charge. That's it. The weaker goblins probably only have tier 1 and 2 skills, but anything that can survive as long as my opponent must have at least a single tier 3 skill. That must have been a taunt skill, and my mental resistance must have saved me. If I blindly charged the hob, I probably would have been cut down in seconds. My time to ponder dwindles as the confident goblin takes a few measured steps in my direction. He's too close now. If I turn to run, he would stab me in the back. I take a deep, steadying breath and discard any ideas of fleeing and try to bury my fear as deep as I can in my head. This is happening, Aaliyah. Are you going to roll over and die again? No, I take another step forward. We're 6 feet apart now. Either of us could close the distance in a second. My axe versus his fangs. We both wait for the other to start. The stare down lasts for an eternity. I can feel my skills' cooldown times finishing. If he wants to give me the first move, then fine, I'll make the first move. I activate double step and double strike while screaming with intimidating shout. I ignore the toll of using 3 skills simultaneously. I close the distance and send my first strike to his armored chest and aim my second strike at his face. Let's see if you can smile after this. Crap, he's still smiling. With ease, the hob stops my first strike with his fang in his left hand. My intimidating shout failed to make him pause. I can't stop now. My skill is already helping me send another strike to the creature's face. The goblin raises his right fang and guards his face from my strike. If he can easily stop my swings with one arm, he has to be as strong as father, with a strength closer to 200. Oh no, the goblin capitalizes on my failed strikes. His left fang is horizontally swung at my midsection. I try to leap back, but he takes a step forward, keeping me within his range. The black fang halts against my strengthened mana skin for a split second before it cleaves a right through my skill. Those black fangs he's using as daggers are stronger than they look. They're able to take a blow from my axe, pierce my mana skin, went through my weighted vest, and cut my skin, which boasts a fair 80 in endurance. The hob brings his left fang up to his face and observes the tip. He's probably wondering why it was so hard to cut me. While he's checking his weapon, I loosen my stance. I can't match his strength or weapons, so my only chance at victory is if I can find an opening while avoiding his strikes. I make sure to patch up my mana skin skill before he tries for another attack. Finished inspecting his weapon, the goblin rushes me with his fangs raised in both hands. Damn, he's fast. I try to continue backing up, but the many stumps are making it difficult. He's too close again. A lightning-fast strike comes at my right shoulder from his left fang. I immediately raise my axe and try to stop his swift attack. I can feel the strength behind his blow. My arms almost buckle under the force. I need to move, so I use the force behind his strike to twist my body backwards. I feel my mana skin rip again. Only this time he didn't reach my clothes. All I can do is dodge as the hob advances on me relentlessly. I block one strike only to have him clip me with his other fang. With every other combo, he cuts me a little bit more. He'll bleed me to death if I don't figure something out. I need to strike back. I block right and dodge the strike coming from my left. That's the 8th time he's led with his left hand. This could be my chance. As he moves in for another volley of strikes, I step to my left. I narrowly miss his left-handed strike, and now I have an opening. Raising my axe overhead, I bring it down with everything I have. The hob blocks my blow by raising his fangs in the same X formation the other goblin used against Master. I need more force. Gritting my teeth, I try and push against the hob's iron defense until I feel it. A new skill activates. My axe feels heavier in my hands and helps me push the goblin back. The sudden shift in weight caught the goblin off guard, and my axe moves across his armored chest. The weird gray crab armor now has a line running across it. I'll take whatever I can get. Pausing a few feet away, the goblin looks pissed now. He obviously thought I would never hit him. Take that, you smug bastard. His charge signals the continuation of our fight, but now we settle into a new rhythm. I'm no longer unable to touch him. The skill has a horrible 64-second cooldown, so I'm still stuck dodging most of the time, unfortunately. I'm still getting cut, but now his armor is scarred with my successful counterattacks. We both separate and take some deep breaths after a particularly hard fray. I'm happy to see the goblin no longer looking down on me, but that doesn't change my situation. Cuts litter my body, and I've yet to make him bleed. Even with my new weighted strikes, his ability to block me drastically reduces any damage I can inflict. I need to try something new. I need to attack him from his side. This time I'm the one signaling the continuation of our fight with my advance. The hob quickly takes his stance and readies to receive my new skill. He's gotten used to my cooldown times. I charge forward but activate double step to try rushing diagonally to his right side. If I can attack from his weaker side, then maybe I can get a clean hit, but I can't catch him off guard. He only needs to shift his stance to face me when I move too far to his right. I need to move faster. Double step. Double step, can't he at least get dizzy tracking me as I run circles around him? Double step has the lowest cooldown of any of my skills. I only need to wait 3 seconds before weight is at 2 seconds. I've always practiced with double step while I ran every morning, but I've never pushed it this hard before. With the added pressure, I can feel the skill becoming stronger. A little bit more, I can feel it. The cooldown is recharging as soon as the skill activates. Continuous double step. I feel my stamina draining away, but I'm circling so fast the goblin can barely keep up. For the first time, it looks nervous. This is my one and only chance. I can feel my stamina and mana reaching their limits, and my body is warning me my health is suffering as well. I still need a little more speed. If I can use double step continuously, then what happens if I activate it multiple times at once? I ready my axe. If this works, I'll only have one chance to win. I won't have the strength to continue afterwards, so even if I break myself, I'll take this goblin down. Double step, double step, double step. The world becomes stagnant around me as I essentially take 6 empowered steps in less than a second. I can barely control myself as I appear behind the goblin, not off to his side, but directly behind him. Precise strike, double strike, and my new skill all combine as I swing my axe at the back of his exposed head. I'm waiting for him to dodge at the last second. Doubt plagues my mind even as my axe sinks into his skull. My second strike is overkill as the hob's head explodes with the first strike. I tumble with my enemy's body to the ground. Green blood washes over me. I try to roll off of the headless corpse, but my body isn't responding. I can hardly turn my head when I hear the shrieks surrounding me. The surrounding goblins stayed out of our way during the fight, either out of respect or possibly fear, but seeing their dead leader has forced them into a frenzy. It's almost funny. I managed to kill the demon lord only to die at the hands of the first mobs you meet. The screaming intensifies, but the smaller goblins never reach me. Finally, a goblin enters my view, but it's too busy fighting a villager. We got you. The villager stabs the goblin in its chest with a long dagger. His eyes meet mine as the goblin collapses. We'll protect you. The man's words strike a chord in my heart. I'm saved. My vision becomes blurry. I can't help but release all my feelings I've been suppressing during my fight. My worries, my doubt, sadness, and fears all cascade out of my eyes upon hearing the villagers protecting my weakened state. In between my tears, the outer edges of my vision slowly fade away. No matter how hard I try to stay awake, I slip into oblivion. The last thing I think I hear is Master calling my name. Opening my eyes, I'm in a familiar place. My soul. I stumble to my feet. Going from so tired you can't move to feeling your best is disorienting. I look up at the stars and I feel an overwhelming sense of relief. This world is mine. Nothing will harm me here, though it is a little disconcerting I entered here without using my skill or looking at my soul. Should I try to return as quickly as possible? A silent minute passes before I take a seat in the center of the clearing. Even if I return, my body has already reached its limits. Anyways, if I'm going to die again, this seems like the best place to do it. It's not just my body that's physically tired. Even in this place, my mind still hurts thinking about the last few days. I'll clear my head and try to rejoin the outside world later. Hopefully, I wasn't hallucinating about Master's voice. If he won his fight, he and Ronald should be able to clean up the rest of the goblins, easily. The bigger question is what happens next. Can this be considered a win for us? I'd like to think we simply broke even. Slipping into a deep meditative state, I prepare mentally for the challenges ahead. It's just a soda can, Stanley. Waving it around like a lunatic only makes everyone think you shouldn't drink any more soda. This was just another day after school in the science club. It's not the soda can that matters. It's the metal that it's made of that's the cool part. Stanley practically radiates excitement. I wish I can change the expression on my past self's face, but this is only a memory. If only I could talk to Stanley one more time. I could tell him about my new life, no, that wouldn't excite him too much. We'd probably spend all our time talking about blacksmithing or magic metals. You see, aluminum has only been around for about 200 years, but it's one of the most common elements in the Earth's crust. It is the most revolutionary metal humans have ever discovered. I miss listening to Stanley's rants. What about steel? The old me deadpans. Oh yeah, this was around the time I first joined the science club. Now that I think about it, I was deliberately trying to piss Stanley off so he would stop dragging me here. I wish I could slap my old self for deliberately trying to destroy his only true friend he would ever have. I smile as I remember what happens next. I was stupid to think I could ever throw Stanley off his game when he talked about metals. We can talk about steel next, but I have to tell you about aluminum first. I was watching a video about how they make engine blocks for high-performance cars out of aluminum. You know, this stuff. I have to hold my sides, I'm laughing so hard. The look of shock on my previous self's face as Stanley shoves the empty soda can in his face is priceless. I watch as the former me sits back in his chair, crossing his arms in defeat while Stanley continues his rant. The video was amazing. I'll have to show you later. Aluminum is the metal we use to conquer the skies and beyond. Almost everything around us uses aluminum in some way. It's only through chemistry that we discovered how to use it. I miss having aluminum in my life. It's just one of the things I took for granted. First, they harvest it from tropical regions with red soil. Then it's shipped to special plants to turn it into powdered alumina. Oh gods, I never remembered this. Where's a notebook when you need one? I need to focus. If I can somehow duplicate the process and produce aluminum, I could make so many things. It's mixed with water, lime, and soda ash and grounded together. Okay, I think I can manage that. Then they. No, not yet. I scream out when I feel the eyes gaze drill through the memory and focus on me. I'm immediately ejected from my soul. My eyes snap open only for me to wince and close them again. The sun is directly over me, and when I opened my eyes, my vision went white for a second there. Damn it. I cover my eyes with my right hand and smash my left against the forest floor. Take it easy, sweetie. Father's voice grows louder with each word. I feel the ground lightly tremble as he rushes to my side. Using my hand to block the sun's blinding rays, I open my eyes and focus on Father, who's now sitting next to me. I'm about to ask how long I've been out, but I stop when I see his angry face. How could you do something so stupid, taking on a horned hob? You promised your mother you would run away from danger, not run towards it. What do you have to say for yourself? I can't meet Father's eyes. I'm sorry I didn't run. I made you worry again. I keep my eyes down, waiting for another tongue lashing. I thought I lost you. Instead of him yelling, he scoops me up into his chest and holds me tightly. My body still aches quite a bit, so I mustn't have been asleep that long. I relax my muscles and slowly move my arms to return the loving embrace of Father. I know it's no excuse, but I couldn't leave everybody to face that monster by themselves. It could have helped the other hob fight Dell, or even worse, went to attack you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. It doesn't matter now. You're alive, and that's the only thing that matters. I shift in his embrace until my head is resting against his shoulder. Now that I'm upright, I can better see my surroundings. We're 100 feet from the goblin village. Villagers are walking around, tearing apart the goblins' wooden structures, turning the crude huts into bonfires. The smell of burnt goblin flesh is already wafting around the clearing. I see 4 fires already consuming the dead. A few villagers walking by make eye contact with me. They all have confused looks on their faces, like they don't know what emotions they should be having right now. Regardless of their looks, each villager who meets my eyes bows their head to me and moves on with their work. Dad, why are they? I heard you were awake. We weren't sure you would wake up this soon. Ronald said you had extensive wounds, but nothing life-threatening. Regardless, we expected you to sleep till at least tomorrow morning. My question is cut off by the approaching headman. I slowly turn around and try to sit on my knees, but Dad has other plans. He helps me turn around, but he makes sure I remain sitting in his lap. I can't remember the last time I was in this position. Facing forward, I see the big 4 approaching Father and me. Master and the headman both look worse for wear. They both were in the front lines like me, and just like me, they both have bandages covering their limbs. Ronald and Braden were our 2 best archers, so I think we must have done our job correctly because they're only sporting a few cuts and bruises. I look over at Ronald. You bandaged me up. I don't know how I feel about that. He slowly nods his head at my question. It's not only my limbs, but also my chest that is bandaged. Being the best hunter in our village, I've heard about his first aid skills and how extensive they are, but I'm still slightly bothered by the fact he must have seen me partially naked. It's too bad Anastasia was too important to the village, so we couldn't bring her along with us. Another villager walks by our group hauling the body of another goblin. His eyes sweep across all of us, but he stops when he meets my gaze. He nods his head to me and continues carrying the corpse towards the closest bonfire. Why does everyone keep doing that? I watch the back of the man as he walks away. Father's hands slightly tighten around me. It's only right that they acknowledge their hero. My head snaps in Camden's direction. I suck in a short breath of air when I feel a spike of pain because of the quick movement. The headman can obviously see the confused look on my face. You stood up against a monster that had already killed 2 people. Many more would have died if you ran like the others did. I never saw the first person the hob killed, let alone the people running away from our fight. I was so focused on my fight with the hob that I tuned out my surroundings. Everyone recognized your heroism. Many more would have died if you didn't step forward. The other 3 nod their heads, agreeing with Camden. I know I did the right thing, but it didn't feel like I saved everyone. How many died? My question causes the 4 men to frown. Again, it's the headman who decides to answer my question. We lost 13 people during the battle. 7 more were critically injured. We sent half the hunters and a handful of villagers that still had some strength left to try and help the injured reach the village in time. Sadly, I don't think half will survive the night. Damn, 27 of our expedition is dead or close to dying. I shiver thinking about our losses. What went wrong? I can't help but ask. For once, the headman has nothing to say. Technically our leader, the losses must hurt him the most. Master takes a step forward. These goblins were abnormal. Master rubs the back of his head. What does that mean, Master? The size of this horde was misleading. We were expecting a few horned hobs, but the one that rushed me was an old hob. Goblins stop changing once they grow their horns, so I couldn't say how old he was. I'd say the hob I fought was around level 65, maybe higher. Hobs like that only ever appear in colonies exceeding 1,000 strong, and the only other horned hob in this horde was the newly grown horned hob you faced. We discussed it, and we think this horde was once over 1,000 strong in the deeper parts of the forest. The rest of them look more worried as Master continues. Something must have attacked them and drastically reduced their numbers, causing them to flee. The hob I faced was most likely the last remnants of a truly strong goblin horde. We weren't prepared to face a monster like that. So what do we do about it? I question everyone. Right now, you should rest up. We'll discuss it tonight back at camp. Camden answers me. Ronald, Camden, and Braden nod their heads and walk off to help everyone clean up the clearing. I'm proud of you, but don't do anything like that again. Darius. I smile as Master berates and congratulates me all in one. Master nods his head to Father and joins everyone else. I tease Dad once everyone is gone. Shouldn't you be helping out too, Dad? Instead of answering right away, Dad pinches my side. Ouch, flinching, I feel the different sore spots all over my body react. I was given the most important job. I'm supposed to make sure you don't do anything reckless and that you rest up properly. I want to make a joke, but the sad truth is that I'd probably panic if I was left alone in this clearing while feeling so weak. Another villager walks by us smiling. Why is he smiling? He notices my questioning gaze and his smile vanishes into a look of horror. He nods and continues across the clearing, dragging the body of a small goblin behind him. Dad, why is everyone looking like they're happy and sad at the same time? It's a combination of survivor's joy and guilt all mixed together. People naturally feel joy when they survive a battle like this. Everyone probably leveled at least once, some more so than others. Then people are reminded about how many of their friends and neighbors were injured or perished during the fight. Have you checked your status page yet? No, I haven't checked my status page since we left the village. If you leveled, which knowing you probably did, make sure you invest in vitality. Investing in your vitality while injured will reduce the time you would normally take to recover. All right, Dad, let me down. Why? I'm going to meditate after I check my status page, and I don't think you want to remain still for the next couple of hours, do you? I shuffle out of Father's lap and get into a comfortable position. I could tell that my stats rose considerably while we were marching here, and even more so during the fight with that horned hob. Let's see if I can try and pull up a section summarizing my skill levels this time. I reached level 60, another milestone met. I immediately distributed my free points into vitality, strength, and dexterity. As the pulse of translucent colors appears out of my soul, I feel the pain throughout my body slightly dissipate. My skills shot through the roof during the battle. I can't believe Double Step gained 12 levels, and I passed its test during that critical moment. My skills played a huge part in me surviving the horned hob, but one skill calls out to me, Flash Step. I've kept challenging myself to run faster and faster, and now I've reached the next level. Flash Step was the culmination of every bit of my strength and dexterity. If my body wasn't screaming at me to rest, I'd probably be running through the forest right now. I look around, trying to picture what direction I would go. All I see is death surrounding me, and the trees leading into the distance are scarred at their bases, painting a terrifying picture. Maybe I wouldn't go running around here. All my skill leveling earned me over 150,000 experience. Doing some quick math, that leaves around 48,000 experience from the goblins. I doubt the weaker ones gave me that much experience, judging by how quick I killed them. No, most of that experience must have come from the horned hob. It's scary how much this world seems to promote violence. No, that's not true. This world is more balanced than my old one. Hard work is rewarded to anyone who seeks to improve, and nature has its own ways to defend itself. We may be able to expand our village, but whatever attacked the goblins in the deep forest could probably wipe out our village if we ever were stupid enough to relocate there. I thought this assault would solve all our problems, but instead we're left with an executioner's axe above our heads. No, I can't think about that right now. I slowly enter a deep meditation. We'll discuss the issue later. For now, I need to rest and regain my strength. The sun is falling fast, and everyone is scrambling to light their campfires. All of the goblin corpses were disposed of. Those of our group who died were cremated in separate fires and had their ashes gathered for their families to scatter when we return. I've managed to regain most of my stamina, and my health has bounced back at an incredible rate. My mana was slightly overtaxed, so it should take me another full day for it to recharge completely. Father stuck to me like glue the whole day and is even now following me over to the headman's campsite. With me and Father joining the campsite, most of the strongest people in the expedition are gathered. The remaining hunters were tasked by the headman to patrol while we discuss the future. We need to discuss our options. The headman straightens his back and looks around the campsite to meet all our gazes. Isn't that your decision? I point out the obvious chain of command. I'm not sure what we should do. We lost far too many people already, but we have no idea what's out here. Camden looks defeated. Father, why don't we return to the village? We annihilated the goblins before winter could start to take hold. We were promised reinforcements during spring. As long as the threat is not another goblin tribe, we should be fine. Braden makes a good point. I agree with Braden. Everyone's seen too much death already. If you try and tell the villagers we need to search the area for something just as dangerous as the goblins, with a little more than half the people we started with, the villagers might just leave for the village on their own. Dad looks seriously at Camden. That might happen, but what if you're wrong? Ronald leaves his question ambiguous, leaving Father and Braden tilting their heads to the side. I think he means that. What if whatever was attacking the goblins is just as mobile or even more mobile than the goblins? Does anyone have any idea what inhabits the deeper parts of the forest? I try and explain Ronald's reasoning. Death lies in those trees. Come on, Ronald, you need to articulate better. Like what? I try to press the hunter, only to have Camden answer instead. It's hard to say what lies in the deep forest. Magic beasts and other powerful creatures rarely stay in one place long. My father taught me that no monster is common in the higher magic regions of the forest. Since our village was founded, there have been plenty of expeditions made into the deeper parts of the forest, and each time hunters have brought back different magic birds, beasts, and even giant insects. But even the weaker inhabitants of the deep forest are said to be stronger than a level 40 man. So you're saying it could be a giant fly or a dragon? There's no way to know. I can't help but use some sarcasm. The headman's family has been leading this village for generations, and he has no idea what creatures live close enough that are capable at exterminating 500 goblins. Aaliyah, that's no way to talk to Camden. Apologize. Yes, Dad, I apologize for my remark, Headman Downs. Dad narrows his eyes at me. I guess he didn't miss the slight sarcasm at the end there. It's fine, Darius. Aaliyah has more than earned her right to criticize my leadership. I apologize that I can't better answer your questions, Aaliyah. High-level traveling hunters come sparsely to our village, and they rarely share their secrets. Members of my family rarely have the levels to demand knowledge from such people. Another case of people treating knowledge as something to be hoarded. Do you have any suggestions then? Braden asks me. I look at Father off to my side. His face drops when he sees my sorrowful expression. I do actually have an idea. Don't you dare. Father has the same angry look on his face as when I woke up after the battle. Let me explain first, then you can yell at me, Father. Dad grits his teeth but doesn't say anything else, so I continue. Father, Camden, and Braden should escort everyone back home. Ronald, Master, and I will stay here for a day and recuperate until we are back to our full strength. Then we will scout the surrounding areas without entering the deeper parts of the forest. If we find anything dangerous outside the denser magic areas of the forest, then we test its strength before retreating to warn the village. Hopefully whatever attacked the goblins stayed in deeper parts of the woods. Everyone but Father looks like they're contemplating my idea. He of course tries to refute my idea. You have already done your part. Besides, there's probably nothing we need to worry about. If that's the case, Dad, then we'll just be camping for a few more days, sightseeing. The three of us are strong enough we might meet up with the rest of you before you even reach the village. I try and undersell the danger. I said no. Father crosses his arms expressing his final decision. I glance around the campsite and see the others have uncomfortable looks. Do their looks mean they disagree with me or Father? What do you guys think? I try asking everybody. If we were playing poker, I could read everyone's hand right now. No one wants to look at Father, so they agree with my plan. It doesn't matter what they say. You already almost died once. I won't let you risk your life like that again. I can see the headman frown at his words. No one is denying Aaliyah's contribution, Darius. Make no mistake, I'm not happy sending someone younger than my daughter to scout the edges of the magic forest. That said, it's her plan and she deserves our trust. And I'll remind you I'm the leader of our village. Camden's stern gaze leaves no room for rebuttal. I can't let everyone just stare at each other for the rest of the night. Dad, do you think anyone other than me would have survived against that hob? Could you have done it? Dad looks angry at my question, but slowly his face warps into a rare look of sorrow. We won't be looking for a fight. The three of us need to go because we are the most likely to survive anything hiding out there. Master is the strongest. Ronald will help us spot anything wrong, and I chalked on my next words. I reached level 60. Everyone except Dell looks like I just slapped each of them across the face. I love you, Dad, but this is my decision. My father looks even more hurt by my words now. Does that mean we are all in agreement? Camden receives a head nod from all of us, except Father, who continues to look a giant puppy that was just kicked. Good. We'll start marching everybody back to the village tomorrow. We'll leave some extra supplies for the three of you before we set off. The village can't afford to lose any of you, so if you encounter anything dangerous, I want you to rush back to the village immediately. Is that understood? All three of us agree with Camden. I scoot over to Dad and placer my hand on his shoulder. I promise to return quickly and without a single hair missing. Father looks up with a stern expression. You better, because I'll have to explain to your mother what happened during the expedition and why you aren't back home already. The hairs on my neck and arms stand on end. If you come back with any more injuries, then she'll kill you herself. I don't think even my level will save me from what's to come when I return. Why do I always have to put myself in these situations? You guys ready to move out? I call out as I walk over to our small fire pit and kick some soil over the flames. Are you ready? You were the one with the most injuries. Master leans over and grabs his pickaxe. I've had almost 2 days to rest. Other than the last bit of my health that's slowly recovering, I'm back to 100. I walk outside our hut and breath some of the fresh morning air. I stretch my limbs, making sure the pain from the battle 2 days ago is fully gone. Stretching my neck muscles, I admire the hut we made. The three of us might not be carpenters, but each of us can move heavy logs when we need to. Master cut down enough trees to build us a small cabin, which had the bonus effect of making a clearing for us too. We aren't planning to stay here long, but having a defensible structure makes keeping watch much easier. We're in the same spot the expedition used as our last campsite. I look in the direction everybody left in. I hope they're doing okay. I hate to admit it, but I was struck by the adventuring bug. I'm not looking forward to see any crazy beasts, but the idea of exploring the edges of the magic forest is making my blood pump faster. Dell and Ronald walk out of our hut, adjusting the gear they're carrying. You want to lead us, Ronald? Master looks over at our hunter. Sure. Ronald turns and starts walking into the forest. Dell and I have to dash after him before his silhouette disappears amongst the trees. The three of us move at an incredible pace. Weaving in and out of trees, vaulting over rocks or fallen logs, it takes us only 20 minutes to reach the clearing we attacked 2 days ago. Master and I step back as to let Ronald observe any tracks that might be new. We silently follow him for over an hour before Master becomes impatient. Any new tracks? I can tell he's trying not to show his displeasure. Yes, Ronald's answer hangs in the air. I can see Master ready to burst. I was worried Master would talk in his weird voice around Ronald, but Camden warned Master before the expedition that Ronald has known about Dell's particular speech habits for years now. It's just that neither liked talking to others, so they never had a real conversation together. I would wager that they're awfully similar to each other, but Master would probably yell at me if I said it out loud. Master avoids talking to people because he doesn't want to be bothered, while Ronald only says a few words at a time and rarely starts a conversation on his own volition. I should probably handle talking to him. Do you recognize the new tracks? I step in front of Master and address Ronald. Farkas. He responds, still looking at the ground. Any new tracks you can't identify? I hold my breath waiting for his answer. No, nothing new. That's some good news at least. Any new goblin tracks? No. I look around the clearing. No sign of more goblins. Predators will be drawn to the smell of blood here, but they'll only find piles of ash. I can already see new seedlings sprouting a few feet into the clearing. The mana density here is 25 higher than I'm used to. Father said the mana in forests helps the plants grow. How long until this clearing vanishes below a new canopy? If everything is normal here, then we should move closer to the deeper part of the forest. Ronald must agree with me because he stops looking at the ground and makes his way to the opposite end of the clearing we arrived at. Still looking forward, Master compliments how well I handled talking to Ronald. You're quite good at talking to him. I glance over at Dell. I think he's nervous about talking to people. He might have a more serious form of glossophobia. What? Master almost misses a step and looks over at me. What is that? Oh, sorry. Glossophobia is the fear of speaking to a crowd of people, but in severe cases it can be a fear of speaking to the public in general. Instead of taking the initiative to talk, you will almost always answer questions with short responses. With that in mind, you need to keep your questions short and to the point. It's also probably why he stays so far ahead of us. Ronald tries to always stay 10 feet in front of us at all times. Master looks confused at my explanation but doesn't refute my hypothesis. As we move forward, I can feel the magic in the air become denser as we move deeper into the forest. We need to be stealthier, so we move slower and don't talk to each other. Even Ronald reduces the distance between us to only 5 feet. I'm surprised the trees around here are scarred as well. The cuts look shallower and most trees are already healed. The scars on the base of the trees are the only signs the goblins were active in this region. The magic in the air is almost 50 higher here. The trees are taller and the canopy is thick enough that it blocks out most of the sun's rays. Of course, the lower light doesn't affect any of us. The trees and mana are interesting, but I thought the higher magic density areas of the forest would be cooler looking. The deeper forest isn't that interesting. I mumble under my breath. Master lets out a chuckle so quiet only Ronald and I can hear it. This isn't a part of the magic forest yet. We should be there soon. I'm about to question Dell when I see Ronald looking back at me. He motions for us to continue. Our advance slows once again, but I can feel the difference with every step. 50, 55, 60, 85. The mana density is climbing rapidly with every step. Eventually I see it, the border between the two forest zones. Using sense mana, I can physically see the mana rolling out of departments of the forest. The forest in front of me is teeming with mana. They're so saturated with mana, the plants are positively glowing. We don't dare go into the deeper parts of the forest, but we need to check along the border. We zigzag around trying to spot signs of anything dangerous. Walking along, I keep my sense mana skill going. The dim world is overlaid with an almost thermal view of mana in my eyes. Each tree stores mana in its own way like a fingerprint. Some pool the majority of their mana in their roots, while others prefer to focus their mana in their canopies. The steady circulation within the plants can be soothing to watch. In front of our group, off to our right, I see a thin tree stretching into the canopy above. It blends in naturally to its surroundings, and no one would say it's out of place, but my mana vision is showing the mana within the tree circulating incredibly fast. Even the magically charged trees I saw in the deeper parts of the forest circulated their mana at a fraction of this speed. The only time I've seen mana move that fast is when it's inside a living creature. Oh gods, I stop in place. Focusing on the mana within the tree, I trace it into the canopy. It's hard, but I filter through the surrounding mana. What I'm left with makes the color drain from my face. The silhouette the mana makes isn't in the shape of a tree's canopy. Perched hidden far above is a massive body of mana. Now that I'm focusing on the shape, I can see 9 other legs reaching the forest floor. Yes, legs. I can only physically see 3 other legs closest to us. The rest are spread out, covering at least 1,000 square feet. What's wrong, Aaliyah? I watch the mass up above twitch with every word Master utters. The only good thing is Master's question pulls me back to reality. Ronald, I try not to shout. Luckily, the urgency in my voice is convey well enough for him to stop walking forward. A few more feet and he would have passed the beast's first leg. I feel myself shaking. What is? I cut Dell off by raising my finger to my mouth. He takes the hint when he sees my terrified face. Ronald also sees my gesture and slowly moves closer to us, making sure to avoid anything on the ground that would make a noise. Once Ronald is standing next to me, I motion for Dell and him to lean in closer. Our cheeks may be touching, but I refuse to take my eyes off of the hidden threat. In the quietest voice possible, I whisper, "Big monster." The two of them shiver at my revelation. "Where?" Ronald whispers back. Still shaking, I raise my finger to the main body in the trees. Didn't sense. Ronald's usual sharp look is replaced with fear. My danger sense skill never went off. Master is also worried. I motion for the 3 of us to bend down. I grab a small stick and sketch the outline in the forest. I can't portray how big the beast is, but I make sure to point out the legs. The men get my message and carefully watch as I point out the 3 legs we can see from our position. Now that I look, each leg sticks out because there's no scars on them. Every other tree has the markings that the goblins made. Is that why they cut up all the surrounding trees? This thing must have been hunting them. I think the others noticed the difference too, because after I pointed out the first leg, they easily followed my directions to the other 2. What do we do? Retreat. I can't help but whisper. We need to try. Master grips his pickaxe. Try. Ronald upswings his bow and draws an arrow. 2 already agree. If I suggest we flee, it will compromise the group. We need to be on the same page for this. Agreed. We test it and run if it's too dangerous. I'll take the closest leg. I nervously reply. I'll take the other 2 legs. Master hands me his pickaxe so I can charge it. Eyes if any. Ronald studies the spot that I pointed out was hiding the main body. I fill Dell's pickaxe with mana. Ronald doesn't seem to care, and neither do I in this situation. Handing the pickaxe back, Dell, now properly armed, moves to his position. I activate Mana Skin, again using nearly 300 points of mana to defend myself. A quick glance at Dell, and we both swing our axes at the same time. I use weighted strike alongside double strike to try and cleave the leg in two. My first blow lands but barely leaves a crack. My second blow digs halfway through the exposed carapace. I quickly swing again and use precise strike to finish bisecting the leg. I was planning on stepping back, but the top part of the leg slams into me. I'm knocked back nearly 12 feet. My mana skin is best suited to absorb blunt force damage, but that strike destroyed 20% of my mana skin. Before I can get to my feet, an ear-piercing screech has me covering my head with my hands trying to block out the sound. The sound is like the world's largest teapot steaming over, but with a deeper tone that somehow sounds sharper in the ears. Master moves to my side and hoists me to my feet. I can see Master managed to cut through the two legs he was assigned. The top part of the limbs are no longer disguised as trees, and I recognize the material. The carapace is the same gray color as the materials the two horned hobs were using as armor. That means they managed to kill one of these things, but on the other hand, that means there's probably more hidden in the forest. The three limbs we cut are leaking a blue liquid, and the insides look like they are made of softer flesh. The remaining 7 limbs are also revealed as the creature's camouflage fades away. The three of us retreat backwards as the main body descends from the canopy. Just as I feared, it's a giant spider with 2 extra limbs. The spider's whole body is covered in its gray armor, and unlike the spiders I've seen around our house, I can see its fangs positioned underneath the main body. The eyes are also located under the body, arranged in a V formation outlining the mouth of the beast. The legs are connected to the top of the spider but fan out around it. Now that I can see the body of the creature clearly, its size is even more frightening. The main part of the body is the size of a small truck. While I'm staring at the monster, Ronald loosens his first arrow. The arrow soars towards the monster's eyes, but the beast shifts forward, and the arrow bounces off of the bottom carapace. I don't know if he used a skill or the bottom part of the monster is stronger than the legs, but his arrow did nothing. Watch out! Dell moves in front of me and swings his glowing pickaxe. The axe clashes against a new leg that was about to slam into me again. Master is pushed back into me, but manages to deflect the leg to our side. Seeing his chance, Master launches himself into the air, raising his pickaxe above his head as he tries an overhead strike on the creature's main body. I watch in horror as the spider bends its legs and uses its body as a battering ram against Master, who's soaring through the air. Sparks fly when the pickaxe lands against the spider's carapace during the initial clash, but the force behind the spider smacks against Dell, sending him back towards me. I move out of the way before Dell accidentally lands on me. I don't think I did any damage. Need better arrows. The two of them couldn't damage it, so I definitely can't hurt it with my meager strength. Time for plan B. If there's only one enemy, I can justify trying it. Can the two of you hold it back for a little bit? The two men look at me in astonishment. Maybe you have a plan. Master looks skeptical, and Ronald doesn't seem convinced either. I think so, but it might leave me in a weakened state. Okay. Ronald turns and knocks another arrow. If this doesn't work, we run. Master raises his pickaxe and charges the beast again. No pressure, Aaliyah. I start chanting quietly in English. Hear me, Earth. I summon your power and offer you 400 points of my mana to materialize before me. I summon the element magnesium and ask it appear in a powdered form. I need the powder to form into a ball 10 inches in diameter in the palm of my hand. Once formed, the ball will be held together in a wind ball and fired at 200 mph in a straight line. Execute. I channel almost half my mana to my right palm as the spell activates. I rarely practiced freeform magic since the time I almost drowned myself brushing my teeth. The most important thing I learned was to never mix fire into any of my spells. I don't have the mental control to execute something that volatile. The type of freeform magic I've focused the most on is earth magic. Manipulating the earth around you is incredibly mana-intensive, but using mana to summon a fake element for a short period of time is easier on my mana pool. A silver ash ball is almost fully formed in my hand. Move out of the way. I scream at Ronald and Dell. The both of them shoot off to the side as the ball in my hand is launched at the face of the beast. The spider is too preoccupied watching the two of them dodge that it doesn't notice the small ball until it strikes it in the face. The wind shell holding the ball together shatters and the magnesium dust covers the spider's face. Reaching to my side, I grab a small torch a villager left for us. I brought it in case we need to scare something off with fire. Leif Gamfer all en nams. Using the basic fire spell Dell taught me, I quickly light the torch. The spider is more pissed than ever and shrieks loudly again. Ronald and Dell use the chance to regroup with me. What in Taro's Forge was that? No time to explain. Throw the torch in its face. I shove the torch into Dell's hands. Gods bless the man, he only takes a second to register my command. Master runs up to the beast, dodging its limbs and tosses the torch directly against its face. I never practiced summoning this particular element, let alone setting it on fire. The fireball the torch sets off is more than anything I was expecting. A white flame ignites across the giant spider's face. The flames are so bright it's hard to look at them. The spider immediately starts flailing about trying to extinguish the fire. The creature slams its body into the forest floor trying to snuff out the intense flames. Sorry, buddy, that's not going to work. You watch the spider continue to crash around the surrounding trees until it finally falls to the ground motionless. 30 seconds later, the fire starts to magically disappear. The magnesium I made with magic only lasted 71 seconds before it reverted back to magic. Earth magic can summon walls, floors, or even a whole building. But unless you're manipulating already present materials, whatever you built will disintegrate after it burns through whatever magic you used to make the structure. Ha 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 ha, I can't believe that worked. My maniacal laughter might need some work, but I'm happy I survived a fight without passing out for once. What was that? I turned to see Dell and Ronald staring wide-eyed at me, just some freeform magic. Oh, that reminds me, can you keep this a secret, Ronald? He takes a step back and rapidly nods his head. Master, that was a magic beast, right? I can't stop smiling. Yeah, I'd bet my forge it's a wind-type magic beast. We should try and harvest as many materials as we can from it. Do you think we can use some of the materials for forging? We can try. Materials for wind-type magic beasts are better used for enchanting rather than using them to forge with, though. The materials can be used for enchanting. The possibility of practicing enchanting mixes with the high of winning the battle. I don't think I could meditate right now even if I tried. My joy is shattered by the screams in the distance. That's at least 3 more giant spiders hiding in the surrounding forest. Let's harvest what we can and make for the village. People need to know what's crawling around our forest. I think we can all agree with Master on that. Let's strip this spider and book it home. Oh gods, what is Mother going to say when she hears about this creature? Left, I hear Ronald's voice behind me. I turn slightly to my left and lead our formation through the forest. Master is a few steps behind me off to my left, while Ronald is matching his pace to my right. Right, I shift our direction again with Ronald's advice. Normally our positions would be switched, but I'm the only one who can spot the chameleon spiders. Their ability to change their color and hide their presence is a dangerous combo. I can find my way around the parts of the forest around our village just fine, but I'm out of my depth in such a heavily forested area. Right, we circle a large tree, changing direction quickly. We only make it 50 feet before I spot a tree with mana circulating rapidly throughout it. Another one over there. I point out the danger zone to my comrades. That's the 3rd one we've encountered since our battle with the first spider. Right. I follow Ronald's directions and make sure we keep a wide berth from the hidden monster. We're getting closer to the goblin camp, and thankfully the trees are starting to thin a little. With less trees for me to scan, we can pick up our pace. Each of us are carrying a back full of spider parts. When we heard the screeches from the surrounding chameleon spiders, we stripped off as much as we could from the charred spider before we started to rush back to our campsite. Left there. Following Ronald's directions, I can finally see a break in the trees. I'd never thought I would ever be this happy to be back in the goblin's clearing. We don't stop moving until we get closer to center of the clearing. Deforestation has never been so pretty. I take a 360-degree turn and use my sense mana skill to double-check the tree line. The beauty of the surrounding trees contrasts with the danger lurking in their shadows. See any more of them. Master notices me nervously scanning the area. No, I can't see any in the surrounding area. I think they're only staying closer to the denser magic parts of the forest. If I'm wrong, I need to pray that the retreating villagers didn't stumble upon one. Almost dark, Ronald points out the falling sun. Master and I look up at the open sky. Light gray clouds are moving in that are helping to hide the sun as it vanishes across the sky. I would kill for a break right now, but we need to make it back to camp. Which way back to camp, Ronald? I watch as he looks around the clearing. He raises a finger and points to a spot across the clearing. We take a few moments to prepare ourselves to re-enter the forest. We form up into our previous formation with me in front almost seamlessly. After fighting together and avoiding the chameleon spiders, we each have a better understanding of each other's abilities. We cross the clearing in mere minutes and start swiftly making our way back to our campsite. On our way out, we leave the section of forest that has all the trees that have markings along their bases. I double-check each tree and triple-check any that appear to have no low-hanging branches. If anything even remotely looks leg-shaped, I slow our pace till I'm absolutely sure there's no danger. My worries are unfounded, though. Our march back to our small hut is quiet. After I make a few laps around our hut and the small clearing, making 100 sure not even a regular spider is in sight, I can finally release some of my suppressed tension. We cram ourselves into the hut and pile our spoils in the corner closest to the door. I sit down on the pile of leaves I used for a bed the last 2 days. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath and hold it in. Slowly exhaling releases some of my stress and my shoulders untense for the first time since we first left this hut this morning. I crack my eyes open a little and see both Dell and Ronald similarly trying to relax themselves. After a minute of silence, Master glances at the two of us with a somber look. We got lucky. Neither of us can refute him. That magic beast was fast, strong, and armored. If it wasn't for your magic, we might not have made it out of that fight unscathed. His eyes bear down on me. You said that was freeform magic. I thought I told you not to mess with that type of magic. You could have killed us all by accident. I'm surprised he's not yelling at me, but his face has more than a little bit of judgment written across it. Since I nearly drowned myself trying to brush my teeth, I took your advice to heart. I didn't practice freeform magic again for a few months. He didn't smile at my joke. I only started practicing it in my spare time, and when I could afford the ridiculous mana cost. 99 of the magic I use is the 3 spells you taught me, but freeform magic is too versatile not to try out. You shouldn't complain after I managed to burn that beast to death. I level a challenging look at Master. I made sure to set rules for myself before I started experimenting. First, I would always include my mana cost in my chant. That way the magic wouldn't drain me dry if I did something wrong. After trying to make a fireball the size of a bronze coin and having it almost burn my room down, I decided to never experiment with fire. It's too unstable. So I started messing around with low mana cost magic fist that would burn itself out in seconds. I slowly tested my abilities to the point I can control certain magic. That got him to raise one of his eyebrows. My biggest success is being able to use water magic to brush my teeth without almost killing myself. It may be the equivalent of a tier 1 spell and cost me 300 mana, but I'll take that as a win for me. The only freeform magic I've had any noticeable growth in is earth magic. Using the properties you taught me, I can summon elements for a short amount of time. The dust I summoned was made from a combination of flammable metals you told me about. I make sure to activate my acting skill. I hate lying to Master. He did trenchantly teach me about such metals, but it's my memories from Earth that let me summon magnesium so perfectly. To be honest with you guys, I was worried the torch wasn't going to be hot enough to light the dust. My laugh doesn't impress Master. I'm downplaying it, but I remember magnesium being extremely hard to light. The only reason it ignited was because the wood the torch was made from reached a high enough temperature to start the reaction. If it was a normal torch from Earth, it wouldn't have been possible to light the magnesium. Do again, Ronald asks me as my laughter fades. It's a good thing he doesn't talk much. If he kept Master's secret for years, he probably won't be blabbing about my magic abilities anytime soon. I shake my head at him. Summoning that mixture eats up an incredible amount of my mana. It lasted for only a little more than a minute, and it took up 40 of my mana. If I was at a 100, I could try casting it twice, but it would likely put me on my ass and leave me weakened. I'm surprised the fire worked so well. I thought the flames would scare the creature off, not outright fry the beast. That's why I said it was a wind-type magic beast. I turned from Ronald and listened to Dell. Different species of magic beasts naturally harness magic in their bodies. Beasts don't have the same control as mages do, so their magic attunes itself to the species of the creature itself. Aside from the possibility of incorporating their elements into their attacks, their mana has secondary effects on the beast's body. Magic beasts that have earth-type mana can influence the ground or are usually incredibly hard to injure. Water-type magic beasts usually manifest a second ability, usually a magic poison, or they can be incredibly flexible and hard to hit. Fire-type magic beasts are capable of explosive strength, making them the most dangerous in a head-on clash. Lastly, we have wind. Beasts that have wind-type mana are faster than they appear and in rare cases, like the spider we fought, are able to hide their presence in many dangerous ways. Is that why you guys couldn't sense it and why it was so fast despite being so big? Master nods his head at my question. But wait, if it was a wind-type magic beast, why was its armor so strong? I reach over and grab a piece of the spider's leg we brought back. Tracing the carapace, it feels even harder in my hands since we harvested it. Again, we were unlucky. The spider had a naturally high defense. In fact, now that I think about it, we might have been lucky. Ronald and I are shocked at Master's words. Master's right. If the creature's mana was water or fire burning, it probably wouldn't have worked out so well. And if its mana was of the earth elemental variety, it probably could have tanked the flames without dying. We were lucky. I stare down at the chunk of leg in my arms while Master quickly gets a fire going. When it's not attached to a giant spider, the leg could be mistaken for a crab's leg. I wonder, hey Master, you removed the venom sacs, right? He looks up from the quickly growing fire. I was only able to remove one of the 4 intact. Why? When we got closer to the spider after I killed it, we realized it had 4 fangs instead of the normal 2. The top 2 fangs looked like a normal spider's, but it had another set of fangs facing inside its mouth. If the spider bit something inside or outside its mouth, the poor creature would have received a venomous bite. I was thinking the venom wouldn't be circulating its whole body, would it? Master looks confused at my statement. No, I don't believe so. Water-type magic beasts have been known to have poisonous flesh, but I doubt the spider shared the same traits. Cool. I reach over to a pile of kindling and grab a stick. What are you doing? Master and Ronald look wide-eyed at me. I stick my hand into the spider's leg and grab a handful of meat. Ripping it out, I stick the meat on the stick and hold it over the fire. I'm tired of eating jerky. Besides, Mother told me and Richard that magic beast meat is considered a delicacy. Only some magic beasts taste respectable. Fish or bird-type magic beasts are the only ones with reliable tasting meat. You're basically eating a bug. It looks like a crab though, maybe it's tasty. Crabs are the insects of the sea. Why would that sound tasty to you? What, people don't eat crab here? It was considered a prisoner food back in the early 1800s back on Earth. Well, I'm hungry. More for me. I focus on roasting the meat. Crab should be boiled or steamed, but no one in the village has a pot big enough for these chunks of legs, let alone one brought on this trip with us. I know people grill lobster tails, so hopefully this turns out Akin doesn't poison me. Flipping the meat around, I wait until it has faint burn marks covering its sides. Grabbing the skewer, I hand it to Dell. Why are you handing it to me? I continue to hold the skewer out. Go to take a bite. If your danger sense goes off, then I know it's poisonous. I don't think that's how it works. He reaches out and takes the food. He brings it up to his nose and sniffs it. He motions like he's going to bite it, but stops at the last second. My danger sense never went off, but I'm not sure that's anything to trust. He hands my dinner back to me. I shrug my shoulders in a dismissive manner and bring the chunk of meat up to my mouth. Might as well try a bite first. I slowly open my mouth and bite the smallest chunk I can off of the skewer. Once the spider flesh touches my tongue, I'm hit with the incredible flavor. It tastes like crab meat with an incredible smoky flavor. The meat wasn't smoked, but has a perfect campfire taste. I only need to chew it twice before the meat shreds in my mouth. The spider meat easily goes down, and I immediately go for another bite. This is the most delicious thing I've eaten since I was born again in this world. Ronald and Dell look disgusted at my eating habits. I smirk, thinking about how much they're missing out on. Are you sure you guys don't want to? My eyes go wide as I grip my stomach. Are you okay? Master leaps to his feet. I open my mouth to respond, but a wave of pleasure pulses through my body. It's hard to do, but I activate sense mana and focus on my stomach. The meat I just scarfed down is radiating a gentle pulse of mana throughout my body. My stressed mana veins from the earlier battle are soothed by the new source of mana, helping them recover. The incredible feeling brings a huge smile to my face. Through my blissful haze, I see Master's worried look be replaced with a look of disbelief. Slowly, the warm feeling becomes more easily bearable, and my eyes focus on Master. Sorry. I need to catch my breath for a second there. This stuff is amazing. You scared the crap out of me. What happened with the meat? He looks down on me with a frown. Still using my sense mana skill, I can see the mana helping refill my emptied mana pool. I can't help my smile from growing as I answer Dell. The meat tastes amazing, and the mana inside it is helping replenish my mana pool 30 faster than normal. Good, I smile at Ronald's question. I reach into the leg again and rip out another 2 chunks of meat. I set up the 2 new skewers next to the fire like I did the last one. Only this time I feel like I should pull them back a little bit more this time. Did I level my cooking skill again? I snort when I see my new skill, Gourmet. New skill. I'm surprised Master can read me that well. Yeah, a new skill that helps me appreciate food. I didn't think I subconsciously wanted a skill like that. You got the Gourmet skill. Master chuckles under his breath. You've heard of it. How does it work? It's rare that Master can advise me on non-blacksmithing skills. It's a skill earned by those seeking new and exciting foods. It's hard for most people to get because whether you're rich or poor, you are used to the food you normally eat. Only eccentric people who go out of their way to try something crazy that's placed in front of them manage to earn the skill. Usually the skill is obtained from chefs or others researching exotic foods. I heard it helps people determine how edible something is. It's also one of the harder tier 2 skills to level because you have to keep trying new things, and just because it helps you decide what's edible, that doesn't mean it prevents food poisoning or other ailments that come from shoving something random in your mouth. Now he's laughing out loud. Will Ronald get the skill after he tries it? Master tries to rein in his laughter. No, he won't get it that easy. He's seen you eat it and has decided to try it after seeing how much you enjoyed it. To get the skill, you have to willingly try something you have no prior experience with, without being influenced by your surroundings. Master watches me turn the meat. Make a small one for me too. It better be as good as you say it is. I happily start roasting a smaller piece of meat for Master. While I'm watching the meat, I do some math in my head and calculate how much experience I got from killing the chameleon spider. 7,600 experience is a lot, but nowhere near the amount I gained from the horned hob. The danger factor must be a bigger multiplier than I previously thought. I almost died in a one-on-one fight against a weaker hob, but earned more experience. With the 3 of us facing the spider together, I only suffering that 1 hit from the spider, and then just stood back, and roasting the blasted thing earned me much less experience. I inspect the meat before I hand it to Ronald, and Dell both watch me take the first bite from my second skewer before they each try their own. The second helping of meat only keeps the warmth emitting from my stomach going and doesn't increase its potency at all. Ronald is eating his at a steady pace while Dell looks like he's trying to decide whether he likes it or not. Good is the only confirmation I get out of Ronald before he takes his next bite. It's okay, not the best I've ever had. Though it's not as bad as I thought it would be, I was sure the meat from a bug would taste a lot worse. The forest taste is a little overpowering, I would say. Now who's a gourmet? I poke fun at Masters over complicated Yelp review. You could just say it's better than jerky and the fruits we scavenged. More please. I look over at Ronald and see he's handing me his empty stick back. Sure, one moment. Do you want another one, Master? I start prepping another round of meat. Well, if you're making mores, please. I'm happy they both like it. With this round of roasting, the chunk of leg I pulled the meat from is empty. I glance back at the pile of materials we harvested. We'll never be able to eat all of that before it goes bad. I would have liked to share it with my mother and father. I can't help but frown at the thought of the food that's going to go to waste. You don't have to worry so much. I look back at Master. Magic beast meat can last days, depending on how strong the monster was. The lingering magic in the flesh is too strong for insects to eat without dying, so as long as we make it back to the village in a few days, you should be able to share it with your family. That's good news. I grin at the thought of Mother's reaction to the magic meat. Maybe that will be enough to keep her from yelling at me, probably not. Master, what did you mean the magic will kill insects that try to eat it? The amount of magic contained in the monster's flesh is too large for regular insects to eat it. You said the meat is helping you to regain your magic, right? Yeah. Well, what do you think would happen if your mana pool was full like mine and Ronald's? My eyes grow wide at the realization. Is the meat giving you guys mana poisoning? Ronald just keeps eating, and Master waves his hands in a placating gesture. It's like the magicite down at the bottom of my mind. Too much can be deadly, but that doesn't mean our bodies can't handle it, especially because the two of us are of such a high enough level. That makes sense, but why does the meat help my mana pool, while the magicite doesn't increase my mana regain? The mana that flows through nature is inherently violent. However, everything living processes that violent mana and converts it into its own internal mana. Eating magic plants or animals still forces more mana into the body, but it's much less violent because it has already been converted from nature magic to an organic magic. Does that mean the rest of the chameleon spider we left behind will stay there for the next couple of days? If it was farther away from the denser parts of the magic forest, it might last a day or so, but it will probably be picked clean tonight. Farkas would have trouble getting through the shell, but they would still be able to eat most of the meat. Plus, with the body being so close to the deeper parts of the forest, I'm sure magic rodents and other scavengers will be attracted to the free meal. I notice the meat is ready, so I pass the skewers out. If we can't recover the rest of the materials, then what should we do next? Do we try and hunt another spider, or do we make our way home? We should check the surrounding area and see if any of the spiders are moving this far from the deeper parts of the forest. Whether we find more spiders or not, we should report back to the village. The other hunters and everybody else need to be warned about the dangers possibly hiding in the forest. Yes. Sounds like a plan, Master. We make a pretty good team. It helps we're all on the same page. I take another large bite out of my skewer. Today was a scary day. We went looking for a monster and we found them. But the three of us overcame the beast and now we're feasting on the best food I've had in decades. I can't lower my guard tomorrow, but something in my gut is telling me the rest of the trip isn't going to be as hard as today. Burp. Sorry, excuse me. We all share a laugh around the fire. Maybe that gut feeling was indigestion. Either way, we'll overcome anything tomorrow together. The familiar clearing lies directly in front of us. Tired and dirty, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. How are we supposed to move on after everything we've seen? My first step out of the trees fills me with emotions I've long since buried. Stretching in front of us is a mass of bodies. The sight of the villagers tending to the fields almost brings a tear to my eye. What are you stopping for? We need to head for the headman's house. Dell pats my shoulder as he and Ronald pass on either side of me. I stand still for a moment, taking in the sights before I run to join up with them. 3 days of marching, a battle, a day to rest, another battle, scouting, and finally 2 days for us to make it home. It feels like it has been months since I've seen the village instead of only 9 days. As we move along the side of the field, we all pause, feeling like we're being watched. Our time moving through the forest has us all still on edge. We snap into formation and scan our surroundings. The three of us relax slightly when we see the farmers staring at us across the field. So many emotions are carried in their gazes. In between the distant faces, I can see gaps in between them where people aren't standing. A few faces I've been accustomed to seeing are missing in the crowd. Awkwardly, we continue our march towards the headman's house. Each villager we pass sends a shiver down my spine. I can feel the number of eyes on us increase as we pass more and more people. A few homes we pass have their doors wide open, and the villagers watch as we pass in front of them while they remain in the comfort of their doorways. I'm not sure if someone ran ahead of us and told the headman we were coming, but Nicholas is waiting for us in front of the headman's house. Welcome back, Ronald, Del Raisin, and Miss Aaliyah. The drawing room has been prepared for you. He turns around and opens the door, holding it until the last of us pass through. As he closes the door, I notice a small crowd still staring at us through the shrinking gap. You can leave your bags off to the side. We follow Nicholas's instructions and gently set our packs off to the side. None of us say a word as we're led to the same room. I first met with the headman alongside Master Dell. We don't even all make it into the drawing room before Camden is on his feet greeting us. Thank the gods you finally returned safely. Each day you didn't return, the village has become more and more restless. Taking my last steps into the room, I see Camden and his wife standing in front of us with their sons flanking their sides. When did your group make it back? Master asks the headman. Everyone was eager to make it home. We only took short breaks and followed the hunters through the night. We managed to make it home before sundown on the second day. You've been back for 3 days. I can't help but exclaim. We took the same amount of time to make it home, but the three of us can move much faster through the woods. They must have moved tirelessly to achieve the same pace as us. Where are my manners? Please sit. Need anything to drink? He looks between us. Ronald gives a good. Master answers with, I'm okay. I was told you all brought back large amounts of beast parts. Did you find the reason why the goblins were moving into our part of the forest? The headman is sweating by the time he finishes his question. Now that I look at him, he appears to have aged a few years since I'd last seen him. His nervous smile fades as he sees the complicated look on our faces. His brow starts sweating more as Master Dell recounts our scouting. Master brushes over how we managed to defeat the chameleon spider, but makes sure to stress the fact that we could barely match the beast's ferocity with our strength. All of the headman's family were pale-faced when we described the creature's ability to hide. When Master mentions about how many others we came across during our retreat, the poor man looked ready to cry. Are they moving towards the village? Camden asks in a shaky voice. We found one of the spiders the same distance from the deeper part of the forest as our camp was located. We're not sure how far some of them have spread out, but it appears most are staying close to the deeper parts of the forest. Hopefully, they retreat back into the magic part of the forest when winter arrives. The three of us talked it over, and we can spend a few days each month scanning the area in case they decide to move closer to the village. No one says anything for a while. What am I doing? I'm sorry I kept the three of you here for so long. You must be tired. I hope you all can rest well and hopefully make it to the ceremony tomorrow at sunset. The three of us nod our heads and move back to the entryway and grab our gear. As Master and Ronald leave through the door, the headman calls out to me. Oh, Aaliyah, please give my regards to your mother. Tell her I'm happy you made it home safely. The hair on the back of my neck stands up. Why does she need to hear that from me? She's visited my house every day since we made it back, and well, we talked about my horrible decision in allowing you to stay behind. Just let her know I apologize again. Oh gods, I look down at myself. I don't have any injuries, but I'm filthy. Leaving the headman's house, I'm lucky the onlookers have dispersed by now so they won't see the panicked look on my face. I try to hide my nervousness from the people still intensely staring at me as I make my way back home. I half expected Mom to be waiting in the doorway for my return. Is her absence a good sign or a bad one? I open the door to our house and I almost draw my axe when I feel the bloodlust hit me. Mother is standing, no towering over me, a few feet away from the door with a presence I can't describe. Mom, I'm so happy to see you. I tried to choke out the words. I'll give you a big hug in a second. Let me clean myself first. I avoid her eyes as I set my pack down. Chalk. I hit a less piss. I feel like a snake sheeting its skin when the spell activates. Soon my whole body sheds at least 4 pounds of dirt and sweat onto the stone floor below me. See, Mom, not a scratch on me. I twirl in place, showing off my unmarked body. Thank the gods my high vitality let my scrapes heal in time. I still can't meet Mother's gaze, but I noticed Father silently standing in a corner. He looks at me and mouths, run. Oh no, I made a mess over here. I quickly bend over and grab a bucket by the door. I'll get some water to clean it up. Be right back. I twist and move to open the door to flee. Darius, door. The sound of Mother's ice-cold voice causes me to fumble with the latch. I have 113 dexterity. How is that possible? I only get the door open a few inches before Dad arrives beside me and pushes the door shut, closing of my only escape route. Where do you think you're going? I hear Mother walking towards me. I'm scared to turn around. Traitor. I whisper up at Father. You made me come home alone. You betrayed me first. He whispers back. Our quiet conversation might as well have been a shout in our silent house. Ever so slowly, I turn around. Let me explain before you. The words die in my throat when I finally see Mother's face. Her 2 eyes are brighter than the magnesium fire I used against the spider. Hopefully in my next life I'll be able to make it to 30. Morning, Master. I call out to the prone form of Dell. He's already laying on his favorite bench as I enter his clearing. He opens his eyes and looks surprised to see me. What's with that look? Not happy to see me. I send a challenging look down at Master. Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised to see you. I figured your mother would have tortured you for at least 3 days before I saw you again. A series of flashbacks from last night caused the blood to drain from my face. Swallowing hard, I try to send a challenging look back at Master, who now looks worried for me. I'm an adult now. We had a civil discussion and that was it. I try to project some confidence. That's how it happened. Master doesn't look convinced. I move over to another bench and sigh, planting my butt against the hard stone. I wish. Everyone was crying. At one point we argued, doors were slammed. More crying after that, this time mostly me. Hugging, then more yelling when I told them the three of us have to patrol the forest monthly. Another argument followed by deep conversation that lasted hours into the night. In short, mother and father were mad I stayed behind, but happier that I came back okay. I stare up at some clouds floating above us. Sounds like you have a great family. I do, don't I? I'm incredibly blessed to be alive, and to be surrounded by so many people who love me. I still expected you to be locked in your room for at least a day. Despite all the initial arguing, we all sat down together, and I explained to them how only the three of us could face the chameleon spiders without sacrificing half the village. They were reluctant to acknowledge the need for my participation, but eventually they relented. I think they realized how dangerous the forest would become if I didn't help. That's probably true. Master rubs his nose. It's great you could come to an understanding with your parents. All the more reason I'm confused you're not spending the day with them. I rise from the bench and stand beside Master. I need to do more. He must see the fire in my eyes because he sits up and properly faces me. Our village was vastly unprepared for the goblin threat. Farmers charged the goblins wielding nothing but farming tools. I can't let that happen again. I still plan to sell most of my goods to Curvin, but I plan on forging enough spears to arm most of the villagers in case of a disaster. I also want your help to make a better bow for Ronald. He needs something better to defend himself with when we hunt the spiders again next month. And the most important thing I need to do is level more. Master doesn't look surprised from my speech. All grand goals. I suppose as your master I should help my student. I'll have to take my naps on the days you spend time with your family. Do you have a plan for today? I smile at Master Dell as he rises from his bench. He stretches his massive arms across his chest. Today I want to get all the materials ready for a forging marathon tomorrow. We have all the bloomery metal ready from before we left on the expedition, so I figured we would get the basic steel ready quick enough and have time to try messing with some of the magic metals. I look at the pile of the spider's exoskeleton. You told me magic beast parts can be combined with some metals to create semi-magical alloys, right? I said some parts can be used. The exoskeleton might be a good material to work with, or it could become worthless when subjected to the forge's heat. And remember, we can't waste all the materials. You promised Ronald you would sell the materials to Curvin and give him his cut of the profits later. I will give him a fair share of the profits in the form of a new bow and better arrows. I slyly smile at Master. I think I've properly understood Ronald's character after our time in the forest. He would rather have a better bow than some coins weighing down his pockets. If you want to take that chance, I won't stop you, but you need to remember as a craftsman you need to always keep the customer's perspective in mind. Yes, Master. Good. Start the smelter. We have a lot of work to do. Yes, Master. I love it when Master gets fired up. Time to make some quality steel. Standing in front of the smelter, I can feel the heat through my mana skin skill. When I first started my apprenticeship under Master, he only used his forge to make small amounts of steel when he needed it. Only a year into my apprenticeship, it quickly became apparent we needed a better way to smelt the amount of steel that I was using for my practices. Our smelter is similar to the bloomery in design, but big enough to hold a much larger crucible. Through a lot of work, we even managed to fit a valve on the bottom of the smelter where we can pour the molten steel into billets. Each mold is 4 wide by 4 tall and 12 long, making 55-pound bars of steel. Our smelter makes 8 bars when we pack it to the brim. That's 440 pounds of steel. I can usually stretch that much material out into enough to work with for 2 or sometimes 3 months. This time I plan to use it all before Curvin returns. He doesn't have an exact schedule he follows, but I'm guessing he'll be back anywhere between 12 and 16 days from now. Is the forge ready yet, Master? I call over my shoulder. Almost there. I hear Master shout over the roaring flames. I add some more blacksmiths, logs into the smelter, double-checking to make sure the flames will remain strong while Master and I experiment with some new materials on the forge. Positive the smelter will be going strong by itself, I join Master by the forge. It's ready. Go on and grab a chunk of the spider carapace. Nodding my head to Master, I go and grab a medium-sized chunk of the carapace. The thin and long piece of carapace is maybe 2.5 feet long. I rush back to Master's side in my excitement. What do we do first? I excitedly ask him. When you're dealing with new materials, especially magic beast materials, you need to take it slow. First, we need to see how it reacts to high temperatures. Using a pair of short tongs, Master grabs the piece of carapace and moves part of it into the fire. We both stare at the flames, waiting for something to happen. After 20 seconds of heat treatment, the carapace starts to change. Small sparks start appearing across the exoskeleton, which quickly set the material ablaze. The fire radiating off of the carapace isn't as hot as our forge, but startling nonetheless. That's what I thought would happen. You see what's happening to the material. Magic beast parts that are attuned to the wind element give off wind mana, which spurs the growth of fire. We could use the carapace in the fire itself, but the flames that it's giving off are nothing special. Using my mana sense, I can see the mana contained in the carapace popping out of the material and spurring the growth of the flames in its surroundings. However, not all the mana is being expelled from the material. A small amount of wind mana is staying trapped in the material. Master pulls the carapace out of the forge, and it looks like flaming dough. The material is stretching off to its sides. After being removed from the forge for 2 minutes, the yellow flame dies out by itself. I focus my mana skin barrier around my hands and try to grab a chunk of the still stretching material. Careful, Master warns me. The barrier around my hands keeps me from feeling the texture of the material, but I can feel the heat as it disperses into the surrounding air. I try to rip a small chunk of the material off, but it only stretches further each time I pull it. As the material cools in my hands, it becomes less malleable with each passing second. Master watches as I try to sculpt the material into a staircase type of mold. I want areas with different thicknesses so I can test the material better. With the heat evaporating fast, I slowly lower my mana skin barrier. I completely remove the barrier on my index finger and run it across the surface of the brick. A gentle warmth radiates out of the material. The former carapace was lumpy and rough, but after almost liquefying, the material is smooth to the touch now. Taking the new material over to the anvil, I try tapping the thickest part of the brick with my hammer. The material produces a ringing noise when struck, but doesn't crack upon the first strike. I start increasing the force of my swings. With all my experience, I've become able to judge how much strength I put into each of my swings. It isn't until I use about 95 strength that the material dents under my hammer strikes. At 100 strength, the dent I leave has fractures radiating out the center of my strike. A strike again, this time using 105 strength on the thickest part of the material, which causes it to shatter. The thicker parts of the spider's carapace were able to withstand a strike from Master with his enchanted pickaxe. The material has obviously lost a great deal of its resistance if I can shatter it with this amount of strength. An interesting material, but I don't think you would want to use it in any of your projects. I examine one of the shattered chunks while I listen to Dell's advice. What if we mix it with some steel? I throw the question out. We still have enough bloomery steel that we couldn't fit into the smelter. I guess we could try to mix it in the smaller crucible on the forge. That's all the motivation I need to dash off and gather the materials. When I return to Dell's side, I start assembling the crucible. A chunk of bloomery steel goes in the bottom. Master, do you think I should put a piece of the carapace we already heat-treated or a chunk of the fresh carapace? We'll have to try both. When you're experimenting with new materials, you have to be ready to try multiple combinations. We'll start by adding a chunk of the stuff you shattered. I find a sliver of the shattered carapace and place it in the crucible. I put some shattered glass on top of our new mixture and move to put a few leaves inside. Put some extra leaves this time. I look confusingly over to Master. Why? I ask him. The carapace has to have its own carbon. Even if the mixture works, the steel alloy it makes will have too much carbon and be weaker than what we normally use. I never thought about that. I add some extra leaves and seal the crucible. I place it on the forge and move to check on the smelter. I'll have to watch 2 flames now, but that should keep me busy while we wait for new metal to liquefy. An hour of controlling 2 fires passes by rather quick. You think it's ready? I question Master. Who knows? We're working with new materials. Your guess is as good as mine. I can tell he's trying not to get my hopes up, but I can see the excitement hidden in his eyes. Trying something new is always fun. We place the crucible off to the side and start prepping our second one. This time I put a piece of the carapace we didn't melt yet alongside the bloomery steel. With some leaves and glass, I seal the crucible and place attempt number 2 in the forge. With the new crucible heating up, we turn our attention to our slightly cooler first attempt. Using tongs and my mana skin skill, I try not to burn myself. When the lid is removed, we realize we need to wait a few more minutes because the small layer of glass on top is still a little runny. I turn to check on the heating crucible. Wow. Master Dell follows the direction I'm looking at, and he's astonished as well. The crucible we've only had on the forge for a few minutes is glowing red. The crucible is supposed to trap the heat inside, allowing the metal to liquefy, but it shouldn't heat up that fast. It must be the chunk of carapace we put inside. I think the carapace is acting as a fire inside the crucible. I tell Dell my hypothesis. You're probably right. The flames that engulfed the first piece of carapace we tested weren't that hot, but being confined in the crucible must be raising the temperature inside exponentially quicker. If it bonds with the steel, adding it into our smelter could really cut back on the time we need to leave it running. It's ready. I turn back around in time to watch Dell strike the glass in the crucible. Master pulls the chunks of glass out before he grabs a pair of tongs. How did it turn out? I try to stand over his shoulder, watching him trying to grab the chunk of metal. Dell quickly manages to get a hold of the metal with the tongs and pulls it out for both of us to see. Pity. Master spoils the reveal. Once the chunk of metal is in the sunlight, I can see why he's disappointed. The small puck of metal he pulls out of the crucible has distinct off-color gray lines running throughout the metal. The metal didn't bond with melted carapace. The metal might look cool with the different shades of gray, but those lines are structural weak points in the metal. If the melted carapace was concentrated in the top or bottom of the metal, we could try to salvage the steel, but it's impossible with it like it is. Well, that sucks. Master nods to my statement. Dell touches the puck with his finger before he offers it to me. It's cool enough you can hold it with your mana skin. He places the puck in my hands. I hold it up to the light and marvel at the smooth sides and lines branching throughout the steel. I'll add it to my collection. It will be a good reminder that not everything works out perfectly when you want it to. And here I thought I was going to have to console you. I'm happy you're not letting this failure bother you, but we still have one more to check. Let's hope it's better than this one, I say in a dry tone. I keep flipping the puck of metal in my hands. I can see the mana unevenly spread throughout the chunk of steel. Using inject mana, I pump some of my mana inside the puck. The insides light up like a spineless Christmas tree. The melted carapace is a better conductor for my magic than the chunk of steel. I'll have to test other materials, but maybe I can use it as an enchanting ingredient. While we wait for the second crucible to finish, I make sure the smelter is staying hot enough to properly melt the steel. We aren't sure how long we should leave the crucible on the forge, so we wait for an hour before we remove it. The crucible is much hotter this time, so Master has the honor of cracking the lid. The glass is still molten. I lean over and see the glass still in its liquid form. We leave the crucible to the side and wait for the glass to cool. So we wait. And wait and wait. Master, is it supposed to take this long? I swing my legs as I sit on one of the benches. It shouldn't. He looks down into the crucible again. The glass is cooling slightly, but a part of it is still molten. You think mana quenching it would help? You can try. Rapidly cooling the metal will also be a good indicator if it bonded well enough. All right, step aside, old man. Let me show you how it's done. Master moves away from the crucible while rolling his eyes at me. I strengthen the barrier around my hands and pick up the crucible. I can tell the insides of the crucible are still really hot despite us letting it sit for almost 40 minutes. The trick with mana quenching is to use my mana to disperse the heat trapped within an object. It's more difficult this time because I have to go through the crucible first. Luckily, the crucible is not only good at absorbing heat, but also expelling it. It only takes me half a minute to diffuse most of the heat from the crucible. What's weird is I can see more fire mana filling the cleared space I made in the crucible. If I keep emptying the heat from the crucible, that must mean the insides are cooling too. After another minute, I have to reassess the situation. Having trouble. Master looks confused when he sees me struggling. He's watched me mana quench hundreds of items, most of which only require a few seconds for me to do it properly. I think I almost have it. I grumble between my teeth. The heat is finally subsiding after I wasted nearly 200 mana on cooling it. I set the crucible down and grab a hammer to break the glass. One good swing shatters the protective barrier. I still have my hands guarded, so I reach in and pull the puck out. Both Master's and my eyes go wide when we see the silvery puck in my hands. Unlike the other one, which has lines running through it, the metal looks uniformly of one color. The steel is a lighter shade of silver than usual. I'd say it looks like a mix of aluminum and steel. Surprisingly, I still feel a faint heat radiating from the puck. Is it generating that heat? Master, feel this. I reduce the barrier covering my hands so I can better feel the metal with Master. It's radiating its own heat. Master confirms my suspicions. What do you think would happen if I put it back in the fire? Master and I share a smile. Using some tongs, I place the puck back on the forge. I wait for the metal to turn red before I pull it out. I place the puck on a ledge next to the forge. We both stare at the glowing metal. Unlike a usual chunk of steel, this puck stays hot for nearly 4 times as long after it's removed from the forge. This could be useful. Let's see how malleable it is. I heat the puck back up before I take it over to the anvil. I smile after the first hammer strike. The metal moves just like steel. I know what I can use this for. Master, is there any more chunks of steel left over? Master looks up from my work and ponders my question. I think there's a little left. What are you making? His eyes drift back to me, hammering the metal. I'm going to make the best pan my mother's ever seen. I boldly claim. Ah, you need a handle. Dell quickly realizes what I want the regular steel for. I could stretch the metal enough to make a handle and a small pan out of the material, but the metal absorbs heat too much. I'll use the heating steel, that's a good name for it, as the base and sides of the pan, and use a regular piece of steel for the handle. I can use it to cook tonight and offer it as a peace offering to Mother. The metal is easy to work with because it retains the forge heat for so long. I can shape it much easier than any metal I've worked with before. I look up to see Master approaching with a small chunk of steel in hand. He passes by me and places the steel in the forge. We don't even need to communicate. The puck of heating steel is quickly flat to my design thickness, and I move on to curling the sides up. Making something like this requires you to have a sense of symmetry. A giant press can make a pan in a second, but doing it by hand is an art form. Luckily, I've made plenty of pans over the last few years. I managed to get the bulk of the pan finished before it cools too much. I place the base of the pan off to the side and step next to Master. The steel for the handle is just about ready for me to work with. Using some tongs, I shift the hot metal over to the anvil and start flattening it out. The regular steel doesn't hold its heat as well, so I have to reheat it a few times to get it into an even flat rectangle. After I heat it again, I use the side of the anvil to curve the metal. After some precise swings, I successfully curve and weld the steel into a workable handle. I now have the base and the handle ready, so I heat them both up together for the last time. When they're both glowing, I remove them and fit my handle up against the pan base. Using one of the precision hammers to weld the two pieces together, I double-check the seam for any imperfections before I mana quench the handle. Injecting my mana into the steel, I can search for any imperfections in my welding. The handle has a few micro-fractures, but nothing serious for a pan. My mana moves from the handle and jumbles up at the welding point. Connecting two different metals into a matching mana flow has only happened twice over the hundreds of items I forged. I'm not surprised this one isn't perfect. It's harder, but I can still direct my mana into the base of the pan. The base is still retaining some heat after welding the pieces together, and once my mana enters it, the metal actually heats up a little more. If the effect was stronger, I might have been able to cook by just injecting mana into the pan. The melted carapace works as a magic insulator that multiplies heat retention. A crazy idea pops into my head. I almost drop my hammer in my excitement. Moving my finished pan and tools, I take off to the shed I store my workable minerals in. My collection of rocks is divided into two parts. The smaller samples I keep at home, much to Mother's displeasure, but the larger samples I get from Curvin are kept here in case I want to try forging with them. My most recent purchase is what grabs my attention. The two chunks of fire iron are sitting on a metal plate. Eyeballing the two samples, I grab the biggest one. Before I close the shed, I grab the bucket that has the remains of crushed gem snail shells inside. With these two things, I might be able to make a magic sword. With my arms full, I make my way back to Master. What do you have there? He inspects the materials in my arms. Hear me out, Master. The fresh spider carapace fused with the steel and made it better retain heat. What would happen if we mixed the carapace with some fire iron? I feel like a mad scientist right now. That could work. Are you willing to bet most of your fire iron to try it out, though? He levels a serious look at me. His look makes me nervous, but the image of a magic katana keeps appearing in my head and cutting any ideas of playing it safe to shreds. I'll take that chance. Let's get it going in a crucible. And the gem snail dust, what are you using that for? I can understand his wariness. It takes a ridiculous amount of time to harvest enough snail shells to properly fuse it with a metal. I need something that can take the heat of the fire iron while working as a sturdy core. You know, infusing gem snail dust into steel may make it more durable, but it also softens it slightly. You want something like that. I can't help but widely smile at Dell's uncertain face. That's exactly what I want. All right, but let's try your fire iron first. If it doesn't work out, at least we won't waste the gem snail dust. I try not to let his skepticism bring me down. I move over to the rock crusher and make sure there's no dust that will accidentally mix with the ore. I use some water to clean it out before I place my fire iron chunk inside. As I crush the rocks, I can feel a small amount of heat wafting up from the pummeled ore. I carefully move the shattered ore into a clean bucket and walk back to Dell. I hope this is enough for what I need. I carefully pour all the bits of fire iron into the crucible and wipe any remaining dust out of the bucket with my hands. How much carapace should I put in the crucible? I ask Master Dell. I've worked with fire iron twice before. Like most magic metals, it doesn't usually contain many impurities. That said, I've never tried combining it into an alloy before. I'd say use the same amount as last time, but add a few more leaves. The carbon in the ore might be a little higher than our bloomery steel. Master seems to ponder over every piece of advice. Let me seal this one. He picks up the crucible. I need you to grab a large pile of blacksmith's logs. Fire iron takes a lot of heat to melt properly. I move over to the woodshed where we keep the good logs and start moving them over to the forge. I throw a few small ones on the fire to get it going. It takes a few trips to gather enough wood, but I finish in time to watch Master bring the sealed crucible over. He carefully moves it into the raging inferno that I have going. I move to check our smelter again. If I ruin this batch of steel, Master would never let me live it down. When I rejoin Master, I need to increase my mana skin barrier. The heat radiating out of the forge is incredible. We usually use 1 or 2 blacksmith's logs to create a hot zone in the forge in case we need to rapidly heat up part of the metal. This time the forge is filled with the special logs, pushing the flames to well over 2000 C. This world continues to amaze me. Wood from a tree is able to reach such incredible temperatures. Would you look at that? Dell looks mystified at the fire. I have to scooch closer to Master before I can see what's leaving the man gobsmacked. The flames of the forge are being repelled from the crucible. The air surrounding it is warping from the heat radiating out of the sealed container. I check the crucible with sense mana and see a whirling nebula of fire mana inside. We leave the crucible in the forge for an hour and a half, watching the waves of heat radiating off of it before we move it off to the side. I check the mana inside the crucible after it has sat for about 30 minutes, only to find the mana has only settled by 10%. I tell Dell the state of the mana and watch as he rubs his chin. If that's the case, we'll have to wait until tomorrow before we open it. If it looks good tomorrow, we can forge some gem snail steel first thing in the morning, and that should leave you enough time to make your sword. I'm practically shaking with excitement. Master looks up at the sky, then over to the smelter. Let's pour the smelter and make our way towards the village. We still need to attend the village meeting. Sounds good, I say. We split up to gather the materials. Master moves to grab 2 pairs of thick gloves that cover our whole arms while I grab the molds we use for the billets. The steel is around 1500 C coming out of the smelter, and no matter how strong my mana skin skill is or Master's skills are, our flesh would melt if we splashed any of the molten steel on us. The gloves were actually the first things I ordered from Curvin. They're hide from a semi-magical beat that boasts a decent fire resistance. Then the gloves were treated with an alchemical solution. With that in mind, the gloves will only withstand molten steel for 7 seconds. That's enough time for us to retreat and remove the gloves before parts of us start to melt. I line up the molds in a single file line directly under the tapping valve. It took us a while to get the molds right, but now the molten steel fills the first mold and overflows to the next, and will continue that cycle until the last one is filled. A 1/4 of an inch of steel will cover all the molds that we'll have to cut through after they cool partially. Ready, Master shouts at me even though we're feet apart. Ready, I shout back. Clear responses are critical when dealing with molten metal. Pouring, Master shouts and releases the valve. The tapping hole is tiny, but the force of the liquid metal still pushes it out at a decent speed. The red ooze travels into the molds and slowly fills them up. Molten steel is hotter than lava. It's such a beautiful moment when you watch it pour. Gods, I love my job. Side by side, Master Dell and I make our way towards the village headman's house. I have a sense of déjà vu while we make our way over to the village meeting. If anything, this walk is even more nerve-wracking a second time. We weren't aware of the dangers we would be facing back then. Now the whole village needs to be warned about the dangers we encountered. I wish we could skip through time, so we could move directly into our forging tomorrow, but I doubt even magic could accomplish such a feat. The walk is just as quiet as last time. As we approach the crowd outside Camden's house, I swear it looks the same. Maybe not. Last time no one knew why we were summoned. The hushed whispers amongst the crowd paint a more ominous picture this time. A few families holding clay jars are being surrounded by groups of people offering their condolences. I notice Ronald positioned by the headman's front door. More than one set of eyes are staring deeply at him. I'm glad I'm not up there. Ronald's gaze is steady, giving no indication to the outcome of our search. Mr. Del Raisin and Miss Aaliyah, I'm happy you could join us. The both of us turn to our left, taking notice of Nicholas steadily approaching us. We were staying out of the way near the back of the crowd. How did he find us so quickly? I take a look around us and realize I was placing all my attention on Ronald. While most people are keeping an eye on Ronald, but the villagers closest to us are sending questioning glares our way as well. Crap, he wants us up front for this. Are you sure that's necessary? We're comfy here. I try to express my discomfort at the idea of being displayed in front of the whole village. Nicholas looks troubled by my suggestion. I don't think that would be a good idea. Why do we need to be? Master cuts me off with a gentle elbow to my side. Using the moment to his advantage, Nicholas takes a small step forward. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I have to insist. The village needs to see the 3 of you together. His caring but firm tone doesn't leave me any room to negotiate. I turn my head away from him, only to see a number of villagers moving to get a better look of Master Dell and me. No one is shoving or arguing, but everyone close to us is trying to get a good view of us. I feel Master's hand on my shoulder. I look back to see Master nodding his head to Nicholas. Silently, we follow him as the crowd parts for our passing. I think I might be sick. The emotions plastered across the crowd's faces are hard to look at. I try to focus on my feet, but something inside me is telling me it's wrong to look down right now. I take a deep breath before I raise my head and focus on the back of Nicholas's head. I'm still assaulted by the faces in my peripheral vision. The closer we get to the front of the headman's house, the more my shoes feel like they're made of lead. I might as well be scaling a mountain as we ascend the steps in front of us. We reach the top, and now comes the hard part. I see Master turning around after he takes his place next to Ronald. Everything moves in slow motion as I turn to face the crowd. The steps in front of the headman's house are only 3 feet at their highest point, but I feel like I'm up on a pedestal for all to see. Looking down at the crowd, I feel naked in their gazes. Everyone looks like they have a question they're dying to scream out. I barely noticed Nicholas slip open his front door and disappear inside. Surely, they don't want us to address the crowd, right? Ronald and Dell would never talk to this many people, so does that mean I have to explain everything? As my legs start to shake at the horrifying idea, Nicholas exits his house followed by his father. I'm able to stop my panic attack before Nicholas takes his place next to me. Camden stays in front of their door, taking center stage. As he looks over the crowd, the whispers vanish. I'm sorry. Camden's words paralyze everyone. I'm sorry for the loss of our neighbors, our friends, and our family. Many hang their heads hearing Camden's words. I underestimated the goblins. This horde was unlike anything I could have prepared for. If it wasn't for the brave sacrifices from the fallen, none of us would have returned from the expedition. They died protecting our homes and our very lives. We shall have a moment of silence to honor their sacrifices. Camden bows his head and everyone follows his example. In the silence, the cries of those who have lost people are heard by all. It's hard not to tear up. The silence stretches for 5 minutes before Camden raises his head again. I wish I could tell you the danger has passed. Many people jump at the headman's reveal. I'm sure you've all heard about the 3 who volunteered to stay behind and search the forest for any more dangers. Camden looks at the 3 of us and the whole village follows his example. My body erupts in goosebumps. Ronald and Dell Raisin, who faced a goblin believed to be stronger than level 60, and the young heroine Aaliyah, who faced a newly formed horned hob single-handedly. Each volunteered to stay behind after their exhausting battle. I blush at the praise. I know I never wanted to stand out, but I knew when I volunteered for the expedition that there was a good chance people would recognize my strength. I wish I can tell you they cleared up some stray goblins they found and returned victorious. Sadly, they found the beasts that were hunting the goblins, the reason they left the deeper parts of the forest. Giant magic beasts were found hidden amongst the trees. The headman is trying to look strong in front of everyone, but it's not working. The silence breaks as people start discussing the horrible truth to each other. I'm happy that everyone isn't staring up at us anymore, but watching everyone panic isn't how In wanted it to happen. How strong are the magic beasts? Are they going to attack the village? Did we even have to attack the goblins? People quickly turn their questions and rage back to Camden. I expected him to activate his skill he used last time to silence everyone, but instead he stands there waiting. People continue to scream at him, and he just stands there taking it. Ever so slowly, the voices quiet on their own as people realize he's waiting for silence. I know you all have questions, and I know you're all scared. So am I. I was briefed on the peculiarities of the beasts by our 3 heroes. I flinch again at being called a hero. The magic beasts are huge spiders that use their magic to blend into the trees. They appear to be staying closer to magic-dense parts of the forest, but we're not sure if they'll branch out and look for food now that the goblins are gone. How do we spot them? One of the hunters shouts out. I was told that Ronald could barely spot the difference in the trees. They were lucky to find the first one. All the others they found were extremely difficult to see. The only sign you could look for is a tree that doesn't have any branches. He changed the story to hide my magic abilities. How strong are they? Another hunter questions Camden. Master Dell Raisin was only barely able to wound the beasts with a magic pickaxe. The magic beasts are believed to be around level 80, maybe higher. Everyone pales at the revelation. Before everyone panics, I want to remind you they're staying deep in the forest for now. Ronald, Aaliyah, and Dell Raisin have volunteered again to check the forest each month. That said, everyone who enters the forest must have a partner accompany them. We need to stay safe until the Lord's promised troops arrive in spring. We need to remain vigilant and pray the beasts move back into the deeper parts of the forest. Most of the villagers nod their heads in agreement, but the hunters look unconvinced of the danger. Hopefully, they never run into a chameleon spider while hunting. Lastly, for those of you who have lost somebody, I've already commissioned a group memory stone from Salis in memory of everyone we lost. If you want a personal one made, I've already told Salis that I'll be covering the cost of them all. Burial customs in this world are pretty simple. Usually the body of a loved one is cremated after they pass on, and their ashes are either kept by the family or spread somewhere significant to the departed. A memory stone is like a smaller type of tombstone that a family places around their home in honor of their fallen loved ones. I'll be visiting each of the families who have lost someone over the next few days. If anyone needs clarification on something or has another question, you can stay and see me. I was waiting for him to say dismissed or something, but only an awkward silence blows through the crowd. A few groups along the edges of the crowd silently break away first. Of course, standing up front I can't just run off. I'm essentially stuck up here with the others until the crowd thins out. A few people walk up to us and start asking Camden their questions. I ignore the conversations and try to pick out mom or dad in the crowd. There they are, standing off to the side waiting for the crowd to disperse. It takes 20 minutes for most of the villagers to leave, but a small group of people are still boxing us in. People are still trying to get Camden to answer their questions. Father must have run out of patience because his large figure starts steadily making its way through the remaining people towards our position. People quickly notice him moving through the crowd, and he easily makes his way in front of me. Mother appears by his side looking a little peeved. Are you almost ready to go home? You promised you were going to make us dinner tonight. Her statement draws a few heads, including Camden's. Camden and Mother lock eyes for a moment, and Camden quickly shifts his head to the side and starts answering the question of the villager farthest away from Mother. I'm sorry, Mom. I wasn't expecting that we would have had to stand up front this whole time. I have to grab something at Dell's place really quick, but I can meet you back home in a few minutes. I apologize to a cross mother. That's fine as long as you hurry. She looks between Master and me a few times before she turns her body to face Master directly. Dell Raisin, won't you join us for dinner? Mother blindsides Master with the dinner offer. Master's speechless. I won't take no for an answer. Mother ushers Master on his way, and the three of them start making their way back through the crowd. Mother shouts over her shoulder, hurry along, sweetie, and remember you promised us the best dinner ever. She still must be peeved at me. I need to hurry. Double step helps me make it through the crowd before it closes in on me again. I rush back to Master's clearing. I wish I could have brought my pan with me to the meeting, but it would have been in bad taste if I was forced to stand up front of everyone holding a pan in one hand while listening to the problems of the village. Adding Master to my dinner plans shouldn't be that hard. I was planning a feast, and adding one more mouth to feed won't be a problem. I wonder how Master is going to handle Mother's questioning. The hairs stand up on my neck. I can't leave him alone with my family. Flash step, I launch myself towards Dell's house. I need to move faster. With my new pan in hand, I arrive back home. I'm a little sweaty from my run back here, but it was a good idea to clean myself with magic after I reached Dell's hut. Opening the door, I see my parents and Master Dell sitting at our table. Oh, back already. I didn't mean you had to run the whole way, sweetie. I wipe the sweat from my face and change my shoes. I didn't want to keep you all waiting. I try to deliver my best smile I can to Mother while scanning Dell in the side of my vision. Did he say anything? I make my way past the table and steal a quick look at Master. He doesn't look troubled, that's a good sign. I quickly move towards the fireplace and fill it with kindling, then cast my fire spell. Leif Gamfer all en nabs. The kindling catches and I add a log for good measure. I move over to the counter and check my supplies I gathered this morning. I woke up earlier than usual to find some herbs in the forest alongside bartering for some butter from Granny Jeller. I was surprised she wouldn't accept my payment, saying I deserved it for all my hard work. It wasn't until the meeting I realized the attention everyone was giving me. I double-check our palm reserves and make sure we have enough blood maize to accommodate everyone. We have 6 ears of maize, which should be more than enough. A quick tug and I peel the cobs of maize. I lay the palm on a cutting board and ready my knife. So Dell, you were telling us about your troubles facing the humongous spider. I almost cut my finger when I overhear Mother talking to Master. Sadly, my strength wasn't enough. If it wasn't for Aaliyah's last-ditch attempt to stop the beast, we would have had to run. I turn around and force a smile at Master. I don't think they want to hear a story like that so close to dinner. I might have said that a little too quickly. Oh, but we do. Mother glares at me. Master looks confused between us. You see, Dell, Aaliyah told us she killed the beast in a minute with her amazing magic. She seemed to have left out some key details. Master finally realizes what's going on. Maybe this conversation should wait until after diner. It's fine, continue. Oh gods, her smile makes Master shiver. You've doomed us both, you fool. Master's horrible at telling stories. Let me explain how it happened. I take a step towards the table. You have dinner to finish first. Mother smiles at me, but I can see that her eyes are cold. She's going to kill me and I'm making my own last meal. I only have one chance to save myself. This dinner has to be so good it causes her to forget about her anger. Can I cook something that good? I glance back at Mother. She's leaning forward, resting her head on her hand, listening to Dell stammer out his experience in the woods. Her eyes shift in my direction and I suddenly feel cold. I have to get this dinner perfect. I turn around and focus on the task at hand. First, I'll get the palm going. I put a pot of water on the fire while I clean and palm and cut them into 4s. I add the palm into the pot and move over to the blood maize. Another pot of water and I have the maize boiling. The trick is to keep the 2 pots at different distances from the fire so they cook at different speeds. The spider meat will cook a lot faster, so I prepare my butter seasoning first. I use a small amount of pepper like seasoning mixed with a few herbs from the forest. I'll mix some of the herbs with the butter to use on the spider meat and blood maize. The rest of the seasonings will be mixed with the palm when I'm ready to mash them up. I move over to the spider legs I brought home with me. Using sense mana, I can see the mana contained in the meat is only 30 what it was originally. The meat would probably last another day, but I plan on cooking the last of it tonight. Time to use my new pan. I grab the pan and walk over to the fireplace. I stick the whole base inside the flames and watch it quickly glow hot in the fire. I move back over to the counter and place the hot pan on a flat stone we use for the pot of stew every night. I put half the butter in the pan and swish it around until it coats the bottom. Adding in some spices, I can finally put the meat in. The sizzling sound briefly stops the conversation back at the table. I juggle watching everything until my skills help me determine the best time to remove everything. I mash the palm and add the seasonings to everything before I grab some bronze plates I made for our family a few years ago. Everyone gets a large helping of mashed potatoes, I mean mashed palm. A full cob of blood maize and a larger chunk of spider meat. Using my high dexterity, I carry all 4 plates to the table. Master and my parents look surprised with the meal I place in front of them. Master may be used to the spider meat, but I'm sure the seasonings I use this time will make it multiple times better. I make sure everyone has utensils and a drink before I have the honor of reciting the prayer. I watch everyone take their first bite of blood maize and mashed palm. Mom and Dad look reluctant to try the spider meat. They both notice me staring and hesitantly rip a piece of meat off with their forks. Master follows their example, and all 3 of them take a bite at the same time. Watching their eyes open together brings me a huge sense of accomplishment. You've gotten better at preparing it. Master mumbles between his bites. This is amazing. Dad examines his second bite before shoving it in his mouth. You did an excellent job, sweetie. Despite all the spine-tingling looks she sent me tonight, Mother gives me a heartfelt smile after tasting the meat. The rest of dinner was nothing but smiles as we gorged ourselves on the magic beast meat. I made sure to collect everyone's dishes as we finished and cleaned everything myself. With the new pan cleaned, I move over to Mom to show her my gift. What is this? She examines the pan. It's a special metal that Master and I made. It absorbs and retains heat. You can stick the pan in the fire, then pull it out and cook directly on the countertop. If it cools too much, you just need to wave it in the fireplace for a little bit to heat it back up. This might just work. So it's a semi-magical item without any runes. It's beautiful, sweetie. She caresses the sides of the pan with a smile on her face. I just have one question. What about Mom? I lean in to give her a hug. As my arms wrap around her, she turns and shows me her bright smile. Is this supposed to be a bribe? My grin vanishes. I feel Mom's arms interlock around me. I can't escape. My family always taught me whenever you're bribing someone, the gift needs to match the occasion. Did you think dinner and a pan was enough to cover lying about your fight with the magic beast and not following your promise to me? Mom's eyes flash for a second and a yes slips through my teeth. Why did I say that? Was that a skill? A new skill I picked up while you were gone? Eyes of truth, a good skill, don't you agree? Thank the gods I don't feel compelled to answer that question truthfully. Congratulations, I can only force a half smile. You left me there alone, you coward. I yelled down at Master Dell. I saw where the conversation was going. I saw a chance and took it. You can't blame me for that. Besides, it must not have been that bad if you're here today. I sneered down at Master. I had to beg Mother to hold off on my punishment. I get to make my sword today, and then the next 5 days I owe to my parents. That's good, I'll finally get a day to rest properly. I lift my arm ready to punch the lazy dwarf but hesitate at the last moment. I don't have time for this. I lower my arm and turn around towards the crucible we left yesterday. Using sense mana, I can see the puck of ore inside the crucible. The mana is no longer escaping the metal, but I can still see the heat ready to explode from inside the puck. Plucking a small stick from the ground, I place the tip up against the crucible. The twig doesn't smolder, letting me know I can touch the crucible without burning myself. A steady heat is still radiating off of the jar as I move to open it. Master leans over and hands me some tongs. I didn't hear him approach. I suppose he's just as curious as me if the alloy we made will work. Once the lid is removed, I'm happy to see the layer of glass isn't in a liquid state. I pick up a small hammer and break the glass seal. I remove the chunks and try to grab the fire steel with the tongs. The puck shines brightly in the sunlight and sports a faded orange color. I almost want to cry when I don't see any lines running through the metal. A quick scan with my mana sense reveals an even structure inside the puck. The fire iron and chameleon spider carapace fused perfectly. Guess we'll need to use the gem snail powder after all, Dell exclaims. That reminds me I still have a lot of work to do. I take off to grab the supplies I need. Gem snail steel is a slightly softer steel that's capable of withstanding both high and low temperatures and is known to take a beating before it breaks. The only downside is the mixture for the steel is 80 iron ore and 20 gem snail powder. A decent-size ingot uses a ridiculous amount of crushed shells. The only time I've worked with the metal is when we forged Father a new axe last year, and even then, it was layered with regular steel. I let Master prepare the crucible this time while I get the forge going. I have to use blacksmith's logs again to get the fire hot enough. I'll have to help Dad harvest some more wood when I go out with him again. Once the flames are strong enough, we place the crucible inside. Can you watch the forge for me, Master? You sure? He knows how much I like to do everything by myself as much as I can. I need to get all the supplies ready for what's next. All right, I'll call you over when it's ready. I spend the next hour prepping everything I need so I can finish my weapon in one day. I have neither the skill or knowledge to make a true katana. I know they were overhyped back on Earth, but I've always wanted one. A magic katana will have to be a substitute for an authentic one I could never afford in my previous life. It's ready. Master shouts out, "Let's do this." I move next to Master and activate my mana skin skill. From here on out, I want to do everything myself. Master nods to me. "I'll leave it to you, but if I see you about to waste the metal, I'll step in." That's fair. I mana quench the crucible. After I remove the lid and glass, I can see the dark gray metal that will be the spine of my sword. Using some tongs, I place the puck back in the forge. It takes more than a minute to get the new steel hot enough to move. I wait for the metal to turn the right shade of red before I move it to the anvil. I'm not stingy with my skills this time and alternate between double strike and weighted strike. The metal slowly takes on a brick shape before I start drawing it out. The steel is top-notch, so I'll only fold it 4 times to make sure everything is perfectly even inside the metal. Master stands off to my side looking like a statue. His eyes are trained solely on the steel. If I mess up, he won't hesitate to stop me. With each fold, I pump a little bit of mana into the metal. The surge of mana helps to dislodge the scale that forms from the oxidation on the outside of metal. I make sure to check the structure of the metal with sense mana after every fold. I only take the time to wipe the perspiration on my face after the steel is shaped in a cylinder, and I can't spot any flaws within the metal. I set the steel aside and move back to the forge. I place more logs in the forge and move my fire steel in the hottest part of the flames. This magic alloy was already quite pure, but I need to fold it 6 times to account for the carapace fused with the steel. The fire steel absorbs the heat of the forge, but takes just as long as the gem snail steel to reach a temperature that I can shape it. Even as I remove the steel from the forge, red flames dance across its surface. I feed the steel some of my mana to keep it hot as I can while I work it the same way I did the other part of my sword. After the 6th fold, I work the steel into a rectangle and start to curve the metal. I leave the flaming steel on the anvil and move the gem snail steel back into the forge. Soon the fire steel joins it. Now comes the hard part. The fire steel will be a jacket that wraps halfway around the gem snail steel. It isn't hard to fuse the metals together, but for this to be a proper magic sword, I need the grains of the steel to match perfectly alongside the mana flow between the two of them. When I inject my mana into the sword, it needs to flow evenly throughout the whole thing. Here goes nothing. I pull the fire steel out of the forge and place it on the anvil. Next, I remove the gem snail steel and examine every side of the cylinder. I find the side that best matches the pattern in the fire steel. I carefully place the cylinder in its jacket. I can't mess this up now. I use double strike, precise strike, and weighted strike all at the same time, delivering incredible hammer blows at the cost of a significant chunk of my stamina. I carefully pound the different steels into a single ingot. I use inject mana, sending a pulse of my mana through the steel. The grain of the steel matches perfectly, but my heart drops when the mana inside the metal isn't connected in the same way. The sword would still work even with this flaw, but it would cost a lot more mana to produce the flames on the blade. I need to try and fuse the 2 different mana flows with mana manipulation. I send more pulses of my mana into the steel and try to carve new pathways for the different mana flows to connect. It's like connecting 2 freeways together with an off-ramp. As long as you can get from one to the other in a fluid motion, everything moves smoother. I start sweating as I use more and more of my mana. Almost got it. One more pulse of mana lets me spread my mana throughout the whole ingot evenly. I move the bar of steel back into the forge and move to wipe my eyes. The sweat almost blinded me there for a second. Now I can draw the bar of steel out and form the bare bones of a katana. I work the steel out to be 34 long. The blade will be 25 long while the handle will be 9 long. I spend the next 4 hours alternating my skills until a sword lays in front of me. I look at the flames dancing along the edge of the blade. I need the blade cooler for the next part, so I'll have to remove most of the heat from the sword. It takes 10 minutes and 184 points of mana to reduce the blade to an inert form. I take the sword over to 2 jars of clay I prepared earlier. I sit down and cover the blade in the 2 types of clay. A thicker clay for the spine of the sword and a lighter clay for the blade edge. The 2 types of clay make the different parts of the sword quench at different speeds. This quenching gives the sword its iconic bend and gives the sword's edge a stronger finish. I'm not sure it will work with the steel I used, but I use a twig to draw a straight line between the 2 clays. I'll take any pattern on the blade that I can get. Master looks confused by the clay, but follows me back to the forge. I heat my sword up in the forge one last time. I carefully monitor not only the outside of the blade, but the inside as well. I'm not sure if Master has seen anything like this before, but the final quenching will be the hardest part. I need to remove the heat from the blade rapidly, but the material I used wants to hold on to all the heat that it can. It's dangerous, but I move my mana skin barrier to only my hands. I immediately feel the incredible heat of the forge on my face, but I ignore it. In one quick motion, I grab the handle of my sword and yank it out of the fire with my bare hands. I think I hear Master yell at me, but I'm too focused to hear what he's saying. I can feel the heat eating away at the barrier covering my hands. Using inject mana, expel mana, and mana manipulation together, I dump 450 points of mana into my new sword. The vast amount of mana I push through the sword drains the heat from the sword in a split second. The expelled heat sizzles the air as the sword forms its iconic bend. My mana skin fails, and I crumple to my knees with only 132 of my mana left. I stare down at the orange and gray sword in my hands. I still need to make a proper handle alongside sharpening it and polishing the blade, but the hardest part is over. Are you okay? I look up, noticing Master standing over me looking worried. I may be sweaty and pale from the mana exertion, but I've never felt better. It worked. Master's worry turns into an exasperated smile. Congratulations, he says with just a hint of sarcasm. I'll take it. You going to stare at that thing for the rest of the day? Master criticizes me while I'm sitting on one of the stone benches. I can't believe I did it. I mumble over the weapon. So I've heard 5 times now. I can hear him rolling his eyes behind me. Are you going to finish it today or wait until you're allowed to come back? I spring to my feet. Yeah, I should probably finish it. I move over to the anvil and gently place my masterpiece down. I then make my way over to the materials shed. We keep a few trees branches inside that I've scavenged from my trips with father. I quickly skip over the branches that can't handle the heat the metal will produce. I need wood for the handle that can take the heat as well as act as a decent conductor for my mana. Only 3 samples of wood can match the specifications for what I'm looking for. All 3 samples are branches from a bone larch tree. Bone larch trees are thin bone gray trees that have many branching limbs with no bark that look like a malformed skeletal hand reaching out of the ground. The trunk of the tree is thin and only goes 7 feet before it splits into its multiple twisting branches that form its canopy. The wood doesn't burn well and is hard to carve, with its awkward joints everywhere. The only saving grace the tree has is its sparse brown leaves that the Jellin consider a delicacy. Well, it does have one more redeeming feature. The bone larch tree is one of the trees that store the majority of its mana in its branches. I harvested these 3 branches because I noticed a slightly higher magic density within them, even compared to the rest of the tree's branches. Only 2 of the pieces of wood are long enough for me to properly work with. I examine the remaining 2 with sense mana and pick the one with the straightest mana flow. Before I sit down to carve my handles, I search for the fittings I need. We have all shapes and sizes of fittings for knives and other weapons, but there's one type I'm looking for. There it is. I reach out and grab 2 of the god's copper fittings. The name might be a little flamboyant, but it's definitely the strongest copper around. The copper is mixed with sediments found around gemstones and used to produce a copper alloy that rivals steel with its durability. With it being a copper alloy, it also has a decent conductive quality. An item being electrically conductive doesn't necessarily equate to magic conductivity, but is generally a good indicator when it comes to metals. Copper, silver, and to a lesser extent gold all conduct magic better than other basic metals. Master showed me how to make them during my training, but we've never made something that required these better fittings, especially when we had steel readily available. With the materials in hand, I move towards the anvil and carefully split the log in half. Ready for some carving, I get comfortable on one of the benches. I never stop using my mana sense as I shave away the excess wood. Everything has a unique mana flow. Every piece of wood, metal, bone, meat, everything in this world contains an individual structure of mana depending on the material. Metals and other dead materials circulate their mana incredibly slow, but circulate nonetheless. I worked hard to make sure the mana flow in my sword meshed perfectly. Now I need to do the same for my sword's handle. The mana I inject into the wood will be directed to the fittings, that will then help me transport the mana into the blade itself. Crap, I forgot about the guard. I pause in my wood carving. I could make it without a guard, but I'm not experienced with a sword. Plus, the material needs to be strong enough to withstand the flames and magic running through the sword. I still need to finish the handle components, and then I still need time to stain and polish everything, let alone sharpening this beast. I'm not sure I'll have enough time. I look over to Master, who's still watching me work. I thought he would be back trying to sleep by now. Master, can you do me a favor? What do you need? He looks questioningly at me. I forgot the guard. Could you please make me one while I work on the handle pieces? I anxiously await his answer. Let me check the sword. He moves over to my waiting blade resting on the anvil. He examines the point where the blade reaches the handle. Wrapping his fingers firmly around the tang, he gives the sword 2 good swings. You have an idea of what you want. I'll take that as a yes. I jump up and sketch him a design in the dirt that loosely resembles a katana guard. I can do that. He confidently states and sets my sword back down. While Master places more wood on the forge, I move back over to the bench. At least I can still claim I made most of the sword. I delicately continue my carving. 2 hours later, and I'm watching Master Dell finish my guard. It's a combination of regular steel mixed with a little more gem snail steel. Master's finishing touches are embellishing the guard with a flame pattern. I rarely get to see Master make such detailed work. He's only using a hammer with a fine point to make the design. He flips the guard around in his hand before tossing it in my direction. I flinch but manage to snag the round piece of metal without letting it drop. I gather all my materials over on the anvil and start to assemble my katana. I check the guard first, sliding it up the tang and testing to make sure it's secure. Next, I line up my 2 pieces of bone larch handles and apply an alchemical solution to help bond everything tighter. Then I pound the 2 fasteners through holes I carved in the wood and the holes I prepped in the steel when it was still hot. I now have a workable handle. I seal the handle with 2 clamps and prepare a staining solution to guard the wood. I remove the clamps after I'm sure the sealant is dry and put a double coating of the lacquer solution on my handle. The stain turns the wood a darker gray, but it almost perfectly matches the gray in the blade. The solution dries quickly, so I move over to polish the blade. Hold up. Master's words cause me to freeze. Did I mess up something? I turn to face him. You're not done yet. My eyes go wide. What did I forget? You need to put your maker's mark on the sword. I'm confused by his words. You've never had me mark anything before. Why now? You've only done basic work up until now. You don't need to check your skills right now, but I'm positive you passed the test in blacksmithing. Masters only have apprentices create their maker's mark after they pass level 50 in blacksmithing. Your mark is proof your skills have reached a certain point. I smile at the sword in my hands. What do I use for my mark? I question Master. Use whatever you want. Even if your mark is close to someone else's, any blacksmith should be able to tell the difference if they're good enough. Keep it simple and add details to it when you level further. Something simple. Master hands me the small hammer he used to detail my guard. I think I know what I want to do. I move over to the anvil and focus on the base of the blade close to the guard. I slowly etch a simple Thor's hammer design on the blade and add a basic flower on the face of the hammer. Why'd you choose that? Master asks to the side of me. Blacksmiths use hammers and I'm a female blacksmith. I thought a flower motif would symbolize that and look cool at the same time. There's plenty of female stone-kin blacksmiths, but I guess you do stand out by human standards. Nice choice. My smile goes from ear to ear as I grab the polishing solution and 6 different sanding blocks. I start with a low grit block first and take my time going with the grain on the surface. I test the metal with my fingertip and decide to move on to a higher grit block when I think it's perfect. Over and over, I slowly move the blocks along the sword blade. Each time I change the block, the sword becomes smoother. I finally finish with the highest grit block we have and move on to the final polishing. Using a rag, I wipe off the last remaining remnants of my polishing. I'm left with a beautiful blade in my hand. The blade has a simple squiggly line down the middle of blade. I was worried the steel wouldn't produce a pattern because it wasn't layered like Japanese steels are. The orange and gray blade looks just as magical in my hands as I hoped. Lastly, I need to give it a sharp edge. Unlike other swords which have a smaller angle for the blade, katanas have a larger angle because the metal forming the spine of the blade is thicker, allowing the sword to gradually form its edge. I use the same grit blocks again, but this time I only focus on the edge of the blade. One of the first things Master taught me was how to properly sharpen a blade. Usually I only sharpen the common weapons I make with 2 different grit blocks. This time I use all 6 blocks to produce the best edge I can for my magic blade. The only other weapon I've sharpened like this is Father's axe. With my steady hands, each pass brings the sword closer to completion. I could almost meditate while sharpening this sword. When I finish the sword, I grip the handle in one hand and raise it towards the sky. The sun catches the edge of the blade, casting a beautiful orange glow across its surface. Finished. I almost don't hear Master's question as I continue to stare at my work. Yes is all I can say to answer him. May I? Master stretches out his hand. I'm reluctant to release the sword but gradually pass it over to Master. He examines every inch of the blade and handle. A solid tier 3 sword. I expected nothing less from my apprentice. The techniques you tried were strange but effective nonetheless. He hands me the blade back after complimenting my work. Tier 3 Master. You grade weapons like magic and skills. Different blacksmiths use different systems, but stone kin like to rate everything using the same scale. Tier 1 and 2 are used to describe forged items that only use basic metals. Tier 3 and 4 are only achieved with magic metals, and Tier 5 is considered a piece of pinnacle smithing. I don't need to ask about Tier 6. I can only imagine a sword capable of splitting the heavens. So you said my sword was a solid 3. Yes. Just like magic and everything else, there's a great variety in each tier. You can get specific if you want, but stone kin use low tier, solid tier, and high tier to describe where the piece ranks in the tier as a whole. Your work has moved through Tier 1 and into the solid Tier 2 area since you started your apprenticeship. Though just because you managed to make a good blade in Tier 3 doesn't mean you can now make high Tier 2 works yet. Materials play a big part in how a sword is classified. If you use magic materials and only forge a high Tier 2 weapon, it means you wasted the materials. Master tries to explain the grading system to me. That means anyone using Tier 5 materials to craft should technically be able to make a Tier 5 weapon. However, if they don't have the skill, it will drop tiers. Is it possible for, say, a steel sword to make it into tier 3? I ask Master. It's theoretically possible, but not even the best stone-kin blacksmiths can easily accomplish such a feat. A perfect steel sword would still be classified as a high tier 2 sword, but adding an enchantment can push it into tier 3. But when you think about it, even an enchanted high tier 2 sword can only match, say, a weapon like yours. I contemplate Master's teachings. Why did you wait to teach me something like this? Shouldn't a grading system be one of the first things you teach to an apprentice? I taught you how to judge basic metals. Up until now, nothing you or I've made has broken tier 2. 90 of smithing is forging low-tier items. Think about everything we've made over the years. Was a tier 3 pan ever needed? What about getting a hold of the materials you used in your sword? Would a blacksmith try to gather such things unless commissioned to make a blade like that? Master points at my sword. You still have your whole life ahead of you. With your talent, I'm sure you'll eventually reach the point you'll only have to deal with magic ingredients. But until that day comes, everyone will look for quality steel from you. Just because you broke through your blacksmithing test doesn't mean you're a master blacksmith now. You're qualified to open a store, but nowhere near a master's level yet. He's probably trying to keep me from getting a big head. Master said stone-kin don't bow, but I decide to give him one anyways while still retaining eye contact for respect. Master shoos me away with his hand and moves to flop down on his favorite bench. I try not to giggle as I find my own space to sit. Carefully placing the sword in my lap, I pull up my status page. A lot of my lower tier skills saw a significant jump, and I even gained another tier 4 skill. Magic blacksmithing. I wonder if I gained the skill because I focused on the mana aspect for the whole build. I got 97,350 experience from leveling my skills. That means I got 11,327 experience from making my sword. Would I get the same amount of experience if I made another one, or was the amount I gained because I tried new methods while forging it? Despite all my improvements, and after sitting for a bit, the excitement from completing my sword has vanished and left me feeling how exhausted my body is. My stamina is recharging slowly, and my mana is below my usual safety limit. I wonder if it's a good or bad sign that I no longer pass out when my mana drops this low. I can feel how tired my body is, but I can still function for the rest of the day. Looking up at the sky, I can tell we still have 3 more hours of good sunlight left before I would normally leave for home. I wonder if I would have had enough strength to forge that guard and finish this project. No use wondering about what might have been. I still earned a little over 11,000 experience for making the sword. I glanced down at the katana in my lap. Dad has all the tools to make a scabbard at home, though I'll have to go into the woods with him to find some good bone larch wood to make it. I slowly get up, leaving my sword on the bench. I make my way over to the forge and start straightening everything up. What are you doing? Master cracks an eye at me from his bench. I'm going to clean up and go home, I say as I organize the tools Master and I used. You okay? He sounds a little concerned for me. Yeah, making the sword took a lot out of me. I could sit here for the next couple of hours, but I think I'd rather spend some time with my mom. I've made her worry a lot over the last week, and I'm actually looking forward to spending some time with her and father. I hope you enjoy it. Master closes his eyes again. I think I will. I continue to clean everything up. It only takes me 15 minutes to have everything back in its place and any metal scraps placed in a pile off to the side. I'm heading back now. Try not to lay around the whole time I'm gone, Master. I say to the sleeping stone kin while I grab my katana from the bench. He raises one hand for a quick wave as I turn to leave. I'm almost to the trees when remember the chameleon spiders. My mana sense doesn't detect anything, but I can't help but look back at Master. Master, I shout back towards the center of the clearing. I see him turn his head in my direction. If you're going to sleep, do it inside. Don't forget about the possibility of spiders. As long as he's safe, that's all that matters. I walk into the trees and follow the path back to the village. I hope we don't find any signs that the beasts are moving closer to the village. Magic katana resting on my shoulder, I walk home wary of every tree. Standing in front of our house, I feel like a badass right now. Cool sword on my shoulder, and a bunch of villagers staring at me as I made my way home. I kick my shoes off as soon as I make it through the door. I look up and see Mother and Father in a tight embrace, swaying to a tune only they can hear. Father notices me first and freezes, making Mother lift her face out of his chest to see what caused him stop. I can leave if you want. I lightly tease the loving couple. Yes, I mean no. We weren't expecting you back so early. Dad quickly spits his response out. Don't mind me. I'll be in my room cleaning myself up. I grab a bucket of water by the door with my left hand and walk to my room. As I pass Dad, I nudge him with my right elbow. Didn't know you were so smooth. I don't need to see his face to know he's blushing down at Mom right now. I close my door behind me and place my dagger on my nightstand and carefully lay my new sword on top of my bed. Removing my clothes, I can't remember the last time I had to clean myself like this. Even I'm not crazy enough to use the small amount of mana I have left to try and clean myself. Even after I'm clean, I still feel dirty. Have I got too used to deep cleaning myself with magic? With some clean clothes on, I make my way out of my room. Mother and father are no longer embracing one another, but rather sitting at the table. I said you didn't need to stop on my account. I try teasing them again. Father gets a little red, and mother looks confused. Why are you home so early, sweetie? And why didn't you use your cleaning magic? It's funny how mother looks just as worried as Dell did when I said I was going home early. I used up too much of my magic crafting my sword, so I decided to come home early and spend some time with you. I wasn't expecting father to be home already. I'm sorry for interrupting your moment. I seriously apologize to them. They must have had a rough time while I was gone. I was planning to go into the woods today, but only 4 groups of hunters were willing to travel into the woods, and none of them wanted to take me along. Father explains, looking dejected. I already told Dell that I would spend the next 5 days with you guys, so I can go with you tomorrow if you want. The smile that breaks across his face makes me happy. I would love for you to go with me. Sounds fun. I look from father over to mother. Want to make dinner together? I offer her with a smile. She doesn't answer and instead walks over to me. For a second, I'm afraid she's about to question me again like last night. Instead of a question, she wraps her arms around me in a gentile hug and whispers in my ear, I'd love that. Did you sleep well? Father greets me in the morning. I passed out as soon as my head hit my pillow. After dinner last night, we sat and chatted like we used to. No talk of giant spiders or broken promises, just a family enjoying their time together. I was so tired that when we all went to bed, I didn't need any help falling asleep. You bringing that with you? Dad motions to the katana I'm carrying in my right hand. I was hoping you could help me find a good, bone-larch tree to make a proper scabbard for it tomorrow. I probably look like I'm ready for a war. Katana resting on my right shoulder, axe in my left hand, and a knife attached to my belt. I'm ready for anything, mostly anything. I think I know a good tree. We can stop by it after we collect enough firewood. In all the chaos, I forgot winter is around the corner. The village needs more firewood, and Dad spent over a week on the expedition with us. Hey Dad, you need to remind the headman that the village needs more firewood. The hunters should be volunteering to escort you, not denying you after you asked to join them. She's right, honey. I'll swing by the headman's house and talk to him while the 2 of you are out in the forest. Promise you'll be safe, though. Mother's accusing eyes drill into the 2 of us. Of course, we both echo each other. Don't worry, Mom. Dad is with the one person in the village that can see the spiders properly. I reassure her while puffing out my chest. Okay, but if you see one, you better run home right away. She eyes me carefully. I promise. She only looks more sternly after I say that. I promise to keep my promise. I try again. See that you do. She moves in and gives me a hug, being careful of my new sword. The 3 of us leave the house together. Mother walks by our side and only breaks off after giving Father a hug and a kiss when we reach the headman's house. We quickly reach the woods and stand side by side. Dad leads us to his trees and I keep a special eye on them. Why do you want to use bone larch for a scabbard? Do you want it to match the handle? Dad questions me. I don't care if the wood matches, but my sword is magic, and the blade becomes covered in flames when I put mana into it. I'm worried how well I'll be able to adjust the flames on the sword, so I need something that will withstand the heat. Does the wood need to have any special qualities or just be flame resistant? Dad looks like he has an idea. No, I just need the scabbard to be able to handle the heat. Do you have a better idea, Dad? I do. It's out of the way, but should only take us 30 minutes to get there from here. Aren't we supposed to get the firewood first? I don't want Father to change his whole schedule for this. Don't worry, I know some good firewood close to the tree I'm thinking of. It's been a while since I went this way. I wonder if any of the trees have grown bigger. We take a hard left. After 10 minutes, we're out of the normal area Dad usually takes me in. The forest looks the same, but I start to see fallen logs that look a little charred. I'm still checking for chameleon spiders, but I can't help but notice the mana around here is redder than the other parts of the forest. I bend down and pick up an old twig that has a burnt end. Was there a fire here? The more I look, the more I spot signs of a previous forest fire. Good job spotting it. 9 years ago, a storm blew through here and started a forest fire. Luckily, it was raining at the time, so it never reached the village. The trees are already reclaiming the land, but the forest takes longer to recover after a fire. It's the mana, I absently say while looking across our surroundings. Is it now? Father looks curiously at me and I realize I said that out loud. Sorry, Dad, I was talking to myself. I was looking at the surrounding mana and answered without thinking. That's okay. Tell me what you think is keeping the forest from growing back as fast as usual. I can still see wisps of fire mana around here. It's clashing with the nature magic, and I was thinking that's why the forest is recovering slower here. Father doesn't respond to my hypothesis. He's too busy smiling at me. Why are you looking at me like that? Can't a father be proud of his daughter? My father always told me that fire scars the land for 10 years before the forest comes back twice as strong. You telling me about the mana reminded me I still don't know everything about the forest. I smile alongside Dad. I thought forests recovered faster than that from fire back on Earth. The lingering fire mana must be the cause. Even with the wisps of fire mana floating around, a few trees and shrubs are stubbornly growing. They all have trace amounts of fire mana in them that their bodies are trying to purify. Once the fire mana is gone, these plants will probably shoot up in size. Almost there. I follow alongside father, excited about what he's going to show me. I can see the roots of the tree through the ground before we reach our destination. A root filled with dark brown mana, almost black, snakes itself close to the surface. The other tree roots avoid the brown mana root at all costs. Because of that, the already sparse trees give way to a small clearing with a single tree in the middle. This tree looks like it was split right down the middle and has burned scars all across the wood. Anyone would say the tree is dead, but my sense mana skill is showing me a very much active mana flow. Is this where the lightning struck? I asked Dad. Yep. Usually a tree hit by lightning immediately dies or dies soon after from infection. In rare cases, the tree absorbs the lightning and survives the fire that engulfs the surroundings. It's called an arc tree after it absorbs the lightning. The wood is soft and most importantly fireproof. Isn't this a rare tree? Why haven't you harvested and sold the wood? I can't understand why he would leave it here. The wood isn't that prized by people. I tried selling a piece a few years ago and it's only used as a rare wood for furniture. But the mana inside the tree is incredible. Are you sure Kervin wasn't trying to lowball you? Haha, of course I brought your mother. He explained the wood doesn't work well with magic. How can that be? The tree easily has triple the amount of magic it should. I follow Dad closer to the tree and place my hand up against the trunk of the tree. I pull my numb hand back from the tree. Are you okay, sweetie? Dad's smiling face doesn't look worried. Yeah, the tree shocked me. Did you know that was going to happen? His smile says it all. That explains why it's considered useless. There's plenty of other trees that have the same properties that don't shock people when you touch it. A very thin soot is left on my fingertips. I wonder how it reacts to mana. I move my hand over the tree again without touching it and expel a little bit of mana. As soon as my mana touches the tree, my body becomes paralyzed and I get knocked off my feet. I couldn't even scream. Aaliyah, Dad is quickly by my side. Thankfully, the paralysis quickly fades. As soon as my jaw unclenches, I'm able to say, ouch, I just got knocked on my ass by a tree. Are you okay, Aaliyah? Dad's good-natured smile is gone as he looks worriedly over me. I'm fine now. I try to stand up with Dad's help. Mana doesn't mix well with the tree. Does the wood do that after it's cut? Father lets out a sigh of relief when I start asking questions. No, after the wood is cut from the tree, it loses most of the shock. Shaking out my limbs, I smile at Father. I like it. Of course you do. Give me a minute to cut a piece off for you. Won't it shock you? Is it safe to use a steel axe on this tree? Only a small zap. I don't know why you got fired so bad. I think it did something to my mana when I tried using some of it on the tree. If the effect lessens after you cut a piece off, it shouldn't be that bad again. Alright, I want you to sit down while I cut a piece off though. I'm fine, Dad, you don't have to worry. Try saying that again after your hair stops standing straight up. He moves over to a lower branch while I sit down and run my fingers through my hair. It's not straight up at least. Dad takes a stance and activates his skills. In a flash, his axe cuts the air and the tree limb I need. Dad picks up the 3.5-foot log and starts securing it to his back harness. I can carry it, I offer. Maybe I can examine it while Dad cuts some firewood. Not going to happen. He quickly strikes my offer down. He knows me too well. Is the firewood close? I ask as we put the arc tree behind us. It isn't too far from here. I remember a decent-sized tree on the other end of charred part of the forest. How far is that? I want to have an accurate distance in my mind in case we come back this way again. Maybe 20 minutes if Dad goes silent and I hear the something approaching in the distance. Dad readies his axe and I grip my sword in my right hand while also wielding my axe in my left. The two of us have seen a lot during the expedition. No matter what comes our way, I'm sure we can handle it. Then they come into our view, a handful of goblins. I relax when I notice they're only the smaller types of goblins. After facing a horde along with a horned hob, these little goblins are almost cute. Can you leave them to me? I take a step ahead of Father. You sure? He questions behind me. I want to try out my new sword. Do you even have a sword skill? I plan on getting one right now. I'm brimming with confidence. The goblins notice us and charge in their unruly way. I may be confident, but I'm still cautious. I activate mana skin and start pouring mana into my sword. Unlike enchanted weapons, expel mana doesn't charge the sword. I need to use inject mana to summon the red flames along the blade. I set my axe on the ground and firmly grip my sword with two hands. I don't know if it's the flaming sword or my look of confidence, but the goblins falter when reached 10 feet away from me. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you. Flash step puts me right next to far left goblin. When I swing my sword, I can feel the difference between a sword and an axe. The feeling may be awkward for me, but the blade still splits the goblin in half horizontally. The goblin died so quick it didn't even make a sound as its body hits the ground. I take a step forward and overhead slash the closest goblin. It turns to face me just in time for my blade to cleave it in two. Double step puts me close enough to stab the face of the third goblin. The sword easily pierces the small skull. How would the fight with the horned hob have turned out if I had this sword? The last two goblins see the other three dead and turn to run. I take a step forward but hesitate. Before the horde, I would have never attacked a fleeing goblin. Will letting these 2 goblins go endanger the village later? Am I too eager to kill them? As I contemplate my change in morality, they get farther away. I have to decide now. The 2 goblins disappear amongst the trees. You decided to let them go. Dad thankfully doesn't sound accusing. The 3 goblin corpses at my feet are barely bleeding. The sword cauterized most of the flesh it cut. The familiar scent of burning goblins enters my nose again. Yeah, let's go. I mumble and grab my axe from the forest floor. I then start walking in the direction we were taking earlier, deactivating my mana skin. I only pumped 30 mana into my sword, but it's still covered in flames. Not a speck of blood is on the blade. Do I need to use most of my mana to extinguish it again? I can see my mana combining with the mana in the sword, fueling the flames. What if I tried to take my mana back somehow? I can't reach in and pull it out, so I inject another small amount of mana into the sword, but use mana manipulation to hold control over the mana as it enters the sword. I move the controlled mana over to the lump of mana being converted into flames. Once my 2 sources of mana touch each other, I can better feel my mana being burned in sword. In one quick motion, I rip the mana out of the sword into my hand and directly back into my body. I did it so quick a part of my mana was still burning as it entered my body. It feels like my mana veins are on fire for a second before my mana pool snuffs the heat out. The katana in my hand is no longer on fire, but my body feels a little hotter than usual. I think it's worth it. I'll have to try doing that with mana skin when I get home. Dad moves up towards my side and looks concerned. I don't want to talk about it. I say before he asks me a question. Did I do the right thing, letting those goblins go? Whether right or wrong, I get the sense I need to be stronger to deal with the consequences of my actions. Sylvia's Aaliyah's mom point of view. I make my way over to the headman's front door after I give my husband a farewell hug and kiss goodbye. I knock on the door 3 times before I turn my head to see my husband and daughter vanish out of my sight. Be safe, you two. The door swings open, and Nicholas's eyes go wide when he sees me here. Welcome, Mrs. Sylvia. What do I have the pleasure of helping you with today? He still looks a little tense when he sees me. I need to talk to Camden. Is he available right now? I smile at the young man, causing him to flinch. Father and mother always have time to meet with you. Nicholas moves to the side and waves his hand, motioning me in. To the drawing room, correct. I look over my shoulder at the boy. I wonder how Richard is doing right now. Has he grown as much as Nicholas since I've last seen him? I can't help but frown thinking about my little boy. I miss him terribly. Yes, please, Mrs. Sylvia. The drawing room, if you'll please. He rushes past me to open the door for me. Why is he? Oh, my frown. Don't worry, sweetie. I wasn't frowning at you. I make my way past him and take my seat in the drawing room. Nicholas closes the door gently, and once it's fully closed, I hear him running down the hall to get his parents. I'm not in that big of a rush. It isn't long before I hear more even steps coming from the other side of the door. Nicholas opens the door again, and Camden and Surette walk into the room together. Sylvia, so nice to see you again. I quickly stand as Surette wastes no time in moving in for a hug. Always good to see you too, Surette. Camden. I greet Camden over Surette's shoulder while we share a quick embrace. Mrs. Sylvia. He looks just as nervous as his boy. My feelings might get hurt at this rate. Just because we had a few spats over the last week doesn't mean I hate the man. Me and Surette break apart, and all of us take our respective seats. Before Nicholas can take his place behind his father, Surette calls out to him. Nicholas, honey, can you prepare some tea for us? Nicholas quickly nods his head and moves for the door. Camden starts making polite small talk after his son leaves the room. How are you doing today, Mrs. Sylvia? I'm doing okay, I suppose. Wonderful. Coffee tries to clear his throat after almost shouting that response at me. Excuse me, I meant to say I'm sure you're happy now that your daughter has returned. I've missed your daily visits. Surette shoots him a glare. He tries to recover, but only continues to put his foot in his mouth. I talked with your daughter when she got back. Did she mention my sincere apology at all? He looks hopeful for a positive response. His eyes are so focused on me, he doesn't see the displeasure on Surette's face. She mentioned it briefly. I have a different reason for coming here today. Camden's smile slips for a second. Our families are becoming closer by the day. Tell me what I can do for you. He tries to recover. Before I can answer him, Nicholas returns through the door carrying a tray with a teapot and 4 cups. Wonderful timing, dear. Pour Sylvia a cup first. Surette smiles at her son as he sets the tea set down. Yes, mother, Nicholas responds. With practiced grace, the young man expertly pours a cup of tea and gently hands it to me. He's gotten quite good at it since you first started coming over, hasn't he? Surette offers her own compliment as she takes the next teacup offered to her. He has, I offer back before I take a sip of my tea. When I first started coming over to become better acquaintances with Surette, her son could barely make tea without it being too strong or watered down. I keep my house spotless, leaving me with too much free time on my hands. After Richard left with Sandra, it became apparent I should become better acquainted with the Downs. Back then, I had no idea I would have so much in common with Surette. She helps her husband manage the village's finances, and being raised in a merchant household makes me one of the few women in the village who can understand and talk about her work. We've spent hours discussing our children and husbands over the years. Our friendship has become strained this last month, but we're slowly mending the gap between us. When Aaliyah told me the headman's been watching her progress during the past 5 years, I felt betrayed by Surette. We may have discussed our children's jobs and hobbies, but I've never mentioned her level or her magic talent. A part of me worried she only accepted my friendship to better spy on my family. I confronted her with my fears after everyone left on the goblin extermination quest. She admitted to being aware of my daughter's level, but promised that wasn't the reason she wanted my friendship. It was hard to believe her, but we both ended up comforting each other while our families were deep in the woods. She even took my side when I almost throttled Camden for letting my little girl stay behind while they all retreated from the forest. I may not have completely forgiven her yet, but I'm not against mending the broken bridge between us. So what's the reason you decided to stop by, Sylvia? Surette sets her teacup down on the drawing table and elegantly crosses her legs. Camden almost looks relieved that his wife is taking over the conversation. I take another sip of tea before I also set my teacup on the table and answer. My daughter and husband just left for the forest to gather firewood for the village. It's sweet your daughter still takes time to spend with her father. Surette smiles at me. Yes, it is. She's going to spend the next few days home with us, thinking about her recent actions. Surette chuckles at that. It's hard to punish children that mirror or surpass your level, isn't it? It's a sign of a good mother when we're able to adapt to raising such children. That's another similarity we have. We both have children that outlevel us. She's with Darius right now, but I was hoping she was going to spend the first day home with me. Oh, Surette has a confused look. You see, Richard tried to have one of the hunters go with him into the woods yesterday, but was refused by everyone. So my daughter had to volunteer to help him gather firewood last night. My. Surette covers her mouth with one of her hands. I send a disappointed look at Camden and he sinks back into his seat. I turn back to Surette and give her my full attention. We're coming up on winter, and I believe people have forgotten their need for firewood with the goblin threat looming over their heads. Aaliyah might be able to help Darius 1 or 2 days a week to gather firewood, but she has her own job. I hope you see the dilemma the village faces if my husband can't gather enough wood for everybody. I reach over and pick up my tea. Surette mimics my action, and we both sip our drinks in the momentary silence. I see your point, Sylvia. It's a good thing you brought this problem to us so quickly. I'm sure my husband will find a solution by tomorrow. Right, we both look over at Camden sitting in his chair. Of course I will. Consider the problem solved with me, Nicholas. Camden springs to his feet and escapes with his son from our combined gazes. As soon as the door closes behind them, we both break out in laughter. You know, he's really sorry about letting your daughter stay behind. Surette offers once our laughter subsides. I know Aaliyah made it abundantly clear it was her idea. I can still be mad at our husbands for going along with it, though. I finish off my first cup of tea. Let me refill that for you. Surette leans over and pours me another cup. Is she doing okay? I was worried when I was told about the magic beasts in the forest. She's fine. The fire she usually has in her eyes was burning even brighter when she left this morning. New toys tend to do that, Surette quips. You heard about her new weapon. I sit back in my chair. The whole village knows about her new sword. It's orange and looks beautiful. It stood out the moment she carried it through the village. I'm worried she might be going overboard since she returned. A lot of the villagers are paying attention to her now. I frown at Surette. She slayed a horned hob single-handedly. What did you expect would happen? It was a newly formed horned hob. I correct her. It doesn't matter. She demonstrated her superior ability and saved lives. The days of her quietly walking through the village are gone. She'll have to get used to it sooner or later. I watch Surette fill her teacup. I've slowly spread the word she values her privacy amongst the village, but even our family doesn't have the ability to stop every whisper in the village. With the abilities she has at her age, it's no wonder everyone is impressed. If they were aware of her magic talent, they might believe she's secretly a monster in disguise. I would appreciate it if you didn't call my daughter a monster no matter how true you are. She smiles at my joke. The talent between our children is startling. Nicholas is almost as good with managing the village as his father was at his age. My boy Braden is considered an excellent hunter, and my daughter is expected to return as a mage in springtime. I'm told your son is a direct apprentice under the best builder in Dre, and your daughter has too many accomplishments to mention. We might just be the luckiest mothers in the world right now. Surette's smile is infectious, and soon we're back to our usual conversations from before the goblin expedition. Are you sure you don't want to stay a little longer? Surette tries to gently pull me away from her front door. No, I need to get home and prep dinner. I'm sure Aaliyah and Darius will be back soon, and I'm guessing they'll be hungry after working so hard. I slip my hand out of her grasp. All right, go then. But don't wait until you need to tell us something important before you come to visit me again. My walk home would be considered uneventful if I ignored all the whispers as I walk past my neighbors. I keep my stride even and pretend I don't notice their questionable and envious looks. I haven't felt like this since I was a young girl back in Ororast. I hope Aaliyah doesn't freak out when she finally notices just how much attention she'll receive now. At least we live in a small village. It doesn't take me more than a few minutes to make it home and put the gazes of the villagers out of my mind. I change my shoes and make my way over to our counter. I can prep tonight's stew and place it farther away from the fire so it's ready by the time Aaliyah and Darius make it home. I can't wait to hear about their day and for all of us to spend time together. Tomorrow will be even better. I know Aaliyah will want to make a sheath tomorrow, but we'll have plenty of time after that to spend together as a family. Smiling and humming, I hear the door behind me open. They're home early. I set the veggies I'm peeling for the stew down and wipe my hands on a nearby rag. I'm happy you made it home early. Did the two of you collect enough firewood? I turn around with a smile on my face to greet my beautiful daughter and handsome husband. My smile vanishes when I see the blank look on Aaliyah's face. The fire in her eyes is gone, replaced by a void I can't bear to look into. She kicks off her shoes and doesn't bother to put her house slippers on. She walks past our table and starts making her way to her room. Aaliyah, sweetie, I call out to her. The blank look she gives me hurts my heart. She looks down at herself. Oh, sorry, Mom. I don't think she even realizes how upset I am right now. She makes her way back over to the entryway and Darius moves to the side, giving her a wide berth. He can't look at her empty face either. Ahid ls Weemapis. She chants her cleaning spell and I watch as the dirt from the forest falls away. She isn't as dirty as she usually is, but is that blood? The bottom of her pants have blood stains on them. The stains quickly fade away from her clothes, but I can see blood on her shoes she kicked away a minute ago. As soon as the light fades, she starts walking to her room again. Aaliyah, I try to call out her. I'm going to lay down. She shuffles to her room without looking back. What happened to my baby? I start to walk to her room, but Darius wraps his arms around me before I get too far. I think she needs some time alone, he whispers in my ear. I turn around in his arms and look into his eyes. What happened, Darius? My poor girl is hurting and I don't know what to say. What do we do, Darius? I look up at my husband sitting across from me. I don't know. She ignores all of my questions when we go into the forest. He glances at Aaliyah's door down the hall. She's going to hurt herself if she keeps pushing herself like this. I wipe a tear away from my eye. I'm used to my daughter pushing herself constantly, but this is taking it too far. It's been 3 days since she returned with Darius from the forest, and she's been running herself ragged ever since. The only time she stops training her magic in her room is when she trains outside. Every morning before dawn, she leaves the house for her morning run. Instead of returning with a smile like she usually has, she's covered in sweat and scratches, barely able to stand. She's pushing her stretching routine to the point she has tears in her eyes. I'm worried she's going to dislocate her arm soon. And that new sword. 3 times a day she goes outside and swings her sword until she can no longer hold the thing. She focuses on her swings so deeply she doesn't care who watches her practice anymore. The village is terrified seeing her swing the blade every day like she's possessed. Her eyes are hollow, and we can hear her waking up gasping for air in the middle of the night. She eats dinner and cleans the kitchen if I tell her to, but if we don't say anything to her, she just secludes herself in her room. I was never blessed with any magic talent, but even I can feel the mana she's constantly covering herself in. I tried waking her from one of her meditations only to realize I couldn't touch my baby girl. There was a barrier covering her entire body. How many times are goblins going to hurt her? I can't understand why she would feel bad about killing those pests. They do nothing for the forest and only cause problems for the villagers. You've helped her before, Darius. Can't you try again? I plead to my husband. I tried talking to her yesterday when she went with me to the forest. She followed all my instructions, but she pretty much ignored me the whole time. Maybe Dell can get through to her. She goes back the day after tomorrow. My husband says into his hands. He's burying his head in his arms in defeat, not giving me any hope idea will work. I'm more worried about what she'll do when she goes back to Dell. She's been pushing herself like crazy the last few days. What will happen if Dell can't do anything and she does the same thing while blacksmithing? She'll hurt herself. What do we do? Can we even do anything to stop her? I freeze when I hear Darius. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. She's reached her level through sheer dedication and hard work. I don't think either of us can match her anymore. It's hard to admit, but we've seen this coming. Since she distributed her status points, she's started acting defiant. She's making her own choices now, and I think we have to respect them. He's keeping his head buried in his arms. How am I supposed to take you seriously if you won't look at me? Slowly, I push my chair out and stand up. I make my way around the table and stand beside my husband. The strongest person I've ever met looks like he's about to crumble in front of me. Aaliyah is our little girl. No matter how strong she becomes, it's our job to impart our wisdom when she's troubled. It's our job to hold her hand when she's sad, and it's our job to tell her when she's wrong. But most of all, it's our job to understand her and keep her safe even if it's from herself. I start walking to Aaliyah's room. You might have to make dinner tonight. I yell down the hall. I open Aaliyah's door and see my baby sitting on her bed. She sits so still, almost like a statue. Even with her eyes closed, I can see the signs of exhaustion on her face. Her arms are crossed with her palms facing up. Her beautiful hands are covered in blisters and cuts. How hard did she grip her sword? Even after years of blacksmithing, she's never come home with so many injuries on her hands. I reach down and try to grasp her hand. Once my hand reaches 2 inches from her skin, I feel the magic barrier covering her body. She's sealing herself off from the world. Can I move her? I place my hand up against the part of the barrier covering her arm. As soon as I put pressure against the barrier, my hand slides away, so I can't move her. I can try breaking the barrier. No, I don't know if that would hurt her or not. I'll wait. I'll wait for her to notice me. I'll make her pay attention to me. I won't leave her alone in this room. Very carefully, I move behind my daughter. I spread my legs to either side of her and wrap my arms around her waist. The barrier makes it feel like I'm hugging a giant egg. When was the last time I hugged my little girl? 4 days ago. When was the last time I've held her like this? She took after her father and is bigger than me now. I remember when I could pick her up in my arms. It feels like it's been forever since I've been this close to her, and still this barrier separates us. I've yelled at her so much this last month. I hope she knows I only did it because I care so much for her. I knew you were special the moment I held you in my arms, the beautiful girl I've always wanted. I remember those curious eyes you've always had whenever I picked you up. Can you hear me right now? Her stone-like appearance doesn't change. I also knew raising you was going to be a challenge. From the moment you started rocking yourself back and forth, you've never stopped moving, never stopped improving. Do you know what the scariest moment in my life was? The moment I didn't see you standing next to your father when everyone returned from the expedition. I collapsed and felt my heart break when I didn't see your smiling face next to him. You've scared me many times since you were little, but never like that. That time you were a baby and cried until you passed out was hard. Seeing you injured after your first tip into the woods was a nightmare. Then that time I heard about Dell attacking you and your father. I remember it all so clearly. I try to strengthen my grip around my daughter. I feel myself being repelled, so I have to loosen up a bit. I've consoled and berated you many times in the past. You've always acted so mature for your age, reckless but mature. Whatever weight you're holding in your heart, let me help you carry it. I need you to let me in. The barrier surrounding my daughter starts shifting and retracting until my arms are pulling her close to me. Mom, what are you doing here? My daughter's astonished voice brings tears to my eyes. Her body tenses for a minute but relaxes in my embrace. I'm training, Mom. I need to be left alone. The emotion once again drains away from her voice. We need to talk, I say in her ear. I'm busy. She says in a low tone. I know you are, but I need to let you know how much I'm proud of you and how much I love you. I can't watch you hurt yourself anymore. I'm not hurting myself. Training? I don't think so. I cut her off before she can continue lying to herself. I want you to tell me what happened in the forest. She shakes in my grip. Ask Dad, he knows what happened. I know what happened in the forest. I want to know what happened to you, sweetie. I killed some goblins. She refuses to go into detail. I heard you let some of them go. She twitches in my arms. I did. A silence falls between us. Did they remind you of the horde? No. Did it remind you about your nightmares? No. Did you feel bad for them? No, I don't think so. Then tell me what happened in your words. I pull my baby as close to me as I can. It was just some weak goblins, nothing like the ones in the horde. I wanted to try out my new sword. They didn't even fully attack us, they froze in front of me. I could have scared them away with my skills if I wanted to, but I didn't. I took the opening. I slaughtered them so easily, Mother. They died before they could scream. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to kill every last one of them. 2 of them ran away and I froze. I never killed indiscriminately like that before. I was a monster. I could tell from her muddled speech how much this was affecting her. I don't believe a monster would have let them flee. She won't stop shaking in my arms. That was my second problem. I let them live. In the future, they could attack the village when they're stronger. After so many died at the hands of goblins, I let them live. Now I need to be stronger for when they attack again. I can't let more people die from my mistakes. I can't let people die because of my weakness. I need to train more. Let me go. She tries to break out of my grasp. Let me go, Mom. No, she stops thrashing for a moment. She's strong enough to break out my arms, but she knows that she would hurt me while doing it. Even now she's thinking of my well-being. That's supposed to be my job. I said let me go. You could escape if you wanted to. She growls in frustration and finally stops squirming in my arms. You're such a sweet child, so caring, so compassionate. You did the right thing letting those goblins flee. I hear her sniffle. Do you believe those goblins will be stronger than you in a few years? I don't think so. Killing is considered the fastest way to level in this world. No one would blame you for taking that path, but I don't think it suits you. You enjoy creating, not destroying. You can protect yourself and others when you need to without having to kill every possible threat. I start stroking her hair with my right hand while I feel her tears falling onto my left that's still holding her in place. You don't need to give up on your morals to save everyone, and you don't need to kill yourself to obtain power. You're level 60, right? She nods her head. How far away from 61 are you? She doesn't answer me. Knowing you're already halfway there, and it has only been a little more than a week since you reached level 60. Not even goblins can match your progress. Keep practicing, but don't overdo it. You can't spend your whole life training. You need to have time to rest properly and enjoy the world around you. Understand. She nods her head again. I want to hear you say it. I push harder. I understand, Mom. She's bawling her eyes out now. Give me a hug, sweetie. I release my hold on her and she turns to face me. She wraps her arms around me and I start to sway us back and forth. It's okay, I repeat to her. I can't help but spilling tears of my own. We stay like that for hours before she falls asleep in my arms. It may be a little cramped, but I lay down with her on her bed. I continue to stroke her hair just like I did when she was a baby until the world goes black for me as well. Being a mother is the hardest thing I've ever done. It is also the most rewarding job I've ever had. I'll never stop worrying about my children and I'll never give up on them. No matter how painful something is, I can endure it for my daughter. That's good, Mom. Now bend down and touch your toes like this. Aaliyah easily folds herself in half and touches the ground. The muscles in my legs protest this new motion as I try to mimic her. 29:30. All right, that's enough stretching. Ready to run. Her bright smile makes this time together even more precious to me despite my muscles complaining. I'm happy I agreed to participate in her morning exercise routine. Let's go. I follow her into the woods closest to our house. How long has it been since I used my running skill? I glance to my side to see my daughter setting an even pace for us. Don't you usually run through the village? Why are we running in the forest? I try to sound inquisitive rather than sound like I'm complaining. I changed where I run so I can scan the woods surrounding the village. I'm reminded of the possibility that we might have giant invisible spiders surrounding our village. At least I know she hasn't spotted any close by or the whole village would be in an uproar. I swerve around a tree in my way. My daughter looks like she's gliding through the forest. Her feet avoid the roots and divots in the forest floor without even looking. You can go on ahead if you want to. I wheeze in between my breaths. I know she's slowing herself down considerably for my sake. I'm fine. I'm happy you joined me. It's nice running with someone for a change. And just because I'm going slower doesn't mean I'm not practicing my skill. Practicing to keep an even pace is a large part of running. I'm also using different skills while maintaining our current pace. I save my breath for running. Want to see something cool, Mom? What, sweetie? I prepare myself for whatever she's about to do. I can tell by the look on her face she's going to try and startle me. It's a new skill I use to defeat the horned hob. My daughter, who's running a few feet to my right, vanishes. It's called flash step. I hear her directly behind me. I jump but make it look like I was hopping over a rock. I won't give her the satisfaction of thinking she got me. That's an interesting skill, sweetie. I downplay my astonishment. It's a good thing my father drilled the importance of keeping a straight face while negotiating. Did Dad or Dell tell you about it? You don't look surprised at all. She quickly takes her previous position at my side. She now has a few droplets of sweat forming on her face. Does that skill use a lot of stamina? I question my daughter. Yeah, but I'm working on it. It lets me shift position and cover a small amount of ground incredibly fast. It might be the most fun skill I have. Why is that? I can tell she wants to talk more about it. I have to keep my responses short while we're running. The feeling when you move that fast is indescribable. You feel weightless and the world slows for a brief moment. I can run really fast on a flat ground, maybe even reach Dre in a single day if I push myself hard enough. But flash step goes above that. It's allowed me to taste the future of my running skills. You could quit blacksmithing and become a messenger if you like running so much. Aaliyah stumbles at my suggestion and looks accusingly at me. Very funny, Mom. I stop while I try to breathe and laugh at the same time. Are you okay? Aaliyah stops running and moves to my side. I'm just not used to running. I can't believe I couldn't make a full lap around the village. That's okay. Let's walk until your stamina recharges. That sounds like a good idea. I quickly take her up on her offer. Hey, Mom, yes, sweetie. I'm sorry about the way I acted the last few days. I made you worry about me again. She lowers her head. Despite my low stamina, I quickly move over to her and bring my arm around her. That's in the past now. We don't need to mention it again. You just need to remember your father, and I will always be here to help you. Whether you're hurt or troubled about something, you can always tell us and we'll help any way we can. I love you too, sweetie. We have the rest of the day to relax together, and your father said he would try to make it home early for dinner. We haven't had time to talk, just the two of us, for a while, so tell me your plans for tomorrow. Are you going to make something exciting like your sword? I don't have enough magic ore to make something like that again. I have something I want to make for our house, but I'll keep that for a surprise for tomorrow night. The main thing I need to work on are spears. Oh, why spears? The glow her face gives off when she talks about blacksmithing is truly beautiful. I realized when we were fighting the goblins, swords and other weapons don't win battles, spears do. If we had more spears, maybe more of the villagers wouldn't have died. I give her a comforting squeeze with my arm. Curvin wanted weapons that he could sell to Fort North Ridge, but ever since I distributed my status points, I haven't had time to make anything for him. Why are you rushing? You can just sell more to him next month. Do you need money? Your father and I have some saved up if you need it. That's okay, Mom. I can earn my own coin. Besides, I need gold coins, and I don't think you and Dad have that much saved up. I know you gave brother part of your savings when he left with Sandra. What do you need that much money for? She's talking about spending a fortune for someone living out in a village like this one. Master gave me a list of supplies I need to try enchanting. What enchanting? That's a pit mages throw their money into when they're bored. Wait, I thought you said Dell can't use magic. How is he supposed to teach you enchanting? Is he trying to get her to waste her hard-earned money? Master Dell has already warned me about the cost, and told me he can only teach me the basic principles of enchanting. I wanted to try learning it. Dell keeps telling me I'm a monster when it comes to magic and blacksmithing, so I figured I would try to fuse the two if I could. I'm sure you can do it, sweetie. You've never let your lack of formal magic training stop you from reaching your current abilities. My daughter never lets anything stop her. I know she'll figure it out if she puts her mind to it. Sure, I think I'm getting better at this. We both share a smile. No matter what I'm doing, if it's together with her, I'll cherish the time we have. Would you mind if I run with you in the mornings from now on? I try to watch my daughter while paying attention to the forest floor. I would love for you to join me. She gives me one of her beautiful smiles. I'll do my best to make sure that smile never disappears. Family supports one another. Memories of my own parents flash through my mind. I wonder how they're doing. Maybe I should send a letter to them. I'll have Curvin deliver it when he visits again, and maybe, politely, discuss the prices he offers to my daughter. Are you done, Mom? I look next to me and see Mother bent over with her arms on her calves, breathing heavily. I think I'm done for today. Are you going to keep running? I hope you're not going to overdo it again. She doesn't raise her head up while she questions me. No, I'm going to take it easy. I'm just going to do another lap or 10 before I head over to Dell's place. I smile at my mother. I didn't think she was serious about wanting to join me in my morning runs. No need to show off. It's only my second day. Give me a few months and I'll be able to keep up with you. If you say so. See you tonight. Love you. I activate double step knowing Mother is watching me. I hope she knows I'm messing with her. I slow down and come to a stop after I'm out of my mother's view. I lean over and massage my legs. I don't want Mother to worry, but my legs have been giving me problems since our run together yesterday. I pull up my status page, trying to add a more detailed view of my experience gains. Mother was right. At this pace, I'll reach level 61 soon. My 3 days of rigorous training bore a lot of fruit, but it came with a cost. I move my left shoulder in a circular motion. I can feel my arms and legs throbbing each time I stretch. I didn't feel it while I was pushing myself, but after a day of rest, my body is telling me I really fucked up. I bottled up my emotions again and put the weight of the village on my shoulders. I tuned out my parents and probably would have done more damage to myself if my mother didn't stop me. Even now my health is refusing to recover the whole way and is slowly ticking up a percentage of a point at a time. I'll have to stick to light jogging and stretching until my body fully recovers. I was planning on forging up a storm today, only to realize I shot myself in the foot during my training. My skills will help me to forge, but I'll have to take my time and make sure I don't overdo it. I start walking around the village and stop when I reach the road to Dell's clearing. I don't even feel like doing another lap right now. Walking down the forest path, I think about my gains over the last few days. Inject Mana is finally past its first test. The skill leveled when I successfully channeled my mana into my magic sword and extracted the mana that hadn't fully assimilated into the sword. I also gained the new skill Extract Mana, which I've already found some major benefits from. The opposite of Inject Mana, I can remove and absorb mana from spaces close to me. My new skill lets me deactivate my sword and extinguish the flames when I need to. Extract Mana also allows me to absorb the mana from my mana skin barrier. I also tried absorbing the mana from nature, hoping it would increase the recovery time for my mana pool. My recovery speed increased by a hair, but my body still needs to convert the environmental mana into my own personal mana before it recharges my mana pool. I need to be careful I don't mana poison myself with my new skill. The same thing happens when I absorb the mana from my sword. I always pull out a part of my mana that's being converted into the flames, making my mana pool feel like it's on fire until my body converts the magic into my own. While I pass the test and inject mana, mana skin reached level 40. I'll have to experiment to see how I can pass this new test. Every night I tried diving into my memories, pushing Sense Soul and Mental Resistance up a few levels. Sense Soul is only 3 levels away from reaching its first test. The Tier 4 tests have already proven difficult. I'm a little worried how hard a Tier 5 test will be. I managed to raise my sword skills to level 9 by converting my experience with the other weapons I've learned to wield. Sadly, manga and anime have not improved my sword skills in this life. Controlling a sword is difficult, and I'll need to ask the headman if he can give me a few pointers. He had a few swords in his little armory, so I'm assuming he has the skill to use them. Master said blacksmiths often gain a few levels in the basic weapon skills. Maybe he can give me a few pointers as well. The first thing I do when I enter Master Dell's clearing is to scan the surrounding trees. My laps around the village don't go this far into the woods, and I need to make sure nothing is creeping around my workspace. Master isn't sleeping on his favorite bench. I'm happy he took my advice. I check over our workplace as I make my way over to Master's hut, and everything is as exactly as I left it. Master, you up yet? I pound on his door. You back already? I hear him groan from the other side. Nope, this is a bad dream. You should probably wake up. I tease through the door. Funny. Master flings the door open. Enjoy your break. I try not to let the disappointment show on my face. It was productive. I should have spent more time with my family, but I raised some of my skills. I turn around and move over to start the forge for the day. Oh, Master doesn't pry into my business. I'm sure he noticed the complicated look on my face. I glance at Master as he takes up his usual resting spot. I imagine the impression his butt must have made on the stone by now. It's a good thing I'm facing away from Master. These days he notices when I make a joke about him in my head. What are you making today? He asks after he lays down and closes his eyes. I'm going to make the grill I wanted and then forge some spears. Leif Gamfor all en nams. I quickly chant the fire spell and light the forge. I wait a minute before I add the first big log to the flames. Once the fire is really going, I move over to the materials shed and grab a few bars of the steel we made last week. I plan on using 3 bars of steel, that's 165 pounds, to make a good-sized barbecue for our house. The flames rise higher, but the surroundings aren't becoming brighter. Looking up, I see some clouds moving in. Ignoring the weather, I move on. When the fire is hot enough, I place my first bar into the forge. Once the steel turns the right color, I move it over to my anvil. I swing my hammer down hard on the ingot. SSSSS. I suck in a quick breath through my teeth. I was too excited and forgot I need to take it easy. I raise my hammer again and activate my double strike skill, only without my full strength behind the blows this time. I don't need my full strength to forge properly. I did good work a month ago when my strength was only around 50, and my skills are a lot higher now than back then. I continue to work the metal until I have a flat rectangle of steel. The rectangle is 4 by 1 and still pretty thick. I start rolling the steel into a circle for the base of my grill. I'll fill the inside of the steel with powdered stone and add some water to make a concrete-like mix. I'll bury a foot of the pole into the ground and pack its surroundings with the same stone I put inside the tube. I'm going with a more functional and sturdier grill design rather than a fancy barbecue someone would buy back on Earth. My design is going to be a larger form of grills commonly found inside parks and campgrounds. Those grills withstand the elements and would be a large improvement compared to cooking in our fireplace. I'm on to quench my base and study the welding seam I made. I don't detect anything wrong with the weld, so I move on to the body of the grill. Another bar of steel goes into the forge. I have to flatten the steel again, but this time I make a bulky upside-down T-shape. I'll fold the ends up, making an open box with a side removed. Before I fold the steel, I use my measurement skill and mark the 2 edges that will form the sides of the grill. I want to be able to adjust the grate's distance from the fire, so I need to carve notches in the steel where I can lock the grate in. Precise strike helps me move the steel and create mirroring designs on each of the sides. If I didn't have my measurement skill at a high enough level, my grill would be lopsided. My mana skin is helping with the heat of the forge, but I'm sweating for another reason. The little jolts of pain around my body are making me tense up. Glancing at my work, I also can't help but think I would normally be done with this part by now. You're moving slow today. Master's watching me from his bench. I overpracticed my swordsmanship during my break. I can still forge, but my body is complaining about my stupidity. I turn away from Master and heat up the metal again. I need to fold the sides up now. You need to learn to relax, you know that. I hear behind me as I watch the metal heat up. Yes, Master. I give a half-hearted response over the roar of the forge. You're not as good as me yet, so you can't laze around like your amazing master, but you can still have a lazy day once in a while. It will do you some good. Maybe after Curvin comes again and we check the forest for any signs of the chameleon spiders. Maybe then I'll have some free time for a lazy day. I laugh at the idea of me doing nothing for a whole day, and maybe I'll get a tier 6 skill while I'm at it. The steel is ready now. I move the hot metal over to my anvil and slowly bend the sides up. I need to weld the 2 seams together to properly form the body of my grill. You going to cook me something when you're done? Master is oddly chatty today. He must have missed me the last 5 days. I'm going to bring some tools home with me and set it up tomorrow morning before I come here. You can join us for dinner tomorrow if you'd like. I want my parents to spend some more time with Master Dell. Father's slowly forgiving Dell, and Mother uses Dell as a source of information about how I'm doing. I'd be nice if they can all get along better. I'll think about it. He rolls over onto his other side so I can't see his expression. Crafting something like this is a good way to start off my day. Tools and stuff like this don't need as much rigorous focus as a weapon or piece of armor does. I still make the best product I can, but if something goes wrong with my grill, the person won't die, presumably. Armor and weapons require me to have a different mindset when I'm making them. Armor needs to be flexible but strong enough to save someone's life when they're in danger. Weapons require an even stricter focus. When someone draws a weapon, whether they're in a battle or for self-defense reasons, the weapon in many cases is the only thing keeping them from entering their next life. Armor is important, but a man wearing armor without a weapon is only prolonging the inevitable. The spears I'm going to make after this are either going to be sold to the army defending a fort or be placed in the headman's armory in case the village needs them. I can't afford any mistakes no matter where they go. I'm almost finished with the body of the grill. The last part of the body I need to make is the fitting where I'll connect the base and body of the grill. I place the third ingot in the flames. The rest of the work will be more delicate. When the steel is hot enough, I move it over to my anvil and grab the axe we use to split metals. I move the metal back and forth from the forge and my anvil as I split the ingot into different sections. When I have my steel bar separated into different pieces, I take the biggest chunk left and put it back in the forge. This chunk of steel will become the fitting for my steel cylinder. I'll weld the cap like fitting to the bottom of the body of the grill, but I won't weld the cap and base together. That way the grill can swivel on top of the base, and if I need to move the grill for some reason, I'll only have to make a new base for the grill. After the cap is formed and welded to the body of the grill, I move on to the grate that will go inside the body of the grill. I'll form the chunks of steel I cut from the ingot into cylinders. The cylinders are then welded together to make my cooking surface. It might not be my prettiest work, but I'm still happy with it. Starting tomorrow, we can start grilling our meat and vegetables instead of having to make soup every night. I'll have to remember to bring some charcoal back home with me tomorrow. I bet once Master and the other villagers see how useful it is, I'll probably be commissioned to make a few more. Now for the hard stuff. I make my way back to the materials shed and start bringing 2 more bars of steel over to my workstation. I usually only made spearheads in the past, but I think I'm going to make both the pole and blade from steel. Warriors and most of the villagers have enough strength that they can wield a 20-pound spear without too much trouble. I want to make a full tang spear, a spear that is one solid piece of steel with no welds or seams in the structure. I start heating up the 4th ingot of the day. The clouds overhead are darker than when I first started. Watching the steel in the forge, I think about the weapons I'm about to make. Spears were underrated in films back on Earth. TV and movies preferred swords for their big cinematic battles, but it was the humble spear that was favored for true medieval warriors. The spear had a better reach to a sword and was considerably cheaper to make. I move my hot steel over to my anvil and split the ingot long ways this time. I'll use each ingot to make 2 good spears. I should have enough time to make 4 by the time the day is over if the weather permits it. Moving the metal over such a large distance is a challenge that I'm not used to. I need to be careful I don't stretch the metal too thin or in a wrong way that will form cracks in its structure. Spears commonly have a pole between 6 and 8 long and have a blade that usually reaches over 12 on top of that. This world has many factors a blacksmith needs to consider when making a weapon. Different stats allow people to wield weapons differently. Depending on the situation, a person could want a shorter spear rather than a longer one. If a person has more strength, he would probably want a longer spear, but if the person is dexterity-based, a shorter, more maneuverable spear would be better. I'm going to use the same amount of steel for each spear, but I'll make 2 longer spears and 2 shorter spears. The longer ones will have a 7/6 pole and a 1 blade. The shorter spears will have a 6 pole and an 18 blade. There will only be a foot difference between the two, but they will be wielded in completely different manners. I start working the longer spears first because drawing out the steel will take the most time. The trick is to leave enough material in one end to make the spear point while drawing out the other side for the pole. As I work, I keep an eye on the structure of the steel with my mana sense. Any fracture I spot, no matter how small, I stop and don't proceed until I fix it. Sense mana is tied with running as my highest leveled skill, but sense mana is a tier 2 skill, so I would say it's marginally considered my best skill. I use sense mana on a daily basis now. The skill is only deactivated when I go to sleep. If I do shut the skill of it feels like my world loses a part of its color. The first spear's pole is finished, so I move on to the spear tip. I need to decide on how I'm going to shape the blade. Dozens of designs filter through my head. Everyone knows the basic spear point, but Master has taught me about many designs I never considered. There's the trident design, which resembles a large fork.